Welcome to day 4 of the 7-day, 70-hour live stream challenge. You guys are excited this morning. I'm looking at the chat here, and you guys are pumped up right now. We're just fixing the other. There's another laptop here, and it was playing my own voice back to me. But yeah, you guys are excited. Hexproof Anarchist is here, pumped. Came here to get fact. Love that. Ethically based ex-omnivore is here, and also pumped. We've got Natalie in the house, who just got back in time. You guys are ready from Vegan Cult Squad Activate, I see. Yeah, I mean, that's what we're here for, right, guys? It's a big vegan circle jerk. The biggest, this a biggest circle jerk that's ever happened on YouTube. It's 7 days, 70 hours of ultimate, just vegan circle jerking. I mean, that's what's happening. So I'm happy that you're all here and ready for it. And it's going to be a good one today. We've got some good guests. Let me tell you about the guests today, because it's always a good place to start, so you guys know who's coming and what to get excited for. So at 2 o'clock, this is all turkey time, by the way. I'm not gonna transfer the times over to your local time. You got to do that yourselves, guys. All right, I'm in turkey time. 2 o'clock, 2 p.m. turkey time. We've got James Hattersley coming on from We The Free. What is We The Free? It's an outreach activism, vegan activism organization. They do vegan activism events and actions all over the world. So he's going to come on. We're going to talk about what they've been up to. And we're also going to talk about just in general kind of vegan activism, outreach. What he thinks the best kind of thing to do, the best ways to talk, what he's found successful, statistics that he's got, maybe, how they're doing it, how it's working. It's going to be cool. It's going to be really nice. Then, not long after James, at 4 p.m. turkey time, we've got Vegan Gaze coming on. We've got Ellie coming on from Vegan Gaze. So very excited for that. We'll definitely be checking out some of Ellie's content and work before she comes on, and then we'll get into it with Ellie, and we'll try and ask her some questions maybe she's not been asked before. So Ellie's a long-term streamer, you see. She's probably had done every type of stream in the world. So maybe we can try and make our stream a little bit different for her, so she's not just doing the same old. Put her on the spot a little bit, make her sweat. Let's have some fun with Ellie. And then finally, at 7 p.m. turkey time, we've got Very Vegan Mom coming on, and that's Sheena, and she's new to the stream. She's not been on the stream before. I actually wasn't aware of her work until you guys wanted her to come on. I asked you guys, who do you want to see on the stream? And you said Very Vegan Mom, and I said, I don't know Very Vegan Mom. And I checked out some of her stuff, and I was like, she seems pretty cool. So Very Vegan Mom's coming on as well, and she'll be on again at 7 p.m. We're going to react to, she's got loads of content, like outreach content. So we're going to watch a ton of her outreach content. And then when she comes on, we're going to ask her a bit about it, about everything about her, who she is, what got her inspired to get out there and do this. And maybe the challenges of doing this as a mum and balancing that life with this life. And there's a lot to talk about. It's very exciting. So that's the day, guys. We've got James Hattersley, Vegan Gaze, and Very Vegan Mum to bring it home. It's going to be a good one today. I actually have enjoyed it when we've had 3 guests, because it breaks the day up. I mean, it gives us less time to do some other stuff that's more time consuming. Maybe like shorts and stuff, like to create videos and stuff. But I'd rather have more guests than less. You know what I mean? I find it's invigorating to have inspirational, cool people on. I love it. It makes me feel pumped when I get these cool people on. And obviously, you guys in the live chat are also pumping me up. But it's even more of a pump when we have someone sat across from me in the screen who's like telling us all this cool stuff about why they're a vegan and an activist and all that cool stuff. So yeah, it's pretty cool. So very exciting stuff today, guys. So I tell you what we'll do to kick the day off. I'm wearing this hoodie because actually I'm planning to go out right now. I'm going to go out right now because actually I'm feeling a little bit sleepy. I got to be honest with you. I had a bad sleep past couple of nights, and it's catching up with me now. So I thought, all right, do you know what? I know how to counteract this. I'm feeling a bit sleepy. You might be able to see it. My eyes are a little bit baggy, little bags under the eyes. So I figured, all right then. Let's start the day with a walk, because that's a good way to get the blood flowing, maybe wake me up a little bit. And you know what? The dogs, we're going to go see the dogs again. They don't expect us in the morning. Actually, we very rarely go in the morning. we mostly go in the evening. So when we go in the morning, they're usually pretty damn happy to see us. Like, they're like, oh my God, he's here in the morning. Oh my God, everybody, he's here. He's here in the morning. So hopefully we'll get that reaction today. So I will get moving now, and Annie's going to come in here and take over. And hopefully this time it's a bit of a smoother transition, because last time we had all the bloody technical BS. But I've fixed up the technical BS this time. At least I think I have anyway. We can test it now. Let's just mute that. All right. I'm going to get it all set up now. And should be okay. Should be okay. All right, here we go. Just get switched over to the walk screen. Boom. All right. I'll see you guys a little bit later. Annie's going to come over here now, and she's going to talk to you and talk to me while I'm off to go see the doggos. What's up? Here you go. Enjoy.
Thank you.
Hello. You guys should be able to hear me.
Hello, guys. Good morning, or whatever time it is for you.
So you guys should be able to hear me right now, and Annie should be able to hear me too. Just tell me if you can't. Before I walk out of the flat, tell me if you can't hear me. Please. I don't want to repeat it last time where I got halfway down the road. You guys are like, we can't hear you there.
Who was here the last time? It was
Get my shoes on. Can everybody hear me?
Yes, they can hear you.
Great.
We can hear you.
Perfect. Out of here. Let's get it.
Awesome. Perfect way
see
to
our
start
doggo.
the stream. See the dogs.
I mean, they love it, don't they, in the morning? I do too. I need this. I need to wake my ass up.
Yeah.
Right then. Cool start to the day. Cool start to the stream.
And guys, remember, if you want to boost David and make him feel extra specially good, donate, support him. With the link. I'll put the link in.
Yesterday was great when everybody, like, we just started the stream yesterday, and people sent through like a ton of tips right away. It was like, oh my God, we just really started. That's awesome. It was really nice.
Yeah, it was a
Means
great
a lot.
boost.
It was a great boost because I was, you can hear my voice. I was kind of like feeling it yesterday as well in the morning. I was like, ooh. Because I mean, we've done over 30 hours now, and it's yeah. I mean, I think it's not like, it's only hard because I'm not used to it. I think if I did this every day, like, or if I was a streamer who just did 10 hours at least once a week, I think I'd be much better at it. But as it's like a brand new thing to me, I think I just need to it's taking some getting used to.
Yay, Fractor donated.
And it is definitely a challenge.
Fractor donated, saying, Fractor donated. Do you feel extra good now, David?
I do feel extra good now, you bloody legend.
Yes, perfect.
It's amazing. You guys are awesome. We have the best community. I think when people come on the stream and they see this happening, the guests, and I say, oh, Fractor tipped and said, great work, or, ex-proof anarchist just upped their membership, or I tell people this stuff when they're on stream, and they're like, I think they're jealous that we have such a solid community, to be honest with you. I mean, I would be if I went on someone else's stream and they were acting like you guys act. I'd be okay though, because I'd be like, yeah, that's like my community. But if I didn't have this community and I went on someone else's stream and they had it, I'd be like, shit, how do I get people like this? How do I get such a cool community? Because it's great, guys. We have a really solid thing going on, and I think other people really like it. It's really cool. People will be excited to come on our stream if because of you guys. It feels. I mean, imagine it. Imagine you're getting interviewed, and then the person interviewing you says, "Oh, by the way, like three people sent through like $5 tips just to say well done, and they really respect you." I mean, God, it just says a lot about you guys. Great people.
Hexproof anarchist also tipped. Yee-hoo! Woohoo!
You see how I knew though. I'm starting to meanwhile we've been at this for 30 hours. So I am absolutely taking a mental note of the ones who are here every day and who are supportive. That's why I used Hexproof Anarchist as an example when I was talking. I'm spotting you guys now. You're legends. What was there a message with the tip?
A big happy face. Laughy, smiley face.
Now my face is also a big happy smiley face. So
no, it is.
win-win.
No, it is, thanks to the tips. Keep it coming, guys.
Legends.
It's
Legends.
amazing. Yes.
It is raining a little bit out here, but it's kind of
wow.
nice. Like spitting. It's not really proper raining.
Wow, you missed the perfect weather yesterday. I went out yesterday morning and it was sunny and you could see the snow and the mountains and perfect. But yeah, it's good. It's dogs. Dogs like a little bit of rainy weather. It's dogs' weather, isn't it?
Oh.
What? Oh.
Attacked me.
A little doggo attacked you.
It attacked me like a little tiny little puppy. Just like went for my feet.
Oh, look here. It's like, what are you
Still
talking?
going for me. This guy's angry.
Oh, wow.
Can you see this?
Yeah.
He's so mad.
This little one wants to get you. Maybe he
I
just
hope he
wants
follows
some
me
love.
to my pack because he won't. I hope he doesn't follow me to my pack. My pack will destroy this little shit.
Yeah. They would
Can
be
you imagine
like,
if I
"What is-
walked around the corner
is-
and this was happening? They'd go mental. They'd be like,
What is this
They'd
rat
just be
trying
like-
to attack my
They'd be like,
friends?
lunch came early, boys.
Oh.
That's what they'd be like.
Mm.
It'd change. I would have to defend the dog. I'd have to defend the dog attacking me. That's what would happen. Which would be all, that would be messed up, wouldn't it?
Yeah.
Like you've just
that would
tried
be
to
mad.
like rip my ankles off, but now I have to defend you against 5 massive dogs.
Yeah. Maybe they wouldn't attack. Maybe they would be like, "Oh, you're a cute little one."
I think because it's shoot, this little douchebag was attacking me,
Yeah, that's
so
the
they
problem.
would definitely have attacked. They
That's
would
the
definitely have
problem.
attacked because they would have spotted me and been like, "Fuck is this little shit doing?
Mm.
How dare you?"
Hey, Natalie
one
was
of
asking.
right?
Natalie was asking how did we end up in Turkey and Finland before that?
Finland because Arnie's family is in Finland, and before Finland we were in India, and we got stuck in India because of the whole pandemic and lockdowns. And then after that we decided to, we had like I'll give you the long version because we're streaming, you know, so it's fine. We've got time. So basically, we worked for the Save movement, and we were getting paid, like salaried by the Save movement, to go around and work with them, starting groups, making videos. And while we were in India, they decided to fire me from the video team, which was the main source of it, like Bob, a main source of our income, because of some opinions they didn't like, which they really weren't controversial. It's just this is all the woke stuff we were talking about yesterday. I basically got fired from them because I wasn't woke enough. And I've done a whole video about that. But anyway, so they fired me because of like this opinion they didn't like while we were in India. And then the airports opened and stuff, and we were kind of like, right, so we don't have work anymore, so we can't really continue traveling around and doing animal rights work right now because we don't have any income from them anymore. So and Annie wasn't going to work for them alone because that would mean we'd have to go separate ways. So we said, okay, let's go to Finland then, and let's go stay with Annie's family for a bit and try and figure out what we're going to do next and get a plan together. So that's why we lived in Finland for quite a long time, because we were able to be there, and we had a nice little cabin, little private cabin, like kind of apart aside from the house
With the fireplace
that we could stay in. Yeah, like that we could stay in, and we didn't have to pay rent. We just had to help with some stuff like food bills and things like that, which was really, really generous of Annie's parents. And then we were always looking for somewhere to move because we didn't want to stay with the parents forever, So we built up YouTube, tried to build up the support through Patreon. So we see, okay, can we actually make this work? Can we keep doing our animal rights work by ourselves without support from the Save movement? And we found that, yeah, we were doing, it was going okay. Not to the point where we could live in Europe though. So then, hold up, better pause.
Who's there?
Hello, baby.
Who is that?
Hi.
Oh,
I actually don't know this one. Hello.
Oh.
You know me though, huh?
Oh, look at you. This is so excited for love. Hello. Hi. Are you saying hi to the camera? Oh my gosh, look at you. Look at him. Oh.
Bring this dog home.
Can you bring him home?
I'd love to. Where's his puppy?
Look at you. Look at you.
Thank you.
Oh, so many
I
kisses.
actually don't know. You know this one?
I've seen him, I think. Yeah. Look at this little face.
Baby.
Oh my gosh.
He's a happy
This
pup.
is the best thing about living in Antalya for sure.
Yeah.
The doggos.
Yeah. So basically, we were looking, and yeah, like I said, it wasn't enough money really to live in any major European city or pretty much anywhere in the EU, and we were looking at things like Bali or places where it's cheaper to live. And then we met Dave Leduc, the fighter, and he was like, "Dude, Turkey's very close to Europe, and it's the prices are like half what you would spend in Europe." And we had a look at the rentals and looked at places, and he was right. Things were a lot cheaper, food's a lot cheaper, everything, rent and bills, everything's cheaper. And we looked at the budget and said, we think we could make it work, with our own office and get set up and start a base here. And then around the same time, we're trying to start this project that I've been mentioning to you guys, this animal rights project. And we're able to secure some funding for that animal rights project as well. So, okay, we said, right, we need to get a solid base that we can travel from, that we can edit in, that we can work in, because this is going to take a lot of work, and we can't really live with Annie's parents while doing this project. It's not feasible. And it all kind of fell into place. So that's why we're now here in Turkey. Oh, and there's somebody doing a drill, so I'm going to move away from that. Come on, you. Come on, you. Come over here. You can come with me.
David's nightmare, the drilling and the construction work.
Well, so they can't really hear me. So basically, yeah, things fell into place. And now we're based in Turkey, where it's more reasonable, cost of living, quality of life is good. We're able to have my office, which is very, very, very important. Could not have this office if we were in any other, European EU city, because we wouldn't be able to afford it. We're working on this project, and yeah, and then we're doing the work on YouTube, and this is again, this is why I'm so passionate about you guys. Is that all this is possible because of you. If it weren't for you guys, we'd still be in Finland, unable to move. Like, you guys are actually the ones who've made it possible to get this office set up, to get this gear set up, to get these live streams going, to get the videos that I make put out that are now reaching millions of people. That's all possible because of you guys. So yeah, there you go. That's the story. Hey, get out of the road. Wait, what you doing? So yeah, and that's basically the whole, yeah. That's why we're in Turkey. Hopefully that's the long version of that story. The short version is cheap, sunny, there's a beach, and we can get an office here.
And the
work.
dogs.
Yeah, but I mean, the dogs is a big bonus, but it's not the reason we're here. That would be crazy. We moved here because of doggos.
Yes.
This dog's like sprinting. Look at this. Just like sprinted down the road.
Ooh.
I don't know why, but he's going to be
on a mission.
very shocked because our dog pack is around that corner, and I'm pretty sure they're not going to be happy.
I know. It depends. Sometimes they're fine with new doggos.
Yeah. He was biting my hands a minute ago. When I was walking, he was like jumping and biting my hands.
Aw.
Give me. Come.
Natalie's saying you forgot to mention the amazing food with lots of naturally vegan options. Yum. That's true. There's a lot of good food, like a lot of good food. And yeah, fresh and healthy. Not that many. Oh, he came back. Oh, he's such a babe. Such a babe. Can you bring him home? Oh, yeah.
Finished? No licking. You can sniff, but no licking. Cutie.
Yes. But yeah, not that many vegan cheeses, vegan meats, and all of that processed stuff. And it's actually a problem in Turkey as well. They like banned vegan cheeses and stuff, but there's still some of them exist. Yes. But it's I guess it's good.
She bad boy.
Oh, she. Hello.
She's
Yeah,
like,
it's in a way it's good.
leaning on me.
Oh.
Get off. Doesn't like to be blown.
Yeah. She's
Oh,
having
you're
the
very cute.
best day.
Proper cute, huh? Look at
She's
this.
amazing.
You're a cutie.
Oh, hi.
All right, I'm gonna go see my other dogs. All right. You come if you
How
want.
dare you?
You can come if you want.
Look at her. She's giving us kisses too.
Right,
Wow.
Watch out! Watch out! Go for my hands. Look! Yeah, she got a little bit.
Oi. Just amazing.
Yeah. Very cute. It's just like walking with me now.
Perfect.
All right. So the other packs around here, I can see them already. See a couple of them on this side of the road. You're gonna have to be very careful, little girl. You have to be very careful. I don't recommend coming with me.
She doesn't have a tag, does she?
No tags.
Because yeah, here in Turkey they tag the dog's ears, which is it's shit, but at least it means that they are in some kind of a system, neutered and taken care of.
Yeah, she stopped. I think she knows.
Yeah,
She could probably
can
smell the other
and-
dogs, and
yeah, for
these
sure.
guys these are very territorial dogs. I don't think that they don't attack the other ones, but they get they get heated if they don't know the dog.
Yeah.
We haven't seen them like attack, but they kind of chase. They chase and snap, maybe snap at the back of the other dogs to make them run away. But it's not like a frenzy or attack or anything like that. But she's yeah, she gave up.
Yeah.
Smart.
It's for the
It's a
best.
smart move.
Yes.
Oh, they're all sleeping. These guys are sleeping so much these days. Oh, Rocky's up. I think that's Rocky. I don't know if you can see him there. He's coming.
You're like, whoa, oh my God, could it be? Could it be David at this time?
He's not sure, is he?
No.
Oh, he squeaked.
Ooh.
Listen.
Hey, Rocky.
Hey. He's squeaking. What are you squeaking for? You big softy. You big softy. Oh, he's so sweet.
Oh, did he just wake up? Oh, I like
Maybe.
so tired. What a babe. Hello, baby.
Here comes Billy.
Billy comes.
Here comes Billy. You just woke up too, huh? Oh, you guys smell bad.
Oh, it's been raining. Yeah. So they're wet dogs
A little
now.
bit. I'm gonna crouch down again. But Billy doesn't understand. Neither of them understand personal space really.
No, they sit on you and.
Yeah. There you go. Billy. Chase the car. Bad. Nice. He's doing his own thing actually. This is better. Chill out. Get your bum off me.
Yeah, the dogs in Antalya are mostly very well taken care of. People feed them. And especially these ones, these neighborhood doggos get so much food. They get too much food. They don't eat everything. Hey, Nala. And they're getting a bit fat.
She's interested. She can hear you.
Oh, baby.
I don't know what's going on there. Like leaning on each other.
Right.
No, come in. Ooh, stretch. Wait, stop pushing your way in and let her come in. You're bigger than her. Let her in.
Yesterday, Nala was like growling to Bobo.
Are the others?
And like, don't come here.
Hello. Oh, wow, I'm getting all the love
Oh,
now.
babe.
Oh, no, I've got one on my back. He's on my
Hey, Billy.
Billy.
Oh, eating your ear.
Now he's going to jump on the other one.
Yes.
Stay at me.
I was like, what the fuck are you
You're an
doing?
idiot. You're an idiot. Get off. Get off. Ah, get off. Ah. Stop it.
Give me your ear.
I'm going to like hold my arm out to like push him back. He's like fully pushing his whole weight on me now. Back. I remember the first.
Yes, us
time he
too.
jumped on my
Billy.
back. So funny.
Oh, you handsome sir. Hey, Billy, you handsome sir.
Be a good boy.
Oh, babes.
Be a good boy.
Mm.
Ooh.
Ooh.
Oh, I found his spot. That's why he's making all these weird head movements.
Yeah. Oh. Oh, he's in heaven.
Hello. Good boy. See what he's...
Oh, yeah, he's in heaven.
Gotcha.
Best
Gotcha.
morning ever.
Off.
Oy.
He's very playful, this one. You can hear his noises, right? He's like...
Mhm. Yeah.
Good boy.
Oy.
Very playful today. Oi.
Oy.
No. Bite my crotch. No, I said.
Rocky is so calm there. Just chill.
Get off. Oh, having the moment again. Same as yesterday or last time I was here.
Oh,
And then we've got the others. The others are pretty chill right now.
yeah, sleeping.
Aslan the
Being
lion,
cinnamon buns.
terrified as usual. I'm not coming near you. Don't worry. Billy's jumping up my back. Stop it! Hey, get off!
Oy.
Oh no, it's pretty
Nala.
chill. Bobo's not even getting
Bobo?
up.
What's
He's like,
up?
nah, I'm alright.
What's
He's
up,
not
Bobo?
interested today.
They had some disagreements with Nala yesterday, so maybe he doesn't want to come
Really?
when she's there. Maybe.
Fair enough.
Maybe.
I always find it hilarious when the big dogs are terrified of the small dogs. It's always like very funny.
Yeah.
I feel like I'm being followed.
Billy.
You done? See you guys later then.
Sometimes they follow and run really far with us, but sometimes they're just
Yeah.
like, no, not today, not moving.
We were when we were out at this place near the coast. And there's this big field there, and these other dogs live there, like a different pack. One of them is an absolute giant, absolutely massive, like just so big, and he's like a big teddy bear. You can just grab him and cuddle him, and he flops around. He's very low energy. I mean, like during the day anyway, he's very low energy. He gets active at certain times. Most of the time, he's just very like lazy and just whatever. And one day we came down, and he was in one of his active modes. So seeing this massive dog running around, pretty like wow. And he's a street dog. They're all street dogs. But the funniest thing was there's this small dog out there, and I mean not tiny but small, and he's all white, and he just looks so innocent, almost like a dove. If you took a dove like the bird and combined them with the dog, it's kind of him. He's like this peace dog. He looks like a peace dog, but he wasn't being very peaceful. He was in a terrible mood, and he was like growling and being aggressive towards all the other dogs. And this absolute giant of a dog was petrified, terrified of him. And it's just so funny to see this little peace-looking like dog growling and showing the teeth at this absolute giant mammoth of a dog. And this giant is just like terrified, tail between the legs, just hiding like, oh no, please don't hurt me. It's like, what the hell, man?
That was so strange. David, we have a donation from 47.
Okay. Oh, amazing.
And was it $21.99?
Dude is here every day, man.
Thank you. That's
sorting
so
us
good.
out.
It was 50
Thank
and
you
it was
so
49,
much.
48, now it's 47.
Yeah.
Amazing.
Thank you so much.
Thank
it's
you.
incredible. Thank you.
This really makes it all worth it, the donations. So please keep them coming.
Doggo,
Oh,
appreciate.
is this the... Oh, look at her. Oh, she's so chill now.
It's very chill now. She had all the excitement.
Oh, what happened?
Girl.
Oh, she's having a rest.
Girl. Who's a good girl? Thank you. Just licking my hands. Look.
Yeah.
Who's a nice girl? Hello. Oh. Come now. Who's a nice girl? Oh, thank you. That was like a very Focus. Targeted lick. Who's a good girl? Oh, she's a really nice dog.
Yeah,
She's really like chill. Are you going to be like a new addition around these parts? Are you going to stick around here? You going to stick around? Hey? You going to be a new friend? Good girl. Good girl. Good girl. Very, very nice dog. What name? What name should we give her? She needs a name.
Guys,
Oh,
what name? What would be a good
like
name for her?
me, huh? Huh? What name?
I don't know. I'm thinking.
She needs one.
Yeah.
Hey.
Babe.
Look at that for a gangster angle. You look really cool. Right? Like, don't do that.
Yeah,
It's
that's
slobbered.
true. She's smelling all the
Shook her
dogs that
face
were
and
on you.
sprayed spit all over me.
Oh, hello, baby. Hi. What's your name? What's your name?
Give her like a nice girl name.
Yeah.
I'm gonna give her a nice girl name. What about naming after? She's look at this.
Look at the
Like all in my hands. We could give her like a nice girl name. We could name her after one of the guests.
Aw, I need to meet her to be able to name her.
I think we just give her a name.
Around. I think I've seen her around, but like maybe she's figuring out where to be. She's also not tagged, so.
Yeah. All right, girl. I'm off.
Darling,
you coming?
we could name her Darling,
right,
but we like to we like to name dogs with actual human names, not just like. But yeah, Darling, Darla, for example, could be one.
Or Darlene.
Darla or something.
I don't want to call her like Darlene because that's the Ozark. Hey. God.
She's feisty with the cars.
I think it's just because that one was loud. Yeah, she's not bothered about. Silly girl.
Yeah.
Oh, that one's making noise.
Yeah, we have some. Yeah, we have some other suggestions. Reagan, Willa, Clara, Anne-Marie, Sheena.
I mean, well, like we need what meaning do we have? I know the meaning of obviously Reagan. Yeah. But what about the others? What meanings do we have in those?
I don't know the meanings of those.
Also, I don't think we can't really name her Reagan because we don't know if she's, she might be. We only just met her. We need to know if she's actually a good, kind-hearted doggo.
Well, this is the thing. We haven't named any of our doggos here before. We've met them a few times, so.
It's true.
I think it's
true. So maybe we should hold back. Maybe we shouldn't name her yet because she'll. She could end up just disappearing. Then it would be very upsetting if we give her a name, we never see her again.
Right.
Who's the puppy?
Yeah.
Who's the puppy?
I think I've seen her, but.
Yes. Puppy. 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 She's very
she'll
nice.
Follow you home?
Maybe she's coming for a little bit of a walk, but hopefully not though. Obviously, it's better she figures this stuff out. Doesn't follow people home.
Yeah, that's the worst when they follow you home and then you have to be like, oh.
Yeah. Like that giant one who followed us back that time, and we had to kind of deceive him, didn't we? We had to kind of wait till he wasn't looking and go inside because he would have tried to come inside. Yeah, it's sad because some of them have been abandoned, I think. So, it's sad that they kind of want to come inside and.
Yeah, it is sad, and also it's not good if they want to follow you and then they come to other dogs' territories because of you, and then there's fights and. Yeah,
exactly. And then you feel guilty because they could get really badly hurt. Because some of these, like I said, some of the dogs, when you go through their territory as a dog, they just chase you away and snap at your ankles and stuff. But as a dog, I mean, not as a human. But other dogs, they act with actual violence, like they get into a frenzy and they will try and kill the dog. So you never know which it's going to be. Most of the time, the defending pack just chases and then gives up when the dog runs away. But sometimes they don't give up, and they keep going and chasing and chasing and chasing. Especially if they're faster, they can do damage if they get there, you know, and nail the dog. So.
Yeah, that's fine. Hey, we have a super chat from IDSWF and $5. Thank you so much for the support.
Thank you so much. That's amazing. Does it come with any emoji, a smile face or sticker?
No, not this one.
If you make it bigger, it should. Okay, well,
I think.
Still, thank you, of course.
Yeah, amazing.
I just wanted to make sure. Hey, there's a dog on a scooter here.
Oh, there is a text now. Look. Love all the. What?
The guy had a dog on his scooter.
Yes.
What were you saying?
Okay, so there's a comment now. Love all the content. Thank you for your activism and calling out meat flakery.
Thank you.
Perfect.
Hey, look, yeah, I mean, it's you know, it's a passion of mine. Obviously, animal rights is the number one. Veganism is the number one. My second biggest passion is calling out the meat flakery, which definitely ties into the animal rights and vegan work, of course. But it's definitely a passion to call out the nonsense. And then, in general, really, I think it's I find it difficult to see nonsense and BS and say nothing. I always have, which is funny because when I was growing up, that got me in a lot of trouble. People didn't like me actually because I wouldn't listen to nonsense. I would always question stuff like, I never thought it would lead to me having a YouTube and, you know, doing this actually regularly as a thing that people like. Because I was always told that this quality of mine was bad and that I shouldn't do this. You know, for example, when I was in school, I questioned my religious studies teacher about religion. And I was only like 10 and I was asking like, but how do we know this is real? How do we know the Bible's real? How do we know God's real? How do we know these things? And he got extremely angry and told me that what I was doing was wrong and that this is wrong. You can't do this. You can't ask these questions. You know, so even from the earliest years of my life, I was told that what I'm doing right now on YouTube is wrong. And who would have known that it would end up being the thing that I do the most, and that people would support me and you guys would support me for it, and actually that it would be a virtuous thing to do to actually call out this nonsense and you know, put this urge that I have to good use.
Yeah.
It's weird. It's interesting.
Yeah.
I used to get in a lot of trouble as well for calling out. I've always been calling out meat eater nonsense because I was born and raised vegetarian. My whole life, I'd been, you know, making comments about people eating meat, and actually, there was a period in my life where I stopped doing it because I'd been told so many times that what I was saying was wrong and that I shouldn't challenge people and I shouldn't make people justify their behaviors, and I shouldn't, you know, what they would say was, you shouldn't be attacking people like this. And in my eyes, I wasn't attacking people. I was asking them simple questions and they felt attacked and I didn't understand it. And then for a good chunk of my life, my adult life, I didn't talk about animal rights or anything because of being told for the first like 15, 16 years of my life that I shouldn't do it. And everyone telling me it's wrong. I actually started to believe them, which is mental, isn't it? So, you know, look at how things can change and how things turned around.
Yeah. Yeah, definitely.
Yeah. It's crazy.
Yeah. That's amazing.
So
about
don't listen to the people. Sorry?
It's pretty amazing about you, how you call out anything you see, any bullshit, anything.
Well, it's pretty crazy how, what I think the message, the lesson to take away from that is if the majority is telling you something's not right or the way you're behaving is wrong, sometimes it's important to listen. And yeah, especially if the ones who are telling you this are telling you from a place of, because they care about you, then listen. But if the only time people say that to you is when you've asked a difficult question, chances are they're just saying that to try and avoid answering the difficult question. And they're just trying to cover their tracks and trying to make sure they don't actually have to think too hard. I think the only time you should listen to criticism, people telling you how to do or not to do something, is when it's somebody who you know for a fact is only doing it because they care about you. And even then they could be wrong, but they should have enough respect from you to actually listen and then, you know, take it seriously. But other than those people who actually care about you, you should mostly take what people tell you to do or not to do with a massive pinch of salt, and be prepared to just outright reject it if you're sure that this person's only saying it out of, you know, defensive tactic, or because they just don't like what you're saying. You should probably just reject whatever they've told you to do or not to do at that point, because they're dishonest. You know, they don't really want to help you. They just want to help themselves.
There's a comment. There's a comment I want to read by ethically based ex-omnivore. When I was in church in Sunday school as a kid, my teacher said, if God told you to sacrifice your cat, you'd have to. And I remember getting into it with him and told him, no, I wouldn't. What kind of a teacher? What the?
Wow.
That's mad. Good thing that you stood up against him. That's...
Yeah. You know what I find even crazy, as crazy as that's insane. You know, if these religious people shoot themselves in the foot, because ultimately, what these religious people want is for you to also be religious, right? They want you to be as religious as they are, okay? And when they say stuff like this, you will never be religious. Like when this guy said to me, you can't ask these questions. That was the beginning of the end of me believing in God. You know, and it's insane. All that guy had to do to make me potentially be a Christian would be to say something like, I don't know, something like, yeah, Christian theologians have been trying to answer this question, and we don't have all the answers, but what we do have is faith. And it's important to have faith, although while we're trying to find answers, because, you know, we can do both. We can have faith and we can try to find answers that you know, that can help us have more faith. And I probably at that age, I would have been like, okay, that's you know, that might have convinced me to be a Christian. But instead, he just got all red in the face and basically shouted at me in front of the class. You know, and it's mad how that one moment, you know, it changed everything for me. But, you know, it didn't have to be that way. This guy lost a Christian. He lost me immediately.
Yeah. Yeah, it's pretty crazy how they would do that. Like,
Crazy. Yeah, so it's a good lesson to religious people. If you want people to be religious, I mean, threatening them, telling them they have to sacrifice their cat so that they can't ask questions, that's not going to convince people to stay with your religion or join your religion. It's going to convince them to look elsewhere. I mean, that's not rocket science. It shouldn't be rocket science, really, should it?
Yeah. Yeah. Doesn't make sense.
It's hilarious that they even think that shit would work on people.
Mm-hmm.
I'm home now, guys.
Yeah.
Come in. So, Annie, if you want to switch the thing to in Streamlabs, switch it to just me, the top screen, and you can just stay there for a minute while I get ready.
I don't know what you mean.
I'll come in and do it.
Yeah, better.
I'm here.
Ah.
And you go to the top.
Of
just
course.
me. So now you can just talk for a little
Right. Cool. Yeah. So, as I wrote in the chat, if you want a cool sweater like this, what does it say? Anti-Meat Flake Social Club. Get it from davidrams.com. It's a very cool one. There's also some other really cool t-shirts and hoodies. You better check it out. It's, yeah, especially the new metal t-shirts are amazing. And hoodies. I cannot wait to have this Save Em All one. We're gonna get ours soon, and it will be awesome. Yoo-hoo. Guys, do you have any David Rams t-shirts or sweaters? I know some of you do. And also, remember, guys, David is doing this now for, wait, today's Tuesday. So we have Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, 4 more days. So it's been an hour. So it's, I don't even know, 40. Is it 39 hours more? I guess, if my calculator in my head works. So please support him by donating. Use the Streamlabs link if you can. That's the best way to donate and boost his day. If that doesn't work, or if you prefer the super chat, that's also possible. Then we have PayPal link in the description, and if you need it, I can post it also in the chat. But yeah, the support really means a lot and really helps David in what he's doing. He cannot do this without you guys. And also with this new project that we are working on, it's really needed, and it's going to be big. It's going to be important. So we need all the support to make hopefully a big change. Yeah. Okay. David's back. Woo.
What's up? What's up? Let me in.
Yeah.
Thanks.
Do you want breakfast too, or you write me?
All right. I'm feeling all right for now. Thank you. Cool. It's warm in here, guys. Bloody hell. What's going on with this light here? What's going on with this light here? Let me fix that. Let me fix that right up. There we go. We don't want any daylight coming into my room. Come on now. There's even a little bit up there. We don't want that. Come on, guys. We don't want any daylight. Does David sell his hat? Currently, no, I don't sell the hat. I've not been able to find any distributor that can provide hats at a reasonable price with international shipping. So when I do find that, I will definitely put them up, and you guys will be able to buy one of my hats. You guys asking, do we ship internationally? Yeah, absolutely. It ships internationally. It ships all over the world. There's a couple countries it doesn't ship to, but most countries it does ship, that we do ship to. Maybe I can show you even actually where we do ship. That's not what I meant to do. Hold up. Yeah, give me a second, and I'll pop this up so you can have a little look where we ship to. How's everyone doing? You guys have been cool today. I'm very excited already because you guys have been awesome this morning. Awesome, there's some awesome sauce going on here, guys. Some serious awesome sauce. All right, let's just get this set up, and I will show you where we ship on our website. Here we go. All right, so here's the website, and when you have a little look, you just click T-shirts, and you have a look at my cool T-shirts. And one of my favorites is the Save 'Em All one. I'm very pumped about this one. So say you grab this, not an XXXXL, but I'll buy it in an L probably, is probably more my size. Click Add to Bag, and it does rapid delivery apparently, which is solid. I say apparently. It's just I don't order from my own website like this, so you know this is a little bit new to me actually. Is coming from this side, because when I order my own T-shirts, I order it from like the behind the scenes kind of version of the website. So okay, so we click there, go to our pay by card, and then here's where it should talk about shipping. Absolutely, here we go. So send to this address, okay, and you can choose your country here, okay, and then here's where it tells you. What do you mean it's not? Oh, bloody hell. What's going on, guys? Why is it not showing? Excuse me, sir. All right, my bad. I don't know what happened, why it wasn't showing. On my screen, it was showing that it was showing. Okay, we'll start again. My bad, guys. So here we go. Here's the T-shirts. And this is what, I was telling you it was my favorite T-shirt, and you guys were like, I want to see his favorite T-shirt. It's okay. So you click here on my favorite T-shirt. You go for the L, right? Or whatever you want to go for. You add it to the bag, go to the bag. You pay by PayPal or Google Pay or pay by card. Then you can choose your country here. And here's the countries we ship to. So Andorra, Argentina, Australia, Austria, Belgium, Bulgaria, Canada, Cape Verde. Is it Cape Verde? China, Costa Rica, Croatia, Czech Republic, Denmark, Egypt, Estonia, Falklands, Faroe Islands, Finland, France, Georgia, Germany, Gibraltar, Greece, Greenland, Guernsey, Hungary, Iceland, Indonesia, Ireland, Isle of Man, Israel, Italy, Japan, Jersey, Kenya, Latvia, Liechtenstein. I didn't know that was like a country. I thought it was like a I don't even know what I thought Liechtenstein was. I was like, is that Dracula or something? Lithuania, Luxembourg, Malta, Monaco, Netherlands, New Caledonia, New Zealand, Norfolk Island, Norway, Poland, Portugal, Romania, San Marino, Senegal, Serbia, Singapore, Slovakia, Slovenia, South Africa, Spain, Sweden, Switzerland, Taiwan, UK, US minor outlying islands, and Uruguay. So there's quite a lot of places you could get my merchandise, my T-shirts delivered to. And the T-shirts you could get delivered to those places. So we've got this cool veganism save 'em all ones, and then you could get the hoodie as well, which is pretty cool. There's like a bit of you can save like a pound, or we can put this in dollars maybe, or euros. Put it in euros maybe, or dollars maybe, whatever. Euros, dollars, pounds. You could even put it in bloody Swedish krona or Danish krona if you really want. Norwegian krone, Canadian dollars. Aussie dollars. We'll stay with pounds for now. So you put it in your own currency, and you can get the bundle deal. You get the single again with the Justice for Animals one. You get the single deal, the single T-shirt, or the bundle deal. I made this satanic religion one, which is like a kind of inspired by the punk band Bad Religion. And then there's the meat flake. I'm not wearing the meat flake. I'm actually wearing this one here, the Justice for Animals one, which, as you can see, this is how that looks. I think it's a pretty sick T-shirt. I'm very happy with this one. And also the meat flake one, which these are actually the wrong way round right now. I think I want to switch that round. But anyway, you can get the T-shirt, the Anti-Meat Flake Social Club T-shirt. You can also get it with the hoodie at a small discount when you get package. There's the daytime one. There's the groovy style one. And then we have some old classics of mine, the Be Vegan logo on, the vegan solo logo, vegan for the animals. And then another classic, the Nama Stop Hurting Animals, so like for these spiritual hypocrites to see that. And some classic vegan ones that I made a good while back that have the back print, no more lies, no compromise, animal liberation now. And these are like my oldest design. So pretty damn cool, huh? So yeah, guys, you can pick up any of these T-shirts and get delivered to all those places. There's also some bags that we have here, some tote bags, which I think are pretty nice as well. Yeah, and Lily Veg says that those hoodies are so cozy. They are cozy hoodies. They're very nice. Everything from this store is decent quality, really nice materials, and yeah, solid stuff. I mean, I'm always wearing my own T-shirts and stuff. So I make the T-shirts that I like. You know what I mean? I don't make T-shirts that I don't like. There's T-shirts that I don't wear so often from here. This because you know when you buy a T-shirt, at first you're like, yeah, I love it. Then after a year or two, you're like, you know, maybe I want something different, because your style changes. You know, the things you want change, and that's why I started to make these Metallica inspired ones, because I was feeling a bit more like, I go through stages. Sometimes I'm like, I want something that's just vegan, right? And sometimes I'm like, I want something a bit more subtle. Like, I want to represent veganism, and have a strong vegan message, but I'd like it with some style too, and something a bit different. And I love like metals themed T-shirts. I'm like, oh, make a metal themed vegan T-shirt. I can feed two birds with one scone. You know what I'm saying? So that's why I started to make these new designs, these metal inspired designs, because they fit with the vibe that I'm feeling right now. But then some days I wake up and choose violence, and I just want to go for a T-shirt that's just like vegan. Fuck you, vegan. You know, that's why I've got that new design that I showed you guys. I'll show you now. The no BS vegan design. Did you guys? Were any of you here for that? The when I showed you my new designs, my new no BS vegan design. I'll show you it again for those of you who missed it, and I'm gonna launch this one actually pretty soon. I'll tell you what though. If some of you guys in here telling me you want to buy it, if you like this so much, you're like, I want that, then maybe I'll just straight up put it up now. Like, we'll make it live right now. You know what I'm saying? Because that's the kind of guy I am. So here is the no BS vegan. So this is a very simple design, and the purpose of this is just this is for the days you wake up and choose violence, where you're just like, you know what? I like my Metallica T-shirt. I like my cool T-shirts, but I want something today where people just look at it and they're just like, boom, no BS, this is a vegan. Yeah, when you wake up in that mood and you're just like, bum, this is the one. I like this one a lot. Actually, I'm feeling like this is one I would wear quite a bit. What do you guys think? Is this something you would want? Do you want to buy this? If you guys want to buy this, I'll enable it. I'll get this shit up and running, and you can buy it right now. I'm pumped about it. I want to see the vegan camp out this year. I want this one. I want to see lots of people wearing this one at the camp out. I think this is a really cool tee, actually. I mean, I'm a big fan. I'm biased, maybe. I made it because I like it, you know? I made it because I like it, so I'm biased. But yeah, tell me what you guys think of it. And we can maybe get this shit going. We can get this shit live. Let me know. So that's one of the new designs. I've got some other stuff coming as well, and some other kind of Metallica themed kind of things going on as well. Some ideas floating around that I'm potentially gonna put out there soon as well. So stick around, guys. Stick around on the store. I do see that somebody did buy from the store actually yesterday, which is cool. Someone picked up a T-shirt. Colin, if you're in here, thanks, mate, for picking up a T-shirt. Colin picked up the Save 'Em All T-shirt yesterday, the one I was just showing you. I'll just bring it up again for you. Colin picked up the newest Metallica-inspired one, this one. That's what Colin picked up. Sweet. Very cool, man. Very cool that you picked that one up, the Save 'Em All tee. Love it. Love it. Wait, make it bigger. There you go. Yeah. So it's very cool. It's very exciting stuff. I love it. I love that people picking up my merch. You know, it's a special feeling that someone looked at something that you made and they're like, yeah, I want that shit on my body. Like, I want to wear that. I think that's awesome. I think that's really cool. Dave was saying Dave Leduc was saying he wants to see some T-shirts and some merch with the ram's head on them. You know, like this ram's head. That's something. Would you guys like that? Like something with the ram's head on? That's like, I don't know. It would have it would have to have a vegan message too. I think that's necessary. But yeah, if you guys are interested in that too, we could look into putting something like that together. Ethically based omnivore wants the no BS one. Very cool. Okay. I'll tell you what, guys. I stand by my promises. You know, I'm gonna make it live right now. I'm excited about this one. I'm gonna make it live. Let's do it. Let's go live with the new one then. So I'm just gonna get all the stuff set up for it, and yes, but you know what? I'll tell you what we'll do, guys. Once I've put the no BS one up live, I will start designing a different one, and you can help me design one with the Rams logo on it, and we can see we can do it together. Yeah. So okay, first off, let me just get this one ready. This is a T-shirt for the no BS vegans, the ones who take no S, the ones who take no BS, and stand firmly against any anti-vegan BS. You're the real MVPs. You legends. That's the text that's going to be there because I definitely believe that. That's why I made it. And it is now. It's live on it's up there right now. The No BS Vegan is up on the website right now. Let me go and have a look at how it looks. I can show you guys as well. We can have a look together. Okay, here we go. It's the website. T-shirts. It should be. Oh no, I didn't. This is what see. It's a good website, but it's a little bit. It's there somewhere, but I need to put it in the right place. It needs to be added to a collection for it to be popping up in the right places. So just pop it up in here. T-shirts. Here we go. Now it's in the T-shirt section. I do use T-Mill, Laura. That's exactly what I use. Okay, let's double check if it's appeared now. Here we fucking go. Looks sick. I love it. It looks great. Look at this. Look at that. I love it. I love that T-shirt. It's a very nice T-shirt. I'm happy about that. So yeah, guys, there you go. It's up there. It's ready to pick up right now. I'm actually really liking the design styles of the page right now. I feel like it's more unique. It's yeah, I'm liking this way that we're going, guys. I'm digging it. I'm digging it. I'm digging it. So let's go together now. Let's open Photoshop and let's take a look at the design and the T design that is going to have the logo on it. The David Ram's the David Ram's Ram, because I think you know, I think this is something that I've wanted to make for a while, but I just wasn't sure how or what kind of style I wanted to go with. So now you guys can give me the input and tell me what you think. So here we go. I'm going to share my screen in just a moment, and you'll be able to see everything that's going on. Yeah, here we go. Seems a bit off though. What's going on there? Oh no, I think we're pretty good though. Are we in? Yeah, that'll do. Yeah, I'm just making sure it looks nice, so you guys can check everything out. Yeah, I think we're good. Sweet. Okay. So now you guys should be able to see everything. Yeah, you can. You see everything. Sweet. All right. So we got a blank screen here. We're gonna go and look into my logos that I've got over here. Logos. All right, and we're gonna just grab the Rams logo. I think well, that's the full David Rams. I don't think we want my name in this. We just want this one, don't we? Really? Yeah, I think that's the one. No, it's a bit small. It's a bit small. That we need a bigger version of it. I'm pretty sure I've got a big one somewhere. That was pretty. Is that the bigger one? These two are like the same. That's a really big one, but I need the okay, I'll tell you what, the hell, no, it's tiny. Oh, I know what it is. It's because I know what it is. It's okay. No, we take the one. We take this one should be fine. Okay, and we just make it bigger and we can upscale it later. So, okay, this is the ram's head. Let's make sure we got those lines are. Yeah, this is fine. So this is the ram's head design. Now the question is, you know, how would you guys like that on a tee? I mean, the image that we're looking at here. I see you guys are already offering some advice. Let me just. I can't see the chat right now. Hold up. You should get the chat up. Move this in. Here we go. There we go. Okay, you guys got some advice. Just put a line on a t-shirt. That would be perfect for you. Just put on a line. What do you mean? A t-shirt that has a massive list of the top meat flake excuses against veganism, so that when we do outreach, we just point to their excuses. Oh, that's funny. You should use the gangster font on a hoodie that says vegan. All right. So what should I do with this? The ram. So the ram's head. I mean, this. If you imagine this square is the front of the t-shirt. So I feel like the ram's head just being there on the front, like in the middle, might not be the best vibe. I feel like it would be good in like a corner, like a top corner of the tee. But it could also be good in the middle, I suppose. I mean, bang in the middle, just boom. What kind of? Do you think some text would go well with it? What kind of text should I put with it? If just vegan. What do you think would go? Top corner looks good, I think. Yeah, I think so. I think we have something. Some of my old tees kind of had something similar to that, I think. Yeah, we had it with Be Vegan. If you look, we had that. So you guys think top left corner? Yeah, that's kind of what we did with this style. So we had something similar already. But you're thinking without the Be Vegan, just the logo? You want on the front maybe? Because I mean, I like the logo. I do like the logo, but I'm thinking like I don't know if we could do something a bit different with it. Make it massive, you know, like just like what bang on in the middle, just boom, like this kind of thing. It should be big in the middle and type vegan and gangster new times. You're all talking about there's some gangster font. Like, what would a gangster font look like? Like, you mean like the GTA font? I don't think it would really go with my. I don't think it would really go with my you know, I'm not sure if it would go, but we could try it. I mean, you mean this kind of thing? This tattoo font? Is that what you're talking about? Or this Bronx type font? Like, what kind of, we could choose. I think these are all free, so we can try this tattoo one if you want. No? You guys got to tell me here. You got to tell me what the hell you're talking about. Oh, this font. Oh, I know which one you're talking about now. This one. Is this one, isn't it? Let's have a look at it. I think that's the one you were on about. We can have a little look at that. Why not? Let's just get this installed. And that one was called Walk the Walk. This font's called. So let's pop in Walk the Walk then. Okay, we got it. Okay. And we want just the word vegan there, do we? This is what you're vibing, is it? We have the same kind of color as the. This is like a kind of like a death metal tee. It's becoming. It feels like a death metal tee. So you think this is the one? You think this is the vibe? Look. I'm pleasantly surprised by this. I didn't think it would work, but it actually is. It has this kind of. It does have this kind of metal vibe to it. And I like the contrast of the sharp edges of the font with the smooth edges, you know, the curves of the RAM. I just wonder how this would look on a T. It might be better to go the other way round, potentially, because the G kind of drops into the RAM. No, it doesn't work, does it? Hold up, let's just switch it around. The harder it is to read, the more metal. Ronnie, you're 100%. Yeah, I kind of like this. Wait, maybe there. I mean, it's kind of. There's a vibe here. There's a vibe. I like this vibe. And should we keep it like off white, guys? Because it's at the moment it's not actually white. It's off white. Now I can take a look at how it looks as just making it like pure white. Make the V bigger. I don't think I can. No, it's not possible. Well, it is possible. I'll just have to do it. I'll have to just do it a different way. Hold up. I can make the V bigger. So we'll just crack open a new one and just get rid of everything but the V. Just line it up and then make it big. And then get rid of the OG one. Just line it up like that. Like that kind of thing. You like that? I mean, I feel like it's just double check if it's all in line. It is in line. I think the V could be lower because the bottom of the V is it's bigger. So I feel like it could be like here. Like here. I mean, that's a vibe. What do you reckon, guys? You like it without the big V? Type it all together so it's 100% symmetrical. Yeah, but then I can't change the size of the V. You see what I'm saying? So, like, I'll show you. If I put the V in there, I mean, I can select that one V, but it'll. I don't think that's gonna really. Oh no! What the hell happened there? Oi, hold up. Let's get that V back. It won't let me. It won't let me raise the size of the V, unfortunately. Gene prefers them at the same size. Only thing is the V looks a bit like a U. Do you want me to spread the letters a bit? All right, we can spread the letters a bit. All right. Hold up. Spread them a bit. Oh God, that's the wrong one. Okay, we spread them a bit. All right. I don't know about spreading them, guys. I feel like Spreading them is kind of, I mean, okay, maybe a tiny bit, like maybe like that. Maybe that's pretty good. I mean, I feel like it's kind of done. I mean, we can make the V and the N bigger, I suppose. We could do that, but I mean, I'm kind of vibing it all the same size. I kind of like it. The E looks like a C. I don't think the E looks like a C. I like it, guys. I think it's ready to go. I mean, we can try this on a t-shirt right now. Whoa, there was no BS vegan one doing that. Get out of there. I feel like we could just kind of go for it. I mean, I think it's cool, you know. Same size. Yeah, I agree. I like this. That's a great idea. All right, let's give it a go then. Let's pump this up. We can go with this one. We can make, I mean, you know, there's no limit to the amount of t-shirts we can make, guys. Like, we can make more than one tee. So we'll get this one ready and see how it looks on a tee. And just while I quickly get that ready, I'm going to switch the screen over because I don't want you guys. There's some stuff backstage just to make sure. You know, there's some private things, guys. So let me just, well, I guess you can see this bit. Actually, this is fine. Okay. Hold up. Just show you here we go. Sweet. Okay. So design. And then we just upload the one we've just made. Rams logo tee. Why is it in here? This is in the wrong bloody place. Go in my t-shirts. There we go. Rams logo tee. Boom. Upload it. Oh, shit. Look at that. Make it big. Make it real big. Make it as big as we can get it. That's the biggest it can get. I'm make it a bit smaller because it's touching the sides of the print area. But that's it, guys. What do you reckon? Should it be up a little bit, maybe? I think it needs to go up a tiny bit, like there. Ooh. I mean, that's it. It's bold. That is a bold t-shirt. Isn't it? What you guys thinking? How do we feel now? It's there on a tee. It's hardcore. Looks great. I like it. It is strong. JP and Julia want to buy it. You guys want to buy it. You know what? I'll listen to you and I'll list it right now. Hold up. Let me just get all this stuff sorted and we're gonna put it up. We're gonna list it right now. And you guys are involved here. You can help me title it now. Let's have a look. Product name. What are we going to call it? Guys? We need to give this t-shirt a name. We could call it, I don't know. Come on, guys. You guys have been sorting it out right now. You guys have really helped me make this. So you tell me what you want to call this t-shirt, and I'll give it a name. Gangster Vegan. What about Vegan Gangster? What about Vegan Gangsta? How about that? Vegan Gangster. A t-shirt for the bolder than bold vegans. The what can we call it? A t-shirt for the bolder than bold vegans. The true members of the Rams team. The true members of the Rams team. I like that. What do you reckon? Ramming animal rights down your grave hole. Jesus. That's pretty intense. So we got to put it in t-shirts. We put it in all products as well. The Ram Fam. T-shirt of the Ram Fam. I think Ram Fam is pretty funny. I like that. I like Ram Fam. Hey, Hexproof Anarchist, that is great. Have we come up with that before? I mean, I like that. I'm going to go with that from now on. You guys are in the Ram Fam. If you buy this t-shirt. What about if we call it the Vegan Gangster Ram Fam? I think that's a good name. Vegan Gangster Ram Fam. I like that. All right, let's go with that. Vegan Gangster Ram Fam. A t-shirt for the bold and the bold vegans, the true members of the Ram Fam. Should we go? Should we go on fam? Should we have 2 M's or 1 M? I think maybe 1 M is 2 M's is funny. 2 M's is funny because it's kind of like with the ram. You know what I mean? But like, yeah. I think fam is better just with 1 M maybe. You know, 2 M's, just 1. See, some of you guys like 2, some of you guys like 1. I'm not sure, you know. I think, yeah, I'm leaning towards 1 M. I'm leaning towards 1 M. But you guys are all debating it. I feel like this is a pinnacle moment, guys. This is a pinnacle moment. I know it's just letters, but it's not just letters. It's meaningful. It's meaningful because this is how we're going to define. This is how we're going to define who you guys. We're going 2 M's. We're going 2 M's. We're going 2 M's. Be bold. 2 M's. I agree. That's what we're going with. All right. So are we enabled? Okay. Hold up. I'm going to enable this T-shirt, which means it's ready to be. It's going to go online. All right, and boom. It is now online, or it's about to be online. All right, it should be on the website right now, available to be bought. Oh, no? Hey, bro. What? Why are you doing this to me? Bloody anticlimax. Where did it go? Where did it disappear to? I enabled it. I put it in the right places. It's in the T-shirt section. Why is it not coming up? Stop doing this to me, T-Mill. Everyone's waiting. There we go. It's up now. Here we go. Boom. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Look at that. Send a link to buy it. Yeah, sure thing. Here you go. There it is. You know, that is cool, you know. It's so cool that you guys helped me put this together, because you know, I wouldn't have come up with that alone. I was struggling to know what to do with the big ram tee, but you know what ended up coming out was just great. That is cool, guys. I'm really excited about this. Now the other thing you guys wanted to try and make, by the way, I mean, wait. First of all, you know, I'm moving too quickly. Let's just get back here again. This is cool. I just want to let's bask in this for a second because I'm excited about this. Let's bask in this just for a few more moments because I'm the kind of guy I move on to the next thing way too quickly. So let's just stop and bask in this. The Ram Fam, guys, you have now titled yourselves the Ram Fam. I didn't give you that name. You gave yourselves that name. Hexproof Anarchist came up with it and you guys loved it. So now the Ram Fam has a T-shirt that puts them in the Ram Fam. We achieved so much just now. Not only did you guys give yourselves the awesome name, the Ram Fam, but you also got yourselves a members T-shirt that you can now pick up. That is just gangster. That is just like a cool T-shirt. And I never would have thought that this would have worked, but you guys knew it. You knew it would work. You knew this was going to come off well. I'm pumped about it. I genuinely pumped about it. Wait. Here's an idea. Do you want this on a hoodie? Do you want this on a hoodie? I'll put this on a hoodie because I think this could even. Oh, could this look good on a hoodie? That is a question that we need to be answered right now. We need to know if this will look good on a hoodie, right? Let's have a look. Let's have a look if it would look good on a hoodie or not, because it might not. All right, it might not look good, but we can try. We also have like long sleeve jumpers. Maybe if the hoodie didn't work, but we can try the hoodie first. I think hoodies are more of a thing that people like, right? I think this is gonna work. All right, let's have a look. Okay. Let's get it scaled up. Let's get it scaled up and see what we're looking at. We make it higher. Oh yeah. Oh. Hold up. It's a bit too close to the edge. Just break that down. All right. That is a cool hoodie. That's a cool hoodie. Wow. All right. Let me prep this, guys. And we're going live. We're going live with this as well. We're going to do it. We're going to put all products. We're going to put it in hoodies. We're going to launch this one too. Bear with me, and I'll get it ready. And we'll just push. And just need to get the, the stuff sorted, get it ready to go. We're going to put it up. We're going to put this up too. And we call this Vegan Gangster. I'll bring you guys back in again. We're going to copy paste it. This one. Vegan Gangster. Ram Fam hoodie. A hoodie. We'll just go a hoodie for the bolder than bold, but a bit cold vegans. Yes. Love it, love it, love it. Right, let's get that up. And that's going up right now. All right, let's go and take a look if it comes up already. Refresh. Come on. Update. Show us the hoodie. Show me the hoodie. There it is. Boom. It looks very, very metal on a hoodie, doesn't it? I am digging that. That is very cool. Very, very, very cool. I think the No BS Vegan could be on a hoodie as well, couldn't it? We should probably put the No BS Vegan on a hoodie too. I feel like that's a necessity. Let's do that as well. Let's see if it works. I'm pretty sure it will work. Because the No BS Vegan is also a pretty big, bold, a big, bold message. Let's pop it on a hoodie. Hold up. Where's the hoodie? There we go. There's the hoodie. Design. Let's get the No BS Vegan design up on a hoodie. Is that the one? No, that's the one. Yeah, there it is. Pop. Here it is. Let's get it nice and as big as it can get. I think that's as big as we can go. No, that's as big as we can go. Boom! Look at that. Look at that. Do you like that, guys? Do you like that, guys? I'm digging that. So, let's go to the save menu. Let's get the No BS Vegan hoodie. Just go over and grab the bio from this one. Just pop it over onto here. This is a hoodie for the No BS Vegans. Nice. Put it into the hoodie collections and the all products collection too. Okay. And just finish up here. And then when I come back, we should have it also here in the hoodie section. Come on. There we go. Boom. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. That's some exciting stuff there, guys. Very cool. Very, very cool. Very happy with those. Very happy with those, guys. So, yeah, the links to the... I'll pop the link in there. Just you can go and check all this out yourself. It's all here. Well, apart from the No BS Vegan t-shirt, for some reason doesn't appear there right now. Let me just get over here and I'll fix that. And there's your link to go have a little look. Some very cool stuff. I'm excited about this new merch. I think it looks real nice. All right. No, everything should be there, appearing in the right place. Yeah, it is. All of the everything you can see here is in dollars, by the way, as well. All you've got to do is just when you get onto the website, you just click the hoodie title has a typo. Does it really? No BS vegan hoodie. Where's the typo? Yeah, you just got to go to look, I'll show you. Just go to the website here. And when you get onto the hoodie section or wherever you are, you click this little button here and it changes all of your currencies. See that? And you can just switch it to whatever currency you want. So it's pretty solid. The t-shirt, the No BS Vegan on the t-shirt is a little bit smaller because it's a t-shirt. But now I'm looking at it, I feel like I could make it a bit bigger. What do you think? Would you think we should make it like as big as here? Maybe we could do that. That's possible. I think I was a little bit smaller because I'm not sure why actually I made it smaller. I can, 1 second, have a little look at that. Oh no, I'm on the wrong side. I'm on the wrong area. How do I do this? I can't remember. Oh, here we go. Hey, come on, get loading, buddy. Show me the design. Oi! I loaded it. Oh, here we go. It's done now. Here, I'll show you. Okay. Can I? Oh, it can be bigger. Yeah, I think we can make this a bit bigger even. What do you think? Do you guys like this bigger or smaller than OBS vegan? I kind of like had it a little bit smaller, but I feel like you guys like the bold, right? What do you think? Yeah, we have 1 vote for smaller. Bigger and bolder, Fractor says. Bold. I mean, we can go for somewhere in the middle. Maybe we can have it like, just a little bit smaller. Like, I think maybe like that's probably a pretty good size for a T. What do you think? I like that. I mean, it's a bit too high. Oh shit! I opened CapCut. No, go. Wait, so maybe like a bit there, but there. You like this? What do you think, guys? Is this good? Yeah, the vegan ram on the hoodie will be smaller than the T because the hoodie has less space. Because the pockets, the pockets where you put, where you put your hand on the front of the hoodie, that takes up some of the space, so it will make it a little bit smaller. We can go bigger here. We can go bigger. Okay, I think well that's as big as we can get it. I like that. We're gonna go with that. So we'll get that updated. Boom, update that. And there's the typo. I'll go and fix that now. Thank you for that. I'll go take a look. It's funny because I couldn't see the typo. It's there. That's so funny. Thank you. That's silliness from me. I was like, there's no typo. There's no typo. There is definitely a typo. All right, cool. And I'm going to... can I move these around? Just want to make sure that we're in my products. Let's make sure we get these looking nice and complete. Collections. So make sure we look good. The hoodie's all looking nice. Yeah. Okay. Looking good. And the all product section. Hold on. Which one is it? Let's delete one of these. I'm just gonna fix some stuff, guys. You just give me like 2 seconds. Make sure everything looks right. I think this is there we go. That's better. Okay. No, we should be looking pretty solid now on the website. Should look nice. Everything looks looks tasty. Looks tasty. Yeah, we do ship. It does ship all over the US, guys. Absolutely. Here you go. Take another look. It's looking pretty solid here now. Oh yeah. I want to switch these 2 round. Who's coming on today? I'll tell you who's coming on while I just finish editing this stuff here. So we've got our first guest of the day is going to be James Hattersley from We The Free Activism, an activism group. Very excited. He's coming on at 2 p.m., which is in just a couple of hours. And then we've got Ellie Vegan Gays coming on a little bit after that. 2 p.m. James Hattersley. 4 p.m. Ellie Vegan Gays, and then 7 p.m. Very Vegan Mum. Very, very exciting guests today. I'm very pumped to get these guys on. They're all people I've got big respect for, and I've just discovered Very Vegan Mom, so I'm excited. I've got like some fresh excitement there, and obviously big fan of We The Free Activism, big fan of Ellie. So always cool to have those guys come and hanging out as well. Okay, now the website should be set up in a nicer way. Should be looking a bit. It's more crispy now. There we go. Yeah, there we go. Now it looks great. Website looks good now. I got it lined up a bit better. So now you can see it's like, t-shirt, hoodie kind of thing. Very, very cool. Yes. Cool, guys. Hey, I hope to see a couple people representing these soon. I want to see if you guys buy this, by the way, if you guys buy any of these, please do, when you post photos of them on social media and tag me. I'd love that if you guys would do that. And then I can, if you take a good photo, try and take a good photo, like really try and show the t-shirt, right? And I will definitely reshare it myself and tag you in it and get some people getting over to, you make me get some new followers and stuff like that. But I'll do that. If you take a good photo, make sure you get good lighting and stuff. I saw a couple people took some photos of the t-shirts they had, and you can see that it's a cool t-shirt, but it needs to be, you need to really show, like, get some go outside and get a really nice shot with your camera, with your phone, and then it'll be a lot nicer for me to share and be like, people can really see the t-shirt. So please definitely do that. Do we have shorts? I mean, I can make shorts. I don't have shorts on the website right now, but it is an option. I never really thought people would be into it. You want to buy some shorts? With what on them? Do you mean with these designs? We can play around with that if you'd like. I've never tried shorts, not just yet. We can have a look, see how they look. I'll show you what we can do with shorts. Please make them so I can go on a shopping spree. Yeah, I mean, we can have a look. Let's see if we can. I've never tried this. I don't think I've ever tried this. So we got these organic cotton shorts. Yeah, some black ones. And that's what they look like. And then we put one of the new designs on. Maybe the Ram's logo on. See how that looks. Oh. Hey, that is okay, that is cool. That was badass. Look at that. How about that? What do you guys think? You liking that? I like that a lot. That's really cool. That is just so metal. I think it looks so cool. All right, yeah, we'll put that up. Let's do it. Let's see like product name, vegan gangster Ram Fam shorts. They look great. Like this is I'm so pumped right now. You guys have really helped me come up with some really nice ideas. So we could put them in I don't really have a shorts section, but it would go in the accessories section, I suppose. For now, I'll come up with like a different section at a different point. Yeah. An option for a hoodie with zippers. No, none of this stuff has zippers as far as I could see. And yeah, so I'm just going to enable these for you guys now. So actually get these passed through. All right. And they're going to, yeah, I mean, they look fucking sick, didn't they? They look really cool. Let's take a look. How it looks when it comes up on the... Getting ready for summer. There's some comfy shorts. It should be live. Hold up. I'll get this live for you guys. Let's go. Oh, it looks very cool. Looks very cool. Shorts are up, guys. Look at that. Very nice. All right. So should I make the same? Should I make the same shorts, but with the? Should we try the no BS vegan on the shorts to see how that looks? That could be nice. Let's have a look. All right, there we go. Some new shorts, and let's get the no BS vegan design up. I got a feeling this is going to be sweet. Oh, oh no. Oh no, how do I undo that? No, don't turn. No. There we go. Now with these, it's going to be a little bit different, just a bit bigger there, and just get it in the center it, you know, like there. Oh yeah, maybe a bit lower actually. I think it works better like near the knee. I mean, no, a bit higher, a little bit higher, like there. I don't know. What do you guys think? I feel like it's better closer to the knee. Like I'm feeling like here, like just above the knee kind of vibe. Like it's kind of like a design that sits above the, you know, like above the bottom of the short kind of thing. Because it's not as big of a design as the Ram. I feel like this looks better. What do you reckon? I think it looks good there. I like it there. Down near the bottom of the leg like that. Because it's, yeah, I think that's pretty cool. I think that's pretty cool. Sweet. Oh, we're going to go with that then. Very exciting. No BS vegan shorts. Look at us creating new tees and new hoodies and shorts together. Shorts for the no BS vegans. Sick. Very exciting stuff. I can't do, yeah, you can't do more than one design on each side of the leg. You can only put one on each short. Although that would have been pretty cool to have one on each side of the leg. So there we go. We got all that, all these cool shorts are up and running as well on the site now. Very exciting. Exciting. I see Joshua just picked up a vegan gangster Ram Farm t-shirt and a vegan metal t-shirt. Dude, that's awesome. I'm excited for you. I'm jealous that you've got those because you got to realize, okay, this we've got. Okay, great. But I'm jealous that you got one of the new ones because you're going to get that before I get it at this point. Like when you order the new ones I've just made, you're going to get it before me. How cool is that? Hexproof Anarchist, the super chat. Thank you so much. Says, it's been a pleasure, Ram Fam. Some epic group manifestation has happened. I'll catch you all on the flip side. Cheers. Well, sorry to hear you have to go, but thank you so much for all the effort you've been putting in and helping us get this together. I hope to see you again later on in the day. I don't know what time it is for you, but hopefully you can make it back before we're done today and check out a few guests and all that good stuff. Thank you, mate. Appreciate it. So, we should be all running on the website now. Everything that we've just made should be available. It is. Yes, it is. Wow. Very, very cool looking stuff. Look at that. Oh, yeah. I'm just so happy right now, guys. I never would have imagined that we'd be able to have such a creative session together here this morning. I woke up and I felt, thank you, Vegan-A's. Thank you so much for the super chat, you legend. Thank you. Thank you for all the support. But I never thought, I woke up this morning, I was tired, guys. I was feeling it. I had bad sleep. Never in a million years would I have thought that I'd wake up and then we'd come online and you guys would help me put out a new range of vegan clothing. It didn't cross my mind that this could happen, but look where we are and look what we're doing. That's sick. Is there any way to get free shipping? Only in the UK. They occasionally do free UK shipping from a website, but they don't, not international shipping. No, it's not. There's no way to get free shipping. If I could do it for you, I would, but T-Mill, the website, the way they work, they don't do this kind of like, they're the kind of website they're the kind of company where they acknowledge that to give big discounts on stuff, it means you have to cut quality and cut costs in other places, which usually screws over the customer with the quality, or the gangster shorts are. Oh my god, I did it again with the shorts. Thank you for the tip. I'll go sort that out. But yeah, the company they don't do this kind of big discounts on stuff because they are a company that's trying to operate in a sustainable way, and they recognize that companies that do give those kinds of discounts and big discounts and stuff, they're cutting corners in other ways. You know what I mean? So no, you're missing the point. These guys are high quality. That's why they don't do discounts and stuff, because they can't, because they're operating with thin profit margins. For them to give you discounts, or to allow me to give you discounts, means they have to cut corners on their side. They don't want to cut corners. They don't want to do unsustainable things. They don't want to do things in a bad way. They want to use premium vegan inks. They want to use, they use vegan products to everything they do is vegan. You can go and check that out. This costs more money, obviously, than another company, for example, like, I don't know, there's loads of companies out there that don't care about this kind of stuff, and they're able to give discounts because their content, their quality of stuff is low. Or they use like a shitty delivery company, or they use an ink that's really cheap and nasty, and that will just fall apart or whatever, and not go properly, and stuff like that. So these guys, that's why this is part of their kind of thing, to not allow the people who use them to give big discounts, or any discount really, because it means that they have to cut corners, and they're not prepared to do that. And I like that about them. I like that they don't rely on just because at the end of the day, the kind of people like you guys who come in to buy stuff, I mean, I would assume that you would rather something be done properly and done with vegan ink and all these important things, as opposed to just having like free delivery, and that's why I use T-Mail. I could use other services that would allow me to give discounts and stuff like that, but then we'd be lacking on the more important stuff. We'd be lacking on the on the other fronts with how they operate and the kind of business they are and stuff. I'd have to go with a business that's not as good, or a bit shady. You know what I mean? So I'm not interested in working with businesses that I don't like, and I like these guys. So I hope that explains all of that. Thank you for pointing out the typo. It seems I can't spell the word gangster, but I think we've got it now. Hey, these are some sick teas, I'm excited. Do you know what I'll do as well? I'll put some of them in bundles. So hold up. There's a way I can do bundles, and then you guys can save a little bit. They do allow, when you bundle stuff together, they allow a little bit of a saving to happen. So I'll bundle the gangster stuff together. Vegan gangster bundle, and I think you if I'm correct, there's a way you can actually, when you buy a couple of items together, there is like a little bit of wiggle room, like a couple of euros, I think. So if we go the shorts, the t-shirt, and the hoodie together, I'm able to drop the price a little bit on that, actually. So they do allow that. Yeah, so let's just make sure I get this right. Yeah, let's have a look. Oh, that's pretty cool. Vegan gangster bundle. Okay. I'll just get all this ready for you guys, and I can give you the situation with the bundles. Bold vegans. All right, sweet. Did Joey Carbstrong, Tash Peterson? Tash Peterson's already been. Joey hasn't got back to me quite yet. I don't know if he's going to be coming on. We'll have to see. Good question though. Hopefully we can get him on. Okay, let's make sure we're all good to go here. Julia, see, Julia picked up one of the gangster t-shirts. That is awesome. Ooh. So let me just work some stuff out here. I just want to work out what we can do for you guys if you buy all three of these things together, because there's something to be done there. So hold up. Just gonna calculate some things. I want to try and get you guys some kind of solid, as solid of a deal as I could give you if you want to buy all three of these things, because I mean that's pretty sick if you do. Yeah, I think that's a pretty solid. Yeah, that's a pretty solid deal. Okay, sweet. Yeah. So let's just check this is all good to go. Yes. So basically, yeah. So it's up on the website now. I've put it up. I'm able to do like a bit of a discount there. If you picked up everything, the t-shirt, the hoodie, and the shorts, you get 10% off, which I think that's pretty cool. Actually, I was able to do that. You see, with the just buying the t-shirt and the hoodie, there's a small, like you see here, there's a small discount. But when you pop the shorts in there as well, it allows me to do a bit more of a discount for you. So you get 10% off, which I think is pretty sick. So I'll do the same thing for the No BS Vegan one as well, for those that want to pick up the full package. And yeah, I'll set up a new bundle for you guys there as well for the No BS Vegan one. Because I think these are good kind of packages to pick up. Like it's like you can walk out about in the world. You can either go for the t-shirt combination, t-shirt, hoodie, and shorts. It's kind of like every weather. Because I mean, you're not going to buy jeans with this stuff printed on, are you? You know what I mean? So why is it saved? Okay, the No BS bundle. No BS vegan bundle. Yeah, let's do the same thing. I think this is pretty cool. Exciting stuff, guys. Trying to hook you guys up here. Get you some solid deals. Bundle for the No BS vegans. Drop that down. There we go. Hey. It's been a bit janky. Okay. There we go. I think that should be good to go now. Got the bundles up there. Yeah. Oh no, I spelt vegan. Sure, I'll show you something funny. I made a typo. Now, I don't know what's going on with me today, but clearly I can't type. What is that? Hey. I'll go and fix it. My goodness. All right, it should be fixed now. There we go. Oh, wait a minute. What the hell's going on? Why is it made two of them? They don't just... What? Oy. Let me just go delete the given bundle. That one didn't work. Okay, delete, confirm. All right, now we should have the actual final bundle now. Here we go. Bundles are up. Sorted. That's exciting stuff, huh? Yeah, I think that's pretty cool. Very, very cool. Now, some of you guys were asking me about making a t-shirt that has just like all of the typical meat flake. What was it you asked? If I could make a t-shirt that has the typical meat flake comments and the responses to those comments. Yeah? Is that what you guys were talking about? Yeah, Annie, good job, by the way, putting in the link. There you go. Yeah, if you want to go pick up those bundles, the link's right there. You can go. They're available right now for you guys to buy. They're up. They're available. Everything's there and available. actually, everything we've made today so far. A couple people already picked them up. Julia and Joshua, thank you guys. It's amazing. It's amazing. But you guys were you talking about, guys? You guys are talking about Gary Yourofsky. I'd love to talk to Gary Yourofsky. I'd love to have him on for a chat. But I don't know him personally, and as far as I know, he's not doing public appearances, and apart from on his own channel, I guess. But even there, he's not doing live streams and stuff. It would be great to have him on. I would love to have him on, but as far as I'm aware, he's not available for that kind of stuff, especially not for strangers. I don't know him, you know. I don't know him personally, so I doubt he would just agree to come on my channel. But I'd love to have him on. Don't get me wrong, I'd love to have him on. And I'll speak. I mean, I could speak with. It won't be in this session because, of course, it's too short notice, I believe. But I could definitely ask Paul Bashir. Paul's friends with Gary Yourofsky, and maybe we could try hook something up. Maybe I doubt he'd come on a live stream, but he might come on a podcast. Are you asking about Earthling Ed? I don't know. I've never thought about. I mean, I've thought about asking Earthling Ed, but again, I feel like I don't really have. I mean, we know each other, but we don't really have that kind of relationship where I could just reach out and say, "Hey, do you want to come on for a chat?" That I don't know. I've never tried. I could totally give it a go, but we'll see. We'll see. I don't think, again, I don't think he would come on the stream, probably, to be totally honest with you. Probably got too much going on. And again, it's quite short notice. So it's, I don't know. Yeah, we'll see. The thing is, the main reason that I don't get these guys to come on is because I don't know them very well personally. That's the thing. Almost everybody who's coming on the stream for chats and stuff, and for the people that I either know well or that I've been talking to on a regular basis or semi-regular basis. Apart from a few exceptions, like Very Vegan Mom, I didn't know, but you guys requested. I actually got somebody from Veganuary to come on, but that was through somebody I know well, so that's how that happened. 40-year-old vegan who's coming on at some point, which you don't know yet, but I know. He's coming on. He's a fan of the channel, you know, engages, and as we've spoken in DMs before. And then, you know, Vegan Campout Jordan, I know personally. Chris Hines, I know personally. Ellie, I'm friends with as well. I think these people are all friends. George, friends. Tash, I've been working with, and I could say like online friends with for a couple of years. Dave, I'm friends with. Ben from Finland, I'm friends with. Lawrence, friends with. Debug Your Brain, Justin, we've been talking. So, you know, it's these. I'm bringing the people on that I'm connected with. You know what I'm saying? That my friends and people I'm connected with. The only reason I've not invited someone like Ed or Gary is I'm just not connected with them guys. You know, that's it basically. But I would definitely like to have them on podcasts. It just would take. It's probably going to take a long time to arrange it, or they might just say no. Because let's be honest. I mean, you guys are fans of the channel because of we just go in with no BS, right? We're no BS here. We say what it is, how it is. And I comment on other topics too. Like yesterday, we talked about other topics aside from veganism. Unfortunately, some vegans who are prevalent, like who are, you know, famous and stuff, they might not want to come on a channel like mine because we don't, here on the channel, we're not bothered about being vanilla, are we? Right? In our eyes, the people, you guys who are here, you'd rather be someone's shot of whiskey rather than everybody's, you know, beer or whatever. You know what I'm saying? And I don't drink, so that's a bad analogy for me. But the point is, everybody who's a subscriber here, who supports me, supports my work, you guys are here because you appreciate the direct, no BS. You like hearing these opinions and different things on different topics. You probably have some opinions yourself that you've been in trouble for before. You know, we're all here together because we're the kind of people that are like, we're not bothered about putting up this shiny, perfect, vanilla image when that's not who we are. You know what I mean? And that's what we're all about. But there's some people in the vegan world who they agree with a lot of the stuff we talk about here, but to maintain this image of being everybody's cup of tea, everybody's vanilla, they can't engage with somebody like me because then that would mean they're giving it, they're showing everybody that they're not actually that vanilla. They're not actually so shiny and squeaky clean, and they're scared that they would lose all their support. And in all honesty, you do. Like if Sadhguru, for example, being a perfect example of this, if he started to agree with or engage with certain individuals who have opinions that are a bit controversial, he'd lose a lot of followers. Sadhguru's whole shtick is that he says stuff that people agree with, and they love him for it, basically. And the majority of people like him because of he says things that the majority of people like. The second you start to say things that go a little bit, not even against the majority, but you know, that the majority doesn't want to hear, or that makes them question stuff, people start to get upset, and then they won't support you financially. They won't support you with sharing your content anymore because they think because you've upset them, you've annoyed them. So my point here is Gary Yourofsky clearly is not one of the people who'd be bothered by that. The only reason I wouldn't be able to get him on is probably just that he doesn't want to do live streams and stuff. But somebody like, say, I don't know, Earthling Ed, for example, or someone else in the public eye in that way, it might be a consideration for somebody like that, that they might not want to come on a channel like mine because of the stuff we talk about here, you know, because of this, because we don't care about being loved by everybody, and we're happy to swear and call out BS, and we're happy to share opinions on things that other people will avoid. So I understand, you know, this is something and this is, by the way, this is not a theory of mine. This is actually a reality, not about specifically Ed, but I've had at least one other person who wouldn't come on the channel for a chat. I won't say who, but he's well known, and he wouldn't come on for the reasons I've just said to you. You know, because he was, I don't know, afraid of being associated with people who share opinions on things, basically. So you know what I mean? So this is unfortunately where we live in for some people. I'd like to assume, you know, that people are, you know, not so scared like that, but lots of people are scared like that. Unfortunately, they're afraid of being cancelled for who they talk to or whatever. Unfortunately, but yeah, who knows? I will definitely. I mean, I'll start. You guys have inspired me. I'll open up a dialogue with Ed or whoever's managing Ed's socials, and we'll see. We'll give it a try. See if we can get him on the podcast to have a chat about himself. We'll just an interview. Yeah, you miss. Someone just said there. You miss 100% of the shots you don't take. Yeah, we'll see if he's up for it. We'll see. We'll have a see. I've never actually asked him, so we never know. We can check it out. We can totally check it out. Cool. Do a debate with a meat flake. I'm being asked. I mean, I actually could do a debate with a meat flake. There is some on Discord. There is a new server that I've joined, and they are debating, actually. So could potentially be something. Could be something we could do. We could actually go in and well, we could go and have a little listen if you want. I don't know how the rules are around that, but do you want to go? Do you want to get in there and listen to see what's? I think we're allowed to stream the conversations from here. I guess somebody will tell me if we're not in the Discord here. But should we dive in and have a little listen to what they're up to? I can't speak myself because I can't just go in there and hijack somebody's conversation. But we can have a listen. Let's go have a little listen here, shall we? And I won't put anyone's names up in case it's a problem. Okay. I'm joining now. Wait, you guys can't hear anything? Wait, could you guys not hear that at all? That's weird. It was What is going on? It was coming through fine here, but okay. It was coming through on my side, but I guess not going through. I wonder why that does that sometimes here on Streamlabs. Okay, I will try to. Is it because the source needs to come through? I don't get it. All right, well, you can tell me in a minute. Okay. Oh, I can't. I don't want to show the Discord. Well, I mean, if I just show that screen, it doesn't really matter. But all right, give me a second. I'll try and get this fixed then. It's just strange to me that stop this. It's just strange to me that it does that, because it doesn't seem, it just doesn't make sense to me that it won't work. Let me just go back to my server. Okay, and then just load this up or whatever. And I'll try and get it up because they were debating in that, and I thought you guys could actually hear it, but I guess you couldn't. Okay. So we'll just duplicate this. Oh, shush. I don't really understand. I guess something's changed with Streamlabs, because it doesn't work quite the same as it used to, and strangely it shows me here that like you guys are getting the audio, and then you tell me you guys aren't getting the audio, and it just doesn't seem to make much sense to me. But I'll just make this small, and here, and then put myself in the middle. And then we'll just try and figure out what's going on and why it wasn't giving you some audio. Okay, so now I'm here. And this can just be like down at the bottom so you can't see anyone's names or anything. And let's just go dive back in, and now we'll see if we get the audio or not.
That's what is evidence giving in the study.
Yes.
So you can,
I said,
can you
what
guys
is
hear
the
this?
contradiction? It's not a true or false question. It's an information request.
Oh.
can you guys hear this or not?
He's not even tracking.
That's a tough one. I false.
Okay, you've got the audio. Sick.
I said a contradiction,
Oh,
meaning
shit,
that
a
what is the
contradiction.
proposition and its negation that makes this not possible?
Negation. Probably. I don't know. That animals taste good.
The animals taste good.
Hell
Okay.
yeah.
That's a very interesting proposition and its negation, because it isn't one.
What
Mhm.
about the idea that animals?
You're gonna
like,
tell me that animals don't taste good? What are you gonna do?
do you
No,
think
I
animals
do think
experience
meat
some
products
sort
taste really good, bro. I just
Yo, that's
don't
fucked.
really find that
You're a
relevant.
vegan. I thought you were a vegan.
I am.
No, you're not.
I'm not? Okay. Well,
Like,
I don't trust
I
that.
don't
I
think
trust
that
it. I
animal
don't trust
products
your
taste
source,
good.
of- Me
but-
either.
I
Yeah.
really,
Oh,
why
this
is this
is-
dude still going, bro? It's quite obvious I don't give a shit, and he's still trying to tell me shit.
This is like really low grade.
That's a
level
bit
The only
weird.
thing I miss is
live
how
stream
my
game.
vegan discussion here.
I was telling him true and false when he was asking me for a contradiction, and he really took it seriously.
Oh, I
Does
thought you
anybody
were.
else like
Like
calamari?
honestly, I thought
Yeah,
you were
when-
just
when you say that-
unable
when I
to
asked for a
follow the
proposition and its
discussion.
Oh, this is like a
negation,
load
and
of
you say
talking
meat
over each
tastes
other
good,
right now.
and I said,
I see Animal Bell's saying if the clothing is out of stock, can I still order it? There's nothing out of stock on the website. Only the XXXXL is out of stock. Just change the size, and it should be in stock.
Shut the fuck up. Like, actually.
You just
Why
like
are you in
him.
a vegan server, bro?
I don't dislike him. He just doesn't
I
know
just
when to
told
stop
someone to shut-
talking and when he's wrong.
what am I wrong about? Please tell me.
Oh
I'd
my
like to be right.
God. Now, you just change your entire. So everything you say, you just take everything you say and make it the opposite.
What? That's not,
Can
I don't
you
think said
list
anything
all the
factually
specifics,
incorrect.
please?
Oh
I'm
man, this
confused.
sounds like.
Can you list all the specifics, please?
Just
Because
don't.
he hasn't stated anything that's flat out wrong. Like, he
The
maybe
point
he
is
said
that he
things
just needs to
against you,
stop
but-
talking.
I mean, if you think that, you can just say that. Don't say
I
that
did
like
say
he's
that.
incorrect.
I did.
This guy, by the way, who's talking
Yeah,
now, has
I'm
been in
still
here
waiting
for
for you to point out
hours and
the
hours and
specifics, bro.
hours arguing with vegans.
No,
Like,
no, you're
we can
right.
argue.
So I thought of this way to analogize scientific literacy. So
I think
so,
we're
like,
gonna
my
duck out of
question
here.
is, if I told you that water is red, would you believe me?
Yeah, we're ducking out of that one. That sounded like just terrible. That person didn't seem like they were interested in actually. Like I was in there earlier before I started the stream, and this same person who was in there just now was there, and he was just chatting shit, being very difficult to talk to, and it seems like nothing actually changed. He just seems to have just continued, but somebody else took over. Seems kind of pointless with that guy. But I mean, yeah, I would happily dive in there with someone, but I feel I don't know if I don't really know the rules yet. Is anybody in this server? Anybody here who knows the mods in this server who can set up like a stage or something like that for me? It's the Vegan World server. If any of you guys are in there and you can talk to a mod, please just like talk to them and set it up, and we can do some debates. We can do some conversations with people. I'm happy to do that. I just don't know anybody in the server, so and I can't be like communicating with them really at this point. Yeah, okay, Fracture, if you're in the server, just like talk to a mod and ask them if that's possible, and if it's possible, they want to set it up and open a stage and have people come on and do like live stream discussions. Please could you just let them know that we can do that? That's something that we can have a go at. And actually over the next couple of days we can do it as well. Not just today. We've still got like Wednesday, Thursday, Friday. Especially Thursday is pretty open right now, so we could do quite a lot of this on Thursday. And just basically whenever we've got time, we can just jump in and talk to people if they want to chat about stuff. So let's, for now though, we're not going to do it right now because we've got. Oh, actually, we could have a bit of time right now. To be fair, we've got like another hour or so before we're going to take a look at the WTF, We The Free stuff. Because our first guest is from the activism organization We The Free. So before he comes on, we'll have a look through some stuff. But for now, we can do something else for like the next hour. So you guys were earlier on. We were talking about the t-shirts. I want to kind of revisit that because you gave me an idea about having a t-shirt with all the meat flake excuses, so that when you were doing outreach, you could just point to them, and that kind of intrigued me. Is that a style of t-shirt you think you would like if we formulated some kind of t-shirt with the most common, like a list of the most common kind of meat flakery nonsense and then just the response right under it? Or do you think that's a bit, I don't know, is that too much? Like, it's not going to be a stylish t-shirt. Well, I mean, it could be all right, but I mean, it's not going to look the nicest. It'd be more like a t-shirt for a purpose. It's somebody, I can't remember who suggested that. But I mean, we could totally, like, I could give it a go at designing it. You could help me design it if that's something you guys would actually be interested in. Like I said, it would be less for style and it would be more for purpose. But we could try and make it stylish. Like, for example, we could have when people say meat tastes good, and then the response to the meat tastes good, or we could literally just have all the things they would say without the responses, and then you can just point and say, this is how, I don't know. It's kind of rude to be like, yeah, I knew you were going to say this, but it is also kind of funny. It could be at the top, I don't know, meat flakes, the meat flake life or something like that, and then just it tastes good. Meat tastes good. What else would there be? The most common ones that we see all the time. So it'd be that meat tastes good. That's what they're here for. Animals are here for that. Protein. Yeah, plants feel pain. Canines. Yeah, exactly. Should we have a look at it then? Should we have a look at putting something like that together? I mean, why not, right? Let's see if we can come up with some more creative stuff. Because I think we definitely did a good job with the Rams logo and the other stuff today. I think we could do something nice with this as well. All right, let's go. So we'll call it meat flakes tea. Okay, we'll just go meat flakes tea. Because we've always got the anti-meat flakes tea, but this is going to be new. This is going to be like just straight up like meat flakes tea. Okay. So I'm going to share my screen with you guys, and then we can dive in and have a little look. The vegan bingo tea. That's also that's a good idea. We could call it the vegan bingo tea. All right, here we go. We're here. We got a blank screen. Let's get the black on. All right, sweet, sweet, sweet. So we want it to be nice, and we're gonna go for my two fonts that I use. I use Babus New and I use Poppins. So we'll use those two because I like those two. Babus New's here, and okay. So I think we'll go for white on this for now at least. Okay. All right. So we could look. We could even put this vegan bingo in the top. Why is it so close together? Just fix that. It feels like it's letters are too close together. That's a bit better. We can go vegan bingo, maybe. What do you think? You like that as a starter, or is that a bit? I want to skew it a little bit. I always want to. I think it looks nicer when it's like angled like that. Makes it more okay. So go vegan bingo, and then underneath it we can go with all the stuff we want to put. And we can just see how this looks as a T. Now, I reckon we need to go Poppins on the stuff underneath. Kind of like Poppins semi-bold italic. I think that looks pretty cool. This kind of thing. Right, so it'd be like that. So, for example... like this kind of thing. I think it needs to all be, ideally, I think it needs to be the same size. Like let's put these in just so we can get that sizing right. So like here and here, I think we just need to like line everything up so it's kind of between these. So let's have a look. So we get a bit bigger there. Okay. Okay. Cool. Meat tastes good, and then just put another one underneath it. It's animals, what they're bred for. Just put like what they're bred for. Just put what they're bred for. I mean, I think we should abbreviate these too. Like we can't. I mean, we not put like the full sentences of what they're here for. Maybe. Or maybe not meat. Maybe just it tastes good. Yeah, I think that's better. I think it's better to be like just as like kind of simplistic with this. Or not even it just tastes good. You know what I mean? What they're here for. We could probably put that one the lower down, come to it later. Tastes good. Protein. What do I think of meat flake bingo? That could also work. What else was there? I think there's a couple earlier on that some of you mentioned. My uncle's farm. That's good. B12, nature though. Plants feel pain, obviously. Go for the absolute most common. I'm talking like the ones that we see constantly. I mean, canines we had in ancestors is very common. Ancestors is very common. Ancestors is a good one. Okay. Desert Island. Do you think Desert Island comes up a lot? Yeah, the taste good we already have. I think Ancestors is a good one. Ancestors is a good one. Plants feel pain is pretty common. Plants feel pain is pretty common. Okay. So we're kind of working down the list here. I just want to. We need to figure out what we're going to do with the sizing stuff. I feel like going big to small is kind of pretty. It maybe looks solid, like that looks pretty. Do you get what I mean? So it's kind of like it gets progressively smaller as we go down the list. Oh, whoops. I think that's pretty good. I think it's maybe the protein's maybe even too big. It's bigger than the vegan bingo bit, but we'll figure something out here. Yeah, it's humane. Yeah. Humane slaughter. That definitely has to get in there. That should be underneath this one, maybe. Because I'll make it bigger. It needs to be a bit bigger. Okay. I think like, maybe even like in here. Oh no, wait a minute. We're doing it as they go smaller, aren't we? No. Yeah. I almost. Well, I mean, I guess it kind of just needs to. Yeah, kind of like. I think. Oh, that looks pretty good. Okay. Split these up a little bit. Insects, though. So you guys saying, okay. You think crop deaths is definitely a good one? God is a good one though. I think God said it. God said it's fine. Maybe. Dog. God says it's fine. It's a good one. Crop deaths. I think crop deaths can go up higher. I wish there was a way I could just grab these and move them all. I can't. I mean, I can't really, unless I have to. I need to put. Okay, I'm gonna. I've got to kind of like grab them here. What they're here for? God say that's fine. Just grab those and just move them down. Okay. And then plants feel pain, ancestors, protein, and tastes good. Just there. Okay. Put them down and put crop death somewhere in between, I think. Kind of like here. Oh yeah. Okay. Maybe it can go under tastes good even. I think it maybe even is better like to have it like this way around. Oh yeah, good one with the auto select. Thank you. I forgot about that existing. Appreciate it. Circle of life is a good one. Thank you. That is definitely one we need to pop in here. I think it can go just here even. Nice. We're filling up now. I mean, I think these are the solid ones. I think these are the solid ones here. These are the most common, and I think we're kind of. I think I like how much it's filled already. So let's get these. Let's get them in an order that makes a bit more sense in like, you know, sizing. And because some of them can be bigger and smaller, and I mean, I think that one can be bigger. I want to try and get them all kind of touching the sides, ideally, apart from the protein one, because if I make that one touch the sides, it's just going to be huge. And I don't like that. Like, and also the circle of life one might be. Well, I mean, no, the circle of life could probably fit, to be fair. Oh, we have to add another one. The other animals kill, which is basically like lions, but that one's coming up a bit more as well recently, isn't it? So protein nice and big at the top, tastes good. Crop is. Maybe we need to make it all a bit smaller even, because I don't think we could even fit the lions one. Or maybe we can. Hold up. Oh, what just happened? Yeah. Okay. Maybe we can move the vegan bingo higher, and then we can fit. Okay. We need the lions though. Okay, let's just. Where's the vegan bingo? Copy. Oh, I made a copy of that. Okay. Oh, I didn't want to do that. No, come here. Protein. All right. Oish. The protein though one. Okay, so we want the. I don't want to put lions because. I don't want to put lions because but if they say but other animals, it's like other animals kill, because they don't always say lions these days. Other animals kill. We'll go with other animals kill. I think that's better, because then when they say, what about lions? It fits with this. But if they say, oh, but other animals, you know, they kill each other. Because that's the what this covers more angles with that. You guys talking about canines as well. A couple of you've mentioned canines, so I guess we got to put canines in there. Okay. Maybe we can go like protein, and underneath that we can go canines. You can make ancestors a bit bigger. Tastes good can probably go a bit bigger as well. It should be cramped because it's so many of them, and it's kind of funny when you like put it all together, you know. I'm gonna take the auto select off now and just get to fine tune this a little bit. It's just kind of yeah, okay. We're getting there. We're getting there. Oh, it's a bit cramped. It is very cramped in the middle. I think we can push all these up a little bit. And just to get these spacing nice and correct. Because I like the spacing of this top half. This the bottom, it gets a bit much. Okay. Oh, this is going to be a tough... Oh, we can just slot it in there with the F. Oh, it looks nice, that actually. That fit really well. This needs to come over a bit. Hey, I'm digging this, you know. It has a vibe. Now, I'm not sure about the vegan bingo anymore, to be honest. I feel like the vegan bingo is kind of... needs to be a bit bigger, even if because all the others are smaller than it. And I mean, all the others are... That's better, I think. Yeah. Still, it's kind of the protein's too big. The protein bit looks like it's bigger than the vegan bingo bit. So move it up a bit and put it. Make vegan green. Yeah, but I mean, that's not gonna. Do you think that would look good? I worry about if I make it green, it's gonna be green on black, and I'm not sure if it would look a bit tacky. I could try it. It might just look a little bit tacky. Could all be different colors. It could all be different colors. But I mean, it could be. Green would look sick. I mean, well, there's your green. Vegan and green and bingo yellow. Really, this is like gonna. Okay, I mean, I'm not big on the colorful stuff. I gotta admit, but I mean, you guys seem to be. Like, is this what you're on about? You want something like that? Can we fit a stick person with a pointer? I don't know about that. All caps for symmetry. No, that the point of the title being all caps is that it's showing you it's a title, and then they want this is the body. But I get why you would want it all caps, but I ain't going through making it all caps. I feel like Meat Flake Bingo is more accurate. Yeah, but we're never going to be able to fit that. We're never going to be able to fit Meat Flake in here now, unfortunately, unless we make everything else smaller. That would be the only option. Make first 3 points smaller. We can make these smaller. I just worry that they're gonna. I worry that they would not look so good if I make them smaller. You know what I'm saying? I mean, okay. You had a good point. It looks better. Okay. How are we liking that? That's pretty cool. Canines looks a little big. But I mean, yeah, because they're massive, mate. What are you on about? Massive canines. All right then. I think that was pretty cool, you know. Circle of life before plants feel pain. Okay, potentially you have a point there. Let's have a look. There. Yeah, that was a good call. That was a good call. The shape of the text would now fit perfectly on a tombstone picture, and next to it a sign that says died of coronary disease. Jesus Christ. That's some deep shit right there. Move that down, move this down, and I think we got a winner. But the forcing your views thing is that's more like what comes up in a response to you know, vegan posts and stuff. When you're having a conversation, I mean, does that come up? Does that come up so often? And also, I feel like these are the most common. It's a good point, but I feel like these really are the most common ones that we've got here. You know what I'm saying? I feel like these are really, really common ones. Somebody else to say it's natural. Oh, the naturalistic fallacy. It's a good point. We don't have an it's natural, do we? Is there anything? Okay, are any of these doubled up? If any of these are doubled up, then we can take them away and put in the natural, like it's natural, because we don't have it's natural, and it's natural is very common, isn't it? Is there anything we can take away and replace with it's natural? See, you want to take away other animals kill, but that is something people specifically say. And also, but they do. But the thing is, what they're here for is also things that people say. They say it's what they, but you know what they're here for might be doubling up the God says it's fine, but actually no, because they say that it's what they're bred for. That's what they say. It's what they're bred for. It's better we change that to what they're bred for. That's better, because that's really common, really, really common. Yeah, what they're bred for is different to what God says. When other animals kill kind of does tie in with its natural, because that's what they're trying to say. When they say other animals kill, they're saying it's natural. So it's that's kind of what they're going for. But they are two separate things, because they do say but other animals kill, and then they do follow that up sometimes and say but it's a natural thing to do, right? I actually don't think crop deaths is so common. I don't think crop deaths is that common. I think crop deaths is more of that's something that comes up in more of like a proper debate. So I feel like we could take away crop deaths and put it's natural there instead. Honestly. Let's do that. So let's take away crop deaths and let's put it's natural instead. Now, it doesn't fit as well. I think it needs to switch with tastes good. And then I think we've got it. And I think the circle of life needs to switch with tastes good also. And then I think we're on it. Can I get it? Can I get tastes good here? Let me get to you, bro. Okay, where is it? Tastes good. Here we go. All right. I think something's gone a bit awry over here. Hold up. Okay, yeah. I mean, this looks pretty. It looks good. Something is standing out to me as being a bit off, though, and I can't figure it out. No, I mean, I think it's good. What do you guys think? Are we looking good right now? Yeah, I think it's pretty solid. Do you guys think Circle of Life is too big now? I don't know. I think we're good. think we're good with. I don't know. I don't know if I'm. I feel like it looked better before, and I can't figure out why I feel like it looked better before. Anyone? Can anyone figure out why it looked better before? You think it looks good? Do you know what I think's bugging me? I think it's here. 1 minute. I think I've got something here. Hold up. Oops, wrong one. I think tastes good needs to be a bit smaller. Aha! That was the problem. That was bugging me. Now I think we're set. Now I think we're set. I think we got it almost even, at least. Let's just check we're all looking smooth and lined up and all that good shit. Okay, now let's see. Should I get us all lined up, make sure we're looking nicely lined up, make sure these bits are just central and stuff. Wait, this one's the same as the other one, isn't it? No, it wasn't. I don't get how Photoshop works sometimes. I want these lines to be the same as the you know, each other's side, same distance. I think that's about right. I think that's about right. Okay, sweet. Nice, nice, nice. Okay. Yes. Getting there, guys. I think we're set almost. Okay. Why don't I use Canva? Because dude, this is Photoshop, man. It's superior. Yes. All right. I think we got I think we got ourselves a t-shirt design right now, guys. Oh Jesus, why do I keep doing that? Hey. Ah. Okay, go away. Yeah. Okay. What do you guys reckon? Good. What do you guys reckon? Make them all the same size and put them top to bottom from the widest to smallest. It wouldn't work. It'd be too big. It would be way too big. I think this is looking banging right now. I think we got it solid. Wholesome James. Canva is definitely not superior. Like, I am a professional designer. Look what I just did. You guys are asking about the green on top. Now, like, yeah, we can keep it green if you want, but I mean, I'm not the biggest fan of the green. If it were up to me, I'd go for something not green. I'd go for maybe like potentially even red or blue. I'm not that big on the green. But I mean, it's you know, you guys have also got to, you know, it's you guys that came up with this idea. I mean, I'd go for maybe like that color. I quite like that. That's like kind of a green blue. I dig that. I dig that color. What do you reckon? You guys like that color? Yeah. I like this color because it's still green, but it's not. It fits more with the aesthetic of my what I like in my design. You know. Okay, cool. Should we see how it looks on a tee? Let's get it exported and see how it looks on a tee. All right. So we'll call it Vegan Bingo Tee. And okay, let's get over and pop it up on a tee, and we'll test out how it looks. All right, I'll pull up the screen so you can see it. Here we go. Oh, no, wrong page. Let's get the tee first. There we go. Get that black tee. And then, where is it? Why did it not save? Just a minute, guys. Oh, no. Click the wrong button. Yeah, I'll find where the design saved to, and then I'll pop it up for you. See how it looks. I'm excited to see how it looks on the tee. Yeah, I keep saving it to the wrong bloody place. Get out of here. T-shirts. There we go. All right. Wait, where the hell's which screen am I showing you guys right now? I'm confused. Hold up. Oh, you're on this screen. Is this where I was? What the hell was I just editing? Was I even showing you the right screen? I lost it. Yeah, I make all my t-shirts with Photoshop. All right, here we go. Okay. It looks like it's just already big enough, which is cool. And that's how it looks. What do you guys reckon? Is that a useful t-shirt for the outreachers out there? Would you wear it? Is it something you would wear, or is it something you just like the creation of? Which is it, guys? I'm curious. Is this useful? Is it a useful t-shirt? You know, I'd like to know if it seems like it's something you would actually go for. Because this is your idea. You guys created this. Both? Okay, cool. Well, I'm happy then. This is a cool one then. Could you separate two separate photos? You could make two separate photoshops. Have the vegan bingo a bit bigger and more at the top of the list, and have the list further down. Or maybe add more. It would be too small. I mean, I honestly, I get what you're saying with the design stuff, but yeah. What about did this to the back? You want to put this on the back as well, or you just want it on just on the back and the front be have nothing? Oh, yeah. I think it's good just on the front, because if it's on the back, I mean, the point of this is that you can point to it. You know what I'm saying? Like, the point is that you'd be able to show somebody on the front. If it was on the back, you'd have to turn around. But yeah, I think it's pretty cool. Can I add anything to the back? I can add stuff to the back. It's possible. But we could try. But I wouldn't know what to really put on the back. Because kind of the core message is on the front. You could just have, I don't know, just go vegan on the back, but I don't know. I kind of like that it's just simple, to be honest with you. You feel like the bottom of the list should be a bit bigger. If it were a bit bigger, it wouldn't fit. It would be, if I made the bottom bit things bigger, then they would stick out. But we can take a look at that if you think it could be bigger. I'm not sure it would fit. I mean, you guys seem to like it. So I mean, I guess we can try and make it bigger if you think it would look better bigger. Like this. Kind of. You think that looks better? Bigger like that? I think that's about as big as we're going to be able to make it. You know, we're not going to be able to edit it any more than that. Yeah. Ooh. Got a little nose running going on. Yeah, I think this is good. Although I think if I'm gonna do one little thing, I think I'll just get that and just try and. That looks better to me now. I'm actually gonna do this again and see how we look. It's bothering me. Now I feel that's better. Yes. That's cool. I like this more now. Oh, there it just slotted into place. I feel like that's better now. And then just grab these underneath and just shift. Oh no, that's not what I wanted. Get back. Then I think we're good to go after that. I feel like that's better. I could potentially make these a little bit bigger. No, just the bottom ones. Just these ones here. A little bit bigger. And I think we're on to a winner. I think we're finalizing. Oh, it's too big. No, just like a touch more. Oh, well, you guys can't even see what I'm doing right now, can you? That's hilarious. I forgot to show you. Hold up. My bad, guys. Here we go. I was just editing a few things a bit more. And just getting it just fine tuning a little bit. I think I want to maybe put that in front of that one too. No. It won't let me grab the God one. There we go. Yeah, I think this one's better now. I feel like it's nicer now. I feel like it fits better. Yes. Yeah. Oops. If I was only to do one thing, I'd say just shift those down a little bit. Shift these down a little bit. Shift that one down a bit. There we go. I'm digging this now. Digging it more. I feel like there's many adjustments I can keep making more and more and more, but at some point I'm just gonna have to be like commit. I like this. I think we're good. I like this now. This is better than before. Let's try this new version on a T. See how we get it. I'll show you guys. Oops, wrong screen. Okay, open back up the studio again. And here it is. Whoops. Okay, let's just delete those two and start again. Yeah, that looks way nicer than the last one. I'm very happy with that. Yes. There it is. I like that. That's a cool tee. All right. There we go. Yeah, I see the suggestion that some no excuses and the Rams logo on the back. I mean, we could try that. We could make that if you really think that would be cool. We can try that on the back. Hold up. No excuses. The Rams logo. All right, 1 minute. Let's just get rid of. And you want the no excuses, so we can use the same vegan bingo for the font. And we could put no excuses. It doesn't need to be green. It probably should be white on the back, I feel. No excuses. And the Ram logo that we were just using, which should be still here actually from the last edit. Oi. Okay, we'll go and grab it from there. Just pop that in here. Oh no, that's not the one I wanted. Give me the Ram logo. Oi. Here we go. Oh shit, it's pretty gangster that. Hold up. Okay, we got to make the Ram logo white though. So let's just try and make that. I think I just do color overlay and I can make it white. How do I do that? Oh yeah. Color overlay. Here we go. Just get that white There it is. Boom. And that's pretty sick, huh? What do you guys think? Would you like this on the back? Yeah? You dig that on the back? Should we see how it looks? All right. You can't. Oh shit! You guys can't. Oh. All right. There you go. That's how it would look on the back. What do you reckon, guys? Listen, I keep forgetting that you can't see my entire screen. Like I'm just mooching around, you know. But anyway, there you go. That's how it looks on the back. What do you reckon? You like that? Yeah, I know. I keep doing that. I know. Maybe I should just like. I'll try and get some app that allows me to instead of, I don't know, whatever. I'll do something about this forgetting to share the screen thing. I'll improve. Don't worry. But anyway, this on the back. What do you reckon? You like this? You want no excuses on top and go vegan on bottom. I'm not sure that's going to work. We can try it. The reason I'm not sure it's going to work is because the way that the head works. So you'll see the ram's head kind of works better. You see what I mean? The ram's head kind of works better with something under it, not necessarily over it. I don't feel that way works. We tried it before, remember? But I think we're good here. I think it's more complete this way. I feel like the ram's horns kind of cut off anything above. You can have above and below. That's possible. But this is pretty cool. All right, let's give it a go. So back. All right, and we'll head back over here. We spin this T round, and we can pop a design on the back. So it needs to be big, and at the top back, it needs to be like, you know, well, top center of the back. We'll go as big as we can, which is probably about here. And it would be like there, I think is pretty good. Maybe a bit higher. Because, you know, when you get a back print on a T-shirt, I feel like ideally they're a bit higher in the back. Because, you know, there's more, the T-shirt is designed so that it goes up your back. Like the back of the T-shirt is higher than the front of the T-shirt. So you got to make sure the logo kind of reflects that. I feel like here is about right. And when we spin it, and we get vegan bingo like this. You like this? Is this what we're going to go for? All right. Cool, guys. Are we digging it? I think we're digging it. There we go. All right, you guys like it? Well, there you go then. Looks we've got ourselves a new tee. So yeah, there we go. There it is. Let's I'll get that set up then, and we'll finish off this little process here. We've got to give it a name and stuff though. So what are we going to call it? What we're going to call it, guys? Got to give it a name. I suppose it would be vegan bingo, meat flake bingo. Maybe we could call it meat flake bingo, but on the T-shirt it says vegan bingo. Meat flake bingo T-shirt, meat flake bingo. For the vegans who are sick of hearing the same excuses over and over, now you can just point. Now you can just point and show them how silly they're being. That's funny. All right. We'll pop it into the correct place. T-shirts, all products. Cool. And I'm going to launch that on the website right now as well. that is now on the website. It's locked in. It is almost locked in. I'm refreshing now. Once it's refreshed, I'll show you that it's all up and running. Should be up and running. Takes like a minute or so. It's taking a little bit longer this time. Come on, Newty. There we go. It's up now. Oh no, it is up. There we go. I'll show you. Here it is. There it is. It's ready to be bought. That's pretty cool, guys. Some exciting stuff right there. Lots and lots of options for you guys to pick up on the website right now. So I'll link you over to the new one. And there it is. Pow. You can go and pick that up right now. The t-shirt you helped to make. And by the way, nothing's out of stock apart from XXXXXXL, which I don't know why it keeps defaulting to that setting, but there's nothing out of stock, guys. Just change to the size. They've changed to your size, and you'll be able to pick one up. All right. Very cool, guys. What a cool little session we had there. And now, thanks to you helping me out, there's some sick t-shirts for you guys to pick up on the website. Definitely pick some up. Definitely pick some up, guys. Oh, what a productive morning. What a productive morning. I'm hungry. I'm very hungry. And you can hopefully bring me some food. I think we're having some avocado toast. Gonna drop Annie a little DM. Gonna slide into Annie's DMs and try and get me some toast. Some avo toast. She'll probably see it here before she gets the DM, to be fair, because it took so long to send it. So we've got in about an hour's time, we've got James Hattersley coming on from We The Free. Oh, sorry, you guys are still buzzing about the t-shirts. I always move on. I'm the kind of guy like I told you, I'm the guy that keeps moving on. But you're right. We need to still pump about the t-shirts. We need to keep buzzing about that. You're right. Let's revisit. Let's go revisit and let's talk about what else we could do for a little bit before we move on. Because I'm also pretty excited about this new line of range of tees. And you guys want the hats as well. I mean, yeah, I can work on that. I can try and find a place that does hats. These guys don't do hats, T-Mill, as far as I know. I mean, I can double check, actually. Maybe they've added new products. I mean, imagine if they just served hats. That would be pretty sick if they did. But I'm pretty sure they don't. The products they do have, they have T-shirts. And I can show you 1 minute. They got T-shirts. Lots of cool styles of T-shirts. They got tie-dye shirts. They got long T-shirts, baseball T-shirts, some kind of recycled ones, sweaters, like hoodies without the hood, basically, vests, tank tops, long sleeve tees, hoodies, crew necks, sweaters, shorts, joggers, and in the more section, thank you, got some food, pumped. They got stickers, bags, puzzles, jigsaw puzzles, printouts. You can get prints of stuff, and they've got like a kids thing, but obviously we're not gonna. I mean, if you want something for kids, just get extra small. I feel. I mean, I'm not gonna. I don't think I can really do kids clothing here, unfortunately. But I don't know if somebody had a specific request. I don't imagine it's like so common for. But if any of you have kids and you want me to print any of these for a kid, just drop me an email. We can make it work. But I won't be listing them on the website as like to be bought. I don't think there's enough demand for it. But for sure, if you're somebody who has a kid and you want to get something for the kid, I would be happy to print it out specifically for you. And you can buy it, and then I'll disable it once you've purchased it, I think. So yeah, no hats yet, unfortunately. But some very, very cool merch here now. Very cool. Yeah. I'm excited to see some of these out in the real world. So we're going to be meeting Wholesome James soon, who was just in the live chat earlier on. He's coming in about an hour, so we can take a look at some of his stuff. And I'm going to eat a little bit while we react to some of his things that he's been up to. So let's have a look. I'm pretty sure it's some like kind of some outreach stuff. Let's have a look at some of his outreach. I think this was something that I actually did with him. We can watch this together. I think, yeah, there I am in the background. So this was an event we did together. You know, I actually never made the video of this because I didn't like the footage that I had. There was a lot of footage, but I didn't feel there was anything that, you know, so I wanted more powerful stuff, and it was a pretty, the reactions I was getting and the conversations I was having, there was one good one, but in the end, I never got round to editing it. It was a lot of work to be done, and I didn't feel like it was good enough to put all the effort in. But I maybe will still get round to that. This was a couple of years ago, but it's still probably, it is what it is. It's still footage. It's still content we can use. But James did make a video from his people that he spoke to, and yeah, here's what happened.
Honestly, we're the devil, and every single animal is the victim.
Hey, what's up guys? I'm James and I'm genuinely excited to show you this video. It all started as a social experiment, but based on the incredible reactions I got, this is honestly the single most effective activism I've ever done. For the event, me and a few friends went into Manchester, set up a stall with a 3-minute horror movie challenge. But the catch is, the horror movie was actually a 3-minute cut of Dominion, a vegan animal rights documentary. In exchange for watching the horror movie, people would win a free vegan cupcake. I'm going to start with a little content warning, however. There's some really graphic footage in Dominion if you've not seen it, and it's a hard watch. There is a small version of this video in the top corner of the screen, just so you can see what people are reacting to. But if you don't want to see that, just try to focus on the people's faces instead.
A small pen with a central cage.
I just want to see the conversation. I don't think I will watch what they're watching, but yes, they're shocked. Sorry, I'm skipping through this, guys, because I'm eating and I've seen this a lot of times, and I don't really want to watch this for a millionth time. Okay.
It's fucking awful. It's the worst shit I've ever seen. Ever. Yeah. This isn't worth a free cupcake. Wow.
That is disgusting. That is disgusting.
Nope. 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 Nope.
So first of all, I'm sorry for putting you through that. I know that's traumatic. How does it make you feel seeing that?
It's disgusting, isn't it? Just.
My heart sank. It genuinely sank. That was horrific.
Oh god, that's horrendous. Upset me, that's horrible. I feel disgusting because they're little babies, and they're like, oh, I just don't know. They're little babies, innit? And like, fair enough, I'm not doing the killing or anything like that, but I'm part of it now. Like, it's literally just like ordering a hit on someone and then going picking it up from the supermarket. Now I feel really sick with myself.
What about that footage was it that upset you so much?
The way that they kill the animals. Like, I didn't think they went through it that bad.
I must admit I was aware of some of it. My daughter's a vegetarian. God, I can't believe how that's really affected me. I just wonder what type of people work in places like that.
And like, how do you think the animals might feel in those situations?
Oh, would you feel same shit in it?
Yeah.
They're obviously looking around. They know what's going on. Like, they're not stupid. Like, I feel sick with myself, man. Like,
these aren't egregious violations of animal welfare regulations. That's a standard practice all over the world. Every day, that's where our food comes from. How do you feel about it?
No, that's actually making me consider just stopping.
a bit disgusted that I eat it, to be fair. Yeah.
That's really illegal.
That's that's wrong. That's very wrong. And especially a country where we love animals so much. Why the hell are we doing this to them? Like, and they're so intelligent as well, pigs.
Horrendous now, just sat and watched it because you're a killer, aren't you, basically? We just got a new puppy, and I consider myself to be an animal lover, and I think you just know how you when you've just seen that.
It's so interesting you said that, because can you imagine what the reaction would be if we were showing puppies there?
That's what, you know what? The cow one for me. The cow one, and I just thought that little baby, that's like my little, horrendous.
I mean, it just shows like how conditioned we are as a society, that we see dog, pet, cow, food, and actually cows and pigs are smarter than dogs. So is there anything you think we can do to stop supporting these industries maybe?
Vegan? Well, we could look for plant-based alternatives, because like I've seen like pulled pork, but it's jackfruit and it tastes so good. Like, it's so easy for us to do that stuff, but because it's not advertised everywhere, go vegan, but yet we're still taking the piss out of vegans, aren't we? You silly vegan, you sensitive, do you know what I mean? But we need to be doing that, like plant-based and oat milk, and it's just as good as the normal stuff, but we're just not seeing it everywhere.
Stop eating meat by the looks of it, God.
Would that be too hard for you?
Not when you watch something like that. It's something you've got to go back and you've got to keep that in your mind now, haven't you? You really have. I mean, like I say, my daughter's, but I haven't really ever took it on board. I haven't really until you watch something. And I've seen little clips and I've always switched it off and thought, I'm not going to watch that.
I don't know, but I mean, after seeing that, I would actually probably give it a go.
Changing our diet or that happening every, you know what I mean, what's worse, you know what I mean?
Yeah, and that's exactly like why I'm vegan. So yeah, you've hit the nail on the head right there.
It can be hard, since we grow up, we always eat meat, we always eat product from animals and stuff. Every start is always hard, but I think it's not that hard if we really decide not to.
What do you think would be the hardest thing?
The hardest thing is just to change your routine, I think.
To be honest, there wouldn't be a hard thing. I'm just looking for it. I'm just a dirty meat eater, to be honest. I think the hardest thing for me to do would be to look for the alternative. It would only take like 30 seconds to do you know what I mean? But it's just, I want to get in, get my bacon, get out. I don't even want bacon anymore.
I'm so glad that you made the connection. It's been absolutely wonderful talking to you.
Hey guys, thank you so much for watching this video. If you've not already done so, it would mean the world to me if you can subscribe, turn on the notifications, like, follow me on Facebook.
So yeah, that was an event we did together, and on James's side, it went very well. You see with the people he spoke to, and he got some great reactions and great conversations. On my side, I had somebody helping me with a camera situation, and they were filming quite close up, and I feel like that was a mistake because I felt like the people I spoke to, it was harder to get them to talk. They were far more reserved. And they were far more closed off with their emotions, and I feel that was a mistake on my part because of having the camera lady too close to them, and so they were very aware of being filmed. Whereas James just had a camera set up and then he just forgot about the camera. But it was very hard to forget about the camera because I had a camera person, right there with them. So unfortunately, I feel like that it negatively impacted my side, but James did a great job on his side. He had great conversations. People had really strong emotions, and yeah, it was totally. It worked. It was really good for James on this. He did a great job, and it was great to see the footage that came out of it from his side, and he definitely smashed it. As you see, he's wearing the T-shirt there. We The Free. That's the organization that James is the director of. And we will talk about when he comes on. He's been doing that for quite a while now, and doing lots of outreach and organizing outreach events as well. So we can take a look at a few of the things that he's put together. He did the horror movie channel. I'm just going to quickly close some stuff. My laptop is shouting at me right now. It's upset with us because we're doing too much at once. I think I can hear it. The fan's going a little bit. So let's take a look at this. He did the horror movie challenge again. It seems. I don't think I saw this one, or maybe I did. Let's see. I'm not sure.
But I think it's important we watch, and this is one of those things. By not watching and hiding away from it, doesn't mean it's not happening.
Hey guys, it's James back with another horror movie challenge where I ask up-and-coming YouTubers to react to a horror movie but with a twist. I had some amazing reactions. In this video we're going to talk to Felicity, who's a true crime expert.
I am AF Pennington. I specialise in true crime and my videos go up every week. And that's me.
Make sure you stay to the end of the video. I'm absolutely hyped about the outcome of this conversation.
Okay, so this is a yeah, I think this is some kind of podcast. I don't think we can sit and watch a 20-minute podcast together. I'm more interested in seeing some some actual action and stuff, like with somebody's actual face rather than someone hiding behind an image like that. So what else we can do? What's this? Is this a street work? Okay, yeah, let's have a look at this. This looks a bit more like what we're after.
It's not great stuff to be right about, though, is it? I'm not showing the footage here because it's really graphic and obviously got a young one.
Yeah. I think I might have...
Jeez, bro. I ain't watching that.
Hey, what's up guys? So first things first, this video was inspired by a dude called Ryuji. You can find a link to his channel, Peace by Vegan, in the description below. I highly recommend giving him a follow. When I was growing up, my older brother was a football player, and he was pretty much my hero. I was told that if I wanted to be really fast and strong like him, I would need to drink milk for calcium.
Drink your milk, kids. I don't want milk. Milk's for babies.
Yeah, babies.
Oh yeah? Well, I happen to know that milk helps build strong bones. So drink up.
And eat eggs for protein.
There's one breakfast that's unbeatable for protein. It beats porridge, it beats muesli, it beats baked beans.
The packaging and adverts for these products showed me happy cows and happy hens producing happy eggs and happy milk.
Happy eggs are wonderfully tasty.
The cows like to be milked twice a day. Cows love getting milked and enjoy the gentle stroll down to the milking parlour with the rest of their herd.
Why the fuck you lying? Why you always lying?
And so even as I got older and realised that it's possible to be healthy without these products, it honestly never occurred to me that it might be.
I don't know. It's got this like, he used it in the last one too. This kind of happy tropical house music. It's like, I get it because it's it's something to just kind of make things flow, but it really doesn't really fit, It's like, and the egg industry, and they're all lying to us, and it's just a bit like, what?
Unethical to eat them. After all, you don't have to harm chickens and cows to produce eggs and milk, right? This seemed extreme to me, and so when she told me that she'd gone vegan for ethical reasons, I felt a need to prove her wrong. That seems weird, right? But the thing is, nobody wants to be the bad guy, and the idea that I was taking part in something unethical couldn't be right. I spent the next few weeks on a mission trying to find some logical reason or argument against veganism.
I'm waiting for that drop. I mean, I can't focus on what he's saying because I'm waiting for the drop so I can start like grooving again. Sorry, James. I can't. I hope the music stops when you get into the debates because I can't focus, man. All I can think about is the music.
I read studies and watched documentaries with a cynical mind trying to debunk them. And when I did that, I ended up seeing some pretty horrible footage. But what bothered me most wasn't the egregious violations of animal welfare regulations.
Freedom food, free range, happy.
Dude, you can't just cut into something like that from happy house music. Come on, man. We're going to skip through this, guys, because it's not because I don't think it's important to see. It's because I know that everybody here is vegan, and like I said, I've seen that footage so many times, and I try. If I don't need to see it, I won't watch it. You know what I mean?
Something strange happened to me. For the first time ever, I saw a victim in my choices. What's worse, I felt that I'd been lied to, and it turns out that I'm not alone. Lots of people feel the same way I do. Lots of people don't know the truth about these industries. So I decided to put that to the test. For this video, I partnered with Good Vibes Bakery,
See what this is, the irony is. This is the perfect moment for the tropical house. This is the moment where it should be. So I partnered with this. You know that's the moment. That's really funny. Sorry, James, I'm roasting your editing here, but it kind of deserves a little bit of a roast when they've got tropical house music when you're telling a serious story. I mean, it deserves a bit of a roast. Yeah, I'm sure you can. I'll tell you to your face when you come on as well. I'll explain that. I'm happy to bring this up. I'm happy to do it. All right.
He provided me with some beautiful cupcakes.
I'm not just bitching behind his back. Yeah, I'll tell him to his face.
Good Vibes is a small, local and vegan business run by Emma, who has been selling her baked sweet treats for about a year and would love to open a cafe in the future. So, armed with a stack of cupcakes and some friends, I went into Sheffield and held up a sign asking people to complete a short quiz in exchange for free cupcakes.
It's perfect here.
Okay, so let's get into it. Question number 1. Only female chickens lay eggs, and only female cows produce milk. So what happens to male chickens and cows? A. They are released into the wild. B. The process is controlled, so only females are birthed. C. They are sold as pets. Or D. They are killed as babies.
Honestly, I've got no idea for...
It feels... I know what you guys talking about music again. It doesn't feel right. I feel like what I would have personally done at this point with the music, I would have done it like... the Who Wants to Be a Millionaire. I would have found a non-copyright, royalty-free version styled in the same style as like Who Wants to Be a Millionaire, and I would have put it behind like this, so you can have a look. Look, who wants? If you ever need a song that sounds like another song, just search it and put no copyright after it. Who Wants to Be a Millionaire song, no copyright, right? And there you go. You get a loop. Here you go, sound effect, no copyright. So you got this sound effect here, which is going to be quite loud. Wait. That's perfect, isn't it? Listen. That's the Who Wants to Be a Millionaire sound, and it claims there's no copyright on that. So you could put that in your video, and most people are going to recognize this is like an intense, oh, what's the question going to be? I would have gone for that personally rather than the happy music, because these are rough questions. But I don't know. Maybe he had his own vibe here. Maybe he wanted this to be lighthearted and easy to watch. We can ask him. We can ask him about his music choices and why he went for it. We could actually bring that up in the conversation. I'm sure he'd love to answer.
You know what? I've no idea. On they're killed as babies.
Tobin Maguire.
Killed as babies usually, except like the big, well, some bulls that are bred to be then just the breeder, I think, right?
D.
They're killed as babies.
Pass. The process, you can't control birth. I very much doubt they're releasing, so I'm not killed as babies.
I think it's B. For some reason, I'm actually not sure. The process is controlled, only females are birthed.
So, do you know what's interesting about these answers is that most of them got the answer right, and what this tells you is, and this is a really important lesson, guys, for any of you that are having conversations about veganism, for any of you that are going out and doing outreach. I learned this the hard way, basically, but once I've realized it was really helpful. People actually know way more than you think, way more. But all those people knew these animals were killed as babies. So the mistake that I've made a lot in the past, and that I think a lot of outreachers and activists make, is we assume the other person doesn't know anything about what we're talking about before we even see if they know anything about what we're talking about. So a really good way to open conversations with people, wherever you are, is to ask what they know already. It's to try to find that out. So before you launch into an epic lecture, before you turn into Gary Yourofsky, ask them. You're on a one-to-one basis here. Is it what do you know about this? What do you think happens to them at this point? Why do you think that's happening? What do you think you could do about it? What do you think we could do about it? What do you think? Where do you think the power lies? What could you personally do in your life to help animals? These questions, people will either answer or they'll say they don't know. It's a win-win. If they answer and they get it right, then you're like, wow, you know, you can tell them, yeah, that's absolutely true. Wow, you know a lot about this. Have you been researching? You can give them a compliment. Yeah, I do actually know a lot. Okay, makes them feel good. If they say, no, I don't know, you can say, that's totally fine. Do you know, lots of people don't know. I didn't even know. Like a couple of years ago, I've said this to people before. This is 100% true. With things like the crushing of the chicks, the maceration of chicks, you know, in the egg industry, and a few other things, I didn't even know that until I'd already been vegan for years. And I tell people this, yeah, you know, it doesn't surprise me that you didn't know that, why this is. I only found out about this after being vegan for about 5 or 6 years. And I was a vegan. So I'm not surprised you don't know about it either. It's crazy they hide it from us. They're really good ways to connect with people, because when you ask them questions, you win-win. You learn about them, that's a win. And you find out what they do or don't know, and that's a win. And it just enables the next part of the conversation to be a lot easier. Because if you start lecturing somebody on something they already know, they just get annoyed. And they might feel like they want to tell you, I already know that, but then they might not, you know, want to seem rude. And it's just a complication. The best thing you can do is to establish what they do or don't know, and keep establishing what they do or don't know throughout the conversation. Don't ever assume they don't know something, or especially don't assume they do know something. You got to find out, establish what they do or don't know. And this is why this is great here, because he's giving them a multiple choice question, and he's establishing what they do or don't know. And you see, this is perfect here. She's answered incorrectly, and now he's gonna say actually, and watch how he does it, because he's very good at outreach, James. So now you'll see how he does it, how he actually acknowledges you didn't know the answer, and how he's going to correct this person, and I'm sure he's going to smash it.
They're actually killed as babies. So yeah, they're basically seen as a byproduct of the industry, like they're not needed, they're not profitable. So the industry's just killed them as babies so that they can make more money. How do you feel about that?
I feel that's not right.
So I like what he's done there. He's established that she doesn't know the truth. So then he gave her a very short snippet of truth. Like, it wasn't a lecture. He just explained, actually, here's what really happens. Clear, simple, direct, and then said, how do you feel about that? Turned it back onto her again. And that's honestly, it's perfect execution. It's a really, I love that. It was the right amount of time, perfect amount of time to explain this, and then finishing off with a nice question to see how she feels about it. And then you can continue the conversation, and she's obviously given a great response here by saying, she you know, like anyone with a heart would say, this doesn't feel right. And then you got a good conversation on your hands now. Somebody who's clearly empathetic.
They should deserve to live.
Question 2. Around how many eggs does a chicken produce in the wild versus on an egg farm per year? A, 12 versus 50. B, 250 versus 300. C, 12 versus 300. Or D, around the same.
Do you guys know the answer to this one? You know, I actually know a lot of people, including vegans, that wouldn't know the answer to this one. And this is one of those things that I didn't know myself until maybe 4 years ago. And I've been vegan for about 13 years. I only learned this recently. Do you guys know the answer? C? I see C. Yep, you guys saying C. You're absolutely right. It is C. And some people would say A. Now, with A is correct when you're talking about when people talk about backyard layers, right? Backyard hens. Normally, that could be A. It could be 50 or above. It would be unlikely to be 300 in a backyard situation, but it's still 50 or above, right? So when people talk about backyard hens and not these big industrial farms, they seem to think it's better, but actually the chicken's still laying, you know, multiple times more eggs than they should be, and it's still damaging their body, and it's still going to reduce their lifespan. So even in backyard situations, they're still going to be looking at 50 as a minimum per year, most likely a lot more. But in industrial situations, yeah, it's 300. It could even be more than that, but yeah, it's around that number. It's absolutely insane when you think about that. Can you imagine, you know, having to as a woman having to squeeze something out of you that's huge, like a baby. Basically, it's like giving birth 300 times in a year. it's just wild, you know, to imagine the damage this does to. Well, you don't have to imagine the damage it does to a chicken's body. We know the damage it does to their bodies. We know it leaves them crippled and full of health problems and malnutrition, and the stress of it reduces their lifespan. Absolutely disgraceful. Let's see how these people feel about it.
I'd say 12 versus 300.
It's definitely not around the same.
Wow.
I would probably go with the lowest number.
That seems the legs that human interference would get involved to jack it up, you know, a little bit.
12 versus, okay, so 300 in an egg farm. Yeah, I'll go with C.
So that's two people. That's a fact that even I didn't know as a vegan, and that's a fact that I've seen some vegans don't know. And wow, can you see this? These people, random people off the street, are getting it right. It just goes to what I said earlier. Just remember, people do actually know these things. They might act like they don't because they're not vegan, but when they're pressed, they actually know the answers.
250 versus 300. No, it's actually 12 versus 300.
I'll go with 12 versus 50.
Okay, it's actually 12 versus 300. So in the wild, the chicken would lay about one egg a month. But yeah, on an egg farm, they're selectively bred in such a way, and actually when you take the eggs away, like a natural instinct kicks in and makes them want to have another baby, so they'll lay another egg quicker. So it's about 300 a year on an egg farm. Any thoughts on that?
It's just mass production, isn't it?
Yeah, business, right? Money. Yeah.
Solid again from James. James is really good at this. He's got a good calming attitude to it. Doesn't seem nervous at all. You see, the way James does outreach, and what I've always liked about him is that he talks to people like he's mates with them, and actually talks to everybody like that. The first time I met him, he just talks to you like it's not like he just met you. He just talks to you like you're just a mate, even though you've just met. And he's got this great attitude when he's doing it with complete strangers. As you can see, he's talking to them like friends. But still professional as well.
I'd say probably A.
12 versus 50. Yeah. It's actually 12 versus 300, yeah.
12 versus 300.
Question 3. What is the most common way that male baby chicks are killed in the egg industry? A. They are ground up alive in a machine called a macerator. B. They are suffocated in bags. C. They are euthanized in a machine called a euthanizer. Or D. Male eggs are predicted and smashed before birth.
We all know the answer to that one. Let's see what these people think.
I'd like to think D. D.
It's actually A, so they ground up in a macerator, which is basically like a big industrial scale food blender. Any thoughts on that?
Well, probably by my face you can tell, not very impressed by that at all, no.
And that's the most common way. They actually answer B, they're suffocated in bags. That happens too, it's just not the most common way.
Predicted and smashed.
They're actually ground up alive in the macerator. So a macerator is basically like a massive blender. So when the eggs are hatched, and they sex them on a conveyor belt, see that the boys put them on a different conveyor belt, and that goes into a big blender with the day-old chickens. So I'm not showing the footage here because it's really graphic.
I think it's D because I don't actually know because I saw my dad's family kill a chicken and then they cut their heads off. But I'm just gonna guess D.
It's interesting with this question. See, this is an example of a question that not many are getting right, and I find this has been quite a useful video for me to watch. I've not seen this before, or maybe I saw it, but it was a while ago. Because now I'm watching it anyway and analyzing it. You're seeing here where the education is missing, and you can start to see what people tend to know and tend not to know. So the other two questions more commonly were answered correctly, but now with this one you can see, but when they're faced with these horrific acts that happen to baby chickens, these people don't know the answer, so they're hoping that it's the male eggs are smashed, which would mean that they wouldn't ever, they would never be born, which would be, if there were any choice here, that would be preferable. It would be that one, wouldn't it? And then they're shocked when it turns out that it's not true. So it's very interesting as a social experiment to see what people do or don't know, and then it can help you when you're doing outreach to have in the back of your mind that, okay, these are the things that people normally know the answer to, and I know these are the things normally people don't know the answer to. So you can approach these things in a different way and kind of, you know, prepare yourself to be able to answer the questions more efficiently or effectively. You know, you'd be ready to answer certain questions and be ready to see that people know the other questions. You know, it just helps you as an outreacher to know where best to focus your time in learning things and learning how to explain. It's best to learn everything as well as you can. But, you know, it would help you to, if you were just starting out, then you could focus on the things you know that people mostly don't know, and you could help fill in those gaps.
Okay, so I think that they are currently developing technology that can do that. However, the most common way in the industry is to grind them up alive in a macerator, which is basically like a big food blender type thing, like lots of turning razor blades that cut them up. And so there's like a conveyor belt where they identify which.
This music is not matching up.
The male and female, put the males on a conveyor belt that goes straight into the blender. It's like one day old chicken.
Oh, that's not nice.
That's horrible, right?
Yeah.
A, I think.
That's right, yeah, they ground up alive in a macerator.
You've
probably seen a little bit of a theme with this here. So.
I think I've seen stuff about this before, and the word macerator sounds closest to what I think I've seen, yeah.
Ah, so this guy got it right as well.
Absolutely right. So yeah, they basically, macerator, it's basically like a big industrial scale like food blender, and they get thrown in there on a conveyor belt at like one day old. It's a pretty gruesome video, so I'm sorry if you've seen that.
See?
They're actually ground up alive in a macerator. It's basically like, imagine like a big industrial sized food blender with gears that grinds them up as like one day old baby chickens.
I think he should have shown the video here. I think because it's one thing to explain it, and I said the same thing yesterday with Ed, and I think it's another thing to see it. And these are all adults. I think he could load it up and say, I've just got like a 10-second video just to prove to you that this is actually real. We're gonna watch it, okay? And it's only 10 seconds, okay? Just don't worry. And click play. Then they watch it, and you say, how do you feel about that? And you get some pretty strong reactions at that point. And with it being, I know it's graphic, but with it being only, you could even make it 5 seconds, just so, because I understand that it wouldn't really be. There's some. It would be kind of unfair to have someone sit down to do a fun quiz and then make them watch something that's gonna ruin their day. I understand that maybe they wouldn't trust you after that. But if you make it really short and just show, you could even ask them, you know, I'd like to show you this. I think it's very important. Would you agree to watch it? I think it would be okay. But I understand that James probably didn't do that because of the thing I just said, because it's like you want people to sit and do the whole quiz. And I suppose showing these things to them might make them start to distrust you because they didn't sit down to be shown a real life horror movie. They sat down to do some silly YouTube quiz. You know what I mean? So I get like why you might separate those two things as well.
That's grim.
Yeah, grim, right?
Question 4. Chickens in confinement tend to go crazy and sometimes attack and cannibalise each other. But how did the industry solve this problem? A. They tripled the chicken's individual living space. B. They restrained the chicken's movements on the farm. C. They gave toys to the chickens for enrichment. Or D. They started mutilating their beaks.
D.
I hate to say it, but it's probably D, isn't it?
Yeah, you're probably noticing a theme here, right?
Yeah, I was going to say they're understanding now, like, the worst answer is always going to be the correct answer. They're starting to see that.
Yeah, the worst horrific answer, yeah.
I'm going to go with, it's either B or D. Restrain chickens' movements or mutilate. We'll go mutilate.
It's actually D, yes, so they started mutilating their beaks. So basically they use a hot wire to cut the end of the beaks off so that they can't, if they do peck each other, it can hurt them. Quite horrible stuff, really.
If it's not D, it's probably B, but I think it's D. They start mutilating the beaks.
B, sorry, B. It's actually they started mutilating their beaks, so they basically strap them into a machine, and a hot blade comes down and cuts the end of their beaks off so that they can't peck each other and injure each other.
Not good. Is it mutilating their beaks?
Most of them got that right.
Yeah, you're right. So basically they use like a hot wire or blade to like cut the end of the beaks off to make them square on the end.
Oh my god.
Question 5.
How many questions?
What happens to chickens and cows when their egg and milk production declines? A. Nothing. They produce until they die naturally. B. they go to a self-care pasture called an entis. C, they go to the slaughterhouse. Or D,
I think I'm going to skip. I'm a bit impatient, guys. I want to skip forward to the final conversations, if that's all right with you, because I'm just feeling a bit impatient. I just kind of want to see the conclusions now.
I'm good to be right about it, but it's good to know that I'm more informed about it than I thought I would be.
Yeah. So what are your thoughts on the industries, and is there anything we can do about that maybe?
I think the fact that you're doing this video, because this isn't stuff that's taught at school, is actually a good reason for it. I think we should be taught this kind of stuff in an educational setting so that everybody has the right information to make a decision that's right for them. They're not being misled in any way.
Yeah, I would agree with that. And how do you think that might influence our choices if we were taught this kind of thing at school?
I think it would lead people to make more moral choices.
James, I see you in the comments. You said you didn't know how to make it interesting. What I would have said, mate, if I was to give you any advice here, I would... We already reacted to the horror movie one, and I would honestly have just cut some really hard cuts all the way through, cut out all the fluff, cut out every and every R, and just literally only leave the most impactful parts. So if someone said something like this really hurts me, this really bothers me, just cut to that moment. And if it's too much of a brutal cut, then just zoom in a little bit. I would savage this video. I would savage this video actually. And we could even do that. I mean, that's something we could do as part of my stream. I've been doing some video editing. We could actually take like a video, not necessarily James's video, but if we ever watch a video where we're like, oh, I feel like we could make this more watchable, we can dive into the editor, and guys, I can show you what I would do. Doesn't necessarily mean what I'm doing is right or wrong, but maybe it could help you guys to see how I would look at it. I think we've been doing a little bit of that. We've been doing a little bit of that, some editing stuff over the past couple of days, and people have really appreciated it to see how I do it. So we could totally do that. Yeah, this is like it's a couple of years back, yeah. But we were looking for some newer stuff, but we can only find some kind of more like, yeah. It's been a while since you've uploaded here. Actually, we can look at some We The Free stuff. Has We The Free got its own YouTube? No. Yeah, it does. It does. But you only have one video. What about We The Free Activists? Is there any We The Free that anyone we can watch to see kind of, okay, there's some here. This is something Mad About Animals, a brief guide to what happens when we do activism. I just want to see some outreach. Somebody want to see some hench herbivore outreach? Now, I want to pick somebody who's unknown. I'd rather pick somebody who's not really known. Ellie and Hench both posted videos. Okay, well, Ellie's coming on later, so let's do that then. Let's go and have a look. Something from Ellie, some outreach. How long ago are we talking? Let's keep looking. I suppose we'll be able to see it, wouldn't we? It would be like a screenshot from being outside a couple of months ago. I mean, we're at 7 months right now, so woman thinks she's a shark. Okay, but it's just a reaction. I don't know if I just search for outreach. Discord. Okay, I don't know. I don't see it. Didn't seem to see anything on our channel like outreach. What about here? Okay, I'm still looking, but I don't see any outreach like outdoors. Like, okay, well, Let's say something. Is this hard to find? Ah, is it here? Is this it? Okay, cool. This is from a year ago, so I suppose it's with We The Free.
Loads of different aspects that I think we need to implement, but fundamentally I think one of the first things we need to do is stop involving them. Because I don't know do you think there's any kind of significant difference between like a chicken and a pig and a dog and us that would justify that? Because I don't think there is at all. I cannot
This guy
find
even
one.
saying
For the
anything
life
right
of me.
now.
It's a really, really difficult moral question. I mean, I love dogs, and I see what goes on in China once a year. Don't I?
No, the Yulin, yeah.
And I just want humanity to disappear at that point. I'm presuming it's some kind of factory farming?
Yeah, so it's Dominion, it's a documentary, and it shows some factory farming, but it also shows like the locally sourced organic free range sort of conditions for animals. So we're just trying to show people the consequence of paying for that industry and what that looks like for those animals. And yeah, we're trying to encourage people to go vegan. So. Do you know about veganism?
I'm wrestling with this in my conscience.
Yeah. Why are you?
Nice. That's good. That's a good start. The guy was very honest. I'm wrestling with this in my conscience. That's a lot better than some reactions that you get.
What do you think? What's holding you back?
I would chop this. Also in this video, I would chop the shit out of this video. Like I understand why Joey and Ed's out there they don't edit their videos down so much anymore. But I feel with them, because they're often doing like a sit down formal debate kind of thing, that they move a bit faster. But with outreach videos, like when I posted a couple of my old outreach videos that you saw recently, like I'm editing them down now. I'm ruthless with the cuts now because I feel like I'm impatient, and I feel like if I'm impatient, then probably lots of people are also like me and impatient and want to see the kind of progression quickly. And I've kind of moved away from putting up just a whole unedited conversation for that reason. Yeah, I would chop this up. I would give it a good chopping.
I think as a species,
right,
from an evolutionary perspective, if you look at all the indigenous populations around the world, virtually, and I'm stand to be corrected, but from what I've read and from what I understand, none of them are vegetarian or vegan. They all.
He's talking about. He's really pulling indigenous populations up here. Why? You're look at you, dude. You're wearing like this jacket. You got this bag from a local store. You're in the city centre of what I assume to be Norwich, in the UK. Why are you talking about indigenous populations, bro?
All hunter-gatherer in origin.
I think there's been an
And they all eat meat, and that's the origin of the human species. That's us in our natural state. That's all this bollocks around us. That when we are just living off the land, we hunt and kill and eat animals.
My issue with this kind of argument...
Well, it's not an argument.
Well, yeah, I get what you mean, though, but if we kind of like look at that... Yeah, but then if we extrapolate from that what we ought to do, right? So we think, okay, well, if we go back and look at what we would do, you know, were we out there, we would probably kill and eat animals, and we probably would, right? But given our, you know, where we are in civilization, we have the ability to not do so. If we can conclude, well, that's a harmful thing to do, if we're not...
It's a moral argument.
Yeah, absolutely, because they're subjects, they're, you know, individuals just like we are. There's no morally relevant difference between a human and other animals that would justify doing that. So, yeah, absolutely a moral argument.
Yeah, I can see that, but again, the majority of other animal species hunt and kill each other.
Yeah, exactly.
And we are just animals.
Yeah.
I'm an anti-theist.
Yeah.
I'm an atheist.
Yeah,
I do not believe
I'm also like agnostic.
Oh, he says he's an anti-theist. Hey, that was cool. That's the first time I've heard that in real life. I only learned about this yesterday, what an anti-theist is. That's cool. I had something to say about this guy just now, but I've lost it. It'll come back to me.
Atheist, yeah. But the thing is, though,
I think we are just animals. We're just evil.
But yeah, as you say, though, animals hunt and kill each other. They kill within their own species.
That's what I was going to say. The dude is quoting our T-shirt. We just made a T-shirt, and so far, let's see what he's done. Let's see what he's got so far on the T. So he's gone ancestors, though. He's already done. He's done other animals kill. He's not going to do God says it's fine, but so far he's done 2 of them. Yeah. So let's see if he ticks any more of these boxes, shall we?
They sexually assault each other. They do horrible things to each other. They'll kill babies just because they don't look right to them. They don't look like them. And it's like, well, we look at that and go, well, that's horrible to do to that individual because that's harmful, that's exploitative, or that's something that would take their life away from them. And it follows logically the same for those animals. We can't just kind of cherry pick what one we do because we would do that, out in the wild. Do you know what I mean? Because if you look like, for example, like kangaroos will kill joeys that are like albino, and that other species have done so. There are animals who will sexually assault other animals for fun. And it's like, well, we can't just because that's an appeal to nature fallacy. So.
Yeah, I am sympathetic to the argument. I took a picture last Christmas, just up there, with McDonald's and the soup kitchen, and there was a line of people queuing to go into McDonald's, and a line of homeless people queuing up for the soup kitchen. And I just thought that's I mean, that's not directly relevant, but the juxtaposition of where our society is now is quite.
You know what though? It is weirdly relevant though, if you think about it, because obviously the distribution is the problem with world hunger as well. It's not just because we have like no food for people. But at the same time, we breed. There's about 56 to 70 billion land animals on the planet every year, and they are eating crops, some of whom have a higher recommended daily intake of calories, like cows. They need a lot more calories in a day than we do, so they're eating a large proportion of our food. Like, I think it's about 90% of the soy grown in South America is actually fed to like cattle and other animals. We import like 1 million tons to the UK from Brazil and Argentina to feed to chickens, pigs, cows. They have a massive amount of our resources. So I think world hunger, I don't think it'd be solved if we went vegan, because obviously it's distribution, but huge difference. Yeah.
One more question.
Yeah, sure.
Irrespective of its merits and how credible the argument is, it just seems so futile. So many people are so disinterested. They don't want to educate themselves. They're not interested in.
I know what you mean.
Food comes from.
It's futile. So he seemed intelligent, but he doesn't understand the common fallacies. And I think as a vegan, it's important to understand. I don't recommend telling somebody in the street this is a fallacy. I don't recommend that. I don't think very rarely is lecturing somebody on complicated philosophical stuff a good idea. I think if they're going to learn philosophy, they should learn it in an environment which is a cohesive environment, one where it's not combative, where actually you're working together. And if you can create that environment in a street debate, I mean, that's totally up to you, or a street discussion, but it's probably quite difficult. So what I would recommend though is that every vegan does learn about all of these fallacies. You could go and look at, like, there's a website called yourfallacyis.com where it explains all of the common fallacies people use. Like, this guy just did an appeal to futility, it's called, where basically what it means is when people say, well, it's like saying, okay, if I stop littering, it won't make a difference because everybody litters. So why should I stop littering? Why should I not throw my trash out in the street? Just no one else is stopping. So everyone else does it. There's trash everywhere. So I should just keep throwing trash. It's an appeal to futility. It's like saying there's no point in trying because no one else will do it. So why bother? And it comes up a lot with veganism. And I use this example for me. Instead of telling them that's an appeal to futility, I would usually just explain what they've just said and what it means. I say, look, if everybody thinks like that, then nothing will ever change, will it? I mean, look at all the amazing things we've changed throughout history. Imagine if everybody in history just said, well, I mean, I'm only one person. I can't change anything. And I sometimes even use the littering example and say, you don't litter, right? You don't throw your trash out on the street. No. Yeah, but lots of people do. Like a lot of people do. So why not just do it then? I mean, everyone else is doing it. Why not do it? You're never going to stop everybody from throwing litter on the street. So you might as well just join in, right? No, we don't agree with that. Okay, well, why? Because littering is bad. You think it's dirty, disgusting. Well, what the fuck do you think about the stuff you've just seen on those screens? That's dirty and disgusting. And you want to keep doing it just because everyone else is? Come on, bro. So I feel like, personally, that's where I decide to go. Whenever I spot that somebody's made a fallacy, like Ellie pointed out when he made the naturalistic fallacy, where he basically said that, what did he say? I can't remember. It basically said in one way or another that it's natural, and she pointed out that it's a fallacy. Personally, I prefer to go down the road of, if they make that a fallacy, just explain why what they said with examples or whatever doesn't make sense. And I suppose if you've got a good relationship with them, then you could tell them that this is actually a type of fallacy. But I feel like if you do that with somebody who doesn't understand what fallacy means in philosophical terms, you might end up making someone think that you're trying to, be smart or something like that. So you got to be careful. I feel like that's an area I see. I mean, this is my opinion, and I do see vegans tend to, on Discord debates and in other places, they tend to throw the words out like, oh, that's a fallacy, that's a fallacy. And I feel like it gets people's backs up, because if they don't understand what fallacious reasoning is, they don't understand what fallacies are, they're probably going to get pissed off because it'll feel like you're talking down to them like a child or something. It's a fine line between patronizing someone and educating someone. So in my opinion, I would just personally, what I try to do is just completely simplify my language. Or when I'm talking to somebody who clearly isn't into this kind of stuff, I simplify the language. If I'm talking to somebody who is more, who understands this kind of stuff, like, you got to gauge it to the person, like, figure out who they are, what they're about. And if it seems like they understand these kinds of things, then you can talk to them about those kinds of things. Or if it seems like this is new to them, I would just avoid it and focus on simplifying the language to make it so that you don't end up seeming like you're kind of patronizing them. But to be fair to Ellie, this guy appears to be intelligent, but clearly, well, not intelligent, knowledgeable on these topics, but clearly he's not, which is why he's making the fallacies. So yeah, I think you got to just gauge it on the other person. We talked about this recently, that the match +1, you got to figure out what they're like, vibe them, and then add 1 to it. So if their energy levels are like kind of like here, you go a little bit here. If their energy levels are more like down here, you go a little bit 1 up from them. If they're really high energy, then you try and go a little bit higher, because it'll make them like you if they see them some bit of themselves in you. And if they like you, then they feel good vibes from you, or at least they feel like you're making an effort, then the chances are that conversation is going to go well. And when it comes to you telling them things that piss them off, you'll have gained some points by being more likable in the beginning and being more the kind of person they enjoy talking to. You gain some points, and then you can be a bit shit later on, and you can actually say some things that might upset them or whatever, and they'll be able to handle that because you built some rapport in the beginning, and you worked up to it, and you made some effort to engage with them in a productive way.
Seems like you're climbing a mountain to try.
I know, it feels like that all the time, but constantly people are. I'm really difficult to convince. I'm stubborn, and I changed my mind like 7 years ago. As well as that, we are seeing an increase in the popularity of the term vegan. People searching it up, people changing their habits. They're not everyone's like going vegan, but some people are doing like reducetarian and stuff like that, which obviously still is a moral issue, even if you're doing something sometimes. However, you could say that about literally anything. Like, if we look at any point in history, the way in which like women were treated, like it's like I guess it would have been the same thing that would have been asked to women. Like, oh god, it seems so wild to think that one day you'll get voting rights. Like,
but you're talking about people's appetites, and when hunger hits.
Turn off their common sense. Yeah, but the thing is, though,
that's actually pretty true. When hunger hits, people turn off their common sense. I like that. It's a funny comment. It is true though for a lot of people.
Time you find that people, because all these like plant-based alternatives that are coming out, it's not mainly vegans purchasing them. It's actually people who are non-vegans.
It's all wrapped up in plastic, for crying out loud. That cannot be the answer, can it?
I know.
All the energy that went into producing that little bit of non-meat food.
Mate, what are you on about, man? Everything from the supermarket's wrapped in plastic. Why are you focusing on vegan food as being the thing to care about plastic about? Just why don't if you're going to be upset about plastic, apply it across everything.
Yeah, well, when we look at plastic as well, a massive problem with animal agriculture, because they found, like in the Great Pacific Garbage Patch, that massive sample, they've taken a sample of that, and about 56% was coming from fishing gear. So plastic pollution, a massive proportion of that is due to animal agriculture. So all these issues that we're seeing that are destroying the planet, well, they're directly linked to animal agriculture. So if we see these as problems, like people say, like crop deaths, like all these animals who are killed, but then forget how many crops are actually made for those animals, and it's like, how are we going to get people to consider rodents and insects when they want to stab an animal in the head for a sandwich? Like, Yeah. It's just, if we want to deal with any of these problems, I think this is a massive elephant in the room that we need to just address. And as you say, people are futile, but these alternatives do exist. They are there. We just have to put our hands somewhere else in the supermarket, just have a look at the back of the packet.
Or maybe not go to the supermarket at all.
Or maybe not. There are so many places in Norwich. Like there's like Moorish down there that they're amazing. They do.
I would advocate growing your own.
Yeah, unfortunately, not everyone. A lot of the houses I've lived in didn't even have gardens, so it's difficult.
That's where the problem lies.
Yeah.
From from the ground up. We need to build a completely different society.
No, I mean, he's look. I don't know if he's doing this on purpose, is he's dishonest, or if he's doing this because he genuinely wants to talk about this. But I hope Ellie gets into this. But or maybe not. But I don't know. Okay, there's a crossroads to be had here. You either make him refocus on animal rights and veganism, or you can talk to him about the topic he wants to talk about. I guess. If he's using this argument as a reason to not go vegan, then you need to address it. If it's not, I think at this point, what I would choose to do is to say, yeah, that's a whole different discussion. That's a whole different topic. What is this? How does this all play into you? Like, what's holding you back from going vegan? Is that holding you back from going? I would turn it around. But just to let's what's the word I'm looking for? When you say oh, go along with him. We'll go along with him for a moment, and that he's saying. We need to read a new society where people grow their own food, he's trying to say. The reason that we're in a society where we don't grow our own food and we can't, we don't have the space or whatever, we don't have the system built for this, is because our population is too big. The whole reason that we even have a population of this size is because of farming. Farming allowed the population to grow, right? And then, whatever, for better or for worse, if people wanted to go back to the previous way of living, which is where people had their own food growing and stuff like that, or maybe there was some trade, but it wasn't just like these people are farmers and everybody gets food from these farmers. That wasn't how we operated as humans before the whole farming revolution. So if we want to go back to that, a lot of people have to die. A lot of people have to die. It's a trapdoor. If you've read the book Sapiens, you know what I'm talking about. If you haven't read the book Sapiens, highly recommend you read the book Sapiens, because it goes into this and it's really, really interesting. So basically, if we want to go back to this world this guy's talking about, a lot of people have to die. Who decides who dies? And how do we kill them? Well, okay, no one's willing to have that conversation, and that's a good thing, because it's horrific, the idea that, oh yeah, let's wipe out a massive amount of the population so we can go back to a more simple way of living. It's not going to happen. So unfortunately, this guy's not really thought through what he's saying, and I can't tell at this point if he's just grasping at straws to try and justify his lifestyle, or if he's genuinely some kind of good person who's just trying to have a conversation with another good person about things that could make the world a nicer place to live. I can't decide. I guess we're going to find out by the end of this video, as we're over halfway through. So let's see.
We do, but I would say, because I agree, obviously there's loads of different aspects that I think we need to implement, but fundamentally I think one of the first things we need to do is stop involving them.
So yeah, Ellie's done a great job there, actually, just to pull it back and say, yeah, let's talk about the animals again.
Because I don't know, do you think there's any kind of significant difference between like a chicken and a pig and a dog and us that would justify that?
Solid job, Ellie, of pulling him back to the main problem.
I don't think there is at all. I cannot find one for the life of me.
It's a really, really difficult moral question. I mean, I love dogs, and I see what goes on in China once a year.
Oh, the Yulin, yeah.
And I just want humanity to disappear at that point.
But
then I look at a chicken.
And nothing happens, really, does it? Or you're not sure?
Seriously, I'm a very sensitive person.
Okay, yeah.
I'm trying to untrain my brain for years and years.
Indoctrination, conditioning, yeah, socialization, isn't it? Yeah.
I'm trying to learn. I'm trying to teach myself. But
okay, so he's a good guy. He was. I told you which one I thought he could be, and turns out he's a good person, and he's talking to Ellie about these things because he feels like he's found another good person who he can open up to about it, and that's really nice.
Journey. And I watch a lot of vegan videos on YouTube, like vegan games and
I thought you were about to say my name then for a second, because mine's really similar to his on there. Yeah, it's vegan gaze, as in looking. I was like, what?
But there just seem to be so many health and hunger issues associated with it.
Health and hunger issues associated with veganism, sorry.
Yeah.
Oh,
so maybe I haven't.
Yeah, so
completely educated.
he's talked about this quite a bit. A lot of the time, people they get into veganism, and it's more like they're into the plant-based, and they are trying to diet. So it's not that actually they're like, oh yeah, I ended up with these problems, my hair fell out, and all these things that you attribute to a calorie deficit over a long course of time. But the Academy of Nutrition and Dietetics, it's like one of the largest bodies, of dietitians and experts. They state that a plant-based diet is suitable for all stages of life, including infancy, pregnancy.
By the way, I take it back what I said earlier. I wouldn't chop this up. I would chop up the intro to make it more pop, 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 because that seemed like it was a bit slow to me. But the actual body of the video is solid. It flows really well. And Ellie's conversation flow, like she's driving this conversation forward, and it's really going really well. So I take it back. I definitely wouldn't cut this up. I actually wouldn't. This is a good conversation and a good example of how to keep somebody focused on the main point of the conversation. And Ellie, when Ellie did that earlier, that was a great example of taking what he said, saying that's really interesting, etc., but let's talk about the animals. That was a really good example of how to do that without being rude or without dismissing someone.
These crucial times when we need those nutrients. It's just obviously, like, as is advice for everybody in a modern, modernity, to consume supplements and make sure that if you want to be healthy, which I hope we all would, that we are, filling in those gaps with supplementation. And
can I ask you one more question?
Yeah, sure.
Are you familiar with Jordan Peterson and his daughter Michaela?
Yeah, so I am familiar with Michaela. So there's a lot of issues. It's been a while since I've looked at
the salt diet cured all her ills.
So the problem is when we look at that
with my head,
Well, it's difficult when someone says with such conviction, this cured me. But the problem is that that's an anecdote. And when we look at something called like the hierarchy of scientific evidence to see, about truth claims and whether they're valid, anecdotes aren't even on there. We want to look at like the meta-analyses, the cohort studies, the randomized control trials, the things that have actually been conducted on plant-based diets, and see whether or not it's having that good effect. But an anecdote, and when as far as I've looked into like the carnivore diet or her lion diet, I can't find any like legitimate studies on how it's so good. My speculation and the speculation of a few people is that because obviously you're ridding of so many food groups, these issues and these sensitivities, they won't erupt because your food group is so strict and narrow. But then when you go back to eating other foods, you're just going to feel horrific. It's not. It's masking a problem from what I've seen, not like actually dealing with the problem.
Yeah. Well, I appreciate your time. It's really.
But yeah, thank you so much. If you want any more stuff,
to find people who can talk from an informed point of view.
You hear that? It's difficult to find people who can talk from an informed point of view. So earlier, again, when I couldn't tell which kind of guy he was 100%. He's just found someone who's decent to talk to, and he doesn't know many people like Ellie, and he's taken the opportunity, and that's why he was going through all the stuff he was going through. It's very rare to actually see a genuinely good person, somebody who cares about these things and is willing to have a conversation, honest, open. He's admitted that he's got his hang-ups and that he's indoctrinated, and he's saying he would like to undo that. What a nice conversation, and how lucky Ellie is to, of all these people, to have found someone who actually isn't, a total jerk. Because I'm sorry, but like most people who would come across you in the street, like probably like three out of five of them, they're not jerks to be jerks, but they're very unaware of how they come across, and they're very unaware of their hang-ups and their indoctrinations and stuff like that. So it ends up becoming a very difficult conversation where they do come off as a bit of a jerk. They come off as a bit of an a-hole, and it's that's the majority of the conversations that we have, unfortunately. So it's really refreshing to see someone like this guy who's able to be self-aware like this, and Ellie did a great job of acknowledging this and spotting this early on, and then talking to him to that effect. It was really good.
Can I ask you one really final challenge?
Yeah. Oh, yeah, go on then. Challenge me.
Are they leather shoes?
No, so when you look at the back of the Dr. Martens, if they've got this kind of like
the shoes,
light yellow, they're vegan ones. They're called.
Made of?
So I think it's some sort of plastic.
All right. Okay.
But yeah. So
you are 100%.
100%. Oh yeah. So it says acrylic. Yeah. I don't wear. No. So sheep, naturally, they would have very small amounts of wool. We wouldn't need to intervene as human beings.
So they've been bred that way?
Yeah, they've been selectively bred to overproduce and then be dependent on us. So this exploitative relationship happening where they rely on us, and then obviously they get killed. So they all end up in the same slaughterhouse. So it's this exploitative relationship where we think that we can just, make them a problem for them and then justify killing them, harming them, exploiting them because we created that problem for them. Which,
What's the trend? What's your understanding of the trend? Is it up, down, flat?
What for veganism?
Yeah.
It's on the up, and I think it's following are you familiar with the concept of the innovation curve?
No, that's one of them.
Oh, so yeah, you have a very slow rise and then suddenly you have a boom. And there's philanthropist billionaires who have spoken about the fact that they think dairy will be dead by 2030. So I think we're going to see a boom in maybe 5 years. But you never know really, do you? But I think you should be ahead of it, just be like, I told you so to everybody else. Yeah, did I give you a card?
You did, yeah.
Yeah, okay, well thank you so much. I appreciate you chatting to me, and yeah, thank you. Thank you.
It's cool. It was a nice little conversation there. It was a lot more positive than the others that we've been watching recently. Very cool. All right, well, I'm going to get James ready to come on and have a chat with us, guys. So don't go anywhere. We'll be right back with our first guest of the day. All right, we've got James in the house. James Hattersley, Wholesome James. How's it going, man?
Hey, yeah, great to be here. Thanks for having me.
Yeah, it's good to have you on again. It's been a while. We had you on in the, when was it? You came on stream during the, was it the 24-hour stream maybe? Was that the last time?
Maybe the last time I can remember being on was in November when We The Free, my organisation, was like having a launch. So we kind of jumped on to promote it a bit then, I think. But
so, yeah.
Maybe I've been on one since then. I can't really recall. But
Oh,
yeah, thanks for inviting me back.
Yeah, of course,
And,
mate. Of course, mate.
If you don't mind me just starting, I heard that somebody asked for me to come on. Is that right?
Yeah, dude. Yeah. Like pretty much everybody I've invited on, apart from no, there's been a couple people that didn't get requested, but I wanted on. But no, you were one of the ones that a couple people like, yeah, get Wholesome James on. So I was like, yeah, okay. Cool. I mean,
Awesome.
because for me, it's like sometimes there's so many people, that I'm seeing online and stuff, and there's everybody, and we haven't really we keep in touch, but I've not really been keeping track on what you've been up to. So you weren't at the front of my mind, and when somebody said that, I was like, of course I want to get fucking James on. Why did I not think of that myself? But it's still cool that somebody actually requested you, isn't it? It's nice, man. It's nice
Yeah, that's cool. I'd love to know who that was, but I guess you can't remember it. But
it's probably a We The Free activist. It's probably somebody who knows you from They Do Activism, I assume.
I guess, yeah.
Yeah, dude, yeah, because that's what you've been up to, right, over the past.
It's really weird for you to call me Wholesome James as well when I was watching the live stream over the last hour.
Yeah.
Because of course that was the handle I made when I first started making YouTube videos, which was not something I ever really wanted to do, but I thought if I can get more impact from the activism I'm already doing by recording it and putting it out there and reach more people, then why the hell not? But since We The Free launched, it's been my sole focus. I've not published anything on my own page, so.
Right. Well, it's still, the stuff you posted was still, we reacted to the one that we did together, which was solid, which was, great video. And then we started reacting to your, something you did with this horror writer, but then I realized it was more of a podcast, and I decided, I want to see more of you doing street outreach instead. And then we looked at the other one with the funky house music, and we were actually finding it, dude. That was the content was great. But we were very confused because we were like, you were talking about this horrible shit, and in the background it was bum 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 bum, and it was like this is really.
Yeah.
And then at one point there was tropical house music, and then a cut straight to something like brutal and really horrible footage, and I was like, whoa, no. It was quite shocking. But then when we got into the main video, that was the better bit, I think. The intro was very shocking. And then it was but yeah,
To say that there was a reason behind that, the juxtaposition and some artistic reason. But no, I was just bad at video editing, unfortunately.
I wasn't badly edited. It wasn't. Don't take that as what I'm saying.
It was not for engagement or anything like that.
Okay.
Sure.
Yeah, don't take that as what I'm saying. I'm not saying it's badly edited. I've seen bad edits. It wasn't a bad edit. It was just an interesting edit, I would say. It was unique. But no, great. That was a great video, man, and it was really cool to see you out doing that, the multiple choice quiz. And how was it? How was it on the day doing that? Or was that multiple days that you did that video?
No, that was all one day. Yeah, we went out and spoke to, I don't know, maybe 10 or 12 people, and that shows how poor I am at the video editing, because practically all of them made the cut, even though none of them were super engaging. The conversations were great, but they weren't the kind of, if big YouTubers, maybe they'll have loads of conversations and they're looking for the ones that are people pulling all faces and reacting and things like that. But I was just I'm just going to try and reach more people with the activism I'm already doing. So
I don't think you should
everyone.
You shouldn't shit on yourself. I don't think there's a bad edit there at all, man. I think what more is the thing that happened was at that point you probably didn't have the mindset you have now, where you would you like you just said, you just wanted to take the activism and put it out.
It was a hobby,
right, exactly.
Now it's my job, right? Now I'm a full-time activist, and I have the same professional attitude, the same expectations I would have in my day job with every career I've ever had, whereas it was something I went out and did for a few hours on a Sunday before that.
Right. That's it. Yeah, that's it. And then now you could look at, also, I feel like when people first start making YouTube videos, this was one of your first videos. You hadn't made many. I feel like when we all start out, we don't really understand what it means. We don't really get it. And we make videos where we're kind of well, this is pretty cool. But then once you've been a YouTuber for a longer time, you look back and you're like, oh my God, I wish I knew what I know now then, right? Because then you start to realize there is definitely a skill to creating YouTube videos that are watchable. I mean, I look at my videos that I made a couple of weeks ago and I'm like, oh, I wouldn't do that the same way now. You know, sometimes you know, that's how it goes sometimes.
Yeah.
So you become more of a YouTuber the longer you stay and make more videos and figure this stuff out, right? So now you're in We The Free, and that's your thing. So what is We The Free, and exactly what are you doing for it? Let's like, for those that don't understand anything about that, I've never heard of this before. Let's start at the basics, man.
Yeah. So We The Free is a vegan advocacy organization. We primarily do street advocacy, street activism, outreach conversations through a few different event formats, some online activism, and we'll soon be launching a platform for like pressure campaigns. We do events called WTF Diamonds, which is you're used to the kind of event format, right, from other organizations. We stand in a formation, holding screens, wearing masks, show people footage of what happens to animals, and then have inspiring conversations with the aim of getting them to adopt a plant-based or vegan lifestyle philosophy, preferably. We do some other events called movie challenges, which are just really taking off over the last 6 months, where we basically set up stalls where people can sit and watch a movie, and just in the street, and we hold up big signs or banners that say, movie challenge, watch 3 minutes, win a prize. And very similar to the horror movie challenge that me and you did in Manchester like 2 years ago. So actually what we did together then has pretty much inspired what We The Free is doing now, interestingly enough. And I only just made that connection as I was saying it, like, oh yeah, we did a similar thing. And our groups kind of set up much more impressive events than what we did, because of course we were just doing it for like, I think 3 or 4 of us on the day, but now they're doing it to fit like 10 or 20 activists in. So sometimes they got like 8 screens set up in a row. People watch the footage. They get like 100 goodie bags filled with all little vegan snacks and things like that, which are the prizes. And after 2 or 3 hours of that, they've given away like 100 goodie bags. So that's like 100 conversations in a few hours, which I never thought that format would be, you know, having more conversations than the diamonds that we used to, but seems to be really good.
Very cool. And are people filming this? Is this part of what you're doing as well? You're gonna like, or are people? Is it more individuals choosing to film it? Like, what's the situation with that?
Yeah, so this is definitely something that we need to prioritize and do better, because like even our own activists are asking for this, like more examples of the outreach conversations that they can share into their groups and show to new volunteers to help them get better at outreach. But we've just hired a video editor, so we didn't really have the capacity to put out professional content like long form video content or anything like that in the past, but now we can. So watch this space for that one. I guess it's also just worth touching on, if it's okay, like a couple of things that We The Free does differently for anyone that's never heard of like We The Free.
Sure.
Is that okay?
Yeah, of course. Yeah.
Well, so obviously everyone knows some of the...
Can I say what I think? I think the most important differences between We The Free and other groups. I think I want to just like say my piece here, and you tell me if you agree or not. I think like the most popular version of kind of this type of outreach that most people will have come across and know of would be Anonymous for the Voiceless, and they obviously they have the what they call the cube of truth, right? Which is what you see the masks. People are probably seeing this masks, laptops, and people stood in a cube. And I think what's really, really innovative and impressive from We The Free is that instead of doing a cube, they actually just turn it over a little bit and they do a diamond instead. And I think that's by far the most innovative. It's the most incredible because with diamond to a cube to a diamond. I mean, nobody could have ever seen that come in, and it just how many more percentage of people stop for the diamond rather than the cube, James? I think you did some numbers on this. It was
yeah, I mean, it sounds like you're being a little bit sarcastic, but I'm going to stop you there. We did years of research on it and found that actually, like rotating it 45 degrees to make a diamond, it increases positive engagements by 3%. So
3%, that's fantastic. I mean, that's
keep up that joke. Sorry, that would be embarrassing.
I had to go for it, man. I had to go for it. No, but go on, give us some real, actual, what is We The Free doing different? Because I know the stuff, and I'm really impressed with what you actually do differently. So tell the people who don't know, because this is really cool.
So the first thing that I'm most excited about, because I'm a bit of a nerd, we've put together like a data and analytics platform called MyStats. So it's mystats.wtf is the website. And it's basically, you know, when you have a conversation with somebody on the street about veganism, and at the end of the conversation, you want to share some vegan resources with them normally, right? Like Challenge 22, Dominion, Seaspiracy, I don't know, something like that. We do the exact same thing, but we've got our own vegan resources website, 3movies.wtf, and we've got that on the card. You can't see it here; it'll be out of focus, but basically, it's our cards have got a link to a website on, or sometimes a QR code, and every action that people take on that website, we can keep track of it and put it on your dashboard, on your data and analytics platform dashboard, on your MyStats dashboard. So when you log into MyStats, you can see how many people have watched a Minion, how much of it they've watched. Well, actually, that's a new feature coming very soon. Whether they've watched a Minion or Seaspiracy, if they've signed up for a vegan mentor program, if they've checked out some books or apps or websites or other resources, and we can use this to figure out what form of activism works best for us. So you might have heard lots of vegans in the past arguing about, should we be nice to non-vegans, or should we hold them accountable and call them animal abusers and tell it like it is? And, you know, potentially we can answer that question. And actually, we've just recently published our year in review report for 2022. And what we're finding over the last year is actually we seem to be better than, you know, what some other organizations are getting in terms of getting people to check out those vegan resources. So we averaged out the conversion rate, as you'd call it, of how many people you give cards to that actually go to the website. And we averaged that out across all We The Free teams, and we got a 31.1% conversion rate, which, you know, that might not sound a lot, because that means for every 10 cards you give out, 3 people go to the website. But I promise you, if you compare that to like other interventions, other forms of advocacy, if you compare that to leafleting or things like that, it's really, really impressive. So that, you know, that's just the start. We're actually hoping over the next year to do some proper studies, some, you know, with actual researchers and not just me analysing it and our small team. But the early data we've got is really, really promising. And we can, like I said, we can use this to look at different forms of communication. Should we use graphic footage, non-graphic footage? Should we wear masks? Should we not wear masks? Should we stand in a diamond shape? Should we stand in a line? Or, you know, we can try lots of different things to see what works. So that's one thing that I'm really excited about, and it seems to be working really well.
So it is exciting, because you are right. There is, you know, lots of people with lots of opinions, and that's ultimately all they really are. And you know, some of the studies that I've seen cited, I mean, it's quite disappointing that when people cite certain psychological studies, they're often citing studies on things that have been unrelated to animal rights and veganism. They're often citing studies that are focused on either general ideas or on a different topic, and they say, "See, you know, that proves my point." And you're like, "Okay, yeah, no, it gives us an indication, you know, that you could be right." But based on that, it's likely that you could be right, but it doesn't answer the question. And somebody could still argue back and say, you know, oh, this study has all these flaws, and it brings us back to square one again. So if you guys are planning on doing actual, you know, proper data-driven studies with, you know, accounting for the various flaws that could be with your data, and I think that's going to be really powerful and give us some really solid information on where to move and you know what we can do next. That's really is valuable if that's what you guys can put together when you've got everything. Like I said, everything set up. So that would be awesome.
It's actually, I think what you touched on there is actually applicable to like the events that we are doing. So like I already mentioned, I am a bit of a nerd, and I do keep up to date with, you know, current animal rights research, and there are some amazing organizations doing great work out there, like Faunalytics. If you're familiar with them, they're a big one, and they've put out some really big studies just in the last 2 years that are actually, you know, giving advice and suggestions on what advocacy methods seem to work better and things like that. But you're also really right about some research that's been put out, which is quite flawed. So the best one that comes to mind, a lot of people cite this study that something like 84% of vegans eventually go back to eating animal products. So, and then, you know, it's easy for us to say, well, they were never vegan in the first place, and that doesn't really matter. What matters is like they give it a try and it doesn't work for them. But that study at least from when I looked at it, it was really, really flawed because it relies almost entirely on like self-reported data.
Absolutely.
And the problem with that is I'll try to not get too into the research methodology because it's quite dry and your audience will probably go to sleep. But probably the best way I can put it is, imagine you ask somebody a question like, "Oh, have you ever been vegan before?"
Yeah.
What you're actually asking them is, why are you not vegan? This is what's called a values-laden question.
Right.
So instead of just saying like, "Oh, I've never tried it," people feel the need to justify it. So they say, "Oh, well, I would try it, but my uncle went vegan and nearly died." And if you ask him like, "Oh, that's really interesting. I'd like to ask your uncle about that. How could I get in contact?" Like, "Oh, yeah, he moved away. I've lost touch." Like they just made this story up because they're trying to justify because it's such a values-laden question. So studies need to account for this, like you said.
And I think that is what you've just said is a limitation with a lot of these studies that people are trying to use. Like I can't quote any off the top of my head, but the ones that I have read where people have said, "Oh, but this study says that this is the best way," and then you read it and you're like, the study, like a lot of studies, are based on. A lot of psychological studies, I mean, are based on what people say they think as opposed to what they actually think. And that might not seem like a limitation, but it's a massive limitation. Think about it. Very rarely people say what they mean and mean what they say. They say often what they think that you want to hear or that. So you say to somebody, "Are you against animal abuse?" 99% of people will say I'm against animal abuse without even stopping to consider if they're contributing to any animal abuse, because they automatically say what they think they should say, but they inside and deep down, maybe they actually, there's conflict there, but it's not. My point is, the studies that you can do potentially, and hopefully, you're not going to be asking people, "Oh, did you go?" You're going to have data like, "Did you watch the documentary?" "Yes, I did." Okay, we don't know if they actually did or not. They could be lying. This is a limitation, but you're going to have the data that shows they clicked and they watched it. It's no longer up to a survey. It's no longer up to what somebody says on a scale of 1 to 10. Now it's just they fucking clicked it. There's your results.
Yeah.
They did what we asked them to do. Therefore, whatever we said to them worked. Great. Black and white. Okay. How long did they watch it for? Maybe you can get that stat one day. Who knows? But the point is, right, you're going to be able to give us actual data off of this, not just what someone says or feels, but actually their actions. That is. I mean, I don't know much about how the scientific method would consider this, but to me that seems like the highest level of evidence that, okay, we don't know what they say they did or didn't do, but actually,
in some ways,
we have their actions. We tracked and we see what they did. That to me that's huge. And obviously you could say, "Oh, maybe they clicked it by accident," blah blah blah, all this crap or whatever. But that's way more accurate in my eyes than somebody saying they're going to do something. No, this is way more powerful. So I'm excited, man. Very excited.
I mean, in some ways, yeah, but there are definitely limitations with it. So, for instance, lots of people might be like tempted to click on it, watch Dominion, and at the time they think, "Holy crap, I've got to go vegan now." But then, over the next 3 months, they get bombarded with like humane washing or greenwashing or anti-vegan propaganda, and it doesn't stick. So, actually, what we need is a study where we also follow up with people 3 months later and say, "Hey, so what was the end result?" And that's what we hope to achieve. And I can't wait to see what we get from that in the next year.
Yeah, it's great, man. I think I get what you're saying with the follow. There will be limitations to the follow-up because the only way you can find out if they did is by what they say, and they absolutely could bullshit you because they feel guilty. That will be then. But what I'm more excited, to be honest with, that's exciting too. But what's more exciting for me is you're going to be able to find out how to get the best way to get someone to go from a verbal communication in the street to going home and actually researching, and not just them saying, "I'll research." You're going to have actual evidence that they went home and actually clicked and looked into this.
Something, yeah.
To convert never mind veganism for now, but converting someone from being like, "Oh, I'm just here on the street," to going home and researching. That is such a huge hurdle. And we don't even know. And now you're going to say, "Well, we can know now. And here's what the people did to get that step done." If we can nail down that step, I mean, that's already a huge, so that's huge. That alone is huge. And then that's like one element of what you do. Then the follow-up element is the bit later, which is it's really exciting, man. It's really cool.
Yeah, really thank you. Yeah, I'm really excited about it. 100%. I guess just the other things just to touch on very quickly that are kind of special and different about We The Free is the first thing we've placed a huge focus, a huge emphasis on community building. So I guess I can just say very quickly, when we first started We The Free, we did a survey of 1,100 activists around the world, which I don't know how many vegan activists there are in the world, but I'm pretty sure 1,100 is like statistically significant. You know, that's a lot of them.
It's a lot of people,
and they had shared some really common problems that they were facing. And the three main themes were, I don't know how impactful my activism is. So that we've just dealt with that with the activism dashboard. The second one is the culture. Lots of, you know, you've experienced this, unfortunately, toxic communication, infighting, you know, name calling, or you don't do the right form of activism or whatever. And that leads ultimately to people getting burnt out and leaving the movement. Like a huge amount of 33% of the people that filled in, a third of activists said that they reduce the amount of activism they do because of these things. The first two things, either I don't know if it's making a difference, or this burnout, this toxic communication, this infighting is affecting me. People did not feel inspired by some of the leaders within the movement. That was a common theme. And then the final one, which is really concerning, is I don't receive any training which actually helps me be a better activist or be more sustainable or be a leader in the movement. So the three things that We The Free kind of put together, our blueprint for success to fix these problems, was the data and analytics dashboard, which we've done, community building, which I'll talk about in a second, and training. So they're the three main areas. So the community building, we do loads of like community events. Is one thing. So as well as activism, we also get together and do community events, which might just be something as simple as having a movie night at someone's house, or it might be, let's get 50 volunteers together and all go to our nearest vegan sanctuary and build them a new pig barn, or paint all the fences and muck out all the sheds and you know, look after the animals, feed them, you know, whatever. Or it might be a beach cleanup, or it might be a potluck event or something like that. So it's all about building communities and building support networks around us that, you know, it's a great way to recruit new volunteers. It's a great way to recharge our batteries. It's a great way to elevate the status of vegan activists in the community and get a little bit of goodwill. There's really no kind of side effects of it. The one thing, people don't always react that well to it, and you might have some experience on this. People say that if you take time away from activism for any reason, then you know you're not a good activist.
Yeah, I've heard.
Have you experienced that before? If you take a day off, if you posted a photo on your Facebook or Instagram of you and Annie at the beach, would people say like, what are you doing? You should be out there fighting for animals. You take donations.
And some people, some people potentially would be upset by that for sure. Yeah. Definitely.
So we're actually trying to kind of fight against this culture a little bit and explain that it's not because we don't care about activists and we're all we don't care about animals and we're all cupcake vegans or anything like that. We're trying to say, actually, we care about our communities and we care about animals so much that we're investing in our communities to be sustainable, to bring new volunteers on board, to be accessible to new people that might be too scared to just go to an activism event, but they will turn up to a social event or something like that. So there's really you know, no reason not to do this. So we really, you know, we insist that all of our teams get involved in these kind of community building activities.
That's a great idea, yeah. I think it's great to hear, and it's great to hear it's going really well. When you first started the organization, I'm going to ask you some questions now that I think will be difficult, by the way. So just prepare yourself.
Go for it.
When you first started the organization, I had a big concern that you were beginning a new organization, and my concern was that I know you well, and I know that how you are with the things I'm about to talk about, but I was concerned of how the hell you were going to implement these attitudes into your organization, right? And I'd love to follow up on this. So let's talk about the issues with other organizations that I've experienced personally. The issues that I've experienced in other organizations have been a severe lack of diversity of opinion. The ruling in other organizations has been your political opinions must align with the predominant political opinions of our organization, and if they don't, you're not only not welcome, but you're evil. And you're disgusting, and you should be ashamed of yourself. And that's been other organizations. And the only organization that attempted to not do that was Anonymous for the Voiceless. And you see what happened there, basically. For those that don't know, Anonymous for the Voiceless very publicly stated that they don't take hard positions on current events, and that they don't mind if basically they don't really care what you think and what your political opinions are if you just leave them at home and don't bring them to our events. That's what Anonymous for the Voiceless tried to do, and people turned on them and accused them of standing silent in the face of and throwing people under the bus, or allowing evil people to come to the events, blah 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 blah. Now with We The Free, I know that actually you have some pretty, let's say, I don't think they're controversial, but others would say controversial people in the organization. For example, one of which who's a UK Conservative trying to become a member of Parliament for the Conservative Party, which lots of vegans would say makes that person evil. But I know he's a pretty solid member of the team. I'm pretty sure he's even an organizer. So how are you managing? And you're succeeding, by the way. I've not seen any drama with this guy. How are you managing to have teams with people of polarized political beliefs work together for animals, where so many organizations have failed to do this? How are you doing this? Because I'm impressed, mate. I'm really impressed.
Thank you. So first of all, thank you. Yeah, we are definitely succeeding in this area, which I'm really grateful for. And it's actually a hard question to answer because it's all about culture, and you can't just point a finger to one thing and say that's what makes culture. A successful culture within an organization is like hundreds of little things done extremely well, right? So it's to do with like interpersonal relationships, it's the policies and procedures we've got in place, it's the inductions and training and the words we use and how we communicate, and the expectations that we set when we onboard someone into the organization. And our values is we want to be our values is based on us being an inclusive organization, and that means we need to pay a lot of thought to making sure that we are not, we've not got blind spots. We're not putting up barriers to participation for people from marginalized communities and things like that. And yet, how to say this? You're right in what you say. We've got people from complete opposite ends of the political spectrum, and our stance is that we do not get involved in we don't take hard stances on these inflammatory. These divisive opinions. So let me give one example of one of those opinions that's very, very divisive. And I'll try not to say something that'll get you like demonetized or anything. So I'll pick one that's a bit more tame, like vegan cat food, for instance.
Okay.
It can be extremely divisive.
Yeah.
And people on both sides of the spectrum of this one opinion, this one issue, have complete opposite opinions. One side says if you feed your cats vegan cat food, then you are an animal abuser because you're not giving them what they should naturally have, what's healthy for them. I don't believe they can be healthy on synthetic taurine and things like that. And maybe they quote some studies that do seem to say that. And on the other side of it, they're saying if you don't do that, you are an animal abuser because you're paying to have cows and chickens and pigs killed to put into that food, and you're contributing to it. And there was a study recently from America saying something like a third of animal agriculture. In fact, I can't remember it, so I'm not even going to quote it, but it was a huge figure for like what goes into the pet food market.
Right.
And yeah, they're saying if you don't feed your cats like vegan cat food, you're an animal abuser because of this. And then maybe they could quote some studies that say there's been some really good studies recently saying that vegan cats can be perfectly healthy, and it's not meat that they need, it's certain nutrients that you can get synthetically and whatever. Both of those people have completely opposite opinions, but they both have the exact same values of I want to help animals.
Right.
They just don't agree on the best way to do it. And we've had quite a few cases where people have had these, these interpersonal issues over issues, maybe not this one, but other ones of a similar nature. Okay. And we've managed to bring them together and kind of talk about these issues in the appropriate way, rather than arguing over social media. So when people try to argue about these things over social media, we try to shut that down. We don't engage with it on our social media because social media is divisive by nature. We try to have those conversations in an appropriate way by we first, give people a chance to explore their feelings and talk about it. We have got on our advisory board, Mr. Ronnie Lee, who I know you've had on your channel recently, defending the idea that, basically, if you are right-wing politically, you're not a vegan.
Yeah,
and we've also got our board of directors, Sash, who you just spoke about, who is a political candidate for the Conservative Party. We managed to have people from completely different ends of the political spectrum, and yet we managed to create a culture where we treat each other with respect, and we don't make extreme, we don't attack people's the individual. We attack the ideas and then talk about it in a rational way. So that seems to be working really well.
It's smart, and it's great that it does work well, because over the past couple of years, there's been so many of these topics that could have easily. I mean, again, I use Anonymous for the Voiceless as an example. I think I don't know about now, but a lot of people at the time refused to work with them because of taking and not taking positions on things like BLM. I don't know if they did end up taking any positions on like the whole COVID saga, but it's what I'm trying to say is like. They tried to do it. They tried to do what you're trying to do, and for whatever reason, it failed. And it was really sad to see, because they were genuinely just trying to keep people focused on animals. And when they did talk about something like BLM, they talked about it because of animals. They didn't want to weigh in onto the topic, but they were dragged into it because they weighed in on. You saw the BLM when they were doing riots and they were using pigs' heads, and AV did what I consider to be the right thing. Because you should always, it doesn't matter who's doing it to animals. If it's happening and it's public and it's in the news and it's the West, it's not like it's not like you're bullying some tribe somewhere or something. Like, no, it's a big Western movement. It deserves to be criticized, right? But no, people, a lot of people turned on them for that. And it's, in a world where it's easy for an organization to just completely lose loads of people for doing the right thing when it regards to animals. I'm surprised and impressed that you've been able to make this work somehow, because people are people flip so quickly, don't they, with these topics? They just lose their minds, man. You know what I'm saying?
It might seem like an accident, but we've put a huge amount of work into achieving that. From engaging with members of marginalized communities to ask them, what do you want from a movement, and doing the work behind the scenes. And don't get me wrong, people have sent us messages saying, your social media doesn't put out enough content which supports this and this and this. And we've engaged with them and kind of said, actually, maybe our social media isn't what you'd like it to be, but here is all the work we've done in the background to make sure that our community is inclusive and safe for all peoples. Here's the policies and procedures we've put in place. Here's the deep dives and the reading that we do as a team to make sure that we're not neglecting certain, groups of our communities and things like that. And that seems to be working really well.
That's good, man. That's good. I mean, to be honest, for the people that are sending you those messages, it's probably never going to be enough. But the point is that if anyone were to ever try and pull you up, at least you have this. You can show. Or if anyone were to try any kind of, it's good. It's a good way of nipping it in the bud, and I like that you even respecting these people, even though they're probably not actually coming to you with respect. You know what I mean? It's nice that
some
you
of
show
the people
them some
that send us these messages have absolutely no intention of being out there on the street, and I am aware of that. And we've also got to be careful that we don't spend too much of our resources responding to people that have no intention of being activists. At the same time, many of these people do want to help the community because they believe that this is the best way to do it. So I've got to respect that. And I'll just touch very quickly on the political thing, if that's okay.
Go ahead.
Why we would have people that identify as members of the Conservative Party, or they would vote Tory or things like that. That's very, very divisive, and I feel like if I don't just touch on that, some people will be very upset. So I just want to say, politically, I'm kind of different to you, I think, David, and yet I'm probably like centre left. And you're probably a little bit more right than me. I'm just guessing. We've not really spoken much about politics, but based on opinions you've shared and things like that.
Sure.
And at the same time, we always kind of respect each other. But anyway, I'm like quite left wing because I believe that policies of left-wing parties and things align more closely with my values. And yet at the same time, I realise, and the organisation realises, so that in most countries around the world, the dominant political ideology is right-wing conservatism, right? And what I'm fighting for is the complete abolition of every slaughterhouse. I want a vegan world, and the fastest way to do that probably isn't to try and convince the entire world to, vote left wing in the next elections. It's probably to help our movement appeal to people with different political ideologies. So
Yeah,
we
yeah,
need them in the movement, no matter what. We need them. So we need to like, you know, unify the movement, and that's our main mission, is to try and unify and, you know, overcome some of the fractured nature of our movement.
Yeah, man.
And it seems to be working really well.
And yeah, you're totally right. And I had this discussion with George, you know, Carnism Debunked, and we with Ronnie as well, even. And I agreed more with George. Well, when I had them debate, I did. Ronnie had some good points, but I did end up. George's points more appealed to me. And one of the points he made that was fantastic was that in every country on the planet, the two predominant parties that people vote for, one of them will win. They're both anti-animal. They're both anti-vegan. Like most of their policies are anti-animal, anti-vegan. So what you're really voting for is which one of them you think is the least anti-vegan. So to say that one of these people who votes for one of these parties isn't vegan because they didn't choose which one, in your opinion, was the not as bad anti-animal party. It's like, no. I mean, you're voting for anti-animal, anti-vegan parties wherever you vote, right? Unless one of them is a vegan party, in which case you're throwing away your vote most likely, because they're not going to get, you know, you're not going to change anything by voting for them. So I like that. That's the way We The Free goes with this, and that, you know, it's Ronnie has his opinion, and you know, I do respect his opinion, actually, even though I don't agree with it.
He's been doing it for 50 years, you know.
Exactly. You know, I said it yesterday that you don't always have to respect people's opinions, especially when they're just some stranger on the street. Why the fuck would you respect their opinion? But with Ronnie Lee, it's like, all right, dude's been a vegan and an activist for longer than I've been alive. It's not an appeal to authority. It's just you just got to give him a level of respect to like, okay, he's been around for a while. He must know some stuff. Even though I think he's dead wrong on this, I do respect. I tried to understand him. I tried to understand the points, but I ended up disagreeing. And I guess he's happy to be disagreed with. That's why he's on your board of directors with a conservative, or an advisor with a conservative on the board. Do you know what I mean? It's not like he's black and white on this. Like, oh no, you guys aren't vegan because of this person. You know, so he might believe this stuff, but he's still open-minded enough to work with a conservative. So that tells me again that there's a lot, you know, there's a lot of good with Ronnie. And actually, he did say also, I don't know if you saw, he did say that if there was like a hard conservative party that we could prove was doing more for animals, he would vote for them. Like, it's not like he's dogmatic, you know, which I find.
And that's what it comes down to all the time, really, because I know that Sash, for instance, who is a member of he's a political candidate. He, you know, when I've spoken to him about it, he wants to try and change the party from the inside out and help get some, you know, animal-serving policies on their agendas. And that's because he believes that's an effective way to help animals, because they're the dominant party. And then other people are saying, yeah, but by doing that, you're supporting a party which has policies which I think won't help animals. At the end of the day, that's two people that they've got the same values, but a slightly different opinion on how to achieve that. And to say that one of them is non-vegan or anti-vegan or a bad person because of that is, I think that's quite dangerous. Well, at least divisive.
Very divisive. Very divisive. There are some people out there. There's some vegans who've made the arguments that there's actually more in line with veganism. When you consider not the conservative parties necessarily, but let's say the things that a general conservative believes in can be very easily aligned with veganism. So, you know, they believe in, you know, when you actually look to the core traditions of like what makes somebody a conservative, regardless of political parties that they vote for. You know, they talk about things like preserving nature, preserving the environment, you know, as one of the things. When they talk about, I mean, the religion thing is a problem. I think that is a problem. But even the religious stuff can be, you know, vegan message can be in there. They talk about individual rights and individual freedoms, but yet they're taking rights and freedoms from others. You know, there's a lot of hypocrisies and contradictions you can point out to when somebody identifies as a conservative, and they talk about, you know, personal freedom, and this is where we get stuck, where they seem to think that the vegan is trying to take away their freedom. It's actually not that at all. It's actually the vegans, we're saying, yes, you have your freedom, you can do whatever you want, but why would you choose to do this with it? You know, so there's so much ripe, fertile ground to have vegan discussions with conservatives, and it really pisses me off when vegans just dismiss them as if they could never change, and that's the reason that they continue to not like vegans. No one's crossing that bridge. No one's reaching the olive branch out, you know? So when I hear about people like Sasha, I'm like, great, let's make this more normal. Let's have it like so that, you know, we need conservatives within conservative spaces talking about veganism as passionately as we have people on the progressive side doing it. That's why so many progressives are vegans, because we have the people who believe that we can convince these people. Okay, well, where are they on the other side? That we need more of that. We need more conservatives to take up this fight and talk to other conservatives about it. Regardless of parties and stuff, I'm just talking about the mindset, because as you correctly said, most people globally are conservative up here. They might vote one way or the other, but look at the way they eat, look at how they celebrate traditions and culture and blah, blah, blah. They're conservatives. Most people fall into that category, right? So we got to try. We got to try and understand this, you know, and make an effort. So, and you guys are doing that. So.
Anyway, just to clarify, it's not like, you know, We The Free takes a stance politically at all. We're the complete opposite of that. The whole purpose of this discussion, I guess, was to just point out that we are trying to unify people of all different beliefs, and that we're trying to be inclusive, and that does include like diversity of thought, and but also, you know, we want to be accessible and to, you know, people of all different, you know, creeds, I guess.
Well, yeah, I mean, you know, this is, I guess you'll agree with me on this, that we are, what is it you're laughing at?
No, nothing.
I saw you giggling about something. All right, no, I was going to say, like, with us as vegans being the minority, right? Minority of the world population, correct? And then vegan activists are a minority of that minority. And you know, vegans, actual real I mean, when I say real vegans, I don't just mean plant-based dieters. I mean, I don't mean people who are like saying they're vegan. Real vegans, that's a tiny minority. Vegan activists, animal rights activists are a tiny minority of that. So I guess, you know, the point of you saying you're trying to unify people, I mean, that if you don't, what you would be saying is, we don't want to unify people. We want to take a hard political stance, and we only want people of that. So you're taking the minority and you're making it even more of a minority. And we think that's going to win. Is that how we win? Is that how we actually, you know, motivate and mobilize by saying, hey, not only you have to be a vegan activist, obviously, to even be interested in what we do, you have to be interested in activism. But not only that, you have to hold this specific belief about this topic, and this other one too, and this other one too, and this other one too. And if you don't, then you know, you're going to be pushed out of our organization very quickly. Okay, yeah, great. That's a winning tactic, right? That's what we should do. But that's what other organizations are doing, and it's really sad. So I'm just, what I'm getting at here is the reason I love what you guys do so much, and the reason that if you guys had We The Free here, I'd be doing it, is because look at my channel, bro. Look who I am. Look at what I try and do. Look at what I say. It's completely in line, and I'm so happy that there's an organization out there that is on that same wavelength. It makes me very hopeful for the future, to be honest with you, that you guys exist.
Thank you.
That you're trying to do this.
I mean, just to touch on one final thing, I guess, like I mentioned about the messages that we sometimes do receive saying, you know, why aren't you doing more to support this? Why aren't you doing more to this? And actually, part of our response is, you know, many of our members are, many of our, you know, even core team are doing work to support these things, but it's just not what we specialize on as an organization. We specialize on, you know, animal advocacy, farmed animal advocacy, but you know, many of our members do go and, you know, march or campaign for various other issues outside of that.
Yeah.
And, you know, if there's anything we can do to support that, we will, but it's not a We The Free focus.
Yeah.
And I think that's fair enough, you know. The animals have only got one movement. It's extremely small. I don't need to start gatekeeping it.
No, man, that's solid. It's a solid way of doing it, and I hope it keeps working. And well, I mean, like you say, you've got all these small changes. You seem to be smashing it. I just hope it continues and grows and becomes, you know, and just keeps going, dude. And I hope I've not even joined any of your events yet, man. Because we're in Turkey, and when we're traveling around, we've not had time or resources or whatever to get to places and stuff. But I hope I can come to one of your things at some point. And where are you active now, actually? Do you have like a list that do you know off by heart even? Yeah, go on then, man.
I can go through some of the best thing is if you could just load up the activism.wtf and click on the Get Involved section, there's like a map. But we've got about 46 teams in 12 countries, I think. We've got most of our teams are spread across like North America, Canada, and the UK, but we've just starting a team in Bulgaria. We've got a team in Indonesia. We've got quite a team in India. We've got where else? Oslo, Norway. yeah, we're starting teams all over the place. So
very cool.
We've got 46 teams in there. There's about 3,200 volunteers right now, which it doesn't sound like a lot, but we only launched officially just over a year ago. So
that's a lot.
We're growing
man.
fast.
That's a lot, dude. That's a lot. Yeah, I would say to try and start something up in Turkey, but from what I understand, it's not the safest place to do this kind of work. Unfortunately, I think the police out here are just very quick to arrest journalists, so you just need to be a bit careful. I think starting up in somewhere like this. Yeah,
we unfortunately did get an event shut down here in Indonesia on Sunday by they called the Banjar, basically like the local council. But they came and shut our event down, and we got to get a permit before we go back. But that's a risk when you're when you're operating in certain countries.
So how let's talk a little bit about that. How is it going in Indonesia? Because I mean, when you try and do these events, because I'm seeing recently that they're incorporating some new laws about unmarried people living together, stuff like that. So it feels like they're trying to push back against Western influence right now. So how's that? Has that changed how it's been for you on the ground when you see the government's kind of starting to push back a bit?
Not so much. Like, obviously, Indonesia is a Muslim country, and they've got heavily kind of conservative kind of values in the mainland Indonesia. But I live in the island of Bali, which is it's most of the people here are Hindu. There's some Muslim population, some Christian population, but Bali doesn't really seem to enforce, as far as I'm aware, like all of the mainland Indonesian kind of law and culture. So it's quite different here. And the people here, when we do have events, the people here are very, very open-minded. When I do events in the UK, and I've done hundreds of events in the UK, and you know what it's like, people come over like, how can you show this to kids? And this is wrong. You shouldn't be allowed to show this in public and things like that. But here, everyone's very open-minded. They'll just come over and say like, oh, what are you doing? And you'll say, we're showing what happens to animals, and they're like, yeah, it's bad, isn't it? And the only difference, I guess, is a lot more people here will use religion as a justification. But those conversations actually seem to go really well because I guess the training that we do works really well. But I'll have conversations with people where I ask them, if I want to join your faith, as your Hindu faith, as a vegan, and I don't want to sacrifice animal products for the offerings, will I be allowed to do that? And they say, oh yeah, you can absolutely do it. So I say, okay, well, can you do that? And I guess I could. And
that's cool. Nice.
Yeah, so we have really good conversations. But yeah, in terms of the the culture and the law changes, occasionally people will come over and say you can't do this, and we just need to get a certain permit or something. But on the whole, yeah, really good.
Yeah, the whole permit thing is so lame when the Jobsworths come over like, oh, you can do this exact thing, just you need to get like a piece of paper and then you can do it. Yeah, sure.
They say it like it's to keep you safe, almost like they're doing a risk assessment or something.
Yeah,
but we've probably just got to pay a fee or something.
Yeah, I've only ever, actually, I mean, I guess I understand in a way, because we did this once in Kathmandu. We did a Cube of Truth in Kathmandu, and it got really bad. It got out of hand. One of the, not even an activist, just somebody who came over and wanted to get involved, ended up hitting a member of the public. And she wasn't any part of our group. She just came over and started talking to people and just slapped this guy across the face, and because he was being really, really rude about animals. And oh yeah, and it went erupted. It went crazy. Armed police had to come in and form a barricade to stop people from coming to get us. It was really bad. And after it all calmed down, we spoke with the police, and one of the locals translated. And basically, all the police were saying was, "You can do this." They were saying, "You can come over and do this. It's absolutely fine, but you've got to tell us." Because we need to know what's going on. We need to be ready in case something goes wrong. You have freedom of speech, but you need to tell us. And it was like, wow, I did not expect him to say that. I thought he was going to say, "Never do this again." And that was a moment where, in Kathmandu.
In Kathmandu.
Yeah,
that's kind of cool.
Yeah, and it was a good moment, because it was like it did teach me like, okay, maybe the whole permit thing is kind of makes sense then, right? If they're informing the police, I mean, yeah, that's good. Because that's what he was upset about. He was upset because they had to rush there. You know, they got the call and they had to rush in. But if they'd have known prior, they could have had some police around already because they would have known something was going on. That's why he was pissed off. Because
and some of our teams have actually built up really good relationships with the police. I know, you know, in our movement, we tend to sometimes have that like ACAB attitude, right? But actually, some of our teams have built really good relationships with the local police who the police explain to them it's our job to facilitate peaceful protest. And if you let us know when you do it, not only will we never disrupt your events, but we'll actually send someone over a couple of times throughout the 2 or 3 hour event just to say, is everything okay? Anyone giving you any trouble? If they do, we'll move them on.
Yeah, man. I've had some. Yeah,
they facilitated it.
It's been good. Yeah, I've had some. This is important, I think, because you're right. There is a bit of an ACAB attitude, and it's justified. But you know, when we can use them to our benefit, I mean, it can be good. There's 2 examples I can give that might make people a bit more open to this and realize that we can use them. You know, they can be helpful. There was one in England. We were filming. We were scouting a slaughterhouse to do a vigil, and we were filming and see what can we film. You know, what can we get inside, or what can we see inside and stuff. Trying to figure out what was going on. And the owner came and he was, oh my god, he was so fucking angry. And he was like, threatening us, blah 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 blah. And it was really really intense. He called the police. He was like, they're gonna fucking come down and you're gonna get removed and stuff. And the police came. And they were like, okay, what are you doing? Where have you been standing? We were like, we've not moved from where we've been filming from here. He was like, you've just been stood here. Yeah, that's fine. Okay, we'll go talk to the guy. Goes to the guy, and then he's like, yeah, but they're filming. And he goes, yeah, well, they're on public property. They can film. If you don't want them filming inside, put higher fences up. And that, you know, they were just really brutal with him. Like, this is legally their right to be able to stand on public property, and they could zoom in on all your windows all they want. That's your problem, kind of thing. Your business, right? And it was so good. That was one great example where they actually upheld the law in our benefit. And another great example was in Spain. The police at this vigil, we were doing a vigil at a really difficult corner of like a road. It was dangerous, actually, to be crossing the road there. So the police, the solution to this, they came out. They had a squad car sat, not to stop us, but to stop trucks for us. The police were getting out, and when a truck came with the animals, they were stopping the truck and telling them, you need to wait for 2 minutes for safety reasons. They were closing the road for 2 minutes and then allowing us to do what we did and then saying, there you go, now time to move, go in. How crazy is that?
This is an unexpected side effect of, you know, when Extinction Rebellion in the UK, for instance, like shut down the capital of the country basically for several weeks. And since then, I imagine all the police have been trained a lot more about like protests and what their rights and powers are and things like that. And, you know, sometimes you can abuse the law, things like that to actually help animals. In the same way that, you know, when we've been and looked around farms and slaughterhouses, we've been very aware that, you know, it's just a civil matter to trespass, so you can, you know, have a quick walk inside a farm and have a look. In the UK, obviously, in other countries it's different. But then on the flip side of that, you've got places like Canada where, you know, some of our core team members have literally been arrested and threatened with prison for exposing, you know, being whistleblowers, for exposing what goes on. And, you know, it costs them massive amounts of money and stress and time, and they're subject to all kinds of orders on where they can go and who they can talk to, just as a result of trying to whistleblow horrible breaches in the law.
Yeah, it's really shit. It can be one way or the other, but I guess the point I'm trying to make here is assuming is bad. Assuming makes an ass of you and me. Don't assume. It is true. Assume makes an ass of you and me. Get it? So because the thing is, if you assume the police are going to be shit and you act shit, you lose any opportunity for them to actually maybe have been good. Like when that guy came to us when we were outside the slaughterhouse, if I had just been like, fuck you, we're not moving, he might have been like, well, now you fucking are, because you're disrupting the peace. You know what I mean? But instead, he came over and we were just calm, quiet. What's going on? We explained calmly what's going on. No disrespect, just very matter of fact. And he was just like, yeah, that's totally fine. So it really, the way you act can determine how they act. And yeah, whatever, some of them are assholes, but just maybe if you're not an asshole, they might not be as much of an asshole because they're just humans at the end of the day, and they're not robots, that law operating robots. If you can not be nice to them, but if you can be cooperative and don't just automatically be a shit with them, they might help you out. And that's what we need out there. We need help. I mean, we don't want to be bootlickers, obviously, but at the same time, you just need to, you've got a goal, right? And you need to achieve your goal. If you can get them to help you achieve the goal, why the fuck not? right? It's just, you know, try and get them to do the things you need them to do rather than piss them off and have them
It can
try
be
and stop you.
frustrating, though.
Very.
It can be frustrating. You know, like in the UK where we're both from, you've got like the hunt sabs that are going out and trying to stop illegal hunting, and the police in some cases are like senior police service members are actively involved in the hunts, and you know, people get caught with very clear evidence that they're breaking the law and that they're, you know, trespassing on people's lands and murdering foxes in the most brutal and savage way, and it's horrible. And then they get a slap on the wrist, or it just gets thrown out by prosecutors.
It's incredibly frustrating, and you can see why the ACAB ideas come from that. There's nothing. I mean, you can believe that stuff. This is the thing. I think what we need to try and do a bit more is, I mean, like for example, when someone's talking to you in the street, right? Someone comes over to you, James, in a diamond, and says the stupidest shit you've ever heard. In your head, you're thinking, "Fuck you." You know, you're a fucking idiot, but you don't say it out loud, right? I mean, I'm sure you do. And then out loud, you're trying to get them to understand why that's not right, blah 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 blah. Same thing with the police. You can know that the police are shitbags in your country. You can think like you're a fucking dick, and ACAB and all that stuff. But just put on a face and just try and get them to do what you need them to do. Because if they rock up and you're just like, ACAB, fuck you from the first moment, you might feel pretty good. And yeah, I'm a bloody, what is it called? Anarchist. Yeah, I'm a big tough anarchist, but you actually not achieving what you set out to achieve by doing that. If you're out there to do a vigil, or you're out there to do an outreach or whatever, your goal is to stay at the vigil and have that work, or your goal is to keep the outreach event going. When you say ACAB, fuck you, go fuck yourselves to the police, that's the end of the day. Like, even if you've got the right to be there, they can now say stuff like, "Oh, you're disruptive, you're, you know, whatever." They can make some shit up, and then they can stop your events. It's just got to play the game, right? It's got to play the game.
I mean, I actually talk about this quite a lot in the online trainings that I do. In fact, I've not even mentioned that, but yeah, I give like basically vegan outreach workshops twice a month, every month for free. So if you follow We The Free, you'll see that we put them out on, they're just like 3-hour Zoom workshops every month. And I talk about this quite a lot. And, you know, when we go into a conversation at a diamond and somebody says like, "Oh yeah, but if you're on a desert island, you just want to roll your eyes, call them a fucking idiot, and like, you know, get on with your day." But you know, in some cases, people say like, "What about protein, though?" And I'm like, "Oh my god, this is like the 10,000th time I've heard this." But sometimes it's the first time. You know, we live and breathe veganism. We talk about it all day, every day. Of course, we've heard this a million times. But some people, they've never even really thought about veganism, and they might genuinely think like, "Oh, I know I used to. This I shouldn't admit this. This is stupid." But before I was vegan, like one of the first conversations I ever had about veganism, a friend told me they'd gone vegan, and my first reaction was, "That sounds awful." My second reaction was, "Where are you going to get your protein? And what about bacon and cheese and things like that?" Right? So if I can say all those things a few years ago, and now I'm a director of a international animal rights organization, then anyone can, right? Anyone can. So even though we might feel that, like, maybe we should just give people the benefit of the doubt sometimes. Definitely. And actually, if you don't do it for that reason I've just said, do it because you're going to have more effective conversations, because we as human beings, we are like emotional sponges, right? And we pick up on the vibes of people around us. It's not always a conscious thing. We don't think like, "Oh, this person stood a slight way and he's clenching his jaw and whatever, so maybe he doesn't like me, so I'm going to, you know, dismiss what he says." Right. But if we go into conversations thinking this person's an evil piece of shit because they're a non-vegan, they pay for animal abuse, whatever, there will be like very small, subtle hints in 100%. Our body language and the way we talk. They will pick up on it, that it will feel like a confrontation. They will feel attacked. They put up their defensiveness, and when they put up their defensiveness, they can't learn. So the easiest response is to dismiss what people are saying and reach for arguments like, "If you end up on a desert island," or don't plants feel pain? We reach for these arguments as a defense mechanism.
Yeah, good point there, man. Yeah, people really, we do often underestimate the power of the subconscious behaviors we exhibit, and the subconscious analysis that other people perform on us and that we perform on them. Right? Little tiny little things that are going on between both of you that will, you know, when you say like, "Oh, this guy's got good vibes," you're like, "Why?" And you can't put your finger on it. You know, and it's because this is where it comes down to, "Oh, this person gives me shitty vibes," and that's exactly where it comes down to. It's subconscious. You're bringing the subconscious to conscious when you do that. When somebody asks you, "What do you think about them?" Then your subconscious brain is like, "Oh, you want a decision? bad vibes. And you're like, yeah, they got bad vibes. Why? I don't really know. Just bad feeling. Bad feeling. That's where it comes from. That's where it's a really good point, man. I'm glad you, and that's a cool training that you're doing. So people can get this training, right? Go and join. Was it activism.wtf, right? That's the website.
Yeah, the best way to get involved if people are interested in this, and just to say it's evidence-based training. I do lots of research to put into it. The feedback we've got from hundreds of people that have gone through it is this has helped me with my outreach. I have better conversations. It's really effective.
Amazing.
And it helps them to feel better with their conversations. The best way to get involved is go to activism.wtf/training. Or just go to, even on the main page, just sign up to our mailing list, and we send out an email every time we book new training sessions.
Perfect, Mail. Annie's posted the link in the chat. So that's everyone can go check that out. Highly recommend you do it. And dude, yeah, it's exciting, man. I hope that, as I said, I hope this continues to grow so that I end up in the same place as one of your events, and I can come down and check it out and do some videos and stuff like that, and make some outreach videos and shit. That'd be really cool. So do keep it up, mate. And are you still active on socials yourself? Are you actively posting? No, not really. Okay.
Not at all. No, I the only reason I use social media now is for We The Free and activism. I don't use it for myself, and I feel better for it.
Good, yeah, good for you, mate. Good for you. So I guess the best thing to plug, if people want to follow like your work, it would be to follow We The Free on Instagram and Facebook, right? That would be if they're on the socials, yeah.
Yeah, you can search for just We The Free, or you can put activism.wtf, which is our tag on Instagram. So please follow us on there if you don't already.
Perfect, mate. Well, thank you for coming on. It was awesome to have you on and learn more about all of this. We're going to take a quick little break now. I'm going to take a little pee break, and then we'll be back with preparations for our next guest, which will be Ellie from Vegan Gaze, who we actually just watched a little bit of at one of your events. So
I'll stick around for that.
Yeah, cool, mate. Watch a few more of her videos, get pumped up, and bring her on for a chat. Thanks again, mate.
All right. Thank you so much. Thanks, everyone. And speak to you soon.
What's up, guys? Back in the room. Got a chocolate milk. Winning at life. Just winning. Yesterday we made a short, and today I figured we might be able to share that short, actually. So should we go take a look and get it shared? So yeah, let's have a look, and I'll see if you like the title I've gone for. So, do you remember the short we made yesterday, guys? So it was this short here. We'll watch it now. We'll watch it just to remind you guys of the one we made.
You've never even seen agricultural equipment. You don't know what it takes to raise thousands of acres of lettuce. Vegetables are 2 to 3 times more greenhouse gas impact.
Not true.
Yes, with fuel for tractors.
Not true.
And maybe your numbers are right. I don't know about those numbers.
You raise an animal, you breed an animal to existence. You need to give the animal farmland, feed, nutrition, medicine, crops, water.
You got to do that to tomatoes.
You need medicine for tomatoes. Not only does it take more resources to feed animals in animal agriculture, you're also killing someone that had a family, thoughts, and feelings and wanted to live just like you.
You've never even...
So that's one we've gone for. Okay. Now I was thinking title, Vegan Rages at Confused Tomato Farmer. I thought that could be quite funny. What do you think? What do you think, guys? Is that a good title? And then this tomato-loving farmer is very confused, and I'll put like original video by Plant-Based News. Just make sure we give them the original video, Plant-Based News. Just drop them the credit. Make sure people get that. I think that's a funny title. I'm not sure if it's a clickbaitable title, but it's very relevant for what the video is. And yeah, if you guys like it, we'll post it right now. You guys were part of the creation of this video yesterday, so we can just go for it. What do you reckon? Are we in? Stupid Vegan says yes. Curly Vegan, I think that is, says lettuce though. Chocolate milk is definitely winning. That's true. Are titles important for YouTube Shorts? Absolutely, they are important. Yeah, because it tells YouTube where it needs to go, and also when it comes up in a Shorts, like when you're scrolling YouTube, there's like a Shorts choice. Like they puts like a carousel, and the titles and the thumbnails are obviously going to decide whether someone clicks it or not. Wholesome Vegan gets schooled by eloquent tomato farmer. I mean, I like to start with the words vegan rages because my 2 most popular videos, with both over 3 million views, start with the words vegan rages. That's why I'm still testing that out, but we can try yours if you want, James. What do you guys think? Do you think James's vegan gets schooled by eloquent tomato farmer is funnier? Or let's have a look. Vegan gets schooled by eloquent tomato farmer. I mean, that's just like that's a long ass title. It feels a bit I mean, we could try it. I'm not sure about the word eloquent though. Maybe just like vegan at school by tomato farmer works. I don't know. I still like my title, Vegan Rages at Confused Tomato Farmer. But I guess it's not, I guess there's not really some rage in there. So it's kind of misleading because I'm not particularly raging in this one. I'm just like laughing. But, Vegan gets schooled by tomato farmer. We have another, sick tomatoes need doctors. I don't think that one, I can't imagine that one works. The word vegan needs to be in there, guys. Rages is good for clicks. This is exactly right. I'm going with the rages one, guys. All right, I'm doing it. Vegan rages at confused tomato farmer. I'm going with that one. All right, we're going to try that. We're going to go public. I agree that it is good for clicks, guys. And we're going to go with it. I think it's ready to go. Compromise. Vegan rages at eloquent tomato farmer. I mean, I don't think the word eloquent is particularly clickable, guys. That's the problem. I think confused is you guys are just fucking with me. You know, I'm taking you super seriously with this, and you guys are actually just messing with me. You're like, with the word eloquent, it's a joke. Is this a joke? Am I a joke to you guys? Am I a joke to you? Vegan consumed by... You guys are just messing with me right now. I'm going to save this. We're going to post this, all right? Screw you guys. Yeah, I won't be taking you guys... I won't be taking you seriously anymore, Ronnie. Get out of here with that. A genius tomato farmer. Vegan rages at genius tomato farmer. Okay. I mean, maybe that might be all right. That might be funny. I think that might be even better. Genius, maybe, rather than being confused, and then it's just sarcastic, and then down here we've got the confused. So it's, you know, I think that might be good. What do you think, guys? Genius or confused? Genius or confused? Vegan refuses to medicate tomatoes. I think we're gonna go with this one. Vegan rages at genius tomato farmer. No. We're gonna go confused. We're gonna go confused. I'm going with confused. All right. Oh, you guys want genius now. You guys are confusing me. Right. Okay. Okay. Fine. We'll go genius. Fine. We'll do genius. All right. Oh my God, now Samuel comes in and likes confused. Oh my God. Hey guys, I'll tell you what. If you really want to vote, it's been 4 hours since the last tip. It's been 4 hours since the last super chat or Streamlabs tip. That makes me sad, guys. What's going on? You guys, you don't have any you don't want to be publicly acknowledged as legends. What's going on here? You don't want to have the final say on this title of this video? Because I mean, that would give you the final say if you did it with a super chat or a tip. I've got to be honest with you. Confused vegan vaccinates tomato. Hey, Samuel wants to go for confused, and he's put his money where his mouth is. Thank you, mate. Thank you so much for supporting the channel and using it for such an important moment as well, to tell us all that the correct title is confused. And I agree with you. I agree with you wholeheartedly, and that's why we're going to save it. We're going to do it right now, and it is public. Pow. Okay, that one's public, guys. It's up. Thank you. Thank you, Samuel, for coming through, saving the day. And we'll take a look at yesterday's one, and then we'll take a look at some of Vegan Gazer's stuff as well. So yesterday's one. Hey, guys, look, yesterday's short, the one that we posted yesterday. Not yesterday. Yeah, it was yesterday, wasn't it? The one we posted yesterday, guys. Oof. You should see the income on this bad boy. Like, I'm gonna get rich from shorts, because I mean, let me just show you this. 2,600 views, and look how much we made from it. I mean, if all my shorts keep making me this much, I mean, dude, I'll close my Patreon, you know? I mean, I'll close Patreon, and I'll stop accepting donations from you guys and tips, because look, if my shorts keep up, you know, making this kind of money, I'm going to be able to fund other activists in the movement. I'm going to be able to come into the live chats of other places and send money to those activists, because, you know, I'm just going to be swimming in cash at this point with my 0.002 cents for 2,600 views. I mean, wow, yeah, you know, I really, the future is bright for YouTube Shorts, guys. The future is bright. But saying that, anyway, just to be clear here, this is why I ask you guys and try to encourage you guys to support the channel, because this is what we're dealing with, guys. You know, YouTube is really pushing YouTube Shorts and not so much pushing long videos. So I'm like, yeah, I'll make shorts because I want to reach more people with the vegan message. But then look what happens, guys. Look at how they give us. Look at how they pay us, hey? So that's why I need you guys big time. Join the Patreon team. Join the YouTube memberships team. Please help me out, because the shorts is definitely the way forward. But geez, I'm not gonna be able to survive at this point, you know. to focus on these guys. But yeah, 2,600 views, which is pretty good for this point. It will probably blow up more. 10% click-through rate on 5,000 impressions. It's actually quite good. Again, engagement on this is quite high. 35 seconds people are watching it for. The actual length of the whole video is 40 seconds. So people are watching it like all the way through on average, which is really good because the vegan messages in there are pretty solid at the end. And yeah, I mean, yeah, this isn't accurate. This is accurate though. So that's some good news, huh? Pretty happy about that so far. We'll see if it continues to grow and if it ends up blowing up. And the thing is with shorts is sometimes they take a couple of weeks to actually blow up. Hey, Ronnie George, thank you, mate. Hey, David, if you were stranded on a desert island with nothing to eat but tofu, would you grow moobs? I mean, obviously, if all you were eating was tofu, I mean, it's just a scientific fact that you'll grow man boobs because tofu is just full of pure unfiltered estrogen. It's not phytoestrogen. It's not plant estrogen. Don't ignore those silly scientists. It's real, solid, just 100% estrogen, guys. So yeah, of course I would grow man boobs. Please note, by the way, if you don't know whether I'm lying or not, that was all sarcasm. It's just there's these silly rumors that the meat and dairy industry made that there's real estrogen in tofu and it's going to give everyone man boobs and make our testosterone go lower. It's all bullshit. James, I will donation match the revenue from that video for 3 days. Oh, mate, well, thank you so much, bro. I'm looking forward to the 0.003 cents that you're going to send over. I'm really excited about that. Thank you, mate. See that, guys? This is the kind of beautiful, beautiful friends I've got. Let's have a look at some vegan gays stuff, shall we? And I don't mean like gay vegan stuff. I mean like Ellie, vegan gays stuff. Like there's anything wrong with gay vegan stuff. I just wanted to make sure we're all on the same page. So what have we got? Ex-vegan caught in lies. Now, I was intrigued by that one, but I held back on watching it because we're here and Ellie's going to come on. So let's have a look, shall we? I saw a clip of it on Instagram, I believe, actually. Or it was either on... Yeah, it was on Instagram. All right, so ex-vegan caught in lies, this is called. This is by Vegan Gays. I've got it on 1.25. No offense.
It's often a meme in the ex-vegan community that vegans will criticize these ex-vegans for never having actually been vegan in the first place. Now, there is a lot to be said about that topic, and we won't be talking about that today, but we will be talking about a prominent anti-vegan, ex-vegan figure who makes all sorts of claims against veganism on her Twitter. Now,
just want to say, like, speaking as like a, fellow YouTuber, Ellie, this is like a really good intro. You nailed it. I'm intrigued. I want to know what happens next. You wasted no time. You got into it. You told me what to expect from the video. This is really good. Just saying, like, this is a really nice intro.
To begin with, the problem with a lot of these anti-vegan / ex-vegan accounts is that they rely heavily, if not solely, on anecdotal evidence. The recounting of their own life and how these things unfolded, then attributing whatever issues they have to something that they have a particular issue with. It should go without saying that anecdotal evidence is not reliable whatsoever. Just quickly, for anyone who thinks that anecdotal evidence is powerful enough to rely on, for any claim that you want to make about your experience, someone can make the complete opposite claim and say that that's their experience. How do we actually hash out what is actually the case? This is why we need more reliable sources of evidence. But that aside, let's just explore how this anti-vegan, who claims to be ex-vegan, who claims all of her problems that she's talking about were because of veganism. Let's have a look at the evidence out there that she actually wasn't even vegan during this period of time. And for this video, we're going to be using a thread by Veganella talking about recovering vegan. She was subsequently blocked by this account. For those who've missed the last 48 hours at Vegan Recovering, has been found to be misleading others about how long she was vegan for and blaming her ailments on a vegan diet. Let's look at the facts. She claims to have been vegan for 18 years. Recovering Vegan says, I was vegan 18 years, vegetarian off on since 1986. I started a keto diet with meat 2020, but still eating plants and still have autoimmune issues. But all my other vegan health problems disappeared: coughing, sinus, migraine, cystic acne, constant candida, UTIs, etc. So even in this tweet, she's saying that she was on and off vegan vegetarian. So to blame it on veganism to begin with by your own accord, you weren't even vegan. So how are you going to blame it on veganism? Her own post shows she was vegan for 2 years from 2003 to 5, and then possibly a period in 2018. See below. And the circled
Wow.
areas are the talk. I made a commitment to mostly plant-based diet for a whole week now. I know that's not much. And in this, interestingly, she says after 1 week on a plant-based diet, no dairy or meat, the rings slide right on again. Obviously, the dairy and meat were causing inflammation and pain.
Oh my
So
God,
beforehand,
this is
from a week
hilarious.
of eating mostly plant-based, she's saying, okay, well, the inflammation was clearly caused by these foods. So this is kind of a habit of hers, kind of attributing a problem that she has to a particular food that she no longer eats for like a week. Now you can accuse vegans of being, you know, biased and saying, oh, of course you're going to say, oh, that like, oh no, it wasn't veganism. But I'm going to say, even in this case, you can't just say, oh yeah, it was definitely the meat and dairy that was causing the inflammation and the swelling. This is why we need further evidence, because otherwise you're just going to go around in circles. 2 years from now, you're probably going to blame something else. And here she also says, when I was vegan in 2003 to 2005. Here are many posts of her eating animals and animal products during the time she claimed she was vegan. And as we can see from these pictures, she says this beautiful woman dead us an organic breakfast at sunrise on a cold morning at Burning Man, and that's loads of flesh and eggs. This woman dead us. It was that kind of weird Freudian slip. Perhaps. And there are more posts of her eating animals. Have you seen the post where she does before and after vegan versus carnivore? Here she's admitting to using Photoshop. She shows a picture where she says before retouching and says left 2014, age 52, after I'd been mostly raw vegan, then some eggs for 12 years. I was also eating bread and grains. I was very sick all the time with candida and bronchitis. Right, 2020, age 58, after 1 year low carb, high fat and eating meat again. So it's really weird. She keeps saying, oh, mostly raw vegan. It looks from the post that she's made when she's like, oh, mainly plant-based, you know, on and off vegan, vegetarian. It seems like she was never even vegan. I think it's safe to say this without it being part of the meme.
Oh,
You did it wrong. You didn't do it right. From your own accord, it looks like you weren't actually vegan. It looks.
Well, she wasn't clearly, and what she's done. These people are they're actually what they're trying to do is pretty smart, but their execution, it makes them fucking morons. So what they're trying to do, which what I think is smart in a marketing sense, they have no morals, by the way. It's morally disgusting, but it's very intelligent in a business sense and a marketing sense. They acknowledge that there is a huge market to be an ex-vegan who had problems and recovered from those problems when they started eating meat. But that right now has some big bucks attached to it. You can get on podcasts, you can build a platform, you get sponsorships, you get deals, you get brands deals. There is a growing market, and it's actually growing quite fast, and there's a lot of opportunity there. And these people, these online people who are trying to make money online, or they're trying to build a business online maybe, or they spot this opportunity, and maybe they dabbled in some kind of vegetarian vegan diet in the past, and they think, well, I mean, yeah, I can get away with this. I can just start saying this, and you'll see it's happening so often now that it's actually just bank. It's just easy money to do this. It's easy. Well, maybe they don't even want money. Maybe sometimes it's attention because they've got low self-esteem. Whatever reason it is, there is a lot of attention to be had and a lot of money to be made from being somebody who was vegan who now isn't vegan because of health problems. It's just an easy way to get some fame and money.
It's like your diet was constantly changing. Veganism, the philosophy of trying to avoid the exploitation and killing of animals, wasn't something on your agenda. It was just, okay, I'm just going to kind of eat whatever, and then one time it will look like this, the next week it will look like that. This is just a mess, and it's showing how unreliable these anecdotes are. It cannot guide us to the truth in the way that people seem to think it will. In her own words, marketing is a contest for attention. The winner is the one who tells the best story. To be clear, I confronted her on this, and she had a chance to respond and clarify, but refused to. She had the chance to come clean, but didn't. Instead, she chose to block. In fact, I asked her many times over the years before I was presented with this information. It's just weird, like her picture is recovering vegan, one steak at a time. That's her at recovering vegan, at vegan recovering. There's this whole thing about how she's recovering from having been vegan, but we're seeing this kind of unfold. Like, when were you actually vegan? And it seems like, you know, during this period, you were apparently seeing positive results when you went plant-based for a week, and then you were blaming something else, another food group.
These, and also this is also coming down to I think I've said this before in another stream, actually. Maybe you guys have seen this on my second channel, but unfortunately, veganism, the concept of veganism, or at least a plant-based diet, tends to attract what I call extreme people, and this is why you'll see quite a lot of athletes who will go hardcore plant-based, pro-plant-based, hardcore vegan and animal rights or whatever, and then they flip and go hardcore carnivore. It's because athletes at the top level, they are some of the most extreme people you'll ever see in your life. They actually, I watched this psychologist talking about this recently. He said the top athletes in the world have a high prevalence of psychopathic tendencies, and this is directly correlated because the whole world needs to revolve around them, and if the world revolves around somebody else more than it revolves around them, that other person will win the race. That other person will be better. That to be a top level athlete, you have to be, you know, yeah, like I think he used the word psychopathy, it could have been sociopathy, but the point is they have to be able to destroy, decimate an opponent with zero empathy for them, and that's the only way you can be the best of the best of the best, right? And it's an extreme personality. Now the point is, now that's with athletes, right? When you look at people who get into animal rights, veganism, this person here is an example of somebody who fits into that extreme category. Look at what she's saying. I did plant-based for a week, and it fixed all these problems, blah, 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 blah. And now she's the opposite. Okay, I did carnivore, and it fixed all my problems. This is this extreme personality, this extreme mentality of they just fully commit into something, like hardcore, and then all of their, let's say, things that do or don't happen, they commit to the thing that they're chosen to commit to, and then all the good things are attributed to that thing, and all bad things are attributed to the thing that they no longer do. There's this extreme polarizing personalities that end up going and they become like there's no gray area for these people. It's like they just go hard one way and go hard the other way, and there's no in between. And it's trends for them as well. Like they go hard into trends. It's kind of like you know, those people that follow fashion, and they don't just, like, you know, most people kind of stay in the gray areas of fashion. They're like, oh, this is in now, maybe I'll try one element of this fashion out. But then some people, they will go, they just, okay, this is in, I'm going to dress like that every way, right? So like goth, right? And then something else comes in, and then they just completely switch to like hippie, and it's 100% hippie, and these kinds of people get really attracted to animal rights and vegan spaces, especially with the diet side of it. They do the same thing with the diets, and it seems to me like this woman is one of those people, just one of those people. The evidence looks like it matches what I'm saying here. Do you follow what I'm saying? Am I making sense, guys? Have you met these people yourself? I've met these people myself. I've met a lot of vegans that fall into this category, and I'm always very concerned when I meet these people, because I'm like, you know, there's a chance they'll stay vegan for life, but there's also a chance they would do this flip U-turn and stay plant-based for life, I suppose, if they would U-turn. But yeah, and go directly the opposite way. And it's happened. It has happened quite a lot with some people that called themselves vegan, you know?
It just doesn't really add up. Veganer says, I'm sharing this for two reasons. One, she's spreading misinformation about veganism as a way to turn people off and to gain attention for a brand, book. Two, I don't agree with her purposefully misleading people. It's immoral. I hope she will be honest to others now. The truth is more important than attention. And yeah, this is really misleading. You see this a lot in the diet communities. I mean, even misleading people about what veganism is a problem in itself. But to say that something caused you an issue and you weren't even partaking in that in the first place, why? Why are you doing this? I hate to psychoanalyze, and you know, maybe I'm wrong, probably I'm wrong, but it does feel like one of these cases where somebody is very fixated on there being a problem and they constantly want to attribute it to something, but obviously the problem doesn't go away because they're not actually fixing the root cause. They're not using, you know, like actual reliable evidence to come to some sort of solution to deal with the problem. So in order to take control, they feel like they have to attribute it to something, and it's always going to be something new because the problem's not going to go away. It really does feel like this is something that happens with these anti-vegans, and it's not just them, it's other people, but it seems rife with this group of people. Update, apparently cooking some plant-based meals and promoting vegan festivals means vegan recovering was vegan. I ate vegan and vegetarian food as a meat eater. Sure as hell didn't make me vegan or vegetarian. So in response to this, recovering vegan said, I was exposed as a fake vegan by Veganella. She left out all the misguided vegan posts I made when I was deep into the cult, including studying #vegan cooking with a protege of Anne Wigmore, working as a vegan caterer and doing PR for vegan festivals. #I did it wrong. So she's doing the meme. She's doing the thing where it's like, oh, you're saying I did it wrong. Yeah, you have a fundamental misunderstanding of what veganism is. Just because you promote vegan festivals doesn't mean you're vegan.
Yeah, there are tons of people who just eat a plant-based diet who promote the vegan festivals because they're just passionate about plant-based food. It doesn't mean that they're actually vegan. It doesn't mean they even care about animals. I would bet that the festival she's promoting was a food festival and wasn't. It didn't have any form of any activism or speeches or anything like that going on. It was most likely just plant-based food festivals, of which there are tons of them.
Am I a footballer if I share football posts, so go to the stadium and watch people playing football?
It's a good example.
There's a certain criteria under an identity, under a term. And if you don't fit it, you're not that. It's kind of as simple as that. I don't know why they go to, you're saying I did it wrong. No, we're saying you didn't do it, and you're saying that you did, and you're blaming some for your problems on it. Like, that's a problem. Veganella says, tragic coping. I posted the evidence. None of this disputes the receipts. Giselle, Recovering Vegan, said from 2002 to 2019 promotes dozens of events and conferences that featured yoga, healthy vegan food, and permaculture.
That means nothing.
I thought this was the most conscious path for the planet. I had no idea that there would be a nutritional downside to this ideal. Nutritional downsides of which you haven't actually posted reliable evidence for. The only evidence that you've provided is that you are unwell, but in your own words, you can't actually substantiate that you were indeed vegan. Instead, you just talk about promoting vegan festivals. Come on now. Now, unfortunately, if Recovering Vegan sees this video, she'll probably think it's bullying because she thought that this thread by Veganella was indeed bullying. She said, I haven't posted much today because I was traumatized by bullying from vegan influencer Veganella. I'm disabled. I live in 24/7 intractable pain. I have trouble walking and have several autoimmune spinal disease documented by neurosurgeons. Veganism did this to me. And this is what's dangerous. It's horrible that people have to live with disabilities, you know, with chronic conditions that cause so much pain, cause like debilitating issues. But to attribute it to something that, one, you weren't actually doing, and in order to kind of dispute what Veganella was saying, you didn't even actually dispute it. Instead, again, you talked about festivals she promoted. Like, do you really think that makes you vegan? Do you think that somebody who eats animals but then shares like an animal cruelty video is a vegan person? Like, come on, you surely don't think that. And I agree with Saffron here. Exposing dangerous lies in a logical, factual way isn't bullying. She's one of the most respectful, calm tweeters I've ever come across. Anyone that knows her and knows you won't buy this victim tweet. And I must say, it's really intriguing to kind of bring up the problems that you have, attribute it to something that you can't substantiate. It does come across as though you're trying to get an emotive response from people and paint Veganella as this bad person. Because, you know, why would she be going after somebody with these chronic illnesses? Well, again, you're someone who's saying that these illnesses are as a result of something. You're misleading people.
It's always kind of pathetic and disappointing when somebody tries to use the problems they have in life. I mean, put it this way, right? Okay, here's the thing. This recovering vegan person has disabilities, fine. Okay. She chooses to go onto Twitter and say things that are controversial, make you know, this one steak at a time, which is confrontational. So her whole being and her point of being on Twitter is to confront vegans and confront veganism and try to tell everybody, and including vegans, that they're wrong, right? And then the second that she's contested on the bullshit, she pulls out the disability card. Well, no, listen, mate. If you actually are, if your disabilities genuinely are preventing you from being able to interact and face criticism, you need to delete Twitter. You need to get off social media. Or probably a better option would be stop trying to confront people on social media. Then if you can't handle confrontation, don't make confrontational posts. Don't talk about this nonsense that you know is nonsense. Don't make up lies. And you know, even people who post things like I like oranges end up getting argued with on Twitter. So what do you expect if you're going to come out and talk about controversial, confrontational stuff attacking vegans? Where the vegans are just not going to respond to you because they hear that you've got a disability? Grow up. You can't just go on Twitter, chat shit, and then have shit chat back to you, and then go, oh, but my disability. No, that's not life. That's not how it works. And it's pathetic, to be honest with you. It's pathetic that she even thinks that's an argument. Like, it's not an argument. It's like your disability doesn't prevent you from typing words. So what are you talking about then? Like, what is it? Some kind of like if I don't know, if she was saying something like, if she had a disability that made it, I don't know, made it difficult to read or to understand stuff or something like that, then you could say, okay, then maybe, I don't know. It just seems like it's a massive cop out, and I don't buy it at all, is what I'm trying to say.
You haven't got reliable evidence for these claims. For all you know, it could well be the case that something like a given plant-based diet could be helpful for these things, but you haven't actually seemingly looked into this any further than your personal experience. How is that going to be helpful to other people? How is that going to be helpful to yourself? And underneath the tweet, another tweeter says, you're right, Veganella comes across as gentle and caring. I too have an autoimmune disease and pain most of the time. Turning vegan has helped my inflammatory process, to say nothing of my non-fasting cholesterol, which is lower than ever before. And again, how does Recovering Vegan deal with this issue? With someone coming along and saying, I also have this issue, and this thing has actually helped. How does she pass out this problem? Is she just going to say, okay, well, you're lying to yourself? Is she going to say, okay, well, that's not reliable because that's your personal experience? Because if she's going to say that, then she has to dismiss hers as well.
Absolutely.
This is, again, why we don't rely on anecdotal evidence. But yeah, I thought I'd share this with you, see what's going down on Twitter. Another example of an ex-vegan who arguably wasn't even vegan to begin with. And we see this a lot, so much so that the meme comes out of, oh, I didn't do it right, or I wasn't vegan enough for you. It's like, well, sorry, sometimes your own words demonstrate that you weren't part of a label. You didn't actually fit that role. And now you're claiming, oh, it did these horrible things to you. You are now misleading people.
And there's a lot of people out there who go vegan and they actually don't go vegan. And this is one of the critiques that I see from anti-vegans and some people who just don't like vegans. They say vegans are virtue signalers. And, you know, fortunately for the vast majority of people I've come across, that's not been the case. They've not been virtue signalers. They've been people who genuinely are practicing what they preach. But I have come across some people that have been virtue signalers. And it seems like some people do like take up this vegan mantle, this vegan label, without actually being completely convinced of the ethics and the lifestyle and the way to do it. And they start posting about it because they see that it makes them feel superior to somebody else. This is something that happens. And it seems like this individual could have been doing that. You know, there is something, when you post about yoga, vegan food, lifestyle courses and events and stuff like that, what you're saying to the world when you post about that stuff is, hey, look at me. I'm enlightened. Look at that. I do yoga. I do vegan food festivals, and I learn how to cook fancy vegan food. You know, that's a status symbol. Look at me. Look how elevated I am. You're eating like other basic food that everybody else eats. Not me. I'm doing yoga, and I'm cooking while doing yoga. I'm doing yoga while learning how to make chickpea pancakes. I can combine these two things, oil-free chickpea pancakes. I'm making raw cacao balls, right, in downward dog. Do you understand who you're dealing with right now? Like, I'm elevated. I'm above you. I'm superior in every way. Do you not understand what's going on here? Ellie understands. Look at her face. She knows exactly what's going on here. I'm elevated. I'm higher. Okay? That's what some people do when they claim they've gone vegan. And it seems that this individual has been doing that. That I think I've just described her to a T.
You're denying reality to yourself, and I don't really know which one's more sad. But yeah, I hope Recovering Vegan doesn't see this as bullying. She probably will if she sees this video. I don't even know if she will see it, but I think it's important to once again demonstrate that anecdotal evidence isn't reliable, that people will go to extreme lengths to go against a worldview, and that this isn't helpful to getting any closer to the truth. Like, what is true after reading this thread? Oh my God. But
the only thing that is true is that I'm doing downward dog while preparing raw cacao balls. That's the only thing I know to be true.
Thank you so much for watching. If you want to see more stuff over on Twitter, then do follow me. I tweet every single day, basically. Have a little fight with anti-vegans quite often. It's quite fun, I think. So thank you so much for watching. If you like this video.
Cool. Go and subscribe. Go and subscribe to Vegan Gaze if you don't already. But I'm sure you will after we have our little conversation on here. We've probably only got about 20 minutes. We've got time for something. Okay. We've got time for another video. Maybe something like, did I see this one already? I think maybe I scrolled over it potentially. It's got a little red bar, which means maybe oh, DJ Lionel, thank you so much for the tip, mate. This is no questions today, guys. Anyway, keep up the good work. Hey, thank you so much, man. You've been here every day, right? I'm gonna go through and actually just note it, just give the people who've been here every day a bit of kudos. So one is DJ Lionel. You've been here every day and you've tipped every day and you supported. You're one of the biggest supporters of the channel, and I can't thank you enough. Thank you so much, mate, and please keep it coming. It really does mean a lot that you're here and you support, and I hope you get a lot of utility from what we do here. I hope you get a lot from what we do. I'm doing my best to keep, to make these streams. Every time I stream, I do my best to try and make it entertaining, to try and make it educational, to try and give you guys a bit of an escape from some of the the shitty things that might be going on for you, the non-vegan world. And so I am really, this is what I'm trying to do with this. It's like a combination, and so I really hope that it's worth it for you. And when you guys tip, and when you support, when you join the Patreon, when you join the YouTube memberships team, when you send through the super chats, that tells me that I'm succeeding. That actually I'm giving giving you things that you like and that you appreciate, and that is helping you. So thank you, DJ Lionel, for doing that and keeping doing that consistently. I really appreciate it. And also, Ronnie George has been here, I believe, every day as well. Geordie, I think you've popped in every day. Who else do we have in here? I'm just going to go through. I think Tam Paton, I think you've been here every day as well. Hexproof Anarchist, who's not here at the moment, has been here every day. Mark's been here every day. Samuel, I believe, has been here every day. Stupid Vegan's definitely been here every day so far. You guys are awesome, honestly. Ethically Based Ex-Omnivore has been here every day. Lawrence has popped in every day. What a fucking solid community we have, guys. I think Bianca, you've been in each day, right? Maybe, I think you popped in yesterday for a bit. You definitely were here on the first day. Yeah, it's been great, guys, and we're not done yet. We're not done yet. You're legends, honestly. You guys we've got a great community here. I'm pumped about it. I'm really enjoying doing these streams. Annie's been here every day, of course. Of course, she has no choice though. I'm forcing her. She's in the other room. She's chained to the chair. I've got like a remote switch. Basically, this allows her to get off the chain so she can bring me food. And then when she goes back in there, I have to push this button and it locks back in again, so she can't leave the apartment. So that's Annie is here every day, but she has no choice. Okay, that's a joke, by the way. Just in case you're missing the sarcasm there, she's only chained down for half the day. Okay, it's not the whole day. All right. Right. So Ellie says she wants us to watch a video about the fisherman, but we already reacted to that yesterday. We reacted to the whole video, so I'm not sure if we want to react to you reacting to that when we already reacted to it directly. How long is it? 1 minute. Where is it? 5 minutes. Oh, is it a meme video? Is it a meme? Oh, it is a meme video. Okay, I mean, we could watch it. Yeah, let's do it. Let's watch it. Because if you've memed it up, it could be fun, right? Is it worth it? Yeah, it's worth it. It's a meme video. Okay, let's do it then.
So the animals who are being bred and...
Oh, wait a minute. We don't need it to be so fast, I think.
So the animals who are being bred and who are being farmed are going to be killed. There's no way around that. They will be killed. But that doesn't mean that we should keep breeding them into existence, because if we stop breeding them, we wouldn't have this problem.
Okay.
Right?
I'm sort of understanding now. I'm sort of, yeah. Okay.
Yeah?
All right, fair enough.
Okay.
You've won. Yeah.
Thank you.
I'm gonna keep eating meat.
We were so close. Why?
It's delicious.
Does the enjoyment of what we do to animals morally justify what happens to animals?
I mean, No, give me a second. So I fish.
Yeah.
I like fishing. I wouldn't say I like killing animals.
Wait. This doesn't add up.
But I feel like that's natural selection. That's the way of the world. Eat or be eaten.
You're probably on the menu.
But if you didn't fish, you wouldn't be eaten.
I wouldn't be what?
I love this too.
You said it's eat or be eaten. But the fact that if you didn't eat those fish, that doesn't mean that you would be eaten. So vegans don't get eaten because they've stopped eating animals. So it's not really eat or be eaten, not for us, because we don't live in that world anymore.
That's a fair point.
At least we put this matter to bed.
It comes down to the fact that I like the way it tastes.
Yes, your selfishness.
So is something morally justified to do to an animal if we enjoy it?
Yeah.
So
I mean, it's not morally right, but I'm not a morally good person, and
Call the cops.
That doesn't provide justification to do whatever we like. No one's morally pure, but that doesn't mean that we're justified to continue doing things that we recognize to be immoral just because we can't be perfect.
Yeah, that's fair enough.
So what is your reasoning for not being vegan?
I like the way it tastes.
Okay.
And I'm not morally good. Yeah.
Call the damn cops.
So by that implication then, we can do anything we want to an animal as long as we enjoy it, and that's fine because we can't be morally pure.
Sure.
Some men just want to watch the world burn.
Do you see any potential concerns around that?
If he doesn't? I think they at least die quick.
That doesn't answer the question.
I don't know how it happens. I just eat it.
Yeah, well maybe you should watch how it happens.
Why would I do that?
Are you using your brain? So then you know.
But I'd still eat it. That would just make me kind of disgusted. There's a lot of fish in the sea.
Well, that's dwindling.
There's a lot of fish in the sea.
Not for much longer necessarily.
I mean, how old do cows live?
20 to 25.
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah.
So what's your position now?
I'm still gonna eat meat.
And such big brains.
So are we allowed to do whatever we want to an animal as long as we get enjoyment from the process or the consequence of doing so?
I don't like the way you put that, but yeah, I mean, yeah.
Stay away from my dog.
Can you think of any concerning scenarios that might create?
I don't know. No.
Have a think.
No.
What can someone do to an animal that they might enjoy?
What are you trying? Kill it?
Kill.
For food?
Sure, kill for food, but what else?
What, torture?
Torture, sure. What
Okay,
else?
wait, no, you're getting into torturing. I never said torturing an animal
No,
is
you didn't.
fine.
But if someone
killing
enjoys
them
it
for food is a different story. That's the food chain.
Can't keep up. Come on.
That is eating.
But you're doing it for enjoyment, and so if and you just said that you enjoyed it, okay? And then I asked you, does that mean we can justify anything through enjoyment when it comes to animals? And you said yes. That means that torturing is permissible. It means that kicking a dog because you find it fun is permissible. It means that dog fighting is permissible. You didn't say those
putting
things.
words in my mouth now, sir.
I'm using the logic that you're using to show you why that logic shouldn't be used
No, I mean,
to morally
that's just
justify what we do.
You're broadening my logic.
I'm
I
applying
like
it consistently to show it's flawed.
It may be flawed, but I'm not torturing animals. I just enjoy the way they're food.
I mean, I'm sure the fish who's pulled out of the ocean may beg to differ, but that point aside, even if it's torture or isn't torture,
Fish don't actually feel pain.
how do you know that?
I don't know. I think I've heard it.
Interesting.
Where did
This
you
is
hear
a
it?
good bit.
From other fishermen.
From other fishermen, wow.
Yeah.
What a convenient surprise that may well be.
Shocking.
If you found that fish could feel pain, would you then stop
still eat
fishing? So you're not actually against torturing animals.
Watch me deflect it. Come on.
I'm not torturing them. I'm eating them.
But the consequence of, especially fishing, where they're pulled out of their natural environment, put in a bucket, as you say, is kind of torturous, isn't it?
I mean, I eat them.
I think we broke his brain.
Yeah, but you are torturing them and then killing them to eat them.
So should I kill him before I put him in the bucket?
It's dead.
You shouldn't catch them or kill them at all.
Ain't gonna work. I mean, I like food.
So you are in favor of torturing animals?
Yeah. All right. I'm a little uncomfortable now.
Oh my god. I don't know why I put myself through that again, just for the sake of the meme video. Thanks, Ellie. But it just upset me even more. Oh, you've reacted to the Odin's men before, have you? We had. I mean, this is 33 minutes. We haven't got time. But is this the same video I made a short about? I thought I was the first guy to find this guy, but it looks like Ellie got there first. But I think it's a different video. It's a different colored background. But yeah, I didn't know that. I didn't know that this guy was known. Didn't know this guy was known. I did a reel about him. I did a short about him. But we ain't got time to watch this because Ellie's coming soon. Ellie's coming soon. Onto the stream. I mean, I don't. Yeah. Okay. Jesus. Just don't even go down that road. All right, she's coming to the stream soon. So let's watch a super short video because we got like 8 minutes. Let's watch something that I want to watch something that I haven't seen, and that's relatively short. What do we have? Look at these massive long videos. It's a vegan meme review, is it? I mean, we could watch a vegan meme review, maybe. Lighten up before Ellie comes. This is time for vegan memes. This video is titled. Let's have a look then.
Hello salads, I do hope you're well. It's Vegan Gaze here. Now I said I'd have a fun video for you after that complete cesspool of a video.
Why is Ellie looking real tanned here? You've been out in the sun in this one. When was this? 5 months ago. Was it sunny?
On the farmer, and a second one on Andrew Tate. I feel like I've done you a lot of damage recently. So there's this video by No Injustice Lasts Forever, go over there and subscribe if you haven't already. And they've made a vegan compilation for vegans to sit back and enjoy. I'm guessing that's the point of the video. It's literally called Vegans Sit Back and Enjoy. So I've got Ian here with me. We're gonna sit back and just cleanse the mind together. I'm loving it already. It's Assassin. Are you truly vegan unless Assassins come along and gone, no true Scotsman fallacy though, or cult though? Oh my god. He's got cat whiskers.
I hate it.
This is just assassin hate, straight up.
I hate it that guy. This is his dream to be acknowledged and you know, treated like his points actually are worth anything. You know.
I love it.
That frustrates
Again,
me.
wow, Jesus.
You don't want to be like this. This is disgusting. This is awful in every way. If I could kill it, I would. But I legally can't.
Legally.
But I've considered it. Ah! Good God! It's hideous. But beautiful in an ugly way. But mostly
That's me. Oh my god.
I win. Every time. Because I'm the best. Whenever I need a quenching, refreshing beverage, I reach for one of these. Really evens out the cravings, if you know what I'm talking about.
Yes. I do that often. So many meat flake tears, and it's beautiful.
Delicious. To the last drop.
So salty.
This right here is my favorite thing ever. In the history of forever. I think about this every day. I think about this all night long. I stay awake, not sleeping, because I'm thinking about this.
I swear to God, if it's another assassin thing. Who's it gonna be? It's gonna be one of the vegans, isn't it? Or it's just gonna be Nooch. Classic. Should I become a vegan?
Do it! Just do it!
I knew what was happening.
Don't let your dreams be dreams.
I knew what was gonna happen, and it was still funny. I love that. This meme will never die. It's classic.
Yesterday, you said tomorrow.
True.
So just
do it!
Make your dreams come true! Just do it!
Oh, yes. Go vegan.
Remember, the major culprits in terms of environmental damage and health are red and processed meats.
Yes! 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 Yes!
So you want to swap those out with some good sustainably harvested fish.
No! No! No!
Structure, that's what ends up being simple to...
Oh, man.
That was
Trying the
good.
plant-based alternatives and realizing you were harming animals for no reason your whole life. True. Absolutely gutting when you realize that.
I'm sorry.
Yeah, I am.
Where are you going? I don't know what I'm doing. Ah! Shit! 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 Fuck me! Fuck me!
This is from a video I used to watch all of the time where KSI and his brother play Amnesia, and this reaction is like too funny. Oh, it's about to get even funnier.
Ah! 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 Shit! What the fuck? I don't fucking know! Fuck! Stop screaming! Stop!
Jesus
In the original
Christ.
video, he's so scared he thinks his brother's screaming, but he's the one screaming. He's that scared. He's like, stop screaming. Oh, classic. Oh, too good.
Aish. Taking the audio off that. Is that the whole thing?
Okay, that was good. I'm
Wow,
smashing
that was
like,
fast.
okay. And we can't just end here, can we? We need at least a few more bonus memes. Wow,
Yeah, I
wow. Carnists. Vegans are so sensitive. Carnists when there's no meat being served. Oh my god, there's not a corpse option here. Disgusting.
boycott. We are being targeted. I physically can't go a single day without someone's rights being violated for my food. Woman accidentally kills her 9 parakeets while cooking a turkey? I mean, firstly, how does that happen? This hits news, okay? If she was just cooking one bird, you know, the turkey, this wouldn't have been news. But she killed parakeets, so suddenly it's a problem. Death penalty. I only buy meat from happy animals. How do you know if that's the case? There's a sticker with a happy looking cartoon animal on it. RSPCA assured. Is this a happy murdered animal wrapped in plastic? Must
Fucking RSPCA is a joke.
be. This one weird trick saved me from starvation. Off work late, hungry, but too tired to cook. Try 30 to 40 olives. 30 to 40 olives, an easy weeknight dinner. Eat them directly out the jar with your fingers. You will certainly not regret eating 30 to 40 olives. Dr. Gregor is quaking in his boots. Okay, the memes were supreme. Subscribe so no injustice lasts forever, and subscribe here if you enjoy a meme or two.
Cool. Well, it's time. We'll like this, obviously. It's time to bring on Ellie. So I'll be right back. Don't go anywhere. But what you can do in the meantime, guys, is use the super chat and the Streamlabs tips to send through some cool messages. Or if you're a big fan of Ellie's, you just want to say something, you want me to say something to Ellie, now's the time to do it. Or, of course, if you've just got questions for both of us, questions for me, whatever. But now's the time to start getting this train rolling so that when we start the interview, your questions are the first ones I ask. That's how you can secure that. The right. Whoever does it first gets the first question. I think that's fair and reasonable. Don't go anywhere. I'll be right back with Vegan Gaze. Boom. I think you're on. Yes, there we go. Hello.
Hello.
Miss Vegan Gaze, welcome.
Miss Vegan Gaze, hello.
Welcome to the stream. We're at it. You're here in our 4th day. We've been talking about you behind your back. We've been we watched some of your videos. People have been very excited to have you on. It's cool to have you here.
Yeah, thank you. Good to be here. It's weird being on a stream because I usually stream a lot, and then I have hardly recently because I've been a bit under the weather. And
Yeah,
busy,
I passed on my. We were just saying, weren't we, that I got really sick, and then and Annie's message carried the flu to you, didn't it?
Yeah.
And you got
I've been
sick.
dodging it. Everyone in my friend group had been ill. I'd been dodging it for like a month, and I was feeling all high and mighty, you know. It's like because I go to the gym and I'm just like high, and then I got it. But I'm fine. I'm on the mend.
Oh, good, good. It seems like you're much better than I was. You know, I was pathetic. I was so bad. But I think the flu affects men in a worse way. I've got to admit, or it could just be that we're massive pussies. I can't figure out which it is. But men seem to get hit harder with flu, I've noticed. And women are just like, yeah, it's just flu.
Well, yeah, I told my mum, I was like, Mum, I'm not well. And she was like, oh, you'll live. And then I realised I wasn't going to get any sympathy. So I was just like, well, screw it. I'll just sniff the eucalyptus oil and get on with my day then. Damn it.
See, I got all the sympathy. So you know, I'm like, I'm so sick. And she's like, oh, let me do everything for you. So I'm like, okay, I'm really sick. I need to stay in bed. Like, this is terrible.
Yeah, I'm not well. That's what it is. It's like if nobody's there to, they're like, whatever. You're like, all right.
I better suck it up. No one's gonna. I'll just have. I won't be able to eat. I need to cook for myself. Like, I mean, Jesus, just gonna get on with it.
Speaking of food, I got chocolate milk in solidarity.
Oh, nice. I love that.
Obviously, dog milk.
Oh, please, yeah.
Locally sourced.
Of course. I appreciate that you're doing it that way, as opposed to that, you know, unsustainable soy or oat milk or.
Exactly. I can't do that.
No, thank you. Thank you for thinking about the environment. Thank you. It's really important.
Well, I am a very compassionate person, so that's why I farm animals.
Absolutely. No, really. Thank you. Thank you for coming and this is the kind of attitude we need from our guests here. People who think about this kind of stuff. You know what I'm saying? Like, I'm so happy to have someone of like mind on the stream with me at this point. When, you know, we can get into sustainable dog products for a little bit if you'd like to. I mean, we could really. You know,
I'd love that, yeah, because I'm just kind of sick of the vegans being all high and mighty, thinking they're doing a good thing, and you know, stabbing animals can be a good thing. I don't know what the confusion is.
Well, only if, I mean, obviously, the issue that all of us have is with the industrialized systems. I mean that's okay. We have problems with that, and that makes sense. And that's what I love about Elwood's dog meat. Actually, is that it's not industrial. It's local. They actually. You know, the care they give to those dogs before you're smiling, you're ruining it. You gotta keep a straight face. All right, let's not. It's already done. It's already over. You know, because you were smiling, then I broke the smile, and we're not going to be able to do this. We're not going to be able to do this.
Sorry, it's just so stupid. I just can't. Like, I try, but
yeah, it's
even
all right.
I can't act like that much of an idiot.
Hey, I appreciate it. I appreciate the attempt at it. Don't worry. So, hey, we watched. Did you see? We watched some of your outreach, by the way. Did you? Were you around when we?
I did see that. Well, that's why I panicked, because I got up and then I went for a shower, and then I saw, and then you were like, and now for our next guest, and I was like, ah.
Oh shit.
But it was James, so I was like, oh, James.
Yeah.
But yeah, I saw that. I was like, oh god, that's a while ago. I do want to outreach more, but I don't film it.
That's a shame, because it was really good. And I mean, in that specific video, you had a great guy, to be fair. But I'd love to see you go up, because I've seen you go up against people on Discord who are pieces of shit. So I'd love to see that in real life, actually, and see how it translates, because you've got a ton of experience dealing with pieces of shit. But I don't think I've ever seen you handle one face to face. I think that would be even better. It would be, I think you know, because with the visuals and the, you know, the body language, I think it would be, you could do an even better job, because in Discord, you're very limited, right? It's just voice.
Mm-hmm.
So, yeah.
Yeah, that's the thing, though. Like, people, they're really chatty over the internet, but you talk to them, and if they act like that, they just walk off. But if they do want to act like that for a minute and then you talk to them, it becomes a different attitude. But
Yeah.
I have had a few, like I did record one once, but I didn't get the video footage, and I didn't feel very happy about it. This
Okay.
guy was just being a complete, like, just so nonchalant about the suffering of others. He just didn't care.
Right.
And and I was like, well, yeah, well, maybe when you're ready to not be a piece of shit, you know, you should check this out. And like, I was like, oh shit. But that really rarely happens. That's when I'm like, okay, I'm gonna need to just take a little break if I'm, because he was, yeah, it was getting
Damn.
under my skin. But that doesn't usually happen. Usually I have really good conversations.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah.
So I'm
Damn.
like, hello, like, smiley and everything, and then they want to talk. But yeah, I do want to do more of, like, I know you're familiar with Debug Your Brain, Very
Yeah.
Vegan Mum. I'm trying to get them to indoctrinate me into doing a specific method, because you do find that it's really kind of more up to you. You have more control over how someone's going to behave than you think you do. So it's like, if you have this footage, people are already on edge, but there are ways to facilitate a more honest discussion. So I would like to do that.
I think Justin's got an interesting take on it with the debug your brain stuff, for sure. Yeah, he seems to anyway. I mean, he's putting out, he's got the video evidence that most of the time it's gone pretty well. We had a good chat about one of the ones that didn't go so well. Did you catch the interview with him?
Yeah, and I'm familiar with the video. I reacted to
Yeah.
it, and I was like, wow, it's weird to see Justin being like this, because he clearly didn't like him. You could tell.
It was very funny to hear what he was saying when he was like, it wasn't just that he didn't like the guy, he fucking despised the guy. Like he said he was angry talking to the guy. It was like, whoa, bro. I mean, I knew you didn't like him, but I didn't know it was to the level where you were like, oh, I fucking hate this guy. You know, like burning
Yeah, I didn't
inside.
know.
Yes,
I was like, wow, okay.
He said he was seething. He said he was extremely angry.
I was like, dude, you just met him. Like, I know the feeling though. Like, there are some people, I don't know what it is, like their pheromones or their look about them, where you're just like, I just fucking hate everything you have to offer me right now.
You know, we just got into this with James Hattersley when he made this great point that that the attitude you bring to every single conversation is there's a lot of subconscious stuff going on. There's your subconscious if you're thinking something, you'll behave that way without even realizing it, and if they can sense it. And in this interaction that Justin had, I reckon this guy was looking at Justin like, what the fuck do you want, kind of thing. I'm better than you. And Justin was picking up on that subconsciously, and this was winding him up. And I think that's pretty much what was going on. But you're right, they just met. But it's crazy how these subconscious signals can make you despise somebody within minutes, right? Even if it didn't outwardly do anything that bad. But that was whatever he did was enough to make Justin, the guy who was focused on communication skills, despise him. It was like, whoa, man. Very interesting.
And that's the thing, like, there's going to be people, I'm very hypersensitive to people's like little movements because I don't really understand them, so I like trained myself. I had to go to, and that's why I struggle with my tone and have to really, that's why it takes a lot of energy to socialize, because I have to think about everything I blurt out and the way I do it. But I found that a few things that like helped me with that is when I worked in hospitality, I would you get horrible people. They're like willing to, they're having a bad day and you're gonna get it, all right?
Yeah.
And my thing that I would do so that I'd be polite to them, because I didn't want to lose my job, was I'm gonna make you like me, and not only that, I'm gonna make you feel so bad that you spoke to me that way. And so I subconsciously like think that when I go into a discussion with somebody, I'm like, if you're being shitty with me, you're going to regret it.
Yeah, I like
you're
that.
gonna love me. I'm
like
gonna
that.
make you like me. I'm gonna make you smile. You're gonna get it. That really helps me.
Yeah,
it's
I like
just
that.
when you're not having a good day, then it's like, okay, I can't do this today. Not today, Satan.
I like that. There's a great example of that with the YouTuber Jadion, the pranking YouTuber. He did a prank on this painter. It's a fucking hilarious video. So there's this guy who paints people, caricatures and stuff like that at this theme park or whatever. And his whole shtick of his video was he goes in and he's going to compete with this guy to see who can do the best painting. But this guy doesn't even know him. It's random. So he goes in, he takes some of this guy's painting equipment and starts using it. And this guy's like at first he's very polite, and there's the reason you'll understand the reason for this story in a minute. This guy's very polite. Get off my stuff. Doesn't get off his stuff. Pushes him. This guy's Irish, by the way, so he's in America, Irish in America. He starts getting really fired up, and then eventually he's like, "You touch that again, I'm gonna fucking kick your ass!" Like screaming at him in front of the public and everything, in front of his customers. And eventually it gets to a point where the security comes over, and there's a moment. And this changes everything, right? The Irish guy says to the security, the painter, he says, "Look, I don't want you to kick him out. Don't kick him out, okay? It's not that bad. Just get him away from me." And it's like, that's respectable, right? That's a really nice thing. That's a really nice thing that he said. Don't remove him. He doesn't deserve that. Just please get him away. So Gideon's moved by that. And he comes back and he gives him money. I think he gives him like $500 or something like that. He puts some money down and says, "Hey, I'm just really sorry. Like, you're a good man. You know, I shouldn't have pushed you that far." And he puts the money down. And what does this guy do? Exactly what you just said. "Oh, man, I feel so bad. Oh, my God, thank you. I feel so bad for shouting at you now. Oh, I'm so sorry. I was so aggressive." You see? And what you just said is absolutely correct. Like, he hated him. Gideon felt bad because the guy was actually not a bad guy. Give him, you know, and then this guy felt guilty. So you're totally right. You can totally win people over by kindness, even if you've initially pissed them off. You know, you can make them feel guilty for being pissed off, even if you did the pissing off. Like in this case, in your case, you did nothing wrong. In Gideon's case, Gideon fucking caused the anger and then made him feel bad for being angry by giving him money.
No, yeah, it's obviously not a thing to deploy. You don't want to just go like upsetting people just to make them feel something. But like in interactions with like strangers, if you cause like an intense emotion, that's going to move them in some way. So to the point where like I've had instances where I've initially just like someone's really annoyed me, and then I've gone on to like actually really like them.
Yeah, totally.
And I think it's because they caused me such a heavy emotion in comparison to the rest of the day, so they're memorable, or you know, it's like just because it's been a bad moment, in fact that could work in your favor later on.
Yeah,
and
definitely.
So
I've had outreaches where this has happened to me, where I've not on purpose, but somebody's become upset with me, got angry with me, and then I've said, "Wait a minute, like, you do realize I don't want to be here. I don't enjoy doing this. This isn't nice. Do you think I like talking about all this violence and cruelty and seeing it every day?
Yeah.
Why are you so mad at me?" And I've had people literally go from like you just, you know, being this angry as fuck, that I caused them to be angry by telling them stuff, you know, or challenging them. But now they're like apologetic because they're realizing that it's true. Like, we don't fucking want to do this. Like, what do you think? Do you think we enjoy standing on the street pointing at these screens of macerated fucking babies?
Yeah.
What the fuck is wrong with you, bro? Why are you shouting at me right now? I don't want to be here. You don't want to be here. I don't want to be here. No one wants to be here. Like, come on, bro.
No.
For real. By the way, we got a super chat from the vegan Potterhead who says, in my opinion, nonchalant people are even worse than the people who try to back themselves up by saying they only buy free range and humanely slaughtered. Which is a good point, actually. I have to admit, like, people who are impartial, I find them to be like worse to deal with than people who have a strong opinion, even if that strong opinion's anti-you. You know what I mean?
Yeah, because the passion is like not present. It's like a different way of dealing and processing with the issue at hand, and that one I'd say is more complicated to break through. If people are in denial and numb, with you know, even outside of veganism, that's a much harder ball to throw around.
Totally,
so, yeah, that pisses me off.
There's nothing to work with. There's nothing to work with there. I mean,
like, wow, you don't give a shit. Okay.
Yeah, and thank you, by the way, for the super chat as well. And it's a great topic because, you know, it's actually the ultimate argument. If I mean, you don't win the argument against a vegan by doing this, but if you don't want to argue with a vegan, the only real way out of it is just to actually not comment. That's the only way to actually
That's what
avoid...
a lot of people do.
Right.
That's why I think the debates have kind of quieted it down, because I think a lot of people know they can't have this conversation.
Absolutely.
Like I've been on vegan YouTube for a long time, and there was when the like anti-SJW crowd, like Sargon of Akkad, like the bearing and all that were really popular. They came along, saw the vegan argument, and were like, obviously that's stupid, because then they'd have the debate, and it'd be like, oh, this is trash. Okay. And then they went kind of quiet because they realized, oh, I can't debate with these people. They're dishonest. They're debate bros. It's like, mate, you don't have an argument. That's what it is,
Completely.
mate.
Like, it's the best action to take if you're a coward is to not actually engage with it. I suppose, I mean, wait, I take that back. I mean, if you're putting out content that's anti-vegan and you refuse to debate, then you're a coward. Absolutely. If you just completely avoid the topic, I wouldn't say you're a coward, but I'd say at least you're consistent. Like if you don't talk about it on your channel, you don't talk about it, you don't chat shit, and you also don't want to debate it, well, okay, you're shit for animals and you should totally change, but at least you're consistent in that you just don't want to talk about it full stop. It doesn't make you a coward. It just makes you like kind of, I don't know, ignorant, I suppose would be the better word in that case, right? But most of these people are cowards, aren't they? They do talk about it. They shit on vegans publicly, and then they refuse to debate. And you come up with all these excuses. Oh, it's because, like you said, they're just always, they come up with this. I heard this earlier. They just use hypotheticals. They use hypotheticals, and that's all they can do. Dude, we could do the whole debate with no hypotheticals. The result would be the same.
My favorite one is they ask for evidence when they make a claim. It's like, yeah. I'm like, wow, fuck me, right? I want evidence for the things you're saying.
Yeah,
crazy. Sorry.
Crazy, I know. Do you know, it could be quite cool to see, I might do this in the next interaction I have. I've not had any kind of debates in a while, but maybe I'll challenge myself in the next ones to do them with no hypotheticals at all. And just to prove that it can be done. Because the critique that people bring up, but hypotheticals aren't real, whatever, I get it, because I don't really like them that much either. I like hypotheticals that are rooted in reality. I don't like hypotheticals about aliens and shit. That seems silly to me. But yeah, maybe we could try and do it without. I think then you just need to focus on the individual and just now, wouldn't you, real life, and just ask them about the things they believe and stuff, I suppose, that you need to focus
like
there,
you could use like cases where people have been horrific to dogs. You could use cases of like, I don't know, like a burning building. I mean, that would be a hypothetical, but that's something that could possibly happen. Like where people say plants' lives matter, and it's like, okay, well you go to a burning building and you're like, there's a pot plant here and there's a dog, and I'm just trying to think who I'm going to save. I mean, that would be hypothetical.
I don't think you'd even need a hypothetical for that. You could just say like, firemen, fire people. I don't know what's the correct term these days. Firefighters. There you go. Fire days. They're trained they're trained to protect. Who exactly in a building? Are they trained to go in and get out the plants? Are they trained to go in and get out the living beings? Do they leave animals behind when they go into buildings? Are they trained to leave? No, they're trained to get them out. Why? Because they have moral value. Okay, there you go. Real life example. I think that could be an interesting,
I love how you said fire days and firefighters was a thing before. It's like, how do I bring in the they thems?
I think fire days is solid. I think that we should just rename firefighters, firemen to fire days.
Fire days. I think that's best. I'm here for it.
Total inclusivity, guys. We're inclusive here in the David Rams channel, and obviously with the vegan gays, we're stepping it up next level inclusivity right now.
Yeah, I've brought the inclusivity to the table. Let's go quiz.
Absolutely. When I said that earlier, I said we're going to go react to some vegan gays, and then I was like, wait, no, that's I mean vegan gay. The channel vegan gays. We're not going to look at some gay vegans. Somebody in the comments went, yeah, but vegan gays. They said they said in the comments like, yeah, but her channel is pretty gay, and I was like, oh, so I guess we're kind of doing both things then, yeah.
Not gay enough, actually. People come along and they're like, I had no idea you were gay, and I'm like, that is a crime.
Ooh,
okay, you
an
must know. Yeah, I'm like, someone's like, I didn't think you were gay, and then they get upset, and I'm like, I'm sorry.
I mean, even Soytheist has a rainbow flag in the background, and he's not even gay.
That's what I need. I need a flag.
He represents the community he's not a part of. I mean, you can't even get them to realize you're part of it, and they don't even know. What's this?
Well, look, you saw the Odin's Men video. It's interesting because Odin's Men like reacts to a video of Soytheist, and he's like, look at that flag in the background.
Oh, did he react to a video of Soytheist?
Yeah, and he was bringing up how gay vegans are, and I was starting to get the vibe. I was like, hang on, I didn't know this guy. Then I like looked at his videos, and I was like, okay. And then like during the video, because he's making comments about like being gay and stuff. I'm just like, oh, I'm in some weird territory here right now. Like, oh god. So I might have to react to him again.
You know, this guy, like if he's commented on gay stuff and things, I've not seen it, but he gives me proper closeted vibes. Like he seems like he's such a conflicted old man, you know, and that's why he's got to grow that beard, and he's got to make sure, like, oh yeah, I'm gonna speak like this, and yeah, because I'm a real man. It's like, mate, you've had a D or two in your life, and if not, you've wanted it. You've really wanted it. It gives me that vibe, you know. And then when you're saying he's like homophobic, it's just confirming the vibe. I never said it in my reaction because I didn't, you know, it didn't seem relevant. But now you're saying this, I'm like, yeah, this guy's had a D or two. I'm telling you.
Yeah, I can't. I like my gaydar is usually kind of good, and a lot of homophobic people, I think, are just closeted in their sexuality, or like confused or insecure about it in some way.
Absolutely.
It's like realistically, everyone should just be like, you know what, you're fit, and I'm going to. If you're up for it, Liz, go. It should be that simple, but unfortunately.
It's like why would you even, you know, why would you even care? This is the religion, I suppose, is a thing, and that's a shame that people have been indoctrinated by religion. But aside from that, I mean, that's not an excuse. But if your reasons for caring about what other people do are not religious, then like what exactly is it? Why do you care? Like what's the logical reason for you to have a problem with what people do in behind the closed doors? You know what I mean?
I mean, I think a lot of the guys who do that, I'm thinking like my brain immediately went to the trope of a guy who is really creepy around people he's trying to seduce, so doesn't like the idea of a guy doing that to him.
Like that's interesting. To be fair, I actually, that's kind of true. Guys in general can be quite creepy when coming on to anyone, and I've been on the receiving end of that with gay guy. You know, it's not nice to have that done to you. You kind of realize it's shit. I've been doing this to other people. Like, this is horrible. I'm never gonna do that again.
Yeah, that's why I'm like, I know the thing, and then obviously there's kind of a stereotype that lesbians are creepy, so I don't want to feed into it. So I just like, right, I'm gonna stay single, and I'm not gonna go near anyone, because I don't want to like someone to be like, she's creeped on me. She told me I was fit.
That's interesting. I didn't know there was like a thing with like lesbians being creepers. I know obviously men are obviously
like,
always
you shouldn't
accused
trust
of
them
it.
around like kids. They're creeps. They'll touch up women like straight women.
I thought that's interesting. I thought that was mainly a gay man accusation. I didn't know it was in the lesbian community as well.
No, I lost a lot of friends when I came out because they assumed I'd fancy them, and I was like,
oh my god, grow up.
I know. I was like, what the?
Come on. But even if you did, what's wrong with that? Even if like not all of them, but even if if you were in love with one of them, okay, fine. What do you think is going to happen? You're gonna force them to scissor you or something? Like Jesus Christ!
Apparently, that's
fucking
what
hell.
we do.
Like if you said it, if you admitted it, maybe you wouldn't be friends anymore. But worst case scenario, that's it. You're not friends anymore. Like the outcome's the same. Like just stay friends, man. Jesus,
it's just amazing.
What's wrong with
it's
people,
amazing.
man? I'm sorry to hear that. It's really sad.
No, it's just people don't engage in critical thinking very often, and I'm slowly realizing that, and I'm like, oh, okay, you're not really thinking through the decisions you're making. Okay, cool.
No, Jim, I mean, you've had it on multiple fronts too, like the vegan front and the gay front. You're seeing it like you must just have no faith left in anyone in humanity really at this point. Like no one thinks straight on anything, literally. Like just this whole mess, you know.
Well, you know what? I've recently got a newly found hope for humanity.
Okay.
I was recommended a book called Humankind: A Hopeful History by Ragnar Bregman, and I'm just telling everybody to read it. And it's the best book ever. I will recommend it on my deathbed, and it kind of goes through why people behave the way they do. Is it coming from an evil place? The answer according to them is no. What may be corrupted, you know, people, and you know it's amazing. It's literally amazing. Like every 2 minutes it blew my mind, so I'm now hopeful.
I wrote it down, so I've got 3 books already. You're the 4th book that's been recommended. I've got Tiny Habits, Atomic Habits, How Minds Change,
I've read that,
and now A Humankind: A Hopeful History. So these are the books I'm going to get into.
currently reading How Minds Change, I think, as an audiobook. Atomic Habits is amazing. It's really helped me.
Great.
And yeah, Humankind, best book.
Great. Because Justin recommended Atomic Habits, and he recommended it after he asked me a question. He like psychoanalyzed me live on stream. He said, out of the blue, actually, I think it was. I don't know. He just said, "Hey, David," he said, "Are you the kind of person that really, you really need your freedom, and you do feel like, you know, when you feel it's been taken away, is this the kind of thing that bothers you?" And I was like, "Yeah, that's really bad. Yeah, like it really drives me to make bad decisions and stuff like that, and blah blah blah." And he was like, "Yeah, I got that. You should read this book, Atomic Habits. It might help you figure some of that stuff out." Because I told him also that sometimes he said, like, "Oh yeah, you get these habits, like you brush your teeth every day, right? So, you know, you get these habits and you connect these other habits." And I said, "Listen, mate, sometimes before bed, I don't brush my teeth simply for the fact that I don't want to, and I'll do whatever the fuck I want. That's how bad it is for me." And he was like, "Yeah, you need to read this book, bro."
I think because Soy Theist came on to my stream and Debug Your Brain was there, and then Soy Theist showed us the book, and then I think Justin had either not seen it or said, "I've read a bit of that" or something. Yeah, it's all connected.
It's all connected.
But yeah,
That's nice.
that's really helped me out to like, because I do all my YouTube work by myself, like everything. I don't have any outside help and you know what that's like, how much work you have to do.
Of course.
And before, my work ethic was I would do a day or two where I edited like 10 to 20 videos, filmed like there and then. And then obviously that's too much, so I'd burn out. And then I'd not be, but now I've got this kind of pattern, obviously because I'm ill, it's kind of screwed it up, but I'm able to like work out every day, you know, eat pretty all right, track my habits and everything. And I'm literally the same. I have a problem with authority. If someone tells me to do something I'm already doing, that makes me so annoyed. I'm like, I was doing that. And I don't want to do it now because you told me. But yeah, you find actually you have way more freedom when you know, set these little rules for yourself. So I do have a book of rules and things I have to do in a day. And it means now that I'm pursuing my actual profession, which is writing. I'm now finally writing my book.
Cool.
Yeah, after nearly 10 years of not doing it.
What is it? What kind of book is it? Can you tell us?
Yeah, no, it's a vegan book, but it's going to be kind of a merger of like a case for animal rights, arguments against, and for, and then I'm going to talk about like why people don't change and merge in a lot of like self-help books, and these kind of things are like Humankind and, you know, make them about veganism. But if I have edited other people's books, like Lifting Vegan Logic's book, I'm the editor of. And ActiVeg, he's like a Tumblr vegan. Yeah. He made a book, and I was the editor there. But I've just realized, why the hell am I editing people's book? I shouldn't be doing that. I should just be getting on with writing my own one. Cool. You know, I pay student loans for all right. You know, and yeah, so finally doing it. And
I'm excited.
That book's definitely helped.
Great, that's awesome. I'm excited to see what I'm excited to see the book and see. I'll read it. I'm not a big reader, but I'll read it. I'm going to read all these books everyone's recommending to me, even though I find it hard to read, but I can. Well, hopefully that habits book will help fix that problem, and then I'll be able to. Yeah.
You might do what I do, like so I listen to audiobooks. I can't concentrate to read. There's no way. I haven't got in my brain, I'm like, I haven't got time for anything. So I literally will listen to it when I'm in the shower, when I'm washing up, doing the house stuff, going to the gym, walking, and before you know it, you don't realize how much time you're just idly able to listen. So do that. Some of these books are literally available on YouTube. So
cool. And I was thinking myself about putting together an ebook similar in the similar vein to Danny's and Ed's, because I think I've got a different take to this stuff. I was thinking about that. So I'll when and if that happens, maybe you can do one last editing job.
Kill me. I'll have to be feeling really nice.
Maybe we'll see. Hey, look, I don't even know. I was just thinking about it, and I was just thinking like how I've got all these bloody opinions, right? And I think, well, okay, maybe I should try and put some stuff on paper rather than just constantly talking. You know, a different vibe to a lot of the others who've made these kind of things, and less focused on the logical things and fallacies and facts, and that's not really my focus. So I feel like maybe I have something new to offer, something a bit different. So, by the way, we have a super chat. We have 2 new super chats. Just, I don't want to miss them. Lee Richardson super chatted £5. Thank you so much, mate, and says, "Are you both, Ambience, and anyone else in the chat going to the vegan camp out this year? I'm going."
I don't think I'm going. I don't think I'm going.
Wow. I mean, you got to give a very good reason right now because we're all waiting.
Like, it is spenny, and that's fine. It's an event, but it's just I'm a very introverted person, and it's just too much. Like I just can't. I can't. It's too many people. I'm sorry. I'm a cave dweller.
I don't want to go anymore.
If I could just go somewhere and get clean and feel clean and then come back, then yeah, but I can't really. I'm not VIP enough to be one of those people who's like, yeah. So I don't think I will. Maybe visit for a day or something, be like, hello, but it's kind of out of the way, and I don't drive, so
okay.
I don't think I will.
I mean, fine.
I needed. I after that day, I slept for 2 days. I could do nothing. I was just out, just because it was like, whoa.
Yeah, it's a shame. I didn't realize you were suffering that much at the time. But yeah, that sounds.
Oh no, yeah, I'm a prime masker, darling. You never know.
I'll tell you.
I'm dying inside.
It's sad. It's sad that you can't make it. I'll have to admit. And Annie's also saying she's saying it was very nice that when you were there last year.
It was
very nice.
Yeah, it's weird. I've never seen these people in the flesh, and then I see you, and I'm like, oh, hello, you're tall, and I'm tiny.
I'm angry as well. Remember that you said you seem very angry in real life.
I was in the morning, I was just like, hello, and then you were talking, but you're really excited. And I was like, are you mad at me? I can't tell.
Yeah. So this is the thing is, my whole life I've been told many things. One thing is that I'm too confrontational. I tell people too much of my mind, and I confront people too much on things, and I challenge people. The other thing I've always been told is that I seem angry all the time, and people say, you seem really mad. Why are you so mad? And it's just really funny that both of those things ended up being the things that made my YouTube successful. So in the end, all the things people told me were bad, and then you experienced it firsthand. You seem really angry. I'm not angry. It's passion. I just get very passionate very quickly about things.
To check.
I get very passionate very quickly about things that a lot of the times don't deserve that level of passion. That's why people think they're like, why is he so angry about this topic that has, and it's like, I'm not angry. I'm just passionate. Why are you passionate about it? I don't really know. I don't know. I'm just passionate right now. I can't explain why. It's coming, that you learned the hard way. Yeah, I remember you sat there. You were like, what's wrong with you, man? You okay?
I was like, are you all right? Have I done something? I'm like, just want to check.
Have I done something? That was very funny. And Chris was there too. Chris Hines was in that conversation too. And yeah, he's coming on at some point as well. I'm not telling anybody when they're coming on. See, this is part of my trick.
So you can, get them, and so they don't think, oh, well, I'll come on when Chris comes. They have to check every time.
They have to check. Yep, because I know what people do with bands at shows. They just come on for the headliners and skip all the support acts, and it sucks. So I'm not letting people do that here. You got to stick around. You got to come every morning. Yeah. We have another super chat and a good question, by the way. I'll let you answer it first. It's from the Vegan Potterhead again. Thank you so much. It says, would you do a video about the Liberation Pledge?
You've done a video about that, but yeah, I don't think I would, because my eating habits are very not normal human. People call me a squirrel because I go to my room and I've got here. I'll show you. I've got uneaten toast. But yeah, I eat by myself.
What's that supposed to prove? I don't get what it's supposed to mean.
It's just
just wait, hold up. I want to show you something I've got here. It's an empty bottle of cola, and I just want to show you that because
I just showed you my pen.
Yep, that's a pen.
Yeah, my pen. Yeah,
I got a Bluetooth speaker. Bluetooth speaker.
I got this pig.
Oh, that's a pig.
Okay.
I'm
trying to say
USB powered fan.
What I'm trying to say is what pure psychopath eats cold hard toast. Me. So I'm just trying to show you I'm a bin, and I have weird habits, and I don't really eat with anyone who's not vegan anyway. But yeah, it's not really something I'd make a video on because I hardly do videos like that.
Right.
Yeah, and I don't know, it's just one of those things. I'm just so not sociable that it's not really close to my heart. But I understand the argument why, like, you know, if someone were eating a dog on your table, would you want to sit down with them and eat? No, you wouldn't. You'd be like, what the fuck, dude?
Yeah.
So I get it, but yeah.
I think for me, I'm a similar kind of vibe to you with this. It's like, I used to take a really hard stance on it, and I will. If somebody wants to debate why it's bad and wants to try and prove it's bad, I will happily sit and tell you why it's not bad. But I don't believe it's an obligation, because I feel like, you know, there are valid arguments against it, and the most valid one I've seen just being that if somebody believes themselves to be a master communicator, then they absolutely should probably go and eat with people and talk to them over the dinner. I get that. If you're a master communicator and you can bring it up effectively and you can have a good outcome, then, well, yeah, James Aspey is one of the people who believes he can do that, which is why his argument against me with it made sense. He believes in himself, right? But most people, we're not that good at this. We get emotional, we get angry. The person's got a mouthful of meat and you're telling them it's wrong and it's not going to go well. And so for most people, I think the Liberation Pledge, which means not sitting and eating with people if they're eating dead animals, makes sense. But I wouldn't argue that you have to do it. But I would say it's a pretty good way of bringing animal rights to the table by removing yourself from the table. Because the conversation happens, why is Ellie not here? Why is David not here? Oh, they're not comfortable. Why? Well, you're eating dead animals and they're both animal rights activists. Oh, I feel bad all of a sudden. Well, you fucking should. You know what I mean? You know what I mean? You don't need to be there to get the message across. That's the point of it. So. And I like your point about the dog as well. That's a really good point.
Exactly.
By the way, 2 more tips came through while we were talking. We've got Gorick, who I think is a big fan of yours. He says, lots of booba at vegan campout, Ellie. Maybe think again. Does it mean boobs?
No. Yes, we have a booba thing. Like, obviously, my channel is very homosexual, so booba has to get the shout out. Big shout out, booba. Look, I'm not like, I don't do like that. You know, I wish I was someone who could be like, hello, you, me, one night, let's go. No, I'm not. I'm like, oh yeah, it'd be nice to have my little cottagecore nerd wife one day, but probably I'm just gonna sit here and yell at people stabbing animals now. So I'll see you later.
Yeah, I know. I see where you're coming from. I mean, I'm being selfish when I say it's sad. It's because, Ellie, honestly, I don't know how often you hear this, but I do like you a lot. I think you're an awesome person, and so do so many people. That's why we're all kind of sat here, the ones who are coming to the camp out, and we're like, fuck. I get it that you don't want to come, and I get why you don't want to come, but selfishly, I want you there because you're cool. And I want to hang out with you, but I get it that it's not cool for you. You know what I mean? We get that.
It's cool, you know? But it's also it's a lot, and I get
I get it.
overstimulated.
I get it.
I'm challenging myself more, like but you know, because I do want to film outreach and stuff like that, but it's really hard to conduct myself out in public. So
I feel it. I feel
one
what you're saying.
step at a time, you know.
I get it. Don't worry. We understand. We understand. We just don't like it.
Yeah, we don't like it. Yeah, so I might, like, you know, if someone like slips me a ticket and that, you know, and then I'm like, okay, I'll come for the date, then, like, you know, I can, you know, but probably not.
Maybe we can sort something out. I've got Jordan coming on the stream. I'll put him on the spot on the stream. I'll say, hey, listen, mate, Ellie wants to come. If you don't slip her a ticket, a lot of Ellie's fans are here in the chat. If you want to make them happy, you got to just, you know, sort her out. We'll see what he says.
Like, who's that?
We'll do it. We'll do it.
I don't know who that
I
is.
genuinely will do this with him live. I genuinely will put him and I'll ask him if he'll do it. And he has to say no.
No, because he saw me and like he looked at me and I couldn't tell. Like I was like, hi. And then he was like, hi.
He's that bad. He's kind of he's kind of nervous with people he doesn't know. Actually,
I am as well. So you put those two together, and it's a bad time.
He's a good guy. He's a good guy.
Yeah, but no, don't pressure him. It's fine.
I'm gonna pressure him. It's gonna be funny. Don't worry. We're gonna do it. So, by the way, I've got a big tip. Sophie, thank you so much. Sent $50, which is the biggest tip we've had over the last 30-something hours. It's been a lot. It's been many hours, Ellie. Thank you so much. That's what we need at this point. Seriously, It's been we're streaming a long time. And she says, thank you, David, Annie, and the team for all your hard work, because she's ended it with a question mark by accident instead of an exclamation.
For all your hard work?
Hard work. Thank you, Sophie. Appreciate it. Thank you so much. And DJ Lernal tips $10. Again, awesome. Thank you so much. And says, hey, Ellie, can you explain the salads thing?
Yeah, okay. So, like, in the UK, there's just this thing where you say lad, right? You're right, lad? It's kind of more like a masculine term.
Yeah.
Like, you know, for someone who's cool,
lads.
a cool guy. Lads.
Lads.
Like, you know, and I just start. I find it funny the lads, you know, lads, give her one for me, you know. And so I love taking the piss out of that. But yeah, it just became a thing where it's like we put the lads in salads, like in salads. I don't know. It's just a thing. It's a term of endearment. If you get called a salad, it's just you're cool. That's all it is. It's nothing more, nothing less.
Yeah, I think if you're from the UK, you'll get it. You
get it.
You get it because it's the thing. If you're not from the UK, I get why even that explanation could have been confusing too, because it's hard to explain, right? But
It's hard to explain it.
If I were to explain it, I have explained it, by the way. I've explained it to people before.
You have. You explained
have.
it to that vegan teacher who
Right.
really wasn't happy with it.
Yeah, she wasn't happy with it at all. Yeah, it was so funny.
she's like, what the fuck
she
is
was
a
saying it was
salad?
exclusionary. She was saying to people because I don't understand it, and it's not. It's you vegans. We should be very inclusive and not do this. And I said, well, and I was explaining it's not for other people. It's for your community. Like we just came up with my community name earlier, and it's called the Ram Fam. We've decided with 2 M's on fam. It's brilliant. It's RAMMFAMM. That's hilarious. And if somebody doesn't get that, that's okay because it's not really for like.
No, and if you like,
I
I don't understand because if I don't understand something, I come into a group and I'm like, what does that mean? And then they answer, they're like, oh, hi, this is what it means. It's like, oh, and then people go, oh, so I'm a salad now. And it's like, exactly. It's as simple as that. Like, are you vegan? Are you not a dickhead? All right, so
you're a salad, exactly.
Salad. It's simple as.
But basically, it's like you said. It's a term of endearment. To call someone a lad is a nice thing. You're saying, "Oh, you're a lad. You're one of my lads. You're one of my people." And you've just taken the word salad has lad in it. It's actually brilliant. I actually love it. I think it's really funny. And the first time I saw it, I was like, do I like this? And then I saw it when in use, and I was like, that's actually pretty funny and unique.
Well,
and I can see why people like it. You know.
I have a video series coming up soon that will explain it a bit more. I'm going to do salads recipes. And the first one I'm going to do is going to involve an entire bottle of Carolina Reaper. It's going to be a very painful video. So I hope that people watch it. But yeah, I'm gonna do like a salads.
Wait, what's that? Hot sauce?
Yeah, like Carolina Reaper sauce bottle, an entire bottle. I'm going to just in a salad. But you know, know people like How To Basic.
Yeah.
That I'm gonna do a similar thing.
Okay, I'm not looking forward to that. I'm listening to you talk about it, and I'm like, I'm not watching that. That sounds horrendous. I'm not interested. Don't do that.
I love Carolina. It's gonna be really.
Don't eat a bottle of hot sauce for a video.
Why not?
Oh my god, please.
I'm gonna eat 2 bottles now just to spite you.
Won't you throw up though? Like, if you throw up, I'll watch it.
No, I'll just have a really sad butthole for a really long time.
I mean, you're gonna film that. You need to get that moment, aren't you? Because we need to see the outcome. We can't just see you going, oh, it's a bit hot. We need to see the following 2 days and see what really happens.
I just want people to know how much YouTubers sacrifice, you know, to get people the content. To cure their vegan content deficiencies. It's a struggle. So yeah, I would have to show them the aftermath.
You got to keep it
burning ring of fire.
You're literally spicing up your channel a little bit, doing something a bit spicy.
I'm trying to bring it to the next level recently with my content. I'm just working all the time now that I have like the energy to do so mentally. I'm just trying to get my stuff out there more and improve the content range
by drinking bottles of hot sauce.
Hell yeah, let's go. I ain't afraid. Okay.
So people in the comments are saying spicy salads. I guess that's going to be a thing that comes up a lot. What about what are they right now? Because there's some people here that are a big supporters of both channels. So what would they be? Ram Fam salads? Is that what we're going to go with, or I mean, it's got to be combined at this point. I mean, there's no way they can be both of these. You know, there's something there, isn't there?
There is something there. I can feel it on the cusp. I can't. I'm too ill to be. You know,
it's there somewhere. I mean,
I went to say kinky, but I meant witty. I'm too like ill to. Had to. No, I'm never too ill for that. Let's go. But no, I can't do the wits right now.
It's all right. Don't worry. We'll assume you said something witty, and we'll all be very happy about it. Don't worry. It's all good. That was really witty. Well done.
Genius. Thank you. I'm returning to comedy now. Absolutely.
Solid.
Ram fam.
Yeah. See. Oh, you got the comments up, have you? That's smart. Yeah. Ram salad.
Ram. That's a bit gay, isn't it? I love that.
Ram salad. Ram slads.
Ram slads.
The ram slads is quite good. I like that actually.
And it incorporates the whole vegan gay thing. I like that.
Yeah, true. Rams lads. Oh yeah, of course. Rams lads. It's.
Rams lads.
I didn't even read it as that. I read it as Ram slads. I didn't read it as Rams lads.
Go on, David.
That's good. Yeah, literally, like Rams lads. I like that. That does
like
incorporate.
A meme.
That incorporates the vegan gay thing. You are absolutely right. That's the one. That's the one.
For it, Rams lads.
Well, look. I mean, I was gonna keep you for another 10 minutes or so, but I actually feel bad for you that you are sick. So I usually make people stay for an hour, but for you, I'm gonna let you go early. I'm gonna let you tap out and get back to bed.
If you hate me and need me to go because you can't stand to look at me, then that's absolutely fine.
I don't need you to go.
I can stay. It's fine.
Oh, we'll stay. I just felt a bit bad.
No, I've pulled muscle. I'm very ill, but like I'm not getting sympathy from anybody, so I don't care anymore. You know, it's like whatever. Like I'll just carry on my life.
So what you're trying?
If you've got a sympathy to give
that's
me,
what you're trying to say.
Like,
you need the sympathy. I get it, guys. Just pile the sympathy. F's in the chat, guys. I don't even know what that means, but I'm apparently it's something like
F's in the chat.
What does it mean exactly? I just seen streamers.
Fail.
No, F isn't fail. No, yeah. it's like no, it's not. It's not fail.
You get L and F.
No, I've seen people say this when somebody needs sympathy. They say F's in the chat. I've seen it. And I've thought that was something, mate, I'm showing my age right now. I don't know what the fuck is going on with people.
I don't know. Maybe it's a more multi-dimensional version of the L.
It's fucking, I was right. Oh my God.
I'm the boomer.
Right, it means F in the chat, plural F's in the chat, internet slang, an expression of condolences, sympathy, or regret. Boom! What?
Boom!
What?
Okay.
How old are you?
It's not a granddad. None your business.
How old are you?
No, I'm 36.
How old?
I'm 26.
I'm 34 this year. How do I know that and you don't? How do I know that?
Oh, sorry. I'm ill.
don't pull the recovering vegan on me right now.
I am so
don't pull
ill,
a recovering vegan on me. Oh, I'm just so ill. You can't be mean to me.
Oh, it's I mean, having a heat problem. Can't think.
F's in the chat, guys. There you go. F's in the chat, and I know what it means now. And I'm not.
I know what it means.
That's what it is. Ronnie's saying it's press F to pay respects. It's some like. Is it a gaming thing?
I did know that. I did actually know that.
Right.
Now,
oh yeah, Yordi's saying it comes from Call of Duty. So like okay.
Yeah.
Gorick sent through another tip, thank you, mate, and says, Rams lads, we need a Hot Ones challenge, David versus Ellie. My bet is on Ellie. Sorry, David. Your bet would be correct. I would suffer tremendously from a Hot Ones challenge. I promise you, especially considering that recently I've had a soft diagnosis, not a hard diagnosis, but potentially have mild Crohn's. So with that being the case, yes, it would be very brutal for me to smash down. I would try, but it would probably be instantaneous. The result. It'd take you a couple of days, maybe. For me, it would be within 10 minutes probably of smashing down.
Yeah,
those,
I have some sort of stomach problem because I get indigestion from water. But I think it's probably like SIBO or something. But I will have Carolina Reaper sauce when I want to feel something. Oh man! So I'm not someone you want to go against.
My problems that I've got, like they came from when the first time I went to India, and I something happened and it never got better. It's just been like up and down since then. So I don't know. It's not. I know people are going to say parasites because it could potentially be from the water. Had all the tests, done everything. It's not parasites. I don't know what happened. But in 2018, I went to India, and ever since then, things have just gone up and down randomly. It's been very strange. But no idea. Something I ate. I ate a lot of street food. I was so stupid. I just ate everything that was vegan on the streets in India. Like it was, I don't know what I was thinking I could handle that. It's so stupid. Destroyed my gut for life.
Is food nice in Turkey? Because the closest I've been is Greece, and I could see Turkey. I could see Turkey in the distance, and I was like, it'd be lovely to go there, but I've never been.
Turkey's nice. Yeah, the food here is pretty good. You can get, I mean, when I say pretty good, it's when you can get it like just easily. Vegan is pretty good, but it's not like it's readily available. Like, oh, every vegan signs are everywhere and stuff. It's a bit tricky, and that can be annoying to live here. You know, on holiday it's like, yeah, whatever. But when you live here, it gets a bit tiresome trying to find, you know, vegan food. But I'd say like there's some good stuff here though.
That's when I had the tan in that video. You're like, oh, she looks tan. It's like,
that was Greece, was it?
Yeah, I've wanted to go for like 10 years, and I finally went, and I miss it. I love the smell.
Yeah,
the water. I'd never seen water that blue in my life.
Where in Greece did you go?
Rhodes.
Rhodes. Oh, cool. Okay, nice. Did you see like historical shit?
And then Crete. The medieval town.
Nice.
But yeah, like amazing, and like apparently Turkey's quite similar in the
there's
climate
some
and everything.
Oh, there's some amazing stuff here. There's amazing like Roman ruins. The coolest thing that we've been to so far. There's
you bugged out. Is that me?
What's up? Oh, am I bugging?
Oh yeah, you bugged. Oh, you're back. You're back.
Okay. Was that for everybody or just Ellie?
I don't know.
I think it was luckily I think it was just you. It's all good. It's all good.
I heard you at Roman ruins.
Yeah, there's amazing Roman ruins, right? And on pictures, you're like, it looks pretty cool, but probably doesn't look like that in real life. Oh my God, you wouldn't believe it. So you go up, we did it on a scooter, right? So you drive, it's like an hour away from the center of Antalya. And then you go up you go into the entrance of the park, and then the guy's like, yeah, you just keep going up and up and up and up and up, and you'll get to the end, right? So that sounds pretty crazy. So you're driving up snake roads, just round and round and round and round and round, like higher and higher and higher. You start trekking through the woods and stuff. You get to this amphitheater, and it is literally an amphitheater, pretty much mostly intact, like really big and grand, and it's just surrounded by fucking mountains. And on the other side of the amphitheater, it's just a drop, and it's just complete. It's just mountains, and you're like, I'm sorry, if we built that now, it would be nearly impossible to do it. How the fuck did they build it like thousands of years ago on a mountain with these massive rocks? Are you kidding me?
I want to be there right now. That's what my brain is.
Oh, it was incredible, and we got the drone out. There's some cool drone stuff, and it was just absolutely incredible and insanely hot, too hot to be doing what we did.
Very hot.
But
yeah, that's why I'd never experienced. I was like, this is a different heat to the UK.
No, it was wild.
Miserable there.
But it really stood up to the the photos and stuff. Really matched very well, and it was better even than the photos. So yeah, you should totally come. I always say that, and people are like, oh, should we visit Antalya? I'm like, yeah, get over here. We'll show you around and stuff. I mean, it's a pretty cheap place to visit if you can get a good flight.
Because Greece is not. Greece
Rhodes
is really expensive.
Yeah. Rhodes is, I've heard. Here it's like, so I don't know how interesting this is for everybody, but hey, we're doing it. Here it's like, okay, if you were to rent an Airbnb and stuff, you're probably looking in the center like €50 a night, which is, that's more than it used to be. That's kind of shit. Outside the center, it gets cheaper, but yeah. So that's not the cheapest. But the food and stuff, yeah, for like €3 or €4, you're getting a meal. So I mean, and drinks as well included, probably.
Yes.
For most places.
What am I doing here?
Yeah, if you go if you go to the touristic central places, it gets a bit more expensive. But I mean, there's a place in the center that does falafel and stuff, and again, it's like €3-4 for like a big falafel wrap. It's gone up a little bit, but yeah, it's cheap as fuck. And to do stuff is cheap. Getting around is cheap mostly, and yeah, so it's good. It's good. It's nowhere near as expensive as any EU countries at all.
No.
Yeah, for sure.
Well,
it's worth coming.
I'll come on hollybobs. I love that.
Yeah,
I bagged 2 hollybobs in like 3 days out of nowhere. So it's great.
No, you totally
should. To Berlin, and
nice. Cool. Nice. Yeah, we've had a couple. I mean, we've had some people come out here. I won't say who because it's really fair to, like, you know, if people don't want people to know. You know how it is with vegans, YouTubers. They don't all want to know people to know where they're going. But yeah, we've had some friends out here, YouTube friends, vegan friends, come out, and they're considering even moving here. Some people, because of how it's got the lifestyle and the cost of a country that would be like in Asia, but it's very close to Europe. So it's kind of a bigger win because of that. You can move to Bali, fine, but you know, fucking how many hours to get to see family? It's crazy.
Yeah.
All right, but here it's only to England. It's like 4 or 5 hours, one flight. It's fine, you know. So
yeah,
very
like
cool.
so much great. Yeah, cool.
So Ellie, how long have you been vegan? And tell us your vegan story. And I'm not even joking. I forgot to ask that question to the last couple of guests, but I've actually been wanting to ask this to everybody who comes on.
Okay, yeah, so I've been vegan 8.5 years. June 13th is my vegan anniversary.
8.5. I thought it was less than that. I thought it was like 5 or 6 for you. 8.5. That's a long time.
Yeah.
That's okay. Cool.
Yeah, and you want to know why I went vegan? Sorry.
Yes, I do.
Yeah. So I was very like much an animal lover. I had a special connection with animals. Like I would say my entire life. I just thought they were based cool.
Based.
And yeah, so based. And yeah, I would look up things that happen with animals. Like I'd heard about the chimeras, the moon bears, like the bear biling, all these like horrible things I'd seen. And I just kind of assumed this was something that didn't happen. This is what you do in a group. You think you're superior and you're not doing because you're not a bad person. And then I had to do a music video for a punk band. And their song was called Graves. So I asked them what it's about. And they said it was about factory farming. And I was like, factory farming, okay. Then I looked up factory farming. The first thing I see is the dairy industry. And I'm like, what the fuck? That's in the UK. And then I'm like, oh my God. And I'm like, these hypocrites, like none of these people are vegetarian, like bar one. And I was like, oh, wait, dairy is vegetarian. So vegan. And I was like, so none of them are vegan. I was like, wait, I'm not vegan. And it just clicked. I was like, I'm going vegan. And then I moved to my friend's house, the only vegan I knew.
Right.
He taught me, you know, how to like kind of eat. And yeah, I was just like, I'm not doing this. And as soon as I turned 18, I was like, right, I'm in charge now, like, because my family weren't happy.
Of course.
So, and yeah, and I've been vegan ever since.
I don't think I've heard that before. I thought I knew. I thought when I heard you talk, I would have recognized the story, but I don't think I've ever heard you tell. How often do you talk about the reason you went vegan on your channel?
Occasionally people ask me. It doesn't really happen. I did do a video of why I went vegan or something like that. It was not even that long ago.
Yeah,
I just forget to even bring it up. You know what I mean? It was quite a while ago now.
Yeah,
So
I think I think actually. Personally, I've been talking about this. Everyone who's been watching the channel over the past couple of days knows what I'm about to say. But I do think it's something it might be a little bit of a mistake we make as vegan YouTubers that we don't constantly talk about the reasons we changed. I mean, and I don't mean constantly, but like at least regularly remind. Because we don't know, brand new people come to the channel every day, brand new vegans.
We think I've already said that.
Absolutely.
But no, like 200 people have seen that. Like, yeah. And sometimes people want to hear it again. But I think it's more my story in understanding how humans operate. Mine is, people would rather be wrong in a group than right alone. And I'm quite like, because of being like gay, and you know, like, throughout my life I've just been someone who's like, I don't care if I fit in, really.
Sure.
Like but that's not really a normal, that's not the normal thing. So I think it's not as appealing to be like, oh yeah, I don't give a shit if I lose friends, whatever. Like, people don't want to hear that. They want to hear, how can I still be accepted and validated? Because that's so I think, well, it's not really the most relatable story, but I know what you mean. Like, we should tell more of these kind of stories over and over again, because people haven't heard them. So.
Yeah, I think so. I think it's worth taking it back to basics and just, you know, and it's boring for us. This is the problem, to repeat the same answer to the question.
It's boring talking about it's not boring, it's just kind of like, it feels a bit uncomfortable.
Yeah, of course.
Like talking, like, I'd rather just, but so it's not something that's all that good in comparison to just being like, yo, stop stabbing animals.
Right.
I'm just used to that.
Because it totally, yeah, exactly. Because we're so used to that shit that when somebody in a debate or in a discussion or whatever, Discord or real life, they say, why are you vegan? It stumped me sometimes. Like, I'm like, oh, fuck, I've not been asked that question in so long. I'm so used to people just going straight for fights that I'm surprised that now, and I don't really know. It seems like I'm lying because I'm just so surprised and I'm not ready to answer that question, which is crazy that we wouldn't be ready to answer that question,
I know the feeling. But yeah, it is a weird transition between. But yeah, I am getting into that more, being more comfortable to talk about my stuff. Like, I am releasing a video on my personal journey.
Oh, yeah.
Like recently, because I won't go into it, but I had the worst year of my life last year. It was horrible. So I wasn't really productive, wasn't able to do things, cancelled things. And as an activist, or not that I don't know if I call myself an activist, but as someone who does activism, that was very much compromised by my being. And so I've completely shifted to a completely different mindset. It's a completely different human. And now I'm able to do more and I feel better about that. And it's a better cycle than the bad cycle.
Okay.
And so I'm going to be being open about that to people because I think, well, if I could do it, and I was in a hole and had sleeping problems for 10 years and now I've been able to, then I have hope for most people to be able to do that and hopefully help them be better in their advocacy or whatever they want to do.
That's
and
a great
that
idea
will mean
That'll mean I have to be like, yo, I kind of wanted to eat.
Right,
you know,
okay.
so you have to talk about that. But you got to do it sometimes. There's a utility to it.
Yeah,
So-
definitely. I think, well, of course, if it's some kind of thing that you've been through and come out the back of, and it's been beneficial to you as a vegan, as somebody, of course, then it's relevant to your audience of people who want to know how to deal with this kind of shit. I mean, I'm 100% certain that you're not the only person going through these things, and especially not even in the vegan community. There's definitely other vegans that will massively benefit from hearing how you've handled yourself. So I think that's a really good, that sounds like a really good piece of content. It sounds like it's going to be very important for a lot of people.
Yeah, especially as people because people, when I tell them, they're like, I had no idea, but you were still making content still. And I look back and I can tell, because I know me, but I could see why people would be like, I had no idea you were going through that.
Yeah.
So it's like, well, if I can, I think that makes it more relatable, and they feel like if you're not alone, you feel like, oh, I can overcome this problem that I have. So I think it's really empowering to see someone who people relate to and
Definitely.
and realize, oh, they were really struggling, really badly, and they've come through. Yeah, definitely. And yeah, I hope it will help people, because lots of people do suffer in silence. It's really weird. It's so collective that people suffer, but it feels so like a battle that you just do by yourself, and it's really weird. But no, we're all going through it, and I hope to help people with that. But obviously, it will mean overshare central for a video. It'll be a long one.
Well, it'll be. I'm sure it'll be a good one. And I'll definitely be watching it. Probably won't do any live stream reaction to it. Don't think it's quite appropriate
If
for
you
that.
don't cry 3 times, I don't want to know. Okay.
I'll
just keep it to
try.
yourself.
I'll try and force it. I'm quite stone cold when I'm watching stuff these days because of needing to be while editing other things. But I'll try and emotionally connect to your video. I'll try and drop the barriers for a couple for 20-30 minutes, and then put them back up again afterwards.
I'll get in there.
Well,
100%.
Well,
You're bugging out again. This is great.
What are you saying? Sorry.
Oh, you're back. Sorry, I think it's my
bugged out.
connection.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Well, I was just going to say, I think everybody here already subs to you, but if they don't, I mean, why?
Disgusting. Come on now.
Disgusting.
I'm like a vegan. I'm disgusting. I'm a vegan fossil on YouTube.
You should totally go sub. I mean, Ellie just won one of our prestigious awards in the Meat Flakes of the Year awards ceremonies. So
I did have a little
Hall
tear.
of Famer. So you gotta go and subscribe to the Hall of Fame of vegan gays. Oh yeah.
Come on now.
B Jokic. Fuck, why can't I say that name? Sorry, bro. Says I will sub And that's great. So there you go. There's one who wasn't subbed before. I assumed everyone was already subbed to you, but there's
No,
somebody who wasn't. Look at that.
I have it's really weird. Like, I go somewhere and people are like, "You're vegan gays," and then I'm like, "Oh yeah," but my sub count is really small. I don't know how that like. I think it's because I've been around for so long that people have seen the face at some point.
Right. Yeah.
Yeah, but
Could be. I mean, yeah, it's a weird world. I mean, I think people have their weird reasons for following or not following or subbing or not subbing. I mean, there are people, I know for a fact there are people that watch my videos and don't sub. And it's like a conscious decision because I don't know. I guess sometimes people sub. They think by subbing that means that you agree with every single thing that person says, and then maybe they don't like this video you made last year, so they watch your stuff, but they don't want to give you the sub because they don't like that thing that you said. I think that happens a lot. It's weird. I don't know. People are we're all strange. We're all very strange. I mean, I watch videos from people that I don't sub to. You know what I mean? Not vegans, but like, and my reasoning is that. Like, I watch some videos from some controversial YouTubers and I don't sub to them because I'm like, I don't like some of the stuff you say, but I do like a lot of it, but I won't sub to you.
Most of the videos I watch are actually of people's opinions I don't like, just because I want to like be ready to like challenge my worldview. So I end up hearing, I like, literally hear like Nazis debating and I'm like, wow, I'm here right now. But I want to know, because if I ever meet one and they start saying like, or noticing when someone's like saying stuff that's like, oh, that's sussy. I've seen that somewhere.
Yeah.
But yeah, that's when most of my time is spent, really, like hearing like opinions that I don't like.
Jeez. Well, I mean, I guess it's useful for content.
Yeah, it feels useful. But yeah, I know what you mean. Like, I think it's obviously homophobia. That people aren't subscribing to me. You know?
Oh, clearly.
Yeah. Look, when I tap into that lesbian audience, it's over. Okay? Then I'll be like, oh, here we are. Hi guys.
Finally, you found me.
Yeah, finally, you found me. I was here all along. But yeah, that's when it will blow up. But until then...
By the way, Luke sent through a tip. He says a $5 tip. Thank you, mate. It says, I'm broke, but please take my lentil money. Now I can't afford to be vegan anymore, but hopefully you can have some falafel for me. I was a filthy vegetarian when I went to Turkey, but I remember the food being really tasty. So, you know, there's not much food in Turkey that's vegetarian. Like, I think the veggie food here is mostly vegan. Cheese is not really a big part of... I suppose they've got these... Okay, they do have some stuff with cheese, but like the vegetable-based foods they make here, local vegetable-based foods is usually vegan. They don't really put cheese on vegetables, but cheese on bread. That's the thing they would do. That would be a veggie. But when it comes to the vegetable-based stuff, lentils and things, it's usually vegan, actually, when you go to the places here.
Yeah,
but you'll find out soon because you'll be here. So
I'll find out soon. I'll be in Turkey. Yeah. Oh my God, Ronnie in the chat said Elle's channel was what made me want to make video content. That is based.
That's cool.
Narrator.
That's awesome.
Yeah, I try and get people to, like, I do think, like, a massive problem. I noticed back in the day, there was a lot more community on YouTube. I think as YouTube has saturated and it's kind of become, like, every person for themselves sort of, like, vibe more than before. Yeah, because when I started on YouTube, it was, like, back in the Freely days. Everyone knew everyone. Yeah. Everyone was going to each other's houses. It was crazy. Now, like, you don't really get as much of that. So I think trying to big up the newbies, and like Ronnie's not new, but you know, like trying to get people to like improve their content and like want to make content and share their outreach, I think is really good, because then you can just see how many people there are actually doing this.
Yeah, it's been great to see. I admit I've seen some people I didn't know about popping up recently, like Cliff as a recent one that came up. I didn't know he existed, and I see his outreach, and I'm like, oh, that's really good stuff. And these days, it's more accessible than ever to, I think it's because of, you know, back in the day, I mean, to make YouTube videos would have been a lot more tricky and difficult. You need a good camera, you need this, you need that. These days, you just need a mobile phone. You can literally do everything from your phone. So it's becoming more and more accessible. So of course, we're going to see more and more vegans taking up YouTube channels, which is just great. Actually, it's great to see the people putting the work in them. Yeah.
Exactly. And I think my USP is like, I'm like a Cupid. I'm like a connect. Like
Okay.
if I were like throughout life, I'm like, oh, I know someone who you'll love, or
Right,
I know,
right.
and I can bully people very efficiently into subscribing to other people. So I try
Nice.
and that's kind of my thing. I've realized is just bullying other people. Like I'm a middleman.
Yeah.
So that's kind of what I
Nice.
do. Like Cliff is one of the people I bully like everyone to subscribe to.
Yeah.
And
Yeah.
he recently hit 1K and he's really cool. So
Yeah, he's
the
going to be coming
the
on.
more the better.
He's going to be coming on here
You
as
can't say
well.
when.
I cannot
can't
say
say
when, but I can say it will be at some point in the next 3 days.
Oh wow, that was going to be my second thought. So thank God you said that.
But you could always. I mean, the thing is, you're mates with him, so you could always just ask him. I said this yesterday to George. George was like, "When's Jordan coming on?" And I said, "Oh, you're gonna have to come tune in." It's like, or you could just ask him because you're friends. So that is always an option.
True. Yeah. Well, I've only spoken to Cliff once. He didn't realize that I'd been reacting to his content for quite a while.
Okay.
And then he was like, I didn't understand this salads thing, but now I get it. It's like, oh, salad. So yeah, it's cool. It seems like my channel, when people, I need to fix this. I think when it first come, they don't get it. So I do need to be. I don't say salads too much, except in my streams.
I think
guess
it's
my
just
streams
in
for,
the
like,
live chat, I think, as well.
Yeah,
And then
but it's
people
like-
saying it, and then people get confused because they're like, "Why is everyone in the live chat saying salad?" It's why do vegans love salad that much that you all start a stream and you're just like salad, and then you just love fucking lettuce. That's what it is. That's what's really going on here.
Look,
Just as these
we have a
cult
pie, okay?
vegan streams.
Yeah, it is a cult. If in my yearbook, you know how people have like something like written down, I think mine should have been most likely to accidentally start a cult, because it's like, oh shit. But yeah, so I've only spoken to Cliff like once, and I had his lovely Irish accent.
Yeah.
And but yeah, I anyone who chats to me and is nice to me, you're my friend now. So yeah, I could message him.
I'm excited to have Cliff on, but my worry with Cliff coming on here is that I think his demeanor and his accent is just going to make me look like a fucking Neanderthal. Just he's going to come on and be like just smooth as vegan butter. Fucking with his beautiful accent, and everyone's going to be captivated that I'm going to speak, and they're going to go, oh god, can you bring that lovely Irish smoothness back? Fuck, man.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it's the problem with the Irish accent though. It's most beautiful. You either love it, or then there's people who are like, "What the fuck are you saying?"
That's true.
Like people in the chat were like, "What's he saying?" And I'm like,
you're like, what the fuck was that? But Cliff's is slower, isn't it?
On a completely unrelated note, if there are any Irish women in the chat, hit me up. Completely unrelated. Don't know why, but I just have a feeling.
I get that. Yes, Ronnie's just said you're going to speak after Clint and Cliff, I suppose he meant to say, and people will be like, "Why are you so angry, David?" It's true though. Oh man, I'm gonna have to. I'll work. You know what I might do for the whole interview, Cliff? I might just try my hardest to just match him tone for tone, pace for pace, cadence for cadence, and just try and have this whole interview of just, the aim is to send people to sleep. The aim is to have people just be listening and watching like, oh yeah. Oh yeah.
Oh yeah.
It's like, Cliff, so it's really great to have you here today to have this conversation. Would you like to introduce yourself and tell us a bit more about you?
Hello there. Do you think stabbing animals is justified?
I
can't do an Irish. I have Irish family, and I can't do it.
That was pretty good. I don't, Cliff.
Thank you very much.
Could you tell us how this conversations go for you on the street when you bring this up with the people of the public?
Absolutely.
Yes.
I see dairy farmers regularly, and they try to tell me that stabbing animals is justified. And I say no, thank you. It's absolutely not.
How do they justify it?
Oh, Cliff hates me now.
Cliff, how do they justify it? Tell us, please, the main reasons they try to justify the things they say.
Oh, too ill.
Tell us all, please, Cliff. I might. I'm not even joking. I might try this, like with him. I mean, otherwise, I am going to look terrible when he comes on. I need to work on the slowing down, being a bit more stoic, a bit more like, we're gonna get his vibe.
It's what's needed, because people come up that like the angry vegans, and then you're like, actually, I'm just chill as fuck, man. Like, what's not chill is starving animals. Yeah.
Do you know what I said earlier? I've said this a couple of times over the stream, talking to people about this sales tactic that I learned. Well, not really a tactic, but basically, when you meet somebody and you want to communicate with them effectively, you should always try to match +1. So if they're energetic, you would be a little bit more energetic. If they're pretty chill, you want to be a little bit more chill. But with Cliff, I'm going to try and match -1. So I'm going to take Cliff's energy and try and go 1 lower. So I'm going to try and go, take his smoothness and go once. I'm going to go on smooth. Wait, no, that doesn't make sense. Like, I'm going to try and like tone down is what I'm trying to say, rather than go up. I'm going to see if I can out smooth him. Because
it's not going to be done. I have no faith. I'm sorry.
I reckon I can do it. Smoothness is like it's low energy. Smoothness means low energy. Stoicism is smooth, isn't it? Right? It's
Very
like
soft,
we'll see. Or maybe he comes in and he's in like fiery Irish mode, and actually he just completely screws us all.
Irish,
and
mate.
actually
Irish.
Yes.
I'm not angry. I'm just Irish. The wit's back. I'm getting better already.
He's been watching this stream and he's pissed off that we think he's smooth. So he comes in and he's just, what are you fucking saying about me? You're fucking saying I'm not fucking smooth. I can be angry if I want it. Hey? They're just like really mad. And I'm like, whoa.
Oh, Cliff, I don't endorse this. Oh, God.
I'm out on the street trying to fucking talk to people. And you're making fun of me on your fucking stream. What do you think you're doing?
Oh no, I'm not laughing because it's funny. I'm just laughing like out of I can't believe it.
It's okay. You can laugh. It's okay. He's not going to be upset. It's okay. You're allowed to laugh. You're not laughing at Cliff. You're laughing at me doing an impression of I'm doing an impression of what an angry Cliff would sound like. It's not really him.
Angry Cliff.
I'm not mocking him. I'm mocking the angry version of him that's never existed. I bet he's never been angry in his life. Not for one day.
Once at least. He's got to have been just once.
Oh, I'm sure. I hope Cliff. I hope you realize this is all out of love. I'm just very excited. I'm very excited to have you on.
We're just dickheads, actually.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. Yeah, I genuinely hope he's not offended. I don't know. I don't really know. Cliff, I don't really know you, mate. I don't know. I hope I've not like crossed the line already.
Just lads a bit bants,
He just cancels on me. He's like,
I'm not coming now.
Fuck this guy. I'm not coming on talking to this piece of shit, making fun of me on stream. Nah,
I'm subscribing for vegan videos.
He was in the chat earlier, but he's gone really quiet. That's why I'm kind of worried now. He's not said anything since all of this happened, so I'm worried that I've come too far.
Oh no, you've ruined it.
Yeah, no.
I'd like to know. I had zero involvement. Okay.
Damn. God. Oh, he's here. Okay, he's here. Oh my God, it's okay. He says he's laughing his head off. He said he's here and he's laughing his head off. Panic over. Whew. I just realized, just had a moment of clarity where I was like, I don't even fucking know this guy. Like, he might be really pissed off now. He might be sat there like, these motherfuckers. Who do they think they are? Like,
that's what I like. Because I'm just like that with people. Like, it's like a especially British thing apparently to just be like, all right, dickhead.
Oh, completely.
Like as like I like you.
Yeah.
But then that doesn't.
It doesn't translate to Americans and stuff. No, but like, Irish. We should have known that Cliff would get it. And bloody hell, like the Irish are like just like that. I think Aussies get it too.
Even meaner. You're like.
even what? Sorry.
Yeah, even meaner.
Meaner.
Like,
sorry. Yeah. And the Aussies are really bad too. But it's just I think it's just the Americans. Yeah, I think it's Americans and quite a lot of Europeans, to be fair, that don't get it at all.
No. So sorry.
When I moved to Spain, I would roast people because where I'm from, like northwest England, like countryside, borderline countryside areas. It's what we do. It's what most English people do. So I was roasting my colleagues. They were from like Hungary, Spain, and just different places around Europe. And people thought I was really mean. And I got told off by my bosses more than once. Like you can't, like, cause she was Irish actually. She was like, I get it. They think you're an asshole. They're really upset with you. And it's like, but can you explain to them that it's no? It's like no. You need to stop. You need to stop roasting people. It's really upsetting people.
But then you don't realize it's
Fuck,
just
man,
it's
come
part of who you are. It's just like I
Yeah.
don't know how to say something nice, like legitimately. I just say it tongue in cheek way.
You gotta.
Like,
I
it
mean,
feels-
yeah. You gotta. You gotta. I heard this quote that it was. What was it? This is a little bit like. It's not really about British stuff. It's more about men and women. And it said, men absolutely destroy each other, and it's meant. That's how we tell each other we like each other. And women will not all women, but a lot of women will tell each other how much they love each other, but actually they despise each other. And it's like it's like
It's
a quite.
I love you, bitch.
Right. But men are like, bitch,
Absolute
I love
bitch.
you. It's like the opposite way around.
Bugged out again.
Oh yeah,
like,
so
what's
yeah, bugged out a little bit that time. But yeah, it's a funny observation. It's not obviously,
Yeah.
guys. We're not saying it's true for everyone, but just saying it is.
For
It is.
every single person.
It is.
It's an absolute.
It is quite a common observation that you see. Like men will actually hurt each other's feelings because they like each other. Like they'll go too far, consistently too far. Bring up shit that happened in the past and stuff that really hurts them because they're best mates and they find it like it's a love-based thing.
I'm like that with my friends. I go around. I'm like, oh god, you fucking stink, you dirty little.
just drag up.
Oh god,
just drag
I'm
up,
fucking leaving.
drag up the hardest, most difficult moments of your life for a banter and just roast you.
Yeah.
Like that one.
You disgusting wench.
Remember
And
that,
I'll leave,
remember,
I'll be
that,
like, "Oh,
remember, that,
sorry."
remember that one time you cried, you absolute pussy, you bitch. My granddad just died. Yeah, what a loser you are crying. Oh my God.
Oh my god, it was embarrassing.
So embarrassed in front of
I've
everyone.
never seen such a fucking loser in all my
We're all
life.
trying to get,
Oh
we're
my
all just
God.
trying to, have a nice time, and you start crying. Like, what is that?
If I were
Remember that?
like that much of a loser, I'd just fucking leave the country. I just couldn't even exist. Bye, bitch. Bye. I can't. Love it.
Great.
Yeah.
So yeah, and this is what people tuned in for. I just want to make sure that's clear.
Yeah, and this is why you should subscribe today.
This is what people came for. We've had debates, we've had lots of discussion on veganism and stuff as well, but the real stuff that people came here for, it's not the vegan content. They came here to hear us have this conversation, and yesterday they came for a debate with Lawrence about what an atheist is, which was I don't know if you caught that. That was quite
I didn't catch that.
that was quite fun. See, I didn't know. This was the most off-topic conversation I think that's been had on the stream so far. I didn't actually know that there was a thing called anti-theist. I've never heard of that before. So I thought atheist was anti-theist, and I didn't understand. In Cliff's video, Cliff said, "Oh, I'm an atheist. I'm not sure if there's gods or not." And I said, "That's agnostic, though." And then everyone went crazy, like, "Oh no, you don't understand. You don't understand." I was like, "Hey, whoa." Got Lawrence on. Lawrence is like, "Yeah, mate. There's all atheists are agnostic," and I was like, "Okay, so then what the bloody hell does atheism even mean?" He's like, "You're thinking anti-theist." It was like, all right,
Yeah.
everything I thought I knew was a lie.
Yeah, I'm agnostic, and yeah, I've had that thing before where people and I'm like, look, words, man. My brain can only handle so much in it.
Yeah,
so, like...
I didn't get it. I didn't get it at all. But that for me, see, I'll put this to you as well. For me, if all atheists are actually agnostics, then the word atheist has no meaning.
The word.
And I'm sorry to put this on you when you're sick. Lawrence tried to explain it multiple times, and either I'm dumb or I've got a point. I couldn't decide which one it was.
No, I think it's like the nuance of it that it does have a point. It's like, like you have blues. You could say that there's no point with like duck egg blue because blue is a thing and they're both actually blue, but they are a different blue. It's kind of like that.
All right.
Like there's still a point to it. It's just.
It feels like rather than. I don't know. I don't want to get it back into it again because I got we talked about how I get worked up over things that don't require it. This was worked up, passionate. This was yesterday's example. I got immediately passionate about a topic that I really don't care that much about, or actually I don't care about it. But the way I was talking was as if it was the most important thing in my fucking life, and it definitely got animated. And I was cutting Lawrence off as well. I remember interrupting him at least 3 times. I was like, "Lawrence, wait a minute, man, because I don't get." He was just like, "Okay." being very patient.
Bless him.
Oh, that was a lot of fun. That was a lot of fun. But yeah, I guess I would categorize myself as an anti-theist then, by that definition. Which for me, it just sounds a bit too aggressive. I don't like the sound of that because I'm not against the ideas of gods. Like I'm not against it. I'm not anti. But I have, for me, it's like there's just this. I'm confidently, you know, a non-believer, right? Confidently a non-believer. I'm not unsure. I am a confident non-believer. So I feel like, but I don't want to be called an anti-theist. It feels a bit. Do you know what I mean? It feels a bit extreme.
Yeah, no, it feels a bit extreme. Like, well, for me, I just don't believe that puny human, can have such
Puny
knowledge
human.
about puny human. I just don't know how on earth I could possess the knowledge of like what, you know, metaphysics, you know, to have those answers. I don't think I could even know a god. A god wouldn't speak to me. Like, so if there is one, I don't know. You know,
Interesting.
they're not going to chat to me.
That's a funny theory. Well, if there was a guy, it wouldn't chat to me. So I mean, I guess I just.
It's like they're kind of busy with the entire universe. Like I don't know, or maybe they're not busy and they can be everywhere all at once.
That's
I don't
the
know.
theory.
I don't know.
Omnipresence is the theory. Is the running theory of most religions.
The thing is, though, if something is omnipotent, I am not. So how am I supposed to perceive the omnipotent? Like that seems just so. You can't. That's the point. That's my thing. That's why I'm like, I can't say there isn't one, because if there is, I can't.
It's like trying to describe how what a fourth dimensional being would look like, or what a fourth dimension would look like. It's not possible. We're three-dimensional beings. We can never begin to even. That's why the movie Interstellar had to do this weird scene at the end with the when he goes inside the thing and the black hole and the stuff, because the theory in that movie was that the four-dimensional beings of the future, that's the only way they could interact with us was by putting it into a three-dimensional space, which you know, and the character could barely even understand, even though that was three-dimensional, and it was actually, you know, it was very complicated. So yeah, this is like
finished watching that, so now I need to watch that just to.
Oh my
god,
you haven't finished? Oh my god, it's an amazing movie. Oh, I can't believe you didn't finish it. I know it's long, to be fair, but
yeah, it's long, and I
if you're a nerd, I mean, are you a science nerd? I don't actually know if you're a science nerd.
Kind of. Like, one of my favorite series is The Expanse, and that's all space. I love that.
Well, okay, you should finish Interstellar, and then buy the book, The Science of Interstellar. It explains how the director, it's Nolan, right? Is it Nolan? It was Nolan? I'm pretty sure it was. No, was it?
Nolan, probably.
I think it was. Basically, he hired like proper scientists, like people who fucking devoted their entire life to figuring this stuff out, to help him with the movie script. And the book is so cool because it's written by the scientists, right, or one of the main scientists. And he talks about a couple of conversations he had with the director, where the director was like, "Hey, we need this to happen," and the scientists were like, "No, theoretically impossible." And he would push back and be like, "Make it theoretically possible." And they would say, "We can't." And he'd say, "I don't want to hear can't, go make it work." And they would make it work. Like, actually signed, they said, "No, it can't be done, it can't be done." They'd go back to the drawing board 3-4 times, and then they'd be like, well, actually, it could be done. And then they make it theoretical. That's insane. That's mad, isn't it? Like, so the movie, when you're watching it, a lot of it is theoretically possible, which makes the movie like next level sci-fi, because it's actually possible.
I think The Expanse is like that as well, where they made it quite accurate to what we understand of space.
Right.
So
right. I love that shit.
I think so anyway. Yeah.
I love it when they put like real science into like, you know, superhero things and
yeah, because you want
like
to
that,
learn something while you're there, instead of like a Marvel film where suddenly they have no strength and it's like I can put my whole through my hand through 5 buildings at once, but I cannot fight this guy. That's
it's
like...
annoying, isn't it? I know.
It's just like, oh, God,
like I quite like there's the series, the Flash series, and the way they deal with time travel in that is pretty cool. They use a lot of They use a lot of stuff that, of course, they take liberties and they make it a little bit, you know, not real, but they do base quite a lot of the science on some like current theories of time travel and stuff. So like when I've watched it, and I know some theories on time travel, and I'm watching it, and they're inputting that into the series. You're like, oh, that's really cool. They're actually trying to base it off of what some very smart people believe about time travel. So that's pretty cool that they're not just
You feel like you're learning something, and
it feels
it's
nice.
more immersive to be in that world. I cannot immerse myself in a Marvel film anymore.
No,
It's
they've
like,
really
can't be
gone
done.
to shit. It's really
It's ruined.
It's really sad.
Yeah.
Like the golden years where everything pre-Endgame, Endgame and before, I mean, it was
Yeah.
mostly hits, a few misses, but mostly just brilliant. Brilliant casting, brilliant acting, CG, the VFX, really cool stuff and really cool stories for most of the time. And then after, it's just been just the VFX has been almost consistently disappointing. Even in the best movies, like the new, the Spider-Man No Way Home with the incredible movie, but the VFX in that was lacking, right?
It's because they're like rushing to get these out in cookie cutters. The last Marvel film that I watched and I loved was Black Panther.
Okay.
Just the soundtrack,
The newest
the
one, you
color
mean, or-
scheme. No, I haven't seen the newest one.
Okay.
Like the one, the first one.
Yeah.
Oh my god, like that was like I really. But I'm so like my favorite like film will always be like the Tobey Maguire Spider-Man. I don't care.
Oh,
It's
of course.
Just too good.
Just
It's just too good.
classics.
People are like, no, it's rubbish. I prefer Andrew Garfield.
No.
No, wrong. Sorry, Tobey Maguire.
No.
And the soundtrack's unmatched. It's just got this kind of like
It's
darkness to it.
it will always I think it's incredible movie the first ever one, the Tobey Maguire one. There's nothing beating that. It was so nice to see him return. With the Black Panther, I got in some hot water last time we brought this up because I made a comment and people didn't like it. I said that the movie, as in the story of the movie, was objectively bad. I said because and then people said you can't say that, and then there was a debate in the comments about whether a script can be objectively bad or not, and I'm of the opinion it can be, because the thing is, oh thank you, got some food. Because I'm saying it can be because a script can be full of plot holes and it can not make sense, right? And I'm sorry, but like, although I like the movie Black Panther, I don't hate the movie. The plot ruined it for me. Like I actually really didn't enjoy the script. Didn't make me want to support the good guy, and I was upset about that because I was like, I want to root for the good guy, but the script is ruining it and making me root for the bad guy because the bad guy kind of had a point.
The bad guy, that you have all these resources and you're allowing like your people,
right,
who you're supposed to care about, like to be in these situations, and then obviously, I get what you mean. You have to like really like T'Challa to like
to root for him.
Yeah, I was
the other reason. Sorry, just to not root for him was that he lost fair and square. Like he lost in his own traditional culture. He had to give up the mantle, but he refused. And it's like, wait, I'm not going to root for you. You broke the rules, man. Like, and this other guy, like, I don't know. I just didn't enjoy. I didn't enjoy also the convenient writing, like, oh, he's alive again now. There was no reason for him to, it was just very convenient, and it was like a plot device. Just let's bring him back from the dead again. I just don't like that stuff. So I really don't like that stuff.
Yeah, there could have been a whole thing like because he was like, you killed my daddy and stuff. And,
killed my daddy.
Like, it could, and that bit like really hurt. That was the bit where I was like, oh, well, I like this guy now. I get it.
But I mean, I feel like it was. I mean, I know a lot of people loved it, and I just felt like it was a missed opportunity.
I do love it. I think the
cool.
things like the soundtrack, the color scheme, the characteristics of the costume.
Of course,
I think they make up for it. But yeah, I do know what you mean. There is the plot was a plot that was weak in comparison to what it could have been.
Yeah.
But even then, I get goosebumps when I watch it. I do watch it quite a lot.
You can respect a movie for a lot of reasons. For me, the story just let me down. Of course, everything else in it was solid. Well, no, the final fight scene was not solid. The VFX on that was dog shit. But apart from the final fight scene, with the suits, they both had the suits on and they were animated.
Oh yeah,
and it was full CG.
That.
But it was full CG.
It was bad. Yeah,
and then it was the animation on their bodies was shocking. But apart that, the rest of it was really good. But they even admitted. I watched an interview where they admitted they dropped the ball because they ran out of time on the final fight scene, there was a lot more work to be done, and
Uh-huh.
they had to like cut it short basically because of time and shit. Yeah.
Yeah, that's the problem with these things. They have like an impossible target to.
Yeah.
To,
Yeah.
yeah.
About Julie sent a super chat. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. She said with a comment actually. I saw I have a bit of extra and I wanted to help support you. Thank you so much. That's it's very meaningful, especially with the comment that someone would say I've got a bit extra. I want to support you. That really that hits me in the heart. Thank you. I really appreciate that. It's really
Isn't
nice.
it weird that we like do stuff and then people are like, "Here, have some money." It's like so you can carry on. I'll never get over it. I'll be like, "Why?" Thank you so much.
I love yeah. It still surprises me and shocks me that for sure that somebody like I'm not like a narcissist, so I don't come onto YouTube with the belief that I'm so good that people will support me. I come onto YouTube and I'm like, I hope that I'm good enough that people see the value and see value enough to support me. So every time the donation comes in or a tip comes in or a Patreon member comes or a YouTube member comes, I'm like surprised. I'm like, oh my God, someone appreciates what I do that much. It's like every time I've never been at the point where I'm like, yeah, you saw. I've never felt like that.
Yeah.
Never.
I mean, if you are narcissistic and you come onto YouTube, you're gonna get humbled real quick. It's like, oh yeah,
They do.
Every day you're gonna be like, you ain't shit.
They do. Do you know? I had this. I won't say who, but there's somebody I know who kind of came at YouTube with that attitude, and he stopped.
They go.
He stopped. Of course, he stopped because it wasn't. Yeah, and I kind of.
People. They come and go, and they're like, oh, you just need to do this, and then you'll be like, they think that if you just follow the formula, that's it. But it's like the formula will help you, but that's not just it. There's a whole package. There's the luck of the draw involved with the algorithm, and then you're just constantly, as soon as you hit a certain peak, now that's where you're going to expect yourself to go, and then you'll be disappointed.
Yeah, of course.
There's so much to it, and then they don't get like immediate validation or satisfaction. They don't. I put literally, and you put literally hours into a video.
Yeah.
For a certain number of people to see it, and people don't see that. They just they will literally skip through the video that you spent hours doing. Or if you just like there's a little bit and you're like, oh, I need to get that right. Half the people watching aren't even going to see it because they're going to skip. So it's
totally.
Like your work is not, for the most part, going to be valued the way you want it to.
It's a tough game for sure, especially when you don't get the results that you feel like, not that you feel like you deserve, but you feel like the hours you put in deserve. Right? Yeah. Because you put 20 hours in whatever into some content and you're like, this deserves to go viral. And then it picks up like 1,200 views and you're like, fuck this. You're like, fuck this. Fuck this.
Yeah, I'm like, if I weren't hyper focused on veganism, I would have quit a long time ago because I've been doing it for so long, and there is this expectation at this point that I should be bigger because like everyone from that time, like when Mike the Vegan, Earthling Ed were all small, has either become big or they've gone. And then you do have a couple, I don't really know, but there's a couple of people who started then and are still very small, and I'm one of those people. So it's kind of like you start thinking, oh my God, am I just shit? Is there something about me? And you do end up becoming very self-critical, and it's a game of like, okay, now I need to change this. But yeah, you quickly realize, you're not all that.
Totally.
Like, not everyone's gonna want to hear everything you've got to say.
No, totally.
But it gets you down sometimes. But you just can't compare yourself to other people. And
no, you know what the worst is. And before I say, wait, I'll ask you a question in a minute that came from a tip. But before I get to that, I'll just say the worst is, and also the best. It's the best and worst at the same time. Is when a new YouTuber comes up, new vegan YouTuber, and within like 6 months, they've achieved like what you took 2 years to achieve, and you're like, part of you's like, fucking hate you, and part of you's like, well, I'm really happy that you're a vegan YouTuber, and it's another,
I think of like Danny with that lifting vegan logic.
Mhm.
So I did a collab with him when he was really small.
Yeah.
And I remember him being like, "Oh, I think I'm gonna get 5,000 subscribers by next year." And I was like, "Good fucking luck, mate."
Yeah.
You know, and because he hadn't even reached 1K, so I was like, "Okay, I'll do a collab with you."
Mm.
And then like he's like up there with you, and I was like, "What the fuck?"
Yeah,
And
Danny.
I was
Danny.
like, "Okay, based." But then I was also like, "Am I?"
Do you know what it is with Danny though?
Bad?
See, I can explain Danny. I can explain how Danny's been so
Like a
successful.
new
It's
vegan
pretty
gains.
easy, huh?
I think it's because he's like a heavy package of the nutrition. He's got the muscles. He's got a good editing style, and people want the muscular.
I think that's part of
um,
it, but I think if
yeah.
he was skinny, it would still be. I think it wouldn't. Here's my theory. My theory is a bit different to yours, but like here's what I think. So there is a world of debate bros out there, let's say, and we could even call them kind of like computer based vegans. Let's call them, because they talk and act like computer systems. And that's not necessarily a roast. It's some people like that, and it works for them doing what they respectively do. I'm not going to drop names, but I think we all know who we're talking about. And these people, they're quite hostile to outsiders. They're quite hostile in general. They're quick to insult people. They're quick to, they say, "Ha, I got you," and things like that. And this is kind of the attitude of that. It's very hostile, and it's very, it's very cold. Now, Danny sits on the outside of that area. He's one of them, but he's not rude. He doesn't insult people, and he doesn't swear at people or call them, retards, which is something a lot of these people do. Danny doesn't do that, right? Danny is like 50% normie and 50% like that. He is, right?
Yeah.
So when he makes content, the people who like those kinds of people, but just don't like the aggression, they are attracted to Danny. And that is there's a few things about this community that you can say. This community that we're talking about, they are fucking loyal. They will watch every video. These are the kind of people who love data. They love facts. They love philosophical shit. They will watch every minute of a 30-minute video as long as it has like facts, logic, and stuff in it.
I'm one of those people.
Right?
I watched the debate. Yeah.
So Danny literally makes those videos, and he uses sarcasm and humor. He doesn't call people like retards and whatnot. He doesn't do that stuff. He is a balance of normie and that style, and he's got those people. He's got that audience. That is his audience. When you go into the comment section of his videos, a lot of what's going on there, people are in philosophical debates. They're talking about philosophical things, if not memeing. Like they're either memeing or talking about philosophy stuff, because it's the same group, right?
That's their thing, yeah.
And he has nailed. He has tapped into that market that those other people have tapped into. But he is kind of like he's like a half and half version of them. Like if those guys are like the whole milk, he's like the skimmed version, if that makes sense, of these guys.
Yeah,
and no one else was doing it. Vegan Gains went off the deep end
and then stopped. Yeah, that's why I was like, he's the new Vegan Gains, because I mean,
basically,
Vegan Gains has different attributes, but yeah, he's like the Vegan Gains. I didn't really think of it like he tapped into the exact niche, which is what you want to do algorithmically. But yeah, I was thinking more like he's kind of the full package, and like people like an example of a strong, vegan as well. Like he's the classic like. I'm gonna mock it because that's what I am as well, like the metalcore gym bunny debate bro.
Right.
Like he's one of those people, but then he's actually like likable and not a dick, which a lot of those people are. So yeah, no, and yeah, I think as well the aesthetics and the I think the whole health nutrition thing is more popular as well than the ethics. So there's the fact that he's adding the two.
Yeah.
Like if he just spoke ethics and didn't speak about like nutrition health, I think it would be a little less
probably,
because obviously the statistics.
Probably.
Whereas someone like myself, I'm like, mate, I don't want to talk nutrition. I'd rather die.
Yeah.
I know some stuff I've picked up, but I don't feel comfortable talking about it. There's just too much to know.
Yeah, that's true. That's why it's good that there's people like, good people like Danny and another guy I think is pretty good, Nutrivore. I think is pretty good at this kind of stuff, and without resorting to just fucking being an asshole. Which again, not naming names, there are a lot of people like Nutrivore out there who are are very, very hostile. So and also like Danny, and it's kind of cool that there are people coming from that world who are like Danny and are like Nutrivore, who are able to keep a lid on it and actually, you know what I mean, be.
But do you follow UFC at all?
UFC? No, I don't follow it. No.
Okay,
I like
well,
it,
so I think of it in the sense of like, so UFC, they're really fucking horrible to each other to kind of sell the shows.
Okay, yeah.
But then you have a few who are just lovely. Like you have Wonder Boy, who's just a really lovely person, and then you have someone like Khabib Nurmagomedov, who is just very like, I smash everybody. I don't care. Like, I'm not gonna be horrible. I'm just gonna smash. And yeah, you have those kind of people.
Yeah.
Who are just really refreshing and you like them more. But then obviously you understand the debate bro stuff is a sport. It's just like,
yeah, sure.
You're a fucking dickhead. You don't know anything. You're stupid.
Yeah,
I fucked your mum. And I probably did. So let's go.
Yeah, I get what you mean. Yeah. I suppose I'd like to believe, but the thing is with the UFC guys is a front. And with the people we're talking about here, I don't think it's a front.
Yeah, sometimes they just don't actually know how to like communicate.
That's what I'm saying. I don't think it's like a strategic move to sell a debate.
No.
I think genuinely some of these people are genuinely just like that, and that's
kind of awful.
Yeah, like Dave LeDuc, for example, who was the fighter Dave LeDuc. In one-on-one, actually in any scenario, he's a lovely guy, but when he's trash talking for a fight, he's fucking horrible. Yeah. He's horrible. He's a nasty. Yeah. He loves it. He fucking loves it. He loves it. Like he's banned from Thailand from trash talking. Like he trash talked so hard, a fucking country banned him. He's banned. Seriously, he was trash talking a Thai Muay Thai fighter and calling him like, oh my god. He Okay, there's multiple things. I think the thing that got him banned though was that he there is like a legendary Muay Thai fighter that is a legend. It's not a real. I don't think it's a real fighter. I think maybe he was a real man, but there's legend around the man. There's like a myth, and he just basically was like, just said something like, your myths are bullshit. Named this guy. It was fake. I would knock him out. I would kill this guy, and like just fucking brutal. So the country banned him. They just banned him from the country.
No.
So funny. There was another really funny thing he did. There's another fighter in Thailand who was like the most famous fighter in Thailand. He's like a god to these people, to people who like Muay Thai, I mean. And to a lot of people, he's just like a god in general. I think he's just very famous. And there's this photo on Instagram of this Muay Thai fighter. And in this photo, it's a weird fucking photo. He's got all of these people like catering for him, and they're holding his muscles. So it's like 5 men or something, 4 men, and they're all grabbing a muscle each. It's supposed to be this kind of like, they're preparing me for war kind of thing. Dave reposted it, being like, "Hey, I'm something like I'm an open-minded kind of guy, whatever you're into, rainbow flag," and then like, that caused so much shit as well. And it's just Dave, Dave's not homophobic or anything, but he knew in Thailand, this would cause shit, right? He knew this would cause shit, so he did it. Yeah, so he's banned from it's so funny. He's banned from the fucking country.
Absolutely good.
Can you imagine trash talking that hard?
That hard, I get banned from a country. I kind of want to do that. I'm kind of upset with myself. But yeah, like, that sort of person, like, will definitely do well, and that will, we do compare ourselves to others. You shouldn't do it. It's a mistake to do it. You feel like you're getting something like rational out of it. You're not. You're literally not. Like, you have no idea what really, if you'd done something differently, would that be the magic button? No, you don't know. So you can only like do a specific formula that seems to work. Take the advice of like people who study what you should do to improve your channel, but then ultimately you should just do what you're doing. Like maybe I am not supposed to, I don't believe in determinism or anything, but maybe I am just better off as a kind of small channel with a community that's quite loyal, and maybe that is the case, but I don't know. Maybe if I had like loads of people, I'd be like, oh, fuck all you. I don't know. So you just got to do what you can.
Just keep fucking going. That's it, really. It's no use putting too much thought into what could or couldn't be. By the way, we have a tip. We have a question that I didn't ask. It's been a while. Sorry to Sajoli908. Thank you for the tip. Sorry it took so long. It says, have you guys heard of Mud Fossil University and Roger Spur?
Neither.
No, me
I have
neither.
no idea.
I should probably just like do a Google on that and see what it is. But mud fossil.
Just realised it's been nearly 2 hours.
I know. I can't get rid of you.
Oh, sorry. Well, I need to pee, so my bladder might.
Well, that's cool because I
yeet
need to
me off.
eat also. So I'm just going to put something on to react to while I eat, I think. So we can say our goodbyes. But
Maybe
I'm
my
trying to look
Odin's
into
Men
this.
one.
Yeah,
If you
okay.
need something to react to.
Yeah, that's a good idea. We'll do that. I'm trying to look at this
More
Mud
me.
Fossil University Roger Spur thing. I can't really find. Is it? You're gonna have to be a bit more specific because I'm looking at there's like episodes and there's different things and so please so Jolly 908, can you tell me specifically what you'd like me to look at? Like, is there a video or something I should look at? Thank you. Let me know. And
Is this about the giants and the titans and all that?
I'm not entirely sure. I mean, I'm just trying to like, if there's a video we can watch, let me know, and I'll try and look. But yeah, you can get out of here. I'm kicking you out. Go pee.
What?
And I'm gonna
pee,
talk
yeah.
about my food, and I'm gonna show people my food, and then explain to them what my food is, and then we're gonna watch something while I eat.
Today.
And
Hi,
also,
guys,
I need to
welcome to my vlog.
I need to prepare for our next guest because you stayed so long that the next guest is
Sorry.
coming in. No, it's great. I mean, the time has flown by. We're almost, after we got our next guest, which I'm very excited for, very vegan mom, and that brings us to the end of the stream. Which this is the fastest I
very
feel like
vegan
the day's gone. This is crazy.
Well, I get this feedback a lot. People hang around with me and they're like, "Oh my god, the time's flying."
It does. It
so
flies when you're
fun,"
having fun.
Yeah.
To be fair, we
exactly.
can't actually watch your video because I need to watch some very vegan mum videos. I'm sorry.
Well, she's a queen and she's been on my channel and I love her very much. So I endorse this. So-
Perfect. Well, let's do it then.
Thank you very much, David.
Hey.
Enjoy your food.
Thank you, and thank you so much for coming on. It's been. I wanted 1 hour out of you. I tried to get rid of you after 50 minutes because I thought you were sick. And look at you. You showed us
No,
all that I
mate.
was very wrong.
What I meant is I'm sick as fuck.
Yeah, obviously.
Get me.
Obviously. Hey, you're always welcome here, though. We have a lot of fun. I think like, I think we should do like some kind of combo stream at some point where we bring on, all the most. No, I don't want to say the most fun people, but the ones who have, let's say, enjoyed the experience the most during these streams should come back and do one mega stream. I think that would be very fun. That would be very cool.
Giga chat stream. Hell yeah.
Exactly, Giga chat stream.
And I would be ill, so it'd be even more fun.
Exactly. Go subscribe to Ellie, everybody. Yeah, Annie's just popped your link there in the chat. What's your Instagram? But go follow on Instagram and subscribe, and totally go for that. Okay, guys, it's important. I'm gonna click off. Tiny little break. I'll be right back, and we'll watch some very vegan mom. Say bye, Ellie.
Bye, guys. Bye.
Bye. Damn, that was a quick break, and I'm back already. So Jolly, you tipped with a YouTube video for us to check out. I will take a quick look and see if it's short enough for us to watch briefly. If not, we'll have to do it tomorrow because a very vegan mom is coming on in an hour, and I want to make sure we have enough time to to watch everything. Okay, I hope that's fair enough. Let me just have a quick look at the video you've sent, and we can see what it's about. And how long it is, more importantly, okay? Okay, I'm just loading it up. And thank you so much for the tip. Okay, it's 36 minutes long. So unfortunately, we ain't going to be able to do this one right now. But I can see what it's about. Maybe rather than we can try and do it tomorrow, okay? But it might be tricky. But thank you. I will try and I'll it will be tomorrow. I'll try and get to it tomorrow, okay? Because that's a long video, and it's obviously it's on a topic that we're not covering. So just I'll do my best to get to it tomorrow if we have some time, okay? And thank you so much for that. And if you've got, in the meanwhile, Sir Jolly, if you have a shorter version of that, or if you have something, just some clip that we can just get the vibe for it, because I mean, 36 minutes I think is a bit long for us to react to something. We're not even reacted to vegan videos of 36 minutes. So if you don't need to do another tip, just pop it just tell us the title, the name of the video you want us to look into. Or you can email me a shorter video, and we'll try and get round to it. All right. Thank you for the suggestion, though. It does look very interesting. I'm just a bit concerned it's a bit long for a stream, for us to do a reaction video to it. All right. So thank you, and then just hopefully I'll get that from you so we can check it out, because it's an intriguing topic. I'm interested. Now though, let's watch some very vegan mom content. And let's get excited. Let's get pumped up to get Very Vegan Mom on. So here we go. Here's the channel, and the Very Vegan Mum. Very Vegan Mum has been it's an outreach channel, and let's just watch the most recent video. Does this meat eater think humans and animals are treated equally? So I've got, by the way, what I'm eating. Just before we get into this, I want to tell you what I'm eating. These are like potato quesadillas. So basically what's inside there is, it doesn't look like potato, but it is. It's like white potato. It's like normal, not sweet potato, just like normal potato and beans. And it's like mashed potato and beans and a little bit of vegan cheese and some dips and sauces. Honestly, like I thought about this idea the other day, and I thought, I like potatoes and I like wraps. And I thought, what about if we just mash it up and put it together? And I put it to Annie. I was like, what, do you think this would be good? Because Annie makes these sweet potato quesadillas. I thought, what about just like potato quesadillas? And she was like, let's give it a try. It turns out, banging. It's very good. So I'm very excited to be eating that again. Thank you, Annie. All right. Does this meat eater think humans and animals are treated equally by Very Vegan Mum? Let's have a watch.
So before, when you were saying that we should treat animals as we would want to be treated, do we put
What's with the tropical house again? This inspiration from James Hattersley.
humans in slaughterhouses?
No, not really. I hope not, but no.
Do we put animals in slaughterhouses?
Yeah, I believe so. They do.
Do we confine animals and mutilate them? Or do we do that to humans?
No, we don't do that to humans. Not that I'm aware of, so, yeah.
Hi everyone, this is Sheena, and today I'm here with Alan, and we're talking about animals. How are you?
Good, thank you.
Good. So the first question is, are you an animal lover?
Not really. But, yeah, I mean, I don't have anything against it, but I don't have a pet, let's put it that way. I think animals should be just left alone as where they are in the wild and whatnot, and not just go about looking to have a pet and, you know, just grab anything and everything from the wild and just try to keep them as pets. You just got to leave them in the wild where they belong.
Yeah, I agree. What do you think about animal abuse or those who abuse animals?
Well, like anything else, I think you shouldn't be abusing anything else, and especially animals. Any other life form, we should learn to treat them equally as we would like to be treated, right?
So treating them equally as we would want to be treated.
Exactly.
Okay. The next question, now it's a bit trickier, and there's no judgment here because I contributed to it for a very, very long time. Are there any industries where you pay for animals to be abused and killed? And by that I mean, do you consume meat, dairy, eggs, and fish?
Yeah, consume everything as mentioned. Yeah, I do. But I also keep in mind where they come from or what, how they've been treated. You know, I just keep that at the back of my mind too. And if I'm aware of it, I don't go to those places to buy it.
So before, when you were saying that we should treat animals as we would want to be treated, do we put humans in slaughterhouses?
No, not really. I hope not, but no.
Do we put animals in slaughterhouses?
Yeah, I believe so. They do.
Do we confine animals and mutilate them? Or do we do that to humans?
No, we don't do that to humans. Not that I'm aware of, so, yeah. But I don't think so. We got to confine them. I mean, we got to, let them freely roam, and then, consume what's exactly needed, but not to confine them or put them under harsher. And
it's incredible how this is what I was telling you earlier about when we do surveys and studies on people, and they ask them questions and they give the answers, but they give the answers that they think they believe, but they don't actually believe, because when push comes to shove, they don't believe it. That's why when we're told in the UK, 90% of people or something like that want to see an end to factory farming. And then we're all told, oh my God, that's a great reason for vegans to be excited. No, it isn't. They're just saying what they think is the morally right thing to say. They don't actually believe that because they're funding it, and they know they're funding it. Do you know what I mean? That's why this guy said at the beginning, oh, we should be equal, we should be equal. He's just saying what society likes to hear from people, because we all would think of him, if he hadn't been pushed further, okay, by Sheena, he would just sound like an amazing guy by saying that. Oh, what a wholesome, nice man. Then you push him further, and you find out he doesn't actually stand by the things he believes. You see what I'm saying? That's why these, as I say, these surveys, they're really unreliable when you're relying on what somebody says rather than actually judging them on what they do and how they act.
Environment or conditions where it's cruel. Yeah.
Which animals do you eat?
Chicken, fish, sometimes meat. That's about it. Beef. Yeah.
Do you drink milk and eggs?
Yes, I do.
Can I show you a quick video on the dairy industry?
Sure thing. And what's the reason for them to separate?
So we can drink their milk.
Okay. So is this happening on every farm in North America, or is it just at certain farms?
No, this is considered high welfare. This is standard practice.
Okay.
How did that video make you feel?
Well, it's quite an eye-opener for one to start off with. Is to, I wish this actually was shared much more publicly on the mainstream medias, where they show everybody as to what actually happens, so everyone can make a more educated, purchase, or a meaningful buy. Yeah.
Yeah. The example I showed you is not an isolated incident or a case of exceptional abuse. That is standard practice in the dairy industry. In the egg industry, much the same. The boys are considered useless. They don't produce eggs. They're a different breed to those we eat for flesh. They're put into an industrial-sized blender when they're 1 day old.
Wow. That's something that I didn't know. So, but like I said, I mean, it would be nice to actually to have this put out and the public aware of what's happening, or then they can make a more a better judgment as to whether it is really necessary to eat. So
what he's doing right now is a common tactic when someone's faced with the reality of them doing things that are bad. He's trying to deflect it onto, well, we as a public need to be educated more. And what I hope Sheena will do, which would be, in my opinion, the good thing to do, would be to actually say, well, what about you though? Talking about all other people, what now you're aware, yeah, exactly. What are you going to do about it? I hope that's where the conversation goes.
No. Products which are being mistreated,
What would hold you back from not consuming these products and maybe eating plant-based?
Solid.
Or even vegan?
Solid.
I don't know. I really didn't give it much thought, so I wouldn't be an honest answer to just say something. But no, I haven't really thought of it.
Would you like me to give you some resources when you leave here to learn more about what happens in the industry?
I think Google is a good resource itself. If I want to know something, I can always find out, and there's much more information on that. I think I can do that.
So I'll leave you with one question. Do you think there's a humane way to kill an animal that doesn't want to die?
I think it's, I'm sure there's a better way than what I had actually seen. And I'm sure there could be a better way. But at the end of the day, I mean, it's hard. I mean, to survive, yes, certain people, whatever it is their choice, that they get to want to eat it or stuff like that. But
we have a different choice here in Toronto?
you always have a choice. You always have a choice, right? So it's not like whether we have a choice. Everybody does have a choice. The question is whether you want to choose it or not.
And for you, somebody that said that the abuse of animals is same as abusing a human, we should leave animals be, let them be in the wild, or let them be in the natural state that they're in. What would be your choice? Would you choose to pay for this to happen, or would you choose to maybe try and eat in a kinder way that's more in line with your values?
The latter. Yeah.
All right, do you have any questions for me?
No, I don't. I'm good, thank you.
Okay, thank you so much. It was nice to meet you. Nice to meet you.
He was very uncomfortable, wasn't he? But it was a good very good patient conversation. So you guys want me to check out the? Oh, Lee, thank you so much for the tip, mate. Thank you, legend. Can you do vegan food eating challenges like this one? It would be a great series for your channel and will inspire others vegans to do it. I think we've had this discussion before, haven't we, Lee? I think. And I said it would be. I'm pretty sure we discussed it, and I said I wanted to look into it, but I'll check the video that you sent just now, and so this is from. Okay, we can have a quick look at this video you've sent over and see what's just going on. But it's good that you've given the. Oh my God, that's loud. Let's just get past this.
Jumping Bean Cafe is just behind me there. This place is special because this is a vegan and vegetarian place. No meat is sold here. Anyway, today I'm going to be taking on a burger challenge. I'm excited. Let's head inside and, turn vegan for the day, I guess.
So what does he do? Just like, is it like food challenges?
It's special because this specialises in vegan options and vegetarian options. There is no meat sold here. So, today I'm going to be taking on this monster. This is what is called the Impossible Burger. We've got 6 patties, we've got 6 buns, and then we've got different stuff in between each layer. Baked chicken chunks with barbecue sauce, coleslaw. We've got pulled pea, which is vegan pulled pork, more slaw, barbecue sauce. We've got fakey bacon, which of course, once again, is vegan bacon. We've got some pulled pea fries, so it's cheese, pulled pea, and barbecue sauce, which look delicious. And yeah, I'm just going to see how fast I can get it down. It looks and smells incredible. Alright, this might get a little bit messy, but I'm going to try and do it as best as I can. In 3, 2, 1, the time it is going. Alright, I'm just going to tip. Well, I'll try and do it layer by layer.
Oh my God. I couldn't do this though.
This is definitely one for all you vegans out there and vegetarians. So yeah, this was just a completely random idea. I've not seen too many vegan challenges on YouTube, so I was like, you know what? Let's go ahead and see if we can do a vegan burger challenge. So I contacted this place called the Jumping Bean and asked if they would be willing to do it. It's a fully vegan cafe/restaurant that basically specialise in vegan junk food. Burgers, hot dogs, loaded fries, milkshakes, you name it, this place sells it. Pretty much the exact opposite of what you normally think of as vegan. Normally when I think vegan, I think salads, I think...
This is free bean Mexican chili?
Think healthy stuff. But no, this completely changed my mind. So yeah, this is what we called the Impossible Burger Challenge. So pretty much it was all my idea. We've got 6 vegan patties, 6 buns, and then we've got different stuff on each layer. So we've got vegan pulled pork, it's called pulled pea.
Look at the way he's eating.
2 burgers of fat and homemade coleslaw.
I'll tell you what, this is a delicious burger.
And some barbecue sauce.
How could he
then
even
on one of
taste
the burgers,
anything?
We've got fakey bacon, which is just vegan bacon, with some cheese sauce, vegan cheese sauce.
So you want me to do this, Lee?
And some ketchup on 2 of the other patties.
Bloody hell, mate. No, I mentioned to you before about reviewing vegan food at vegan eateries. Thank you for another tip, mate. Appreciate it. Oh, so you want me? Oh, of course. Okay, yeah, it was different. You were saying to review. So you want me to do some vegan challenge
There is
things
the
like
vegan
this?
chili, which was probably my second
All right.
favourite thing on this. The first being the pulled pork.
I
full of flavour.
mean, I would suffer.
Right, this one's got the fakey bacon, the cheese, some salad, ketchup.
Delicious. And finally, on the top burger, the one that I've already eaten, there was vegan chicken chunks with barbecue sauce and more coleslaw. All of this generally was amazing.
God,
it doesn't have the same texture as meat, that's all I will say. It's a lot softer than
Look
regular
at the way he's eating, though, man. You want to see me doing that?
or chicken, for example. But the taste, honestly, is amazing. Just slid straight down. And of course, you can see right at the front there is an order of their loaded pulled pork fries. So it's the pulled pea, it's the vegan cheese sauce, and more barbecue sauce. And honestly, I have to say, the fries themselves were cooked perfectly. Super crunchy on the outside, nice and fluffy on the inside, with the cheese sauce, pulled pork, and the barbecue sauce. Absolute perfection. I would highly recommend this place. Honestly, to anybody, even if you're a full-on meat eater, come and give this place a try. You will not be disappointed. In fact, I was quite surprised by this food. And I will definitely be back at some point in the future to do something even crazier. But guys, I want to thank you for watching. And
Okay.
of course, don't forget to like, comment.
I think that's enough of that. But Lee, it's a good idea, mate. I mean, I suppose I could give it a go. I suppose I could give it a go. Oy. It's not a bad idea. I suppose it would be kind of funny. Okay, which video? One of you was saying that one of these videos with the thumbnail's good. Like, which thumbnail was it you guys wanted me to check out? Something. It was something. What was it? Guys? was somebody in the comments kept saying, check out the thumbnail, this thumbnail from Very Vegan Mum. Which one was it? Stop the interview. Was it this one? Okay. Let's have a look. Yeah, Lee, I mean, I'm still thinking about the challenge thing. And I'm totally honest with you. I potentially like it. I just don't know if it would be like, I don't know if it would be the content that would be my channel content. But then again, you never know if you don't try. I mean, I suppose we were just talking with Ellie, and she's going to do some kind of content like that with this hot sauce. So maybe it's worth giving it a shot. Let's watch this video by Very Vegan Mum. This meat eater question by vegan activist. Did I go too far? Damn, there's a lot in this one. And it's only 11 minutes. Oh, you guys can't... Fuck's sake. God damn it, guys. It's okay. You could hear everything.
Can we like stop this interview?
Hi everyone, this is Sheena, and today I'm here with Felicity, and we're talking about animals. How are you?
Good, yourself?
I'm good, thank you. So the first question is, are you an animal lover?
Yeah, 100%. I have 2 dogs and a cat, and I used to have a bunch of other animals, so yes.
What do you think about animal abuse or people that abuse animals?
I don't really understand how people do it, to be completely honest, because I have pets myself, so I don't really get how someone could do that.
What is it about animals that makes you think that they shouldn't be abused?
I mean, they're living creatures like everyone, or like everything, and I think they're entitled to respect. They also, I mean, humans like have the capability of speech and critical thinking, and we have agency, whereas animals don't have any agency. They can't defend themselves, and so it's like, if someone doesn't have agency, to hurt them and to not respect them is,
Exactly. Yeah, you made some excellent points there.
I mean, you guys didn't hear the beginning of this video. I can't believe she's saying this now and then she's going to turn it around. In the beginning, the intro to the video, there was like some clips of her saying some pretty bad things about animals.
Third question is a bit trickier, and there's no judgment here. I myself paid for it for many, many, many years. Are there any industries where you pay for animals to be abused and killed? And by that I mean, do you consume meat, dairy, eggs, and fish?
Oh, yeah, I do. I eat meat and eggs and everything. And also, I'm not 100% sure that all the makeup that I use isn't cruelty-free. Yeah.
You seem to be aware that there could be some issues there.
Yeah, I'm definitely aware. I think the biggest problem is the fact that, like, there are some brands that specifically say they're cruelty-free. There's other brands that have moved away from being cruelty-free, but the ones that are branded as the cruelty-free products are the ones that are always so expensive. Yeah.
So saying that, we have the moral agency and we should use our moral agency with good purpose and with good intention, do you think farm animals like chicken, pigs, cows, fish, are they entitled to us treating them with moral agency as well?
Yeah, I think so as well. I think that any animal is entitled to not being abused. I think that we can consume animals without abusing them, and we can consume animals and treat them respectfully. I'm not super knowledgeable about the way that kosher animals are, like how kosher meat is prepared, but I think that it is handled more respectfully than a lot of other meat producers, I guess.
Yeah, that is what a lot of people think about kosher and possibly even halal meat. All that kosher and halal meat means is that the animal is not stunned prior to slaughter. So they don't stun them, so they're fully conscious when they, in some cases, are hung upside down and their throats are slit. They can take many minutes to die. I've seen kosher slaughter. The only difference is that they're not stunned prior. If you were in the animal's position and there was a choice to stun you before I killed you or killed you without stunning, what would you prefer?
Stunning. Stunning, yeah.
Do you think there is a humane way to kill an animal that doesn't want to die?
I'm sure there is.
What does that look like?
I'm not really sure, but I'm sure there is maybe like stunning it, like you said, stunning it before it's killed. And then also like the life before. I know that like, you know, there's some cases where chickens are like locked in like crates their entire lives, but then there are other cases in which like farms are handled a lot more responsibly, in which like, you know, the livestock are able to like roam a little bit more, the feed is better, etc.
Do you think if, say you were in the position of the animal and you were kind of enslaved, but you had a little bit more space to walk around, but I still took your life, would that be humane?
I think that it...
I like how she asks questions, and they're almost kind of like, she asks them as if they're innocent questions, but they're not innocent questions. They're quite serious questions. And I like how she kind of posed it as like a, she's posing it as like, it's like a very like soft kind of, but you know, did you ever think about this or something very simple like that? But like what she's saying cuts really deep, you know?
It's fine, yeah. I mean, humane, I'm not really sure like how we can characterize that.
So the definition of humane is to show compassion or benevolence. Do you think we can compassionately kill an animal that doesn't want to die?
Yeah, I think that we can.
What does that look like? Like, what does a compassionate slaughter look like?
Explain that.
Again, like, I mean, it's the kind of the question of doesn't want to die. That is maybe like part that is like more complicated to address, because what does doesn't want to die mean for an animal? Can we be like, I don't know. It seems like we're attributing a little bit human characteristics onto animals.
Do you think
is it wait. Is it a human characteristic to not want to die? Is that a human characteristic? As if humans are the only ones that can fight for their lives? Come on.
Or well, fish as well. Wild animals, farm animals. Do you think any animal would wish to die?
I don't think that they'd wish to die anymore. They'd wish to live.
You don't think they have an innate will to live?
I think that they have an innate will to live and reproduce.
Do we take that right away from them when we kill them?
So, like, yes, in a way.
Do you think we need to eat animals to be healthy or to survive?
I don't think that we necessarily need to eat animals to be healthy and survive. I know there's a lot of cultures that are vegetarian. Yeah. Yeah, we don't need it, just like we don't need a lot of things.
Which animals do you eat the most?
Pork, probably.
Can I show you a quick video on the pork industry?
No, which fucking...
Sure.
Okay.
What do you think about what you saw?
Well, it was pretty violent.
Is that what you expected, how they kill pigs?
There's some things that I didn't really know about, but honestly, like, I guess more or less, maybe. No, not really, actually. Yeah.
Before, when I asked you the question about what do you think about animal abuse or people that abuse animals, you said that it's something that shouldn't be done. Do you think animals, like on a scale of 1 to 10, how do you think animals in the meat, dairy, egg, and fish industry are treated? Do you think that they get abused?
I mean, based off of the video you showed, I would say yes. It's hard to say concretely what the answer to that is without... I'm the kind of person who likes to do external research as well, so...
Absolutely.
Yeah, to see if like that is representative of everything or if it's not.
Well, I hope she does research it, because she'll have a pretty nasty shock.
But based off of the video exclusively, I would say that yeah.
Yeah. So that was standard practice, that was nothing out of the ordinary. That was not like an exception to the rule or some farm in a different country. That is standard practice, kind of what they do. Chickens are killed do you know how old chickens are when they're killed in Canada?
I'm assuming not very old, because it doesn't take very long for them to mature.
Yeah, what would be your guess? How old do you think they are?
Like, I don't know, 3 months.
They're about between 4 and 6 weeks old when they're killed.
Really? Oh. didn't know they grew that fast.
What you saw in the pig video, if that was dogs, how do you think people would feel?
I think people would not like that.
Do you think there's a moral difference between killing a dog or killing a pig?
Kind of good timing in the background with that dog just appearing as she said the word dog.
No, not really.
What would hold you back from
She's very honest, at least. She looks... Oh, that's an uncomfortable body language right there.
going vegan or plant-based?
Well, I mean, I try to eat more plant-based anyways, for a variety of reasons. I would never go vegan per se, I don't think, because of a lot of different reasons. Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, I just like, I try to eat more plant-based to begin with for like the environment to begin with also, but also because of the meat and dairy industry. But I would never go completely.
Why not?
That's just like how I grew up. Most of my the dishes that I've grown up have some sort of meat product in them. I don't know. I'm just used to it.
What do you think is more important, your taste pleasure or the life of an animal?
So I mean, I think that the root of like what we're getting at, like I mean, I think the root of what we're getting at is that I don't think that it's bad to kill animals, but I think that it's bad to treat them
Go on.
poorly before they're killed.
It's just madness, isn't it? I don't think it's bad to kill animals. I only think it's bad to treat them poorly before they're killed, as if killing them isn't treating them poorly. I mean, what do you think killing is? Do you think killing is treating them well? What? I mean, how can people not hear these words, as they come out of their mouths? I mean, if you said that, you'd surely just immediately be like, "Oh no, I don't want to. I want to walk that back. That makes no sense."
And I think that's the main concern that I have, is that I would prefer that animals are treated more responsibly and ethically before being slaughtered, and that slaughtering is more up to an ethical standard.
I guess a good way to know if something is ethical or not is if you put yourself in the victim's perspective. So do you think there is an ethical way I could take your life?
I mean, it is. We are talking about animals at the same time. So we can't just like put ourselves into an animal's shoes. Yeah.
What is the trait that a human has that an animal doesn't have that makes it okay to kill them but not kill us?
Can we like stop this interview? Yeah. It's just
Sure. Okay, thank you so much. It was nice to meet you. Yeah, nice to meet you.
Oh my god. Now this is a great example, okay? So Sheena is about the most inoffensive, polite, respectful, listen to her voice, listen to how like just inoffensive it is and passive and just and the whole scene and just the body language and everything. It could not be more non-confrontational. And this girl wants to stop the interview because the questions were too leading, apparently. Yeah, you really can't take what these people say seriously. You really can't. They say, "Oh, you were too aggressive to me." Even somebody like Sheena gets the same bullshit. Joey gets this shit, and people, some vegans tell Joey he's too aggressive. Look, people tell you if you just spoke to them a bit nicer, then they would maybe listen. Well, no. Here's an example to show you that no. Here's somebody who speaks very nicely and still gets shit. Cliff Grant is another activist who speaks very nicely and still gets shit. Here's your examples. Here's your evidence that it doesn't matter how nice you talk or how direct you talk. The result can often be exactly the bloody same. Let's see if there's anything more here. We did not revisit the topic of the ethics of eating animals. Unreal. Is there anything more though? Okay. So silly. What a silly lady, huh? I mean, it's just pathetic, isn't it, really? Gosh darn it. What else we got? Is there anything else interesting here, spicy here? Hard truth about meat and dairy in India. Interesting, interesting. You need a wife to go vegan. What? You kidding me? What is this?
I'm open. I'm open to switch. They're crying, they're screaming. Oh my G. Animals and human must be friends. Also, people, actions, and words are not aligned.
Hi, everyone. This is Sheena, and today I'm here with Raymond. And Raymond saw my sign, 3 questions for animal lovers, and has agreed to sit down. So, you ready to get started?
Yeah, I'm ready to get started. Let's go.
Okay, so the first question is, are you an animal lover?
Yes, not gonna lie. Love animals.
The second question is, what do you think about animal abuse or people that abuse animals?
I think I understand them somehow, and people are different. But for me, if I only have a choice, just trying to accept them as a friend. As a friend, animals and human must be friends. That's my input.
Why did he just start with that though? Did you hear what he just said? He said really are you kidding me right now? Oh, I in a way I understand them. People are different. Like, dude, you're talking about animal abusers. Why are you that? I've never heard anyone speak about animal abusers like that.
That's how I view
very weird.
The world.
Yeah, no, that's great. Exactly. The third question, are there any industries where you pay for animals to be abused? And by that I mean, do you eat meat, dairy, and eggs?
I feel kind of guilty for this, but I want to be honest. Right now, yeah, I did I'm being part of that system. But I know somehow that I'm gonna switch, and I'm gonna do it gradually. Not for the health, and for of course you're inside what's telling you.
Yeah, that's exactly right. What made you want to maybe decrease the amount of animals that you're eating? You seem to be that you've got a conscience about it. What started that process for you?
All right. I met lots of people in this country that are vegan, vegetarian, and they are somehow some kind of unique energy. They are so nice, so chill, easygoing, down to earth kind of person. And I like their personality. And you as well, I can sense it.
Yeah, and I can see that you're a kind person as well. Many people, we say we're against animal abuse, but our actions don't reflect those values. Can you really be against animal abuse while still paying for it to happen?
Okay, I'm trying my very best to avoid it, but sometimes I cannot help myself. But when I see an animal, I feel like I have an empathy of them. They have their emotion like us. But the thing is, yeah, you're right. Most of people, actions and words are not aligned.
That's exactly right. And it's so nice of you that you said it, but then you changed your word it to them. Do you think animals are someone, or are they things? Are they some things, or are they someones?
I think they are someones. In spiritual explanation, I think we reincarnate and turn to animal. I don't know. And there's spiritual animal spirit. They're saying that you have animal spirit. But you know what? It's very, very hard to get a perfect not to eat, especially if you live this kind of country or environment.
But when you go into the shop now, do you see a lot of plant-based products?
Yeah, I see a lot. I'm doing food delivery around downtown. I think it's improving compared to the history before.
I like this guy because I feel like he's okay. He's living comfortably and he's living conveniently, but he's already done a lot of the groundwork himself. He's spoken to vegans. He's spoken to other people. He's already made some connections, and I think what I hope that the end of this conversation will be that Sheena will give him that kick up the ass that he clearly needs, because he's already done most of the work. He's already done most of the thoughts and the processing and the thinking of I don't think I like this. I don't think I like that. He's not actually pulled the trigger yet. And I think this conversation could very much be the conversation that has him pull the trigger. He seems like he's already on the brink. He seems like he's ready to pull. He seems like he's just ready to go vegan, to be totally honest with you, from what he's saying.
I see a lot of greens, and they're starting to evolve this community, and I like that, the greens. What do you think if all people are vegan or vegetarian? What do you think happened in our society? Do you have any idea?
I'll give you one example in terms of the environment. If the world was to switch to plant-based agricultural system, we could free up 75% of agricultural land, because right now we're growing all these crops to feed to livestock and then eat the livestock for 17% of the calories of the protein that we get and of the calories that we get. Our health right now, animal-based products are the leading cause of heart disease, type 2 diabetes, obesity-related illnesses. It's all from eating animal products. So the effect on our healthcare system would be huge.
Those you're saying is all about positive. If that's so, why it's not implementing right now? If it's all positive, if it's for humanity, for climate change, for planet Earth, for everything, why is it not happening right now? Why?
The industry, like you said earlier, so much power and so much money, and they have such strong lobbyists that will put out something called misinformation to try and confuse you to think that actually their products are good for them. The industry like the tobacco industry, they have so much power and so much money. But the biggest thing we can do is vote 3 times a day with what we buy. 3 times a day when we eat, we're saying we don't want this, but we want this. Don't expect the industry to change anytime soon, but we can expect them to change when we vote with our dollar. They just want the money. They just want the money. And so many of these Canadian companies, Lactantia Milk, they have transitioned one of their huge plants in Sudbury, Ontario, from dairy milk to plant-based milk.
That's nice.
They're going where the money is, yeah.
They can still earn money if they do that. Like you said, transition to plant-based. Right? So if they want money, why don't they choose the better ways, the positive ways?
Exactly. For yourself, what animals do you eat?
Mostly beef and pork.
What holds you back from making that switch to veganism and stop eating cows and pigs?
It's more on like convenient and affordable, practical.
There you go.
So last year, Oxford University did a study, and the results of the study were that plant-based diets are 30% cheaper than omnivorous diets. Pescatarian, so those that eat fish, were the highest, were the most expensive, and plant-based diets were at the bottom by 30%.
Nice.
So yeah, and a lot of people don't know.
I like
What do
this
you think
guy.
about that?
I'm open to switch if I find a right wife, or I'm single right now. Why not?
Do you think it's hard to do on your own, or is it? What would you find would be a hard part of it?
That's funny.
I think in my situation right now, the main obstacle is like I don't have really time and effort, or I'm just being lazy, or I'm more focused on something else.
What do you think is more important? Your slight difference in taste or the life of an animal?
It's a tricky question for now because I also value my freedom, but somehow I'm gonna switch definitely.
I can give you some resources. Would you like to take them after we're done here?
Sure.
Would you like to watch a dairy video about milk?
Of course. Let's go. Is that how you read this?
Yes, that's how every cow is forcibly impregnated, so she has a baby. Cows only produce milk once they have had a baby.
Oh my gee. Is this good or bad?
This is standard practice. This is all legal. So baby is taken away from their mother so we can drink their milk.
No. Mother should have a right to experience. Oh shoot. See, mother are chasing their babies.
What did you think about what you saw?
Of course, I'm being sad about that. That's exist. What's the point why they're doing that? Because of just money, profit?
Exactly. People think it's hard to become vegan, but when you see the truth and you look at it from the victim's perspective, from the animal's perspective, it becomes the easiest decision you can ever make. I'll give you some resources to take home with you.
Yeah, I'm gonna do it.
Thank you so much.
I like that guy a lot. And it's not what I respect massively in someone is of course if it's great when they say, oh yeah, I'll go vegan, and of course we like them when they do that. But what I really liked about him is that he wasn't just giving her what she wanted. He was not a yes man. He was arguing back, but like, okay, yeah, like Samuel just said, he wasn't defensive, he was curious. And he was acknowledging that he wasn't trying to defend himself, but he also wasn't giving in. You know what I mean? It was very interesting, and you can tell that he's a nice person who actually has empathy and cares. and he's acknowledging that there are things that he's doing wrong, and instead of trying to defend them, he's just he's explaining why he does them. He's saying, oh, it's because, he's explaining himself, but he's not trying to justify his actions. He's explaining his actions. And when she was pushing back on his actions, he was agreeing, like, yeah, because he knows that they're indefensible. He knows that. And it turned into a conversation that, rather than being like, it could have so easily been like a yes conversation. Oh, yes, you're right. Yes, you're right. Yes, you're right. Which those conversations, I don't tend to believe in them so much. This guy was more believable in what he was saying because he seemed so genuine, and he was very honest about everything he said, and very interesting guy, and seems like a very nice person that should absolutely already be vegan by now. And imagine this guy doing outreach. I feel like he'd be a good outreacher. He seems like he's got a very nice energy about him. I mean, they kind of gelled pretty well, didn't they? They seem to have the same vibes. So really nice video, that one. It's nice to see something like nice videos from time to time, and not only the shitty stuff. You know what I'm saying? Whew. Okay. Let's see what else we got here. So guys, you need to. Well, I'll ask Sheena myself, but is this? Any of you guys been following Sheena for a while? Are these actually Sheena's first videos, or did she remove some older videos? Or because if she's only been at this for 4 months, this is really really good stuff for 4 months of making videos. I've got like some heat down here. I keep getting too hot, and then I turn it off, and then I get too cold. Hey, all right. Hard truths about is this actually in India? Let's have a look. Hard truths about meat and dairy in India.
I totally support the veganism thing, but I'm against that imposing those things. You should not be imposing or like making new laws to ban beef. I will not support that, but I will.
But we should be banning animal abuse, but just not when it's for food.
In the food, I will say in any form, we should be banning animal abuse.
How do we take the life of a cow without abusing them and robbing them of their existence?
I've not thought about that thing. Okay, so no comments on that.
Hi, this is Sheena, and today I'm here with Kumar, and Kumar saw my sign, 3 questions for animal lovers, and has agreed to sit down and have a chat.
Yeah, sure. Nice to meet you, Sheena.
Yeah, nice to meet you. So you ready to get started?
Yeah, sure. Go ahead.
The first question is, are you an animal lover?
Yes, I am.
So what do you think about animal abuse or people that abuse animals?
Well, I have not thought about it. On the street dogs, like, they are being treated badly. And we need to do something like we could accommodate them, or like government should make some, you could say, available place, or you can say, just so that they could be peacefully living there.
Yeah, so you mean for dogs and cats to be able to make sure that they're safe?
Yeah, and also other wild animals, like nowadays forests are decreasing, so we need to be conscious of those things, like we need to be conscious of environment also, and animals, obviously animals.
And how about farm animals?
Farm animals, well I suppose farm animals are good because they are overall they are there for humans use, or like I suppose it can be minimized, but in long run I will say you should be going in vegetarian mode.
So when I talk about animal abuse, I'm talking about things that humans would do to animals that is, unnecessary. So things like, say, if I have a dog and I'm a dog breeder, and one of the dog litter is a runt. They call the smallest dog is usually the runt of the litter. Or there's a dog that's sick, part of the litter that's sick. So I take them by their back legs and I smash them against the ground until they're dead. Would you consider that animal abuse?
Yeah, obviously. obviously that is animal abuse. I've not seen those, but I suppose it's bad.
So say I have a cow and I want to drink the cow's milk, but the baby wants to drink the cow's milk. So I don't want the baby to drink the cow's milk, and I have no use for the baby cow, so I take a bolt gun and I kill them. I shoot them in the head when they're 1 day old, 2 days old, 3 days old. Would you consider that animal abuse?
Yeah, obviously. Yeah, I don't think that happens normally, but yeah, that is bad, and that should not be happening, and that should not be done.
That kind of brings me to the third question. Are there any industries where you pay for animals to be abused? And by that I mean, do you consume meat, dairy, eggs, and fish?
Right, I consume meat, yeah, all of those things you have mentioned, but yeah, I suppose our rules, regulations are there, which should be, which restricts people to abuse animals, but I suppose it should be strengthened.
So you think we should do it differently and do it less, or do you think we should cut it out altogether?
Well, cutting out altogether will not benefit anyone.
Are you sure there's not somebody that it would benefit?
I suppose over time, it will. We should be reducing meat consumption. I will say, yeah, we should go vegetarian.
So you made some really good points there. So the first one is you mentioned vegetarianism. Vegetarianism still exploits cows and chickens, cows for dairy and chickens for eggs. So what I'm advocating for is animal rights in the form of veganism, because veganism is the only lifestyle that seeks to exclude animal exploitation and animal abuse as much as practicable and possible. What do you think about that?
Well, I have no more comments on veganism, but I will say on the cow, like in low-income countries, cows are like a bull or cow, an animal who, yeah, they are source of income for them. They sell milk and they earn from them, and taking back from those animals from those people will not be good for them.
How about for you here? Do you have a cow in Toronto?
No, I don't have any cow in Toronto.
So the examples that I gave you before of a baby animal being taken by their back legs and smashed against the ground until they were dead, this is what happens in the pork industry. So when a baby pig is born and they are the runts of the litter, or they're a little bit sick, or they know they're not going to grow fast enough or healthy enough, they're taken by their back legs and they're smashed against the ground until they're dead. It's called blunt force trauma. What do you think about that?
Oh, that's really bad.
The other example I gave you is in the dairy industry. When do you know why a mother cow produces milk?
For their babies.
So you know why a cow produces milk, you said, because she's had a baby.
Right.
Do you know what happens to her babies so we can drink their milk?
No, I don't know.
So the girls are taken away straight away, and they're put in little solitary hutches away from their mother so we can drink the milk. Do you know what happens to the boys?
No, I don't know.
So the boys don't produce milk themselves because they're male. They're very expensive for a farmer to raise for beef. I know in India it costs something like 150, 200 rupees a day for a farmer to raise a cow. So all the boys that are born into the dairy industry, between 1 and 3 days old maybe, they will be killed when they're born. What do you think about that?
Oh, when they are born, that's really bad. Yeah, not be doing those things, but as I said before, people wants to eat meat, and they it's their lifestyle. So I'm not against that, but I will say, yeah, we should not be killing baby cows, or like farmers should not be killing. If they are doing so, then government should like subsidize them.
It's very strange that he's saying, oh, people should be able to do what they want and eat meat because it's just their culture. But the government should stop farmers from killing baby animals. What do you think? What is it better that when they're killed as an adult for a burger rather than for a baby killed for a baby as a burger? I mean, what are you trying to get at here?
To take them, or like give them better accommodation to grow, or like put them on in the forest area, or like where they can grow themselves.
So it's very much a supply and demand industry.
Oh, yeah,
right? It's led by the consumer. So when we demand these products, they have to produce them in some way. And especially in countries like India, where the demand for dairy is so high, something has to happen to those cows when they're done producing milk.
Yeah, right. So yeah, I have seen that most of the cows, when they stop producing milk, they left on the they are left on the streets. So yeah, and I suppose Indian government should do something, or like bring some new policies, or if the animals or like cows are in big cities, then they should be transferred to a new place, or like yeah, government should be making some investment in that area.
You know, in India, we often think that because we see so many street cows, on average there's about 5 million street cows in India, but the dairy herd is closer to 400 million. Right? So what people don't see is that when the dairy cows, when they're done producing milk, when their bodies have dried up with the milk supply, when they're only about 5, maybe 6 years old, all of them will be sent to one of the 7 states where it is legal to kill cows, or they will be trucked to Bangladesh where it is legal to kill cows. Very few will be put out to the streets.
A lot of Indian people don't actually know anything about what Sheena's saying here. When I told Indian people this in India, a lot of the times they thought that I was just some crazy foreigner. They didn't, sometimes they told, that's not true, that can't be true, you don't know what you're talking about. It is true.
5 million street cows, almost 400 million dairy cows. What do you think happens to those dairy cows?
I don't know, man.
Did you know that India is the second largest exporter of beef?
Beef, right, I know.
Why do you think that exists, the beef industry?
Because people consume beef, and we have lots of people who use beef, and I will also say that that's easy to buy, or like it's cheap. Yeah, I will say it's cheap. That's why people eat beef.
So where do you think those beef cows come from?
Obviously, those cows being like transported from different places to being, transported from different places or different states.
So there's no real actual raising of cows, specifically for beef in India. The beef industry exists because of the spent dairy cows.
Maybe, that makes sense. Yeah, right.
So do you think it also makes dairy consumers culpable for the killing of cows when we are consuming the dairy of cows, and those dairy cows are eventually being killed for beef?
Well, I will not blame the consumer, but I will blame the...
No, blame the consumer. You should blame the consumer. It wouldn't happen without the consumer. JP and Julia, thank you so much for the tip. I often speak to kind, genuine Indian people during outreach who agree the dairy industry is awful, but believe that it is done without harm in India. What's the best way or resource to explain the reality of abuse in their country? I like the way Sheena's explaining it here, but the best way is to explain that, like I said last night even, or yesterday in the stream, the population of India is one of the largest in the world. They have one of the largest dairy industries in the world. To say that you truly believe that the entire dairy industry of India operates without harming animals, without artificial insemination, without killing male calves, without calves dying of malnutrition and starvation, without all the diseases and infections of mass animals being pushed into farms, and it's just as bad as any other country. They have this. And you could talk about the practices that the artificial insemination, and explain how even in the small villages of India, right, small rural villages in India are now artificially inseminating cows. And I would recommend that you explain what that means, and explain that is being done in small villages because it's a more efficient way of getting a cow pregnant. Does this sound like cows are revered in India? With a farmer shoving his hand inside the cow and then shoving a semen, needle full of semen inside her. That's not a holy cow anymore, is it? And also, if they don't believe you, which honestly, JP, Julia, I assume this is Julia talking. If they don't believe you, which they most likely won't believe you, okay, you can just send them a video. There's a video called "The Unholy Cattle of India." All right, I'm going to post it up it's in the description of this video you're watching right now. It's in the description. And you can send them this video. The dairy industry of India actually tried to get this video taken off the internet, by the way. Amul, the biggest dairy industry, they tried to get this legally taken down. Okay, so that video I just posted, this is made by Indians, for Indians, in India to expose the Indian dairy industry. It's a couple years old now, but I highly recommend that. And also, eventually, oh yeah, I've posted. I'm not going to watch it, but I just forgot you could actually see what I'm looking at here. Yeah, so the link to this is there in the chat. You could also, when they make this documentary, there is a new documentary coming out called Christspiracy, which I believe will also cover some of the religious hypocrisy of Hinduism and stuff, and I think we'll be covering India as well. So that will be a good documentary. But in the meanwhile, this short video is a pretty good example of the dairy industry in India. It's 12 minutes long, and I think it's that would be good to send them away with. And also, JP Julia, you could watch that yourself, and then you could quote some of the stuff to them from this video. That's also a possibility. But the chances are, if they are Indian, like, as in, I don't mean Indian living in England or Indian living in Canada. I mean, if they are born in India, they live in India, but they're visiting the UK and they'll go back to India, chances are that they won't believe you, because they'll assume you know nothing about India. So you're kind of going to probably be bashing your head against a wall, trying to tell somebody from India what happens in their country while you're in England and you're English. But you could give it a go and see how it goes. And you could always recommend them this video that's made by Indians in India. I think the benefit that I had when I was in India was that because I was there, then when I was talking about the things, I would tell people the truth. I would say I was at a dairy farm like a week ago or 2 weeks ago, because we were going to many dairy farms. I've just seen this with my own eyes. I'd even have videos. I'd be like, look, I filmed this. I took this video here. So for me, it was a lot easier because I could show them, like, I am in your country. I'm on the ground. I've been to tons of your dairy farms. I've been to your slaughter shops. I mean, this is my job. This is what I do. So you can trust me, and they would believe me, and then it would make the conversation easier. But if it were in, like, if you've not done all that stuff, it might be a bit trickier. And this is where you can then use a video from the country, and especially with India, because Indian people tend to be, like we said before, a bit more nationalistic and a bit more quick to reject your opinion about their country because you're not from their country. So you've got to kind of work around that. It can be a little bit tricky, but I hope that's helpful for you. We'll watch a little bit more of this.
The state police.
Which one do you think is easier to do? To lobby the government to tighten the rules around what they're going to do with all the stray cows and all the dairy herd and providing gaushala or shelter for all the cows? Or do you think it's easier for us to not consume these products and vote with our dollars?
Oh. So on a personal basis, I will say we should be. I should be reducing the consumption of meat. But on the authority side, or like on the government side, I will say we should not be killing any animals, like if they are baby girl or boy, or like bull or anything.
Unfortunately, that is the reality of the industry.
Yeah. So yeah, I understand.
So you mentioned in the beginning that you are against animal abuse,
right?
But now you're saying to reduce the amount that we're abusing.
We should be as a conscious person, or like a conscious human being, we should be reducing the meat consumption as soon as possible, or like as much we can do. But
and for you, what would hold you back from being vegan living here in Toronto?
And a good chance to turn that around, because he was kind of getting away with it at that point, wasn't he? He's trying to do what a lot of people do by putting it out to the, but the people, but the government, but the people. Yeah, what about you, mate?
Yeah, that's a good question. Well, I have not tried any vegan products, but
nice, being honest, it's good.
Why not?
Why not? But I could say, why not?
Would you consider your taste pleasure to be more important than the life of an animal?
Well, I'm against the killing of animals. So yeah, I have been trying to be more vegetarianism. I suppose in future that's the best option. I should be going, or I will think about it. Okay, and yeah,
that's such a cop out.
I will think about it.
Cop out, bro.
And, yeah.
Come on.
And also, yeah, I've been increasing the vegetarian food, so
I'll think about it. I'll think about it as such a cop out. It's such an attempt to avoid facing up to the point that she's making clearly. You know what I mean? Like and I know it's a way of getting away. It's trying to get away with it, basically. It's trying to get away without answering hard questions by saying, I'll think about it.
To make one point very clear, vegetarians still kills cows and chickens. Chickens still get killed when you eat eggs, and cows still, the baby male cows and the mother cow will still be killed when you consume dairy. So vegetarian and veganism are very, very different things.
Right. So yeah, on my personal note, I will say I will be moving towards veganism in future soon. I hope I could do that, and also yeah, it will be good change, I suppose. And
would you be willing to take some resources if I gave you some films and
I reckon he's going to say no.
documentaries to watch?
Yeah, sure.
Oh, okay. Surprising.
I will be reducing my meat consumption.
Don't reduce, stop, mate.
Yeah.
Come on.
So one thing about reducing, last thing.
I like that she's not letting him go with us.
So something about reducing is with any injustice, what animals go through. So they have their one and only lives, and their life is as important to them as your life is to you.
Okay.
So when we're reducing, say if it was another injustice like child abuse, if I said to you, I'm going to reduce, I cannot stop fully, but I will reduce the amount I abuse children. I will not abuse children Monday to Friday, but on the weekend, I'm still going to abuse children. How would that make me sound?
Well, I don't think that's a comparable example, but children's are out of the book, but
why? If they are also victims and innocent victims like an animal is?
I agree with that, but with animals, or like it's been a generational thing, or as I said before, people have been using or like eating meat for their, they love it, man. You can't. I totally support the veganism thing, but I'm against that imposing those things. You should not be imposing or like making.
Don't force your views on me.
New laws to
basically
ban beef. I will not support that, but I will.
But we should be banning animal abuse, but just not when it's for food.
In the food, I will say.
We're going to pause here because actually, well, I suppose we should try and finish it because Sheena is coming on soon.
Any form.
I kind of want to see how this goes. It's double speed.
How do you take a life of a cow without abusing them and robbing them of their existence?
I've not thought about that thing. Okay, so no comments on that.
I ask these questions because I myself, there's no judgment here. I myself ate every animal and every byproduct until I was 42. Yeah. So these are questions that somebody asked me, and I just thought, I actually don't have any reason why I'm doing it.
In coming future, we could do those things like improving the livestock or improving the farms so that the minimal abuse of the animals are being done. And
what is a good amount of abuse?
No,
what is an acceptable amount of abuse?
No, there is no acceptable amount of abuse for the animals.
Do you have any questions for me?
So, are you vegan at this moment? Or?
I am now, but I wasn't for 42 years.
Okay, so how long you have been?
4 years. 4 years. Almost 4 years.
That's great. That's great. And can you give me some examples of vegan products?
Give me an example. What's your favorite thing to eat that contains animal?
Oh, that contains animals. So. Yeah, mostly like chickens.
In Toronto, we have very good vegan chicken options. Even things in places like Loblaws, you can get the PC brand. There's many different brands of vegan chicken, and when you cook it in an Indian way, it's very hard to tell the difference. But you know that slight difference in taste? It's like what's worth more, that slight difference in taste or the life of an animal?
Life of an animal, yeah. Yeah, that's totally right, man.
That was awesome. Thank you so much.
We were able to finish it pretty quickly. Yeah, it's a shame with that guy because it felt like he was close, but he was stubborn, wasn't he? He's very stubborn. So, guys, I'll be right back, and we'll discuss this with Sheena, a very vegan mum who we were just watching. She's coming in for a chat, so stay tuned. I'll be right back. All right, then. Very vegan mum, Sheena, welcome to the live stream. It's great to have you here.
Yeah, thanks for having me.
Guys, can we do a quick audio video check? Can everybody see and hear Sheena? We had a little bit of a technical issue before we started up, so just confirm that in the chat for me. And until I see something different, I'll just keep going as if we're all normal. So cool. So yeah, we were just watching some of your stuff actually, and I saw one of your videos actually when people started to tell me I should bring you on, and I was like, yeah, that then invited you on, and then we caught up on a few more of your videos today, and it's been really cool to see your style of things and you know how you do it. So really cool to have you here to get into this and understand, you know, a bit about your story and stuff. So I guess let's start there really. When did you start doing outreach, and talk us through, you know, how this all started for you, because it's relatively new, the YouTube, right? I saw you've been at it for about 4 months.
Yeah.
Yeah, so talk us through it. Yeah.
Yeah, so yeah, thanks for having me on. Yeah, I've been doing YouTube for probably almost 5 months.
Okay.
But I've been doing kind of activism and outreach pretty solidly for the last close to 4 years.
Okay. Wow.
So I'm more of one of these like support crew people. I go to all of the events and marches and stuff, and just took me a while to get onto doing my own, you know, get onto doing my own thing.
Yeah.
So yeah, I started when I was I'm from Canada, but I was living in Australia in Melbourne.
Right.
And that's where just a few friends and I that were curious about veganism started a movie night, and we went through all the documentaries. And then, you know, I watched Dominion on my own. Kind of people dropped off by the time we watched Dominion. And then pretty much the week after that, I think I looked up animal rights activism and found AV.
Right.
And started going to Cubes in Melbourne.
Yep.
And there was a march. I think there's a group called Vegan Rising. Run by this lady. Her name is Kristen in Melbourne, and she does a lot what Nation Rising here does, which is trying to get the government to switch the agricultural subsidies from from animal agriculture to plant-based agriculture, and a lot of other things. So they had a march, and I went to that. And then I went to a mining protest that they had in the city, and then that's kind of where I really started with activism, because I was just shocked by what I saw there, how the police and the government were trying to cover up and protect the industry, and what their reactions were to the very peaceful activists. I just thought I was just in shock. So at that point I thought, okay, I have to do more. So I started organizing little events, chalking with friends, stickering with friends, doing also some other little disruptions and things outside grocery stores and butchers and that kind of stuff. So I carried on doing that until I started making videos. I'm back in Canada now, where I'm from for now.
Okay.
And yeah, so just still continue. I do a lot of things that I don't put on YouTube. So right now I just kind of like do the stuff that I'm comfortable with.
Interesting. Okay, I'm surprised that you're from Canada, because I the way you were talking to the Indian guy, it seemed like you knew a hell of a lot about India. So I thought you might have I lived there or been from there. How did you know so much about the Indian systems and stuff?
Yeah, so I am Indian. So both my parents are Indian.
Okay,
Yeah.
that makes sense. Okay.
Yeah, so both my parents are Indian. So it's something that very early on, after becoming vegan, when I told my family, was faced with a lot of the questions, and then I realized, my gosh, nobody knows about the truth about dairy and even eggs, but really nobody knows. And that was the first kind of like, I think I sat home for like 2 months and I just researched everything I could about what the dairy industry, the involvement of the dairy industry is in India. And yeah, that was kind of my first kind of deep dive into it. So it is still one of my passions. And yeah.
For sure. Yeah. Amul in India, they really have the country on lockdown, don't they? That company, Amul. They've really infiltrated the minds of most people and had them believe in some of the craziest things about cows. I spent a long time there, by the way. I don't know if I've been through that. I've not really talked about that here, but I lived there for like a year on and off. And a lot of that was investigating dairy farms, slaughterhouses, you know, and working with locals and stuff. So, yeah, it was very surprising to me how many. Amul really, really has a grip on the country, you know, when it comes to the dairy industry. So I think one thing that I think was really apparent when we were watching your videos was that you're very disarming in the way you talk to people. If you understand what I mean by that, it's like people they managed to, obviously, that the girl you spoke to where she wanted to stop the interview. I mean, people still managed to get upset, but actually you make it very difficult for them to get upset with you because like I said, you're very disarming the way you speak to them. It's like, how could this person possibly offend anyone? That's kind of the way, you know what I mean? That's the kind of attitude you bring to it. Is that something you do consciously, or is this just the kind of person you are, and this is just you channeling that through the outreach? Like, talk us through the process that you've got for these interviews.
Yeah, so I guess there's a lot of different reasons why I do it that way. I guess the first one would really be like to show people that there is a more realistic kind of a human way of connecting with people. And although like activists like Joey Carbstrong are probably the ones that resonated with me the most and continue to do that, I know that for some people that is a bit confronting, or that style of activism or the debate style is a little bit confronting. So mostly, to show other activists that it doesn't always have to be like a debate style, that there is kind of a more, if you're more comfortable with it, the conversational style is just another way of doing it. Another big aspect of it is, or another big reason why I do it is, as a mother, even not as a mom, it's really easy to become angry or misanthropic about everything that we see. And as a mother, even more so, because you don't want to be becoming angry or that angry or argumentative type of person, and that to carry, not that Joey is a angry or argumentative type
He's
of
both
person,
of those things. Don't worry. He'd agree with you on that. That's okay.
Oh, he's amazing. He's such a, but he's just like a big puppy dog, and he's so kind and gentle, but like, maybe just me, I find it hard to then switch into mummy mode. Now, like I do a lot of the disruptions and, shouting on the megaphone. I do all that stuff too.
Okay.
But I guess so that's another reason why I do the way that I do, is just so it doesn't kind of carry over so much into my the way that I parent. And it's also a little bit of it is like a calculated method on my part. My main goal is for them to have an open mind, and then to also show them footage. So I try and go a little bit more lightly until I get the chance to show them footage. I think the last video you watched with the man from India, I did go hard on him, and even the girl. I was really practicing my questions there, like practicing how I would respond. But I could, but and with the guy, I was just, you have to kind of meet them where they're at. But also, I just I like to keep them open to watching the footage, and I don't want to scare them or have them on the defensive too early. And then lately it's like being indoors because of the cold weather. I have to be even more careful, because it just takes one person and they'll tell the security guards, and then the security guards will say, okay, you're out of here, you upset somebody, and then you can't go back to that mall. And it's a long winter here, so I have to be a little bit careful. And like people try and run away from me all the time, like when I try and interview them, because they feel more trapped, right? You're indoors. I'm also only one person. That's very different when you're like have your whole group of activists with you. People feel a little bit like, okay, she's not just one crazy person, there's 5 crazy people, and maybe they have something to say, but because I'm on my own. So I go a bit easy there, because I have to not like scare people.
Makes sense. I think what you do really well, when I first started watching your videos, I thought, oof, this is going to be, I feel like she's going to be too nice, and I reserved judgment, but in my head I was thinking, maybe she's going to be too, but then at the end, the thing is, you have this great balance, because you are nice, but you're asking questions that are not nice at all. Like, you ask horrible questions with the intonation and the facial expressions as if you asked something really pleasant. And it's quite an interesting combination. That's what I meant by disarming. You're asking very serious, horrible questions, but with a demeanor that says, I'm just a sweet, innocent person, and I'm not trying to. But you are trying to push them. You are trying to make them justify what they're doing and saying. But you're doing it as if you weren't, and I think that's why it works. And you say, you know, Joey inspires you, and I can see why. I can see you are doing what Joey does, except Joey does it in Joey's way. Why wouldn't he? He's Joey. That's how he should do it. I do it in my way. That's how I do it. But you do it in your way, and your way is arguably. I could never pull off what you do, and neither could Joey. It's not possible for people like us. You know, it's not our nature, but it is your nature, and it works really well. I feel it works really well because it seems like it appears like you wouldn't have. It's hard to. I don't want to say this without insulting, but in the beginning of a conversation, I guess they don't feel like this person's not going to say anything that's going to. And by the end, they're like, "Fuck, okay, I've been absolutely devastated here." You know, I've been asked, "Oh my god!" And I think it's a really intelligent way of doing it. I really enjoyed watching it at work. I think it does work. So like talk me through. So you are a mum. How old is your kid? You have a son, right?
I have one son. He's 6 years old. Yeah,
6
so
years
he was
old.
2 when we went vegan.
Well, okay, and he's obviously you're raising him vegan, right? That would be crazy
Yeah.
if you weren't making these videos and just like
Yeah.
And how does it factor in? I was curious to ask you this question because I know some activists who are parents who have older kids, and I can see how it works when you have older kids. They don't really, you know, you don't need to, they don't need as much attention or whatever, right? Or they don't need to be obsessed over, I suppose. But it must be tough with younger kids to balance this all out. So talk me through the decision to do that, because that must be tough. It's tough to raise a 6-year-old just if you just focus everything on the 6-year-old. How are you managing it as well as doing all this other work? It must be pretty hardcore stuff for you.
It is, but when I became vegan, I changed a lot of other things in my life. You know, my socializing, partying, stuff like that. I kind of made a big, you know, lifestyle change. And also even just socializing. I mean, I literally do nothing other than I exercise, I do yoga, I do long, like super long walks, and I take care of my son. I do all of our cooking. We don't use technology. Like we don't have a TV. We don't have, we don't do screen time or anything. I'm kind of teaching him. He's interested now in what I'm doing in the videos that I'm making. And I do think that it's a great thing. I think you mentioned in one of your other interviews that, you know, rather than paying somebody else's rent and living, you know, you working to somebody else's agenda and paying into the system that you don't necessarily believe in. I do think making videos is a great option for kids to do, especially if they are trying to help the world in some way. But, you know, it's parenting for me is very, very full on because of just the way that I've chosen to do it. But yeah, you know, he was until they start meeting up with other friends and going to parties and birthday parties and things like that, and seeing that okay, other children are eating other things. It's easier until then, but really, and when they start going to school, that's when it starts becoming really hard. And that only started for us last year. So I will be making some videos about this. You know, there are great things you can do with children, even when, you know, from before they're born, about finding, you know, a doctor that is on board with veganism and how you would do that. There are a lot of great resources for how to do that. We had to, you know, switch our doctor when we went vegan, and things you can involve children with. You know, marches are great from the minute that they're born, teaching them about other ways about being sustainable, leading by example, you know, always bringing food when you're going to places and having the other kids love them. That's like the biggest thing. You know, when you go to birthday parties, bringing food, always bringing the vegan version. Bite Size Vegan has great resources for children on YouTube. These days, there's so many great books as well. But yeah, I mean, those are just those, you know, things that you can buy that do make it a little bit easier. But the day in, day out stuff it's hard. You know, the questions, why do they eat it? Are they bad? Why, you know, how come I can't have this and I can't have that? So it's just about, you know, finding a balance, you know, loosening the rules around other things. Like we had a very kind of strict, no, he doesn't need technology when he's 4 years old. But now, you know, if he wants to go to the arcade with his friends, and and a parent, that, you know, that kind of stuff is fine. You know, as long as it's not hurting anybody and it's still along the lines of our are, still within veganism. Why,
Sure.
why not? So loosening the rules around other, in other areas.
Mm.
But yeah, I mean, dealing with schools, and I'm working on working on a pressure campaign now
Mhm.
to get processed meat and dairy out of schools. And, this is the kind of content I actually didn't think people would watch
Mm.
any of these videos much. And I was hoping to progress to more helping animal rights activists,
Okay.
parents, and
Mm.
how we can kind of involve our children,
Mm.
how we can put pressure on the system to get things moving, what individuals can do, because the systemic change takes a really long time. So I
Yeah.
think a lot of us just stay quiet. We don't want to get into that argument with the school. We don't want to get into that argument with other parents, but there's still so much we can do.
You're continuing to surprise, because when I watched your videos, I thought I got the impression that you were an outreacher, and you knew a lot about veganism, and you were coming from a place of But I didn't expect that you would have been doing direct action and pressure campaigning. So you've got many things going on. That's really cool to hear that you've got plans to even help teach other vegan parents how they can involve kids in stuff, and that you've got other the pressure campaign sounds really good, by the way, as well. So it's really. I didn't know you were that wide. That's what's the word I'm looking for. Like you had that much activism going on. That's really cool that you've got all these different things going on. Yeah.
I mean, really, mostly I am a member of a larger group here in Toronto.
Sure.
And I try and, support them as much as I can. Last week, we did 3 events on its own, none of which I organized. So by far more so, I take part in the actions that other people have organized.
Okay. Yeah.
But for my own channel, those were some of the things I was describing. And also
Right.
the one thing that I'm definitely going to be moving forward with is the meat and dairy in schools.
That's great. That's great. And I think the content for vegan parents is also really needed. There are so many vegan parents that just don't have a clue. And I'm not insulting them. I mean, there's not really much information out there as far as I can see on, how to actually have a kid who gets it, because you can make them do what you want them to do. Of course you can. That's what we do as I'm not a parent, but as the adults, you're supposed to lead the ones who don't really know what's going on, right? You don't let them eat what they want to eat. You don't let them eat chocolate for every meal. And in our case, we wouldn't let them eat. We wouldn't tell them not to eat meat and dairy and stuff. But then, yeah, like you said, these complications come up and they start to ask questions, and it can get tricky. So that you plan to make that content is really cool as well to help parents. I'll ask you a question. So my mum raised me as a vegetarian, not because she was against veganism, but because at that time she didn't know about veganism. If she knew about veganism, she would have been vegan from the age of 16, but she just knew about vegetarianism. So she raised me as a veggie. And when I asked questions, it must have been about, I feel like I was maybe between 8 and 10. I kind of half remember, but not really. But I remember asking her about, I wanted the Happy Meals at McDonald's. And she told me no, obviously, and I rebelled pretty badly. I kicked off. I got angry, so she told me to watch this video by Peter, VHS, talking old school video here, right? And it had the chickens in the meat industry, and it had cows in the meat industry. And I remember seeing the debeaked, the chicks getting debeaked and stuff like that, and the slaughter lines, and I saw all of it, and I was like 8. And some people would have said, that's disgusting. You showed that kid that. You could have damaged him for life. But actually what it did was, it made me who I am today. Is that something you'd consider? Or would you say, do you feel like that not my mum, but do you think that's a risky thing to do? Would you agree with those people that maybe that was too much, or do you think she made the right call? And would you consider that for your young ones if they really pushed back?
I 100% think that it's down to the child. I think
Sure,
if we are
good
telling
point.
our children, before they're asking, and you tell them, go and watch this. But if you're asking and you want, and it somehow is, every child is different in their emotional capability of what they can handle.
True.
My son was 4 or 5 years old when I said, Mommy's going to, he didn't know what bear witness was, but
Okay.
I said, I'm going to say bye to the cows.
Okay.
And he said he wanted to come. I took him.
Okay.
And we were out, we were beside the truck. We both got a chance to wave bye, and then that was it. And he asked me questions afterwards. Where are they going? And I told him they're being made into food. And then that was it. And then after that, it's never really been convenient to go again because now it's with him in school. It's different during school hours. But I 100% think it's down to the child. If they're showing interest and they're asking, we have to answer them honestly. You know, if they're asking, it's because they want a genuine answer. But it's not like, you know, they're asking what happens to the pigs. And you're saying, well, you know, they're put in a gas chamber and they thrash around for 4 or 5 minutes. It's that they are being hurt to be made into food. And, you know, it's about that you know best and thinking what's kind of age appropriate for them, but really more so what is appropriate for that individual child. And then just using your common sense. But if you are asking to, you know, why you can't have it I think 8 is a perfectly good age to show some mild footage too.
Yeah, like I said, you know, to people who've asked me about this, like, did it impact me at all? I tell them my therapy's gone down from 5 days a week to 3 now. So I mean, I'm doing absolutely fine. You know, everything's fine now. But I really didn't. It really didn't affect me in the long term, apart from make me more sure of that I was right. And even at that young age, I remember being in school and other kids asking, "Why don't you eat meat?" And I was saying, "Because I know fucking no, I don't want to eat that because I know exactly. I've seen shit. I've seen things." Okay. You know, I was very, very confident in myself. So you're totally right. Yeah, I totally agree with you about the adjusting for the kid. And I think there's a really bad idea that people have. A lot of parents have that you have to coddle and treat children like babies constantly. And when a child asks a mature question, most people answer them as if they're simple. You know, as if they're stupid. And I think I've got two reasons I think that's bad. One, you end up lying to them, and that's just deceit from a young age is terrible. And two, I think it restricts their development when you talk to them like an idiot. I feel like you actually hold them back from developing into someone that could be very intelligent at a young age. And like you said, you know, age appropriate, you know, you adapt your language. You don't want to terrify them, but at the same time, talk to them like an idiot. And I feel like a lot of people do that, don't they? Talk to kids like they won't understand it, so I'll make it really dumb or lie, right? And
well, the whole thing is, you know, fundamentally a lie when we don't tell our children the background of how that food got on their plate. That is also a lie.
Completely.
And you know, people will get upset of us telling them the truth of where their food comes from, but it's also a lie when they don't tell their children where their food comes from.
Absolutely. Yeah, that's a really good point. I get so sick of that. They say the vegans are indoctrinating kids. So what are you doing then? I mean, if everyone's indoctrinating their kids in one way or another, why is it wrong when the vegans do it? As long as they're healthy, right? I mean, obviously, if they're not healthy, then that's a whole other question. But when someone's raising a healthy vegan kid, I mean, yes, they're indoctrinating them. Okay, but so are you. You're indoctrinating your kid to eat meat. Like, we're all... I mean, I don't know if that's the right definition of indoctrination, but you get the point, right? We're all raising them the ways we think are best, you know?
Yeah.
That's how it is. That's how it goes.
And you know, it's kind of indoctrination by default. They're just presuming that these things are okay because it's what we've always given them. But if you had to tell them the full story of how that animal got there, so it's just kind of like we presume that it's okay, and we, you know, just think. I don't know what we think. Our kids think about how it got there, and that why we don't feel obligated to tell them. But I guess it's our earliest form of conditioning, so it's hard to get through to parents because we were also conditioned that way. Yeah.
I think that when you start making this content for your channel that focuses more on kids, I think that's where you're going to see a big chunk of exposure and growth on the channel. And actually, I say this, I think that's going to come with a lot of hate. And I actually think the hate is what's going to make it grow, because with what you said earlier, that you know, you're going to talk about how to incorporate kids into the activism, or you know, how to do this, how to do that. People are going to get a hold of that, and some big anti-vegan idiots are gonna react and stuff, and it's going to really blow it up. But I think that'll be all good for you because you'll get a lot of more reach, right? But on that note, has this happened at all to you already? I mean, friends and family tried to dissuade you from involving your kid in your work, or even having your kid vegan? Like, how has that been for you?
Yeah, I mean, probably, all of them really. Just to like,
everyone.
Just, you know, to the level of, do you have to take him with you if you go to this event or that event? and I'm very careful about where I do take him.
Mm-hmm.
If I know that one of the other big things is having other vegan children that are the same age as your child is a huge game changer when it comes to doing activism or anything. There's some certain great things you can take kids to, like marches, and they have so much fun. They're with other children as well. And then another friend and I, we do take our kids to, if it's daytime and we know the kids can chalk outside while we do outreach where we know it's not going to be too loud and nobody's going to be shouting on a megaphone away from the street. But things like that. But I guess it's anything that goes against the status quo. Friends and family are grappling with their own, that they of what they think is right and wrong and what is going against the grain. And it's that initial response of, oh, what you're doing is wrong, although they're not questioning, is it fundamentally wrong or is it just against the status quo? So it's just about explaining to them what is actually wrong. There is a difference between dangerous and more risky activism that you would not involve children in, and the activism that is perfectly fine for them when you look at it objectively.
Yeah.
Excuse me.
I like that point. It's an interesting point. I've not heard before. That is it actually something wrong, or is it just that it's against like a status quo? Is it it's just that you're not used to it, or is there something actually wrong here? I think that's an interesting question for people to pose on not just this specific topic, but lots of different topics. Because ultimately, I mean, ultimately, when I think this would probably come up. The most I've seen this come up is when you talk about dogs. I think dogs is the main one this comes up because people get upset with the idea of a vegan plant-based dog, and then people provide evidence that actually, dogs will be fine, and then they're still angry. And then now you've gone from, okay, you've proven it's not harmful, but now they're angry because it's not normal. And that's where the anger shifts, Ultimately, the anger always was there. They were just using this, I think it's bad for the dog as a cover-up for the actual fact. They're just not comfortable with the idea of breaking the status quo when it comes to dogs, you know what I mean? Exactly. So I guess this is exactly the same when it comes to the vegan kids as well. So they're healthy, it's a nutritionally adequate diet. Yeah, but it's still making me angry. I don't know why, maybe look inside, right?
Yeah, and with kids, it's even like magnified even more how our conditioning just comes to the surface, and our traditional fallacies all come to the surface because this is not the way we've done it. This is not the way that we grew up how to do it. This is what we heard. You need to eat this and this. These are things you do in society, and these are things you don't do in society. Like even today, we live in an apartment, and I went to the gym at 5:30 this morning, and I'm walking on the treadmill. My son comes in, security comes out. No children are allowed here. My son says, "Why?" Because what is the actual fundamental reason? If he's not doing anything, he's not in the weights area, he's not, you have to ask, we have to ask why, and we have to teach our children as much as they ask so many questions in a day, and you want them to stop asking you questions 24/7. You want them to ask questions, because we can't just assume that because if something is done that it's the right thing to do, or that because the whole, just because it's legal doesn't mean it's moral. Leading down that path of asking questions in school, they're taught about kindness, they're taught about respect, they're taught about truth, three things which are not non-existent in the animal agriculture and in our food industry. And they're taught about these things, but yet they're given pepperoni on their pizza. So asking why,
I like that initial early years that your kid's questioning authority. That's a good start. It looks like you've already raised him pretty well if he's already asking security guards why. Most kids would just shrink up and go, oh no, okay, I'll just leave. That's nice. At 6 years old, you said, right?
He's 6 now, yeah.
6 years old, and he's kicking off with security guards. Always is a good start. He's going to be doing some disruptions then, definitely, at some point.
Whatever it is. You'd like to hope so, but he's mad about. Excuse me, 1 second.
It's okay.
Have the heater on.
Okay, it's okay. Don't worry. Get it out. It's all good. We can wait.
Yeah, he's mad about sports.
Yeah.
So it's like whatever their path is. But as long as you've kind of laid the foundations down to why we're ethical vegans, that's all you can ask for.
Definitely. Have you I've not watched every video on your channel, but has this debate topic come up yet? The vegan kids topic? Has anyone wanted to have this out with you in a discussion, like in any of your outreach or anything?
about why it's wrong to raise vegan children.
Yeah, has anyone like challenged it? I'm just wondering because I mean because it's your channel. I guess it isn't your channel focus, obviously, but it's your name. Like I'm just wondering if this is a topic you've decided to bring up with anybody yet, or like had it out with.
So far, no, it hasn't come up yet. I do want to be doing outreach to new moms because I think there are great ones to empathize with the dairy industry.
Yeah.
But no, not yet, not so far. I mean, it has come up when I've been doing cubes, a lot actually, where we do cubes here. There's a lot of families. It's outside a shopping mall. A lot of families, and they're very easy to get on board because they see their children's reactions, and it kind of snaps them back into, oh, hold on, objectively, this is not right. When you look at it from their perspective, we think it's right because now we're used to it. We've already been hardened to it, but when they see their kids' reactions, and I love those. Those are my favorite outreaches is to families, but I haven't done them on my channel yet.
Fair enough. I think you talked about the new mums like wanting to go on outreach to new mums. I was trying to think how you would manage that. I guess you'd have to go to the baby shops and just set up a cube outside a baby shop maybe and try and catch them on the way in or out.
I was thinking more so like people with strollers and stuff.
That's also an option. But you gotta find a place where they all congregate, you know? So it's something that's why I'm thinking like
mothers groups, David, mothers groups in the Saturday, Sunday mornings in the park is where to be.
Oh yeah, oh there you go then. That's actually I mean, go for that. That would be pretty cool. I don't think any activist has tried to target new mums before. And that's probably a good place actually. Like you said, I mean, somebody who's just had a baby themselves is going to be, well, you'd expect them to be way more empathetic to other youth, you know, whether they're human or not. You're catching them probably in a good place in their life where they're feeling very loving and very empathetic and very open.
Yeah.
I like that. It's a cool theory. When are you going to try
really
this out?
Really anybody with children, with young children, it's more so moms with young children. They still have, you know, those hormones don't quit till their kids are quite a bit older. So it makes you much more like the minute I found out about dairy, I was like I said to Ellie, I just saw red. Like I couldn't speak. I couldn't talk to people. I was just in shock. And I think a lot of mothers would feel like that too. When you said, when am I going to do it now? Like the winter here is super long.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
So until people are out and about again, May time probably.
Oh, okay.
May, June. Yeah.
Still, well, I mean, it's worth planning and getting ready for that because that'll definitely be good. Yeah, I know what you're talking about because I lived in Finland for quite a bit, so we have the same problem now. It's just winter comes and you don't see the sun for about 4 months or something. Like it's just not 4 months, but not quite. But yeah, a long time with no sun and snow. And actually, in Finland, people like being outside. Surprisingly, a lot. I found people outside quite a lot. But I was looking around like, how these people it's just normal for these people. Yeah. It's crazy. It's like that in Toronto as well. The people get out and still enjoy it.
The east coast of Canada, well, not all of the east coast, but in Toronto, we get it's very sunny most of the time. Okay. Not like in British Columbia or like Vancouver on the west coast, which is very gray and rainy, but also a lot milder. Here it's a lot colder, but you do get sun most days.
Okay. Cool.
But yeah, I know I heard in Finland, like they leave their babies outside and in their strollers, and even when they're napping, they may leave them outside when they're all bundled up, just to keep getting the fresh air in.
Wow, I've not heard that. That's crazy if that's true.
Maybe it was in Finland.
Jeez, maybe Annie can tell me in the chat. My partner and also like the live chat moderator can she's from Finland, so she can tell us if that's true or not. That sounds crazy if it's true. But no, I think when I said there's no sun, I didn't just mean that it was dark because of the rain. I mean literally there's no sun. Like the sun doesn't rise in Finland.
No, we do not have that here.
Oh God, yeah. Well, you're lucky for that then. It is wild that we just don't get sun for a good month and a half, and this isn't. We lived in the part of the country where this doesn't last that long. In the north of the country, like it doesn't rise for about 2 months. Like it actually doesn't break the horizon. It's like how I don't get how you could live like that. Honestly, we did a couple of days in the north of Norway over winter, and we just no sun at all for 3-4 days, and it was like, wow, okay, I don't get how these people live like this.
Yeah.
It's crazy.
And I get to that stage like here where you just have to, I've been out of Canada for 24 years.
Okay.
So when I moved back 2 years ago, I was born in the UK, and then I was like a baby when my parents moved to Canada, and then I moved back to the UK when I was 21, and I lived there for 10 years, and I lived in Ireland for 5 years, and then Australia for 7. So this is last year was my first actual cold, long, horrible, minus 30 winter. So I really, really struggle in the cold. And then now this is my second year, but you just kind of have to, it's a different mindset. You just got to go. I read all this stuff that it is the time to go more insular, to reconsider, to rethink what you're going to do, what you're doing with your life, to become more about do stuff with family. So I try and do that. I think in Finland, that's like another extreme altogether. I can imagine they're just holed up like hobbits and come out like sprouting hair everywhere and but I think it's a good opportunity. Like I'm trying to relax into it a bit more. So I'm not just, it's cold and I'm miserable and I hate this fucking weather. So I'm trying to be more like, okay, making a plan for the type of videos I want to make, and
that makes sense.
Outreaching in malls, and I'm going to do a train station tomorrow. So see how that goes.
That's cool. That's a good idea. Yeah. I think the problem in Finland with the no sun is that it feels like your brain's constantly releasing melatonin because it thinks it's constantly time to sleep. That was the way I felt in the winters in Finland. I felt like I was constantly drowsy and I never really felt awake when there was no sun. And I think that's like, it's good. I think if I ever was going to live there again, I'd get one of those fake sunlight things just to try and get my brain activated to like, okay, no, it's daylight now. Stop trying to make me go to sleep. It's like, give me some daylight,
That's rough.
Where did you live in the UK, by the way, when you were there?
When I was there, I lived in Fulham. I lived in Hounslow because I used to be a cabin crew.
Okay.
So from the airport, so Hounslow, Fulham, and Essex. Essex for the longest, I think, 6 years.
Essex. Ugh. I've not been. I've just seen enough to not want to go.
Yeah.
Is it as bad as it looks on TV? I think there's like some stuff.
No,
set there.
some parts are beautiful. It's quite big, Essex, so some parts are beautiful.
Oh, it's just the people. I mean, is the people as bad as they are on TV? That's what I meant.
So, not all. There's definitely not all, but for the most part, like anywhere you would go, say like in the evening time or like the pub and club, that's what you see on TV.
Oh no!
But generally during the day, I found the older people really lovely there.
Okay.
But yeah, the younger people, kind of like what you would see on TV.
Great. Sounds lovely. Yeah, I saw it like it was all. Yeah, I'm sure you remember in the UK it was all kind of blowing up, wasn't it? There was all these TV shows that were like focused on these people living in these rich people in Essex. So that's the only impression I've got of Essex is those morons on TV doing all that stuff. Oh, somebody in the chats from Essex. We probably just really offended him. And a couple, and someone else has said that they're exactly like the TV. So there we go. Now we know we got it confirmed by you and by people in the chat that it's just like that.
Yeah.
Perfect. Well, awesome. I mean, no, it's been really cool to have you here and for you to fill us in on a bit about who you are and what you've been up. Sorry, something going on there?
There's somebody come. Yeah.
Go for it. Don't worry. We're all good.
Give me 5 minutes. Oh, okay. I'm in an apartment and they have to do a fire alarm check.
Timing.
I'm not sure what that's going to involve.
Oh, wait a minute.
I think that's probably it.
Is that it? Oh, no. I've muted you because that is... Wow. How long? My God, that for me, that okay, I'm going to leave my headphones like this and wait. Nobody can hear anything, by the way, from your side right now. Oh, but that was bad. Are you sure? That was absolutely brutal. Whew. No, it's not your fault. It's not nothing you can do about it. Yeah. All right, I think we're safe.
Now.
You're back up.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. Your audio's back on. Oh my God, that was bad. That was really bad.
Sorry.
It's not.
Horrible timing.
It's also because those who watch me and have been watching the stream, they know that I'm really bad with big sounds. So they know how bad that was.
Oh,
I was really bad. My partners in the other room now are probably like, "Oh my god, that's like the worst nightmare for me." When there's a drill going off, I can't think. Roadworks and shit like that.
Yeah.
I am. It's really bad. I can't handle it.
Oh my
it's
God.
still going. Oh, that was
That's
nowhere near as
that's
bad.
The whole building.
That was nowhere
test.
near as bad though. Those first ones were just. Okay. I think we're good now. Do you think we're all right?
I mean, I can't say 100%, but I
Just-
think we're okay.
Whew. Okay. Let's recenter. Don't worry, it's not your fault. Don't worry about it. These headphones are really good as well. That's the other problem. I think it wasn't that bad for
Too
other
good.
people listening, But if anyone had headphones on just now, they'll know what I'm talking about. they took a hard hit.
Yeah.
All right. I was just saying, that it's been really cool to get you on here to learn a bit more about you and what you're about, and actually see there's even more to you than the outreach. The outreach itself is great, but you've got even more going on. Do you plan to? I know with your channel you said you're going to focus on you're going to do the outreach, and you're going to focus on helping with vegan kids. Are you also planning on putting any of the disruption content on there? Is that something that you plan to do as well? Any of your kind of like DXE style work or?
Yeah, I've just joined. I've been going to DXE events, but I wasn't really part of them, so I'm now part of them. But yeah, I'm still. It's a bit of a toss up. You probably know better than anybody that you have this conflict with yourself between the doing and then the video, recording.
Yeah.
So, and
definitely.
I'm very much, I love doing stuff. I don't want it to take away from me actually being present and contributing to the actions if I have to film, but I also know that there's a huge benefit towards filming. So I'm still trying to get comfortable with how to do the actions and film them the best way to, put it out there, even because even right now I'm not on any of the other platforms.
Mm-hmm.
Sorry.
That's okay. That's bearable. That's light.
Yeah, that's the whole building one. So that's coming from the hallway.
Okay.
Yeah. So yes, I definitely would like to. So that's one of the things I want to start posting more videos about is the disruptions in the grocery stores and the butchers, doing more when I get more comfortable with it, the debate a vegan type videos. And then again, some, resources for parents and vegan parents and animal rights activist parents. And then also working within the Canadian Indian community and doing either outreach or something with them.
Great. That's awesome, because I've been, I when I saw your content and when people started recommending your content and I saw a bit of your content, I was really happy to see, I was happy to see you out there doing this, because unfortunately what I've noticed is there are a lot of people like you who do the work behind the scenes. And I'll be totally honest with you, I'll just say it how it is. It tends to be most of the time women who do the hard groundwork behind the scenes, and then for whatever reason don't ever get in front of the camera and put this work out there to the public. And we could theorize on all the reasons why that is, but it does tend to be dudes that do it. And I love the guys that do it. I love the guys that get out there and put these videos out there. Please, guys, never stop doing that. But I'd love it if we had a lot more women out there doing it too, because we need, not everybody's going to connect with Joey or Ed. Not everyone's going to connect with me. Not everyone's going to connect with, there's plenty of, like I said, plenty of guys out there who do this. But we've got to, firstly, the vegan community over the entire world is mostly women, right? So that tells us that women in general are more likely to be empathetic to this message, because most vegans are women. So we need, in my opinion, it would be great if we had more women doing this kind of outreach work and getting it online where it can reach potentially millions of people, because it's women that are the easiest to convince to actually change. And of course, a woman's going to connect with another woman easier than they would with a man, right? Yeah. So yeah, when I saw your work and I was just like, great. And I hope that you inspire other women activists around the world who aren't putting themselves on camera. Please put yourselves on camera and do more of this, because we've got to balance out the scales a little bit here and really I don't think the word diversify is the right word, but just to have a bit more diversity of people that do this kind of work, it's only going to help, isn't it?
Absolutely. And, that's why I know my approach isn't appealing to everybody, but there's 8 billion of us. It's got to be, we have to have more different people, different types of outreachers and activists that are doing it in their own way, because it might appeal to even there's a certain type of non-vegan it'll appeal to, but also a certain type of vegan that's potentially an activist that it'll appeal to. I know there's a lot more mental parameters that we have in our heads, or that, limitations that females might feel more than males, or what are other people going to, what are other people going to think? How do I look? How am I, going to judge me? So I know, and especially as a parent, you go, oh gosh, what are other parents going to think? But I think, and also maybe their priorities lie a little bit differently, especially with mothers. But, I'm just lucky enough that, we live, yeah, it's really hard. I mean, obviously, I think I know some great, my biggest inspirations here in Toronto are the female activists. Like Anita Krantz, she lives very close to me, the lady who started the SAVE movement. I don't know if you know Jenny and Peter McQueen, who are the most amazing, most hardworking activists. They have their ability to, do the actual actions, write the press releases, organize events, do the outreach, do the physical labor of what's involved in setting up tables, putting on whatever. And Jenny is just they are, what I see here are more female activists doing the big stuff than the men. And again, it's that thing, they're doing it, but they're deciding to do rather than to film and post. Although somebody like Jenny does post on many, on Instagram and TikTok, she's amazing. And yeah, so I mean, they're out there, but yeah, I don't know. It's just hopefully that they'll get more, there'll be more people that can translate what they're doing into YouTube and helping other activists.
Definitely.
And of course, it's all needed. What a lot of the doers do is helping converting those people on TikTok and Instagram and all them to expose what goes on and putting it in a beautiful way that will get maybe that non-vegan interested. But I think it's really important and really necessary for us to do the enabling other activists to become active.
Definitely.
But yeah, all of our voices are needed, and nobody's right, nobody's wrong. We just need more voices.
No, definitely. Well, and we are obviously be watching your YouTube. That's very vegan, Mom. Are you on? You mentioned TikTok. I found you on Instagram, but I guess you're not using it really, right? I could see that you.
I started it 2 days ago.
Okay, right.
Vegan Ellie was like, "Can you get on the other platforms?"
Okay.
And I had her voice in my head this weekend, and I just kind of opened the Instagram account. And no, I'm not yet on the other platforms, but hopefully in the next year.
Well, cool that you've got the Instagram anyway. So people, please go over and subscribe on YouTube and follow on Instagram. I guess you'll start posting there. I do recommend for you that if you're going to start posting content to Instagram, you can do something very simple by making shorts content, like make vertical under 1 minute videos from your interviews, like make little short clips, and then you can post them on Instagram and on YouTube, and that is by far the easiest way to get thousands and thousands of people watching your content. I made 2 shorts over the past couple of months, 2 videos. Both of them took me a couple of hours each, and both of them have 3 million views now. And this is not normal. This is because YouTube right now is pushing short content. And Instagram has been for a long time. So if you want to build your Instagram quickly, that's how I'd recommend it. And it doubles up because you can post them to YouTube as well. It's a win-win. So I really recommend that.
Oh, is it the same exact? You can repurpose it straight away.
You don't even need to change anything about it. You just get the vertical video. Make sure it has big subtitles, like big subtitles, so that somebody can watch it without even needing to put it close to their face. Make sure that's really important. And you can just post that exact same file on Instagram. You could post it everywhere if you wanted to. Facebook, Instagram, Twitter, all of the platforms accept it in this format. But YouTube and Instagram especially, they really, really want that format. Like this is the thing that they're pushing right now, and you could easily generate views and get reach with those types of videos. So really recommend
thank you.
that.
Yeah, I will. I'll get onto that.
Cool, perfect. Is there anything you wanted to say? Anything I missed before we let you go?
No, just thank you so much. You rarely see somebody that works so hard. And I saw a little bit of your interview with Altab, who...
Oh, he's great, isn't he?
He's amazing. He's amazing. And I really love the compassionate way that you speak to people, and you seem to have the least you've got a very, very nice, kind way of talking to people, and I could tell that how genuine you are just by the way that you spoke to him and the amount of respect that you had for him. So thank you for everything that you do. I don't know a huge amount about your work and the kind of activism that you were doing before this channel, but can't wait to find out more.
Thanks so much. I appreciate that. Yeah, I think it's important to always give people respect when it's due, and that's why you've had so much of it from me and from everybody here as well. We should the people doing the work that you do, the work that I do, the work that Altab does. I know we're not supposed to glamorize or whatever, but it is real. They really are like real life heroes, real life superheroes, and I think everyone who's doing this kind of stuff really deserves the utmost respect. No matter what else happens, no matter if you disagree on lots of other things, we can. If that comes up, doesn't matter. You should absolutely respect people who give a chunk of their lives for this work, because hey, we're the only ones doing it, right?
Yeah,
no one else is doing it.
Well, that's it. If it's not you, then who? And that's why I wanted to do videos around schools and children, because it's something that I am missing and I am struggling with. So it's like, if it's not you, then who? So you just got to get out there and make the content that you wish was out there. Something just quickly about what you were saying before, the fact that you've made the effort to go to these different countries and witness what animals there are going through firsthand shows a lot about the kind of person that you are, because most people would be very quick to judge a country like India or really anywhere else when we see these things happening, and not try and get an understanding of what are the traditional and cultural, religious, rationale behind it. But I can see that you are, you believe everybody is a good person, and we just have these limitations that we need to work around.
For sure.
So I think that's amazing.
For sure, it's difficult, isn't it? But we have to try and believe that. I mean, yeah, sometimes they make it difficult. People make it difficult to believe that, but we were all shitbags one day, weren't we? And we all changed. So, so we can't think they're evil. Otherwise, then we were evil, weren't we? So it doesn't really add up.
Man. Yeah, one day I'll make that video too.
Yeah. Sounds good. Good.
Yeah.
Well, please keep it up. Keep up everything. I'm definitely a new subscriber. And guys, please do get over there and subscribe to Very Vegan Mum. I'm looking forward to everything else that you're going to do, especially looking forward to these where you're going to go into these, mum areas and talk to these new mums. I think I'm looking forward to see how that pans out. So please keep me in the loop on that. Let me know how it goes, or at least I'll wait for the video. And keep it up. Thanks for coming on.
Thanks so much. Thanks for having me.
See you later.
See you.
Cool. All right, guys. That was cool, huh? That was a really cool guest. Sheena's definitely an inspirational person, and it was nice to put a personality to the videos. It was nice to have like the person who made those videos on to have a chat. I've actually really enjoyed this the whole way. Like having the people who. I've enjoyed having the people who make the videos that we all watch together on to talk about the videos that we've just watched together. It feels like it's quite a special link, quite a special connection that we get, because we see them, we experience them, and then we experience them firsthand, and actually like, hey, we just watched your content and we thought this about it and that about it. And I actually forgot to mention, I should have mentioned the tropical house music thing. I know that was kind of a funny point I wanted to bring up, and to ask, is that like what James did that as well kind of thing. It would have been nice to talk about video editing a bit actually, but I think what we spoke about was more important than the discussing video edits and stuff like that anyway. Whew. Well, guys, I mean, that brings us to the end of today's stream. It's been an emotional one. It's always an emotional roller coaster with our streams, huh? 10 hours, And that brings us to wow, it's been This is 40 hours in 4 days. Woo! We're officially over the halfway mark. How cool is that? We officially passed the halfway mark of this challenge. We've only got a couple of days left, but in these last couple of days, the guests that you're going to look forward to in no particular order. We've got Jordan, the vegan campout man, the vegan campout co-founder. We've got Chris Hines, who's an activist who's making a documentary currently interviewing vegan musicians and some very famous people. So that's very exciting. We've got Tony from Veganuary, who is the head of communications for Veganuary. We've got Cliff Grant, who's going to come on and have a chat with us. And we've got the 40-year-old vegan as well. And we've got potentially a couple others who are considering if we can make it work or not, because we've got limited time slots available now. But we do have a couple people that I'm still waiting on. One of which being the victim's perspective. He's not sure yet. We're waiting just to check and see. He's going to check his time, see if he can make it. And we do have a couple slots still available potentially. Slots we have available on. Potentially we have a slot available potentially Wednesday. We've got a few slots on Thursday, and we've got potentially one slot on Friday. So there are a couple slots. So people, if there's someone a YouTuber who's making content who you think is like, hey, you've missed this cool vegan YouTuber who could come on and it's somebody that maybe like I don't know, or maybe I've missed or something, then let me know. We'll try and make it work. You guys asking invite Lifting Vegan Logic. I invited Lifting Vegan Logic. The problem is anybody in America is out right now, because as far as I can see, the people in the USA, they're going to want to come on late in the day. But late in the day, almost every day is covered, apart from actually, well, I'll take that back. Actually, we could have late in the day on tomorrow. But as far as I'm aware, Danny, Lifting Vegan Logic, he has a job and he works mornings, and his morning is my night. So it's really tricky, and we can't really make it work. Unfortunately, it doesn't seem like that's going to happen. So basically, anybody US based is going to be very difficult to get on at this point. All right. So unfortunately, I'd be looking at more people in Europe at this point, as I said, because we'll be having to get people on very early in their morning to make it for our stream, unfortunately, with the American time zones issues. So if there's anyone UK, EU that you want to come on, then hey, you just let me know. We'll try and make it work. Victim's Perspective actually is based in New Zealand. That works. The time zones are a little bit better then. But yeah, just when you're looking at the time zones, when you're looking at people that you like, and if you know where they live, then check the time zones against the Turkey time zones, and we'll try and make it work. You're saying Cosmic Skeptic. I don't think Cosmic Skeptic's going to come on for a stream. I don't know him, and the thing is, what we're doing here is like we're asking people to come on a live stream and come on as part of a live stream challenge. The reason I didn't know Very Vegan Mom, I didn't know Sheena, but she knew Cliff Grant. So Cliff spoke to Sheena I think on my behalf, and that's how we could get Sheena involved. But to reach out to someone like Cosmic Skeptic with a huge following and say, hey, do you want to come on my live stream? I'm just some guy you've never met before. Probably not going to work out. Although I'd love to have him on, but I just don't see that working. I mean, I probably wouldn't do it. I mean, if someone just popped up now, hey, do you want to come on my live stream? I've never met you before, and we don't know anybody common, but like, hey, do you want to come on? I'd be like, I'm not sure if I really want to come on. Like, I don't really know. You know what I mean? It's a bit random, short notice. So I don't know about that. Okay. Yeah. I see you're offering a few more people. I'll tell you what you could do for me. At this point, I mean, we're a little bit short on resources at this point. So like, I don't really have the time to like go chasing these people up to try and get people on stream. So I guess, I mean, if you guys wanted to contact, if you guys know any of these people that you're telling me in the comments, and you want to check if they'd be, up for coming on, you could just casually ask them, hey, I follow a YouTuber, David Rams. He's looking for cool vegan YouTubers to come on stream and have a chat. Would you be interested? If you want to do that for me and then drop me an email and say, hey, like I've got this person, they'd be interested in coming on, something like that. You guys could do that for me. I'd appreciate that. You're asking Joey Carbstrong. Joey Carbstrong, I've already spoken to. We are friends, but he's pretty busy right now. I'll follow up and ask him again, but we'll try and make it work with Joey. He's super busy. You know the kind of stuff Joey does, and he does a lot of night things. So he's really pressed right now. But I'm trying to get Joey on. We'll see if we can make that work. Hexproof Anarchist is asking, is Dissel Automatic a possibility? Isn't that's a rapper, right? Ideally, I'm looking for kind of more activism related people, because if it's a musician, then I don't really know their music. It's going to be a bit tricky for me to talk to them, isn't it? I mean, what am I going to ask them about? I mean, we can talk about veganism for 20, 30 minutes, but it'd be a bit tricky for me to follow up any kind of conversation after that. You know what I'm saying? I think I did check this person's YouTube, and I saw that they were a musician, and I was thinking, like, I don't really know what I'd talk to them about. I'm sorry. I mean, it would be a difficult conversation for me to talk to them about, because I don't really know the genre, and I don't know anything about them. Do you know what I'm saying? So I appreciate thank you for the super chat and the idea. And I mean, maybe I'm missing a lot of maybe I'm disappointing you guys right now saying no to everybody. But I'm just saying I've got to be realistic here, and we've got to bring the people on that I know, or that I know I could talk to, or that I know I can discuss. You know what I'm saying? Just know that I know I can discuss stuff with, because if I've nothing to talk to them about, and I don't really know who they are, then that's just not going to be much fun for anyone. You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? So, all right. Look, guys, we've reached the end today. Thank you, everybody who supported throughout the day. You guys have been legends. Thank you to everybody who has been, supporting financially, supporting in the comment section, who's been watching throughout the day. You guys have been smashing it all day. It's been amazing. Remember, guys, if you really support my work, if you enjoy what you've seen today, if you appreciate what I'm doing, you appreciate the content I'm bringing to you and the work that I'm doing, then please do consider joining the Patreon team. Okay, the Patreon team, your donations, your contributions during the streams are really fucking helpful. Thank you. And the Patreon team, that's a way that you can actually make this a consistent thing, so that you're giving me support that I can count on monthly. And what that allows me to do is to know that, okay, thanks to your support, we can do this, and we can do that, and we can plan ahead, and we can actually see our situation financially and what we're able to do. That's where the Patreon team comes in, and that's why it's really important. And that's why I can't thank all of you enough who are already in the Patreon team, because you are providing the basis and the core to keep this channel running. Because without this consistent kind of monthly support, it really just wouldn't be possible. So thank you to everybody in the Patreon team. Hey, if you're thinking about it and you're not too sure, I mean, hey, just go and have a look at the Patreon team. Go and have a look at the page, and what have you got to lose? It's you can cancel anytime if you decide it's not for you, and you can go for it. Sam was asking, what about the YouTube members? Hey, that's also great, of course. The reason I'm talking about Patreon is honestly just naturally that's what I talk about as the first thing. But you're totally right, Samuel. The YouTube memberships team is also another way that, with the Patreon team, that we're able to do this. It's all together. When I say Patreon, I'm including YouTube members, all right? Sometimes I fall into old habits and I forget that we also have the memberships team, which is basically, the YouTube memberships team is basically Patreon for YouTube. It's basically YouTube's version of Patreon. That's why I put it all under Patreon. You're right. Although I would ask, and I know when you open the YouTube memberships team, Patreon, I've adapted and I've changed this, but on the YouTube memberships team, it still allows you to join at like $1, I think, a month. All I would ask is that I actually want to close that bracket, because I said this yesterday as well. The reason I want to close it is because if I feel like $1 is great if obviously if a lot of people join, and $1 is awesome. But I feel like I personally, and I feel like most people, if we can afford $1, then I mean we can probably afford $5, right? So, and I feel like the work that I'm doing and this, you know, I feel like the work that I'm doing is definitely worth $5. All right, you have to support yourself. You have to believe in yourself and believe in what you're doing. So I would ask that if you do join the YouTube memberships team, that you join at the $5 bracket, not the $1 bracket, because I do plan to phase out the $1 bracket. And I'm telling you this to be totally honest with you. Actually, I don't want to lie to you. I don't want to, you know, I don't want to BS you. I don't believe in BSing you, even though this might sound weird, you know. But I want to make it clear to you that I really would appreciate if you join the YouTube memberships team, you join at the $5 mark and not the $1 mark for the reasons that I've just said. So does that make sense, guys? Is that reasonable? And I'll see what I can do about closing the $1 bracket, because like I said, I don't think it's a meaningful kind of bracket. I feel like it kind of undervalues the work that we're doing here, and I feel like it's not quite set at the right stage. You know what I'm saying? Well, the $1 is great for people that are already on Patreon. I like the RAM. Good point, Mark. That's fair. That's fair. I see where you're coming from with that. So maybe we can have it that way. If you're a Patreon member, okay, and you want the green text, okay, fine. Join the $1 bracket. If you're not in Patreon, you don't plan to join Patreon, you plan to only join the YouTube memberships team, be a real one and join the $5 bracket, because that helps 5 times more than the $1 bracket. Is that fair enough? I think that's reasonable, guys. I think we've nailed the point there. Listen, guys, tomorrow's a good day. Tomorrow we're going to have some real fun. We're going to have some cool guests here, and I'm excited for it. I'm just looking at the guests now. Very, very excited. So let's do it, guys. Don't go anywhere. Well, I mean, you can go sleep, obviously, or do whatever you're doing today. You can leave for now, but come back tomorrow, yeah? Same time, we'll be here again doing the same. With interviewing some awesome guests. We'll do some shorts editing tomorrow. We'll do maybe some script writing. Maybe we'll try and put together. You guys were great with the vegan t-shirts today. So how about tomorrow you help me write a video, a cool new vegan video. You know, we'll come up with a script together. We'll come up with a concept and an idea, and let's get your input on it, and let's put together a script, yeah? I think that's going to be a lot of fun. So get back here tomorrow, same time. Keep calling out the BS in the meantime, and I'll see you there.